It's me, it's me, it's me, Kathy muttered under her breath as if she was trying to control the numbers with her mind. But on the outside, she pretended not to care because she knew that everyone was looking at her. The numbers started to slow down and Kathy's hands were entwined. The numbers were getting slower and slower. 2. It was Kathy. She stood up excitedly. Billy also stood up. The two of them embraced. After hugging for a while, Kathy wanted to say a few polite words to the other guests. But then her eyes were pulled to the big screen again. To her horror, the number didn't stop there, but it continued to scroll. The 2 disappeared and a 0 appeared. Kathy's heart plunged. It's Alex's fault, she thought. Why did the numbers change again? One more time, Kathy urged under her breath. If the number jumped to 1, Billy would win the prize. He'll give the diamond necklace to me, Kathy thought joyfully. However, the numbers on the screen did not scroll. They clearly showed 710, which was Alex's seat number. Kathy's heart turned to stone. Alex had won the prize. She looked at Alex slowly with a gaze full of hatred. She wanted to kill him. Billy pulled Kathy to her seat. He felt ashamed of her behavior. Of course, Alex was now the center of attention. Graham smiled happily and said to Alex, "This young man has all the luck. Please come on stage to receive your prize now." The others looked at Alex with envy. Alex guessed that Graham was probably responsible, but he could only smile. Since he had already won the prize, so be it. He had not given Debbie anything really impressive yet, and this diamond necklace was stunning. "Come on, let's go over." Alex held Debbie's hand, and they walked toward the stage. Kathy's eyes were filled with a cold gleam. She should be the one walking toward the stage. She was sure that the two of them had somehow changed the numbers and stolen their diamond necklace. "Nice to meet you, young man." "Congratulations." Graham shook Alex's hand and smiled. Alex also noticed a hint of flattery in his eyes. Graham prepared to give Alex the diamond necklace. "Mr. Sterling, you haven't introduced this handsome guy to us yet," a confident woman said from her seat in a loud voice. The other guests also started to call out to him. Said Graham, knowing that Alex wanted to keep a low profile. He glanced at Alex, who was looking at him calmly, waiting to see what he would do. Graham had an idea and announced to the guests, "This is Adam Childs. Adam is young and has certainly had good luck today." Luckily, Graham remembered the name that Alex had used when he had arrived. When he saw Alex relax, he felt relieved. Graham was about to give Alex the diamond necklace. "Adam Childs? You liar," Kathy shouted as she stood up and looked at him with a cold glare. "Don't believe him, he's not Adam Childs. His name is Alex, and he's a stinking loser from Preston University. And he's the thief who stole $350,000 from the school." Chapter 55, ch. 55, The Wrong Man. When Kathy heard Graham address Alex as Adam Childs, she snickered to herself. "Adam Childs?" she thought. "What nonsense. But wait a moment, why is that name so familiar? Oh, right, it was that rich student from Minnie's live broadcast room." Kathy finally understood that Alex had used a fake identity to get himself invited to the banquet. This loser is quite smart. It's just that he never expected Billy and me to be here. And he never thought that he'd be lucky enough to win a diamond necklace. "Alex, you're so pleased with yourself for winning the prize. But just wait, I'm going to expose you right now and get you to put in jail." As expected, Kathy's shout caused a huge uproar, and the other guests started to talk excitedly amongst themselves. Alex sighed. "Now Kathy's caused such a ruckus, it's going to be even harder to keep under the radar. Everyone's going to want to know who I am, and as part of the Ambrose family, it will be really difficult to keep my identity hidden," he thought. "For now, I'll just try to deny it." "Miss, what are you talking about?" I don't understand. Alex took the microphone and said blandly to Kathy, "Hey, you're still pretending to be rich, aren't you? In front of so many decent people. Tell them who you really are," Kathy answered aggressively. "Mr. Sterling already announced who I am. Since it seems that you didn't understand, I'll tell you again. I'm Adam Childs. If you really are Adam Childs, then tell me, which company are you from?" Kathy wanted to expose Alex. The people attending the party were all well-known business people in New York, so who was he going to pretend to be? "I don't need to answer your questions. I have business here worth $350,000 with this company." Alex's expression became increasingly serious. Haha, 350,000? You've got the audacity to talk about 350,000 when that's the amount you stole from the school. Are you completely brain dead? Kathy assumed that Alex had blurted that out thoughtlessly in a moment of desperation. Then it's easy to find out the truth. Let Mr. Sterling tell us if you really have a 350,000 business here, or are you spouting nonsense to all of us? I'll soon prove that you're up to no good. If you're hoping everyone will think you're innocent, dream on, she thought. The others also focused their attention on Graham. Deep down, they were also suspicious of Alex. "Mr. Childs and I do have a business worth 350,000. In fact, within the next 2 years, we will have another business worth 5 million, Graham said to the guests at the tables. How is this possible? The smile on Kathy's face froze. At that moment, her mind was in turmoil. Why is Mr. Sterling colluding with Alex? Where did Alex get the 350,000 from? It can't be true. Everything must be a scam. It's Alex's doing. No, please don't believe Alex, that scammer. Look, I have his photo on my phone. He's really just a loser in our school. He stole 350,000 last month. I have pictures to prove everything. Look. Kathy opened her cell phone and showed Alex's photo around to the other guests. However, the others didn't even bother to look at the photos. They trusted Graham and had taken his word as the truth. They had no more doubts. Is this girl mad? One of the guests asked. A well-dressed gentleman said, she thought she had won the necklace just now. I think this girl is just jealous. His wife agreed, you're right. What a vulgar girl. The necklace is expensive, but it's not acceptable to maliciously hurt someone else to get your way. Young lady, please stop messing around and sit down, Graham frowned and said to Kathy. Kathy was determined to make her point, but she was pulled down by Billy. Graham was already angry, and it would be extremely humiliating if he had them physically thrown out by security. Kathy sat down and used her phone to call 911. If the school didn't call the police, then she would. Let the police find the truth. Do I really have nothing better to do? Graham muttered to himself. He looked at Kathy and thought, what am I supposed to do if you continue to slander Alex? Graham took the necklace from his assistant and handed it over to Alex respectfully. Thank you, Alex said calmly, supporting the necklace with his hands. He turned to Debbie and said, we've been dating for a bit now, but I've never given you anything really beautiful. Today, I'll use this necklace to make up for it. And I'll buy you something even better in the future. Then, Alex put the necklace on Debbie's neck and arranged it for her. Wearing the diamond necklace, Debbie looked stunning. She looked just like an elegant woman from a noble family. Kathy, who was sitting in the audience, could barely contain her anger. Miss Stonehill, Adam has given you the $200,000 diamond necklace. Is there anything you'd like to say? Graham said to Debbie with a smile. Go on, say something, called out one of the guests. Another gentleman said, tell us how you're feeling. Kiss him, called out his wife. The guests at the tables all started calling out to Debbie. Debbie's face turned red. She looked at Alex, begging him for help, but she found that he was barely looking at her. He gave her a small smile but seemed distracted. The jeering from the tables continued. Debbie fiddled with the corner of her dress and criticized Alex in her mind. Stupid Alex, can't he see I need help? But everyone was watching, so Debbie gritted her teeth and stepped over to Alex to gently kiss his lips. Alex was happy. At least she still wants to kiss me. Debbie only wanted to kiss him lightly. She didn't expect Alex to grab her, hug her, and act like a lout. He stuck his tongue into her mouth in front of everyone. Debbie was stupefied. She felt extremely ashamed. She wanted to reject him, but she couldn't make him stop. She tried to look into Alex's eyes, but they were closed. He seemed to be enjoying himself. In front of so many people, there wasn't much that Debbie could do, so she let Alex continue kissing her. He kissed her for more than 20 seconds before he slowly let go. Then he wiped his lips in satisfaction and looked at Debbie with a cheeky smile. Debbie grimaced. She calmly reached behind Alex and pinched him on his side. When she saw him smile at her with tears in his eyes, she felt satisfied. At that moment, the main door of the banquet hall opened and 3 uniformed police officers walked in. Everyone was perplexed. What was going on? Why were the police here? When Kathy saw them, a smile appeared on her face. Alex, you shameless swindler, it's time to go to jail, she thought. Kathy ran to the police excitedly and pointed at Alex on the stage. She said, "Officer, I'm the one who called you. Our school lost $350,000, and it was that man on stage who stole the money. All the teachers will tell you it's true. Arrest him." Her eyes flashed with a cruel smile. Alex, you're finished, she thought. I'm sorry, but you're confused, young lady. We're not responding to a 911 call. We're here based on other evidence that we've gathered, one of the officers said solemnly. What? Kathy was stupefied. But it seems like you are talking about the same case. We're here to arrest the suspect. That's good to hear, officer. Go on then, Kathy said with relief. Arrest him. With a shout from the police captain, the 2 sergeants behind him rushed forward, not toward Alex, but Billy. The 2 officers quickly pushed Billy to the ground. Billy protested and tried to fight them off. Kathy tried to stop them. Officer, you're arresting the wrong guy. That's my boyfriend. The guilty man is on stage. Let Billy go. Kathy wanted to pull the police away to save Billy. You're his girlfriend? The police captain looked at Kathy and said to the other 2 officers, take her as well. Kathy was determined not to let them arrest her. She screamed at them, what are you doing? I'll sue you for wrongful arrest. Let me go. Kathy was furious. Why aren't the police arresting the real criminals? This stupid police don't know what they're doing, trying to arrest me and Billy. She continued to shout at them, so you're really going to arrest me? Fine, I'll tell your boss about this. Your career is over. The police captain smiled and said, little girl, be careful of what you're saying. Let me ask you, where did you get all these designer clothes and expensive jewelry? According to our records, you and your boyfriend have been visiting designer boutiques, luxury hotels, and other expensive establishments a lot this month. Where did you get all this money from? Kathy replied grumpily, you're assuming that my boyfriend's family don't have any money, right? Just because the police receive handouts from all these rich families, do you think you can randomly arrest innocent people? Billy's family owns a karaoke bar and a medium-sized restaurant. They barely count as a rich family. How do you think he could afford to spend so much money this month? A policeman asked. Kathy suddenly realized that Billy had been spending a lot of money this month. Before this month, he had spent some money on her, but they had only been out for nice meals every few days, and he had occasionally paid for her to go to the spa. But this last month, Billy had taken her shopping in all kinds of luxury boutiques almost every day. He had regularly spent at least $10,000 or $20,000 on her. It was way more than the previous months. A terrifying possibility entered Kathy's mind. Could it be? At this moment, the police captain expressed her thoughts for her. He said, "We've received a report, and we've gathered plenty of evidence. Billy is the thief who stole the money from Preston University. We're not yet sure of your involvement, but we will be investigating further. Right now, it is our legal obligation to apprehend you." Chapter 56, Page 56. The hot dog vendor Kathy's heart fell when she heard what the police captain said. Her whole body trembled a little. Deep down, she knew that Billy was guilty. 350,000 is a huge sum of money, she thought. If I have to pay it back, my life is ruined. Hearing Billy still loudly protesting his innocence, Kathy, who had recovered a little from the shock, also started shouting at the top of her lungs, "It's not us, you guys are mistaken. It was that loser, Alex Ambrose, who stole the money. Let us go." The louder she shouted, the more she convinced herself that she was innocent. The police captain shook his head in wonder. "Take them away," he ordered. The police officers escorted Kathy and Billy away. Kathy was humiliated. She had never been that embarrassed in her life. In the past, she had always known that she was better than Alex and had enjoyed flaunting that in front of him. She felt sure that leaving Alex had been the wisest choice. But now, Kathy had completely forgotten that he even existed. Kathy and Billy were roughly pushed out of the hall by the police officers. Alex and Debbie looked at each other and felt relieved. It had been more than a month since the robbery, and their names had finally been cleared. Towards the end of the banquet, Alex quietly patted Graham's shoulder, expressing his gratitude for the meal, for his loyalty, and all his hard work for the family. Graham was overwhelmed by his words. Before the banquet ended, Alex dragged Debbie out of the hotel. They called a taxi and headed back to Preston University. In the car, Alex called Ken Stokes. Now that Debbie knew his real identity, there was no need for him to keep anything hidden. "Mr. Stokes, thank you so much for your gift," Alex said with a smile. He didn't believe that it could be a coincidence that Billy had been arrested on the very day that he and Debbie had returned to New York. "Alex, you're too kind," Ken said respectfully. On the day Alex was sent to Harmony Island, Ken had contacted a friend in security, and within days, they had found concrete evidence of Billy's guilt. They delayed giving the evidence to the police because he wanted Alex to witness Billy taken away with his own eyes. "I found out from security that they had already destroyed the Azure Dragon Society. I've also managed to get Miss Debbie reinstated at the university, so when the two of you return, you can both continue your studies. You've done a wonderful job, Ken." Alex was very satisfied. Ken had been so generous in his actions. After getting out of the car at the south gate of the school, Debbie wanted to go and get some food at the street food market. Neither of them had eaten much at the banquet. The food market was just opposite the south gate, and it didn't take them long to get there. Indian and Thai food, Chinese pancakes, Mexican enchiladas, burgers, hot dogs, every imaginable type of food was available. This was a great place for the students to get a snack. Most of the vendors were from peasant families and were not well off. Their food stalls didn't earn much, but they were all they had to live on. "Let's go and get a hot dog," Alex said as they walked toward a hot dog stall. All the other stalls were crowded with customers except this one. The food at this one probably wasn't great, but Alex and Debbie were both kinds. They knew these people had hard lives, and they wanted to support them. "Hot dogs for both of you? What toppings would you like?" "Ketchup, pickles," the vendor asked as they approached. They were her first customers of the day. "One with ketchup and one with pickles, please," Alex said to the vendor while Debbie took a step back. Suddenly, Debbie cried out, "It's her." Her eyes were fearful. She hadn't seen the vendor properly at first. Now that they were closer, she could see that it was Madison Robbins. Alex pulled Debbie to him and comforted her in a gentle voice. The last time they had met, Madison had tried to drown Debbie in Ramsey Lake. It was not surprising that Debbie was now afraid of her. Madison quickly walked out from behind the trailer and stood in front of Debbie. She looked at her pleadingly and said, "I'm sorry, Debbie. I was wrong to treat you so badly. Please forgive me." The day she had attacked Debbie, she hadn't regretted it at all. Alex had threatened to make sure that her family disowned her, but at the time, she had been sure that he didn't have the power to do that. However, since then, her uncle's Azure Dragon Society had been destroyed. Before she could even return home that day, her father had called her to completely sever all relations with her and took away all her money. Madison no longer had any financial resources, but she still needed to go to school. How could she live without money? She still dreamed of becoming rich, but now all she could do was borrow money to buy a small trailer and sell hot dogs. She had been running the stall for 20 days, but had hardly sold anything. She ended up eating most of the food she cooked. Just a moment ago, she had been so pleased to have 2 customers. She thought that she could finally earn a few dollars, but she hadn't expected them to be Debbie and Alex. Madison was now very worried. She knew Alex had the power to destroy her uncle's business. How could she live with herself if this happened? Alex hugged Debbie and whispered into her ear, "You can't get over it, can you? You're still really scared of her." "All right, I know what to do." He took out his cell phone and was about to call Ken Stokes. After living on the island for a while, Alex had gradually regained his confidence in his wealth and had started to act like any other rich student. Madison and her family didn't matter to him at all. Madison's heart tightened. Alex is going to destroy me this time. Even if I beg for forgiveness, Alex won't let this go. No. Debbie suddenly grabbed Alex's hand and shook her head. No, it's over. When they were on the island, Alex had told Debbie that he was going to ruin Madison and make her destitute. But now, looking at her kneeling on the ground, with her clothes covered in grease and the smell of cooking fat, Debbie felt that she had been punished enough. All right, Alex agreed and put away his phone. Thank you. You've been so kind. I will think of a way to repay you." Madison was so happy that she was crying as she bowed her head. She was genuinely grateful and had no plans to take revenge on Debbie and Alex. She knew that she was beaten. Alex told Madison to stand up quickly so that other people wouldn't see her kneeling. She stood up hastily and made 2 hot dogs for Alex and Debbie. She wanted them to have the food for free, but Alex still paid her $5. Holding the money in her hand, Madison watched them leave. She was stunned. Tears flowed from her eyes. How had she been reduced to this? She put the money into her pocket and began tidying up the hot dog stand as she waited for the next customer. Alex and Debbie returned to the school where they attended a few classes. Afterwards, they bought some groceries and went to Debbie's villa. They stayed together at the villa, although they slept in separate bedrooms. Meanwhile, Kathy and Billy were leaving the police station. Billy's father had agreed to bail him out, and the school had agreed to the bail terms. As long as Billy could return the money within a year, the school would not hold him accountable. "You little brat. How did we end up with you as a son?" Billy's father kicked his butt, then kicked him onto the ground and slapped him hard on the face. "You think you're so smart? Think of a way to earn that money. This is your problem, and you have to get yourself out of it." Billy's father drove away after speaking those harsh words to him. Dad, Billy covered his cheeks and yelled after his father. All he got in return was a mouthful of pungent exhaust from the car. He was on the verge of breaking down. Kathy was so scared that she started crying. $350,000. How were they ever going to pay it back? "Stop crying." Billy looked at Kathy in annoyance. "Okay, I've stopped. But it's late, already past 10. Shall we find a hotel to stay in?" Kathy said as she wiped her tears. Billy pushed Kathy and shouted, "Kathy, are you stupid? I only have a few dollars right now, and you still want to stay in a hotel? Just get lost." Kathy had no money herself. She usually spent Billy's money. "I was wrong, all right. Let's take a taxi back to school." Kathy knew that she had to tread carefully with Billy right now. Take a taxi? Do you know how much it costs to take a taxi back to school from here? It's over $30. Are you going to pay for it? Billy stared at Kathy with a mean expression. Kathy's lips trembled as she glared at him. She felt hurt by the way he was speaking to her, and when she looked at him now, he looked ugly to her. "Come on, we'll ride bicycles back to the school." Billy grabbed Kathy's wrist and yanked her toward the row of rental bikes on the side of the road. Kathy suddenly dropped Billy's hand and ran away from him. She waved to a taxi, jumped in, and headed toward the school. Billy was furious. He cursed, "Kathy, you cow." The next day, Debbie went to school early in the morning. She had missed a lot of classes this month, so had a lot of work to catch up on. Alex got out of bed at 8 a.m. and took a leisurely walk to the school cafeteria. He planned to have breakfast and then go to the dormitory to catch up with Ben and the others. While eating breakfast, Alex looked at his phone. Billy's photo was displayed on the front page of the school's official website. The story was all about the $350,000 that he had stolen. Alex smiled as he listened to the other students commenting on the story. "Isn't that Billy?" one of them asked. "That's right. What's that scumbag doing here?" another responded. Alex followed their line of sight and saw Billy walking into the cafeteria. He walked toward a table where Kathy was slowly eating a bowl of oatmeal. Even though Billy now owes this huge sum of money, it seems that Kathy is staying by his side and supporting him. She hasn't abandoned him. She must love Billy, and people should respect her for that, Alex thought to himself. But suddenly he heard, "You whore." Billy had walked over to Kathy's table and slammed it with his fist. He pointed at Kathy and said, "Kathy, you bloody cow. How dare you run away from me yesterday? You're unbelievable. I can't believe that you just jumped in a taxi and ran away. Do you know how I got back? I had to ride a bike. My legs are knackered." Kathy looked at the furious Billy with a small smile. When he finished shouting, she said quietly, "Let's break up." Chapter 57. Sage 57. "You're the one that I want." Billy was taken aback for a second, then sneered, "You callous bitch. You're so damn shallow. You used to beg to be with me when I had money, but now I'm in trouble. You want to leave me." Kathy snorted but didn't say anything. That was exactly what she was going to do. When they had first left the police station yesterday, she had planned to stay with Billy for a while, just because she felt sorry for him. But then when Billy ran out of money, she had had enough. "I've already told you, we're over." Kathy stood up and tried to leave, but Billy grabbed her hand, hurting her. "I should have known from the beginning what you're really like. You're not nearly as special as you think you are. I'm sick of you." Billy looked Kathy up and down and continued, "You can leave if you want, as long as you give me back all the money that I spent on you." "Billy, are you even a man? You want to ask a girl like me for money? Don't you have any shame?" When Kathy heard him ask her for money, she was horrified. "I was your girlfriend for so many months. You should be paying me money for all the time I've spent with you, not asking me for money. Have you got no pride? I spent hundreds of thousands on you. Do you really think you were worth it?" Billy was not thinking straight. "First, I have to find $350,000 to pay back, and now Kathy says she's leaving me. Okay, since you're begging, I'll let you off some of the money. You did give me some good times in bed. If you pay me $350,000, we'll be even." "Psycho," Kathy said as she stared at Billy in disbelief. "You're not getting a cent from me. It's you who has to pay back the money. You're the one the police are after. You bloody whore. Trying to get one over on me," Billy said as he looked at Kathy. Her face had 5-finger marks on it and her hair was messy. He continued, "You know, I know some dangerous people. If you don't get my money for me within a week, you had better watch your back." Billy wouldn't stop talking. "If you can't pay me back, you're in big trouble. Even if I have to go to jail, I'll get even for this," he whispered into Kathy's ear. His sinister sneer made her shiver. "Now piss off." Billy gave Kathy a hard shove. Kathy knew a little about Billy's past. She knew that with his connections and determination, he would get his revenge if she didn't give him the money he wanted. But where was she going to find $350,000? Kathy walked past Alex in a daze. Her mind was filled with thoughts about the $350,000, and she didn't even notice him there. Alex sighed. He felt a little sorry for Kathy. When she had first fallen in love with Billy, he had worried that it would end badly, but he had never imagined it would be as bad as this. It's all Kathy's fault. She's always been so greedy. He shook his head and continued eating. Kathy walked out of the cafeteria looking dejected. All her usual energy had gone. The huge amount of $350,000 pressed down on her so heavily that she could barely breathe. Kathy sat down on the curb outside. She didn't care if her pants were dirty and other students were laughing at her. She hugged her knees and let the tears flow from her eyes. Hating herself, she thought, "Why did I have to aggravate Billy when I knew how angry he already was? And now what have I achieved? Not only am I not going to marry a rich man, but I have to find this huge sum of money to give him." Her mind turned naturally to Alex. "When I was with Alex, he always put me first, without any ulterior motives. Even though I humiliated Alex when I left him, he never tried to get his own back on me as Billy did." Thinking about the two men, she realized how much better Alex was than Billy. If Alex is rich after all, maybe I should try to win him back. Maybe he could still care about me, Kathy couldn't help but wonder. It's been proven that it was Billy who stole the $350,000, which means that the money that Alex donated was his, which proves that Alex is rich after all. And yesterday at Graham's banquet, Alex won the diamond necklace. He is rich. If Alex was willing to help Kathy, then all her problems would be solved. Thinking of this, Kathy became excited. She felt a ray of hope. The key question now was, would Alex help her? When we were together, he gave me everything I wanted. Although I left him, he used to love me. Debbie, that peasant, has been with Alex for quite a while now, but he probably only got together with her because he was lonely and couldn't have me. I outclass her in looks, clothes, and education. If I beckon him, I'm sure Alex will come running back to me like a dog. Kathy felt much better as she thought of this. She stood up from the curb and looked around to see a few boys watching her. "Hey, gorgeous, don't be sad. Billy is a bastard. Let's go, we'll buy you a drink." The boys had seen her arguing with Billy in the cafeteria and tried to cheer her up. "Don't think I don't know that you're only after one thing," Kathy sneered at them. The sadness from earlier was long gone. "Why don't you piss off?" She snorted coldly and walked toward her dorm. She needed peace to think of a plan to win Alex back. When he had finished eating, Alex went back to his dorm to catch up with Ben and the others. They were thrilled to see him and asked him about everything that had happened. Alex didn't tell them everything about Harmony Island, only that he had been keeping a low profile and decided to come back when he heard that the real thief had been arrested. He was worried that their friendships would change if he told them who he was. How would he know whether their feelings were genuine, or if they were just after his money? Alex knew he would hate that, so he decided to keep his wealth a secret for now. Only after they'd had lunch together did his friends stop asking Alex questions and let him go. Alex noticed that Kathy didn't attend their afternoon class. He was really afraid that Billy might have done something to her. In the evening, Alex wanted to have dinner with Debbie, but she had to stay in the classroom to take supplementary lessons, so Alex left her to it. Just as he was thinking of going out for a meal, Kathy called him. Alex hesitated for a moment, but finally answered her call. Alex. Kathy pretended to be relieved that he had answered her call, but deep down she was sure that he still had feelings for her. When you saw that it was me calling, you answered the phone so quickly, she thought. What's wrong? Alex asked in a friendly tone. He was afraid that she would do something stupid. Kathy cried softly. I'm fine. I just really want to meet with you. Is that okay? She said in a low and dejected tone. She was trying to get his sympathy. Alex hesitated. Can't I just want to see you? You used to be happy to see me at any time of the day or night. Have your feelings for me have changed so much? Kathy asked with a sob. All right, if you don't want to see me, then I have nothing else to say. I guess that the year we spent together meant nothing. She was disappointed, but she didn't end the call. All right, I'll meet with you, Alex said lightly. Great. Meet me right now at the Angel Bar outside the school. She quickly ended the call before Alex could change his mind. Kathy was already in the Angel. She took out her small mirror and admired herself in it. A proud smile appeared on her face. She thought, Alex, I didn't think that you would still care so much for me after so long. The moment I called you, you agreed to meet me. You have no pride left at all. However, I don't blame you. You're not blind after all. How could you not want to be with me again? It didn't cross her mind that if Alex was there, he would probably have told her that he only agreed to meet her to get her to stop calling him. As one of the few bars outside of Preston University, the Angel was popular with university students. It was always buzzing. Alex walked into the bar and saw Kathy waving at him from a dimly lit corner seat. Here, she called out. Alex sat down opposite Kathy, who called the waiter over and said, I want a glass of champagne. Give him a single malt on the rocks. These two drinks came to almost $50, but Kathy thought, why not, since Alex will be paying? The drinks were served quickly. Kathy and Alex were sitting opposite each other at a small table. Kathy took a sip of her wine and quickly said to Alex, I broke up with Billy. Yesterday, I found out that he was a thief, and I felt terrible for blaming you for the crime. He's a total thug. I can't be with a criminal, so yesterday, when the police confirmed that it was Billy that stole the money, I broke up with him straight away. Didn't you break up this morning? Alex asked with an amused smile as he looked at her. Kathy became emotional. Alex, I couldn't stop thinking about everything last night when I was lying in bed. My mind was all over the place. I realized that I hate Billy. I asked myself what kind of person I want to be with, and I gradually understood the qualities that are important to me. I want someone with integrity, kindness, someone who loves me. I realized that it has nothing to do with whether he has money or not. I began to wonder if I've already met the man who's perfect for me, and I realized that I have. Do you know who my perfect partner is? Who? Alex replied hesitantly. There was a trace of tenderness in Kathy's eyes. She gradually slid her hand toward Alex. That person is you, she whispered. Chapter 58, Sage 58. Can you ever speak the truth? As Kathy's hand reached across the table, Alex quickly pulled his hand away. Kathy was slightly stunned. This was not at all what she had expected. She thought she would try again to grab Alex's hand. She had no doubts that she could win him back. She looked at Alex and saw him smiling at her. Kathy smiled awkwardly. He's smiling at me. He's pretending not to care that I left him for Billy, but I think he must still be hurting inside. But he won't even let me touch him. He wants more reassurance from me. Or maybe he can see right through me. Stop worrying. I just need to convince him more. She stared into Alex's eyes and, with a sincere expression, she said, You might not believe me, but even when I was with Billy, I never stopped loving you. I always felt that we would end up together, but I just couldn't stop myself. Alex couldn't believe what he was hearing. You must be having a mental breakdown. You can't even control your own body? Do you think I'm going to fall for such ridiculous nonsense? You said yourself that I might not believe it, so you already know I'll think it's garbage. Alex took a sip of his drink and, with a small smile, said, "Then you're saying that you had no choice but to go to the hotel with him." Kathy's expression froze. It seemed like Alex was still upset about her and Billy. She tried to think quickly. I know you're still upset that I left you for Billy. Looking back, I know how stupid I was to do that. How could I have gone with such a horrible person? I was an idiot, too naive. To get Alex's sympathy, Kathy even tried to demonstrate her regret by slapping herself a few times. Stop hitting yourself. Alex saw that she was hitting her face pretty hard, so he frowned and grabbed her hand. So you can't bear to watch me hurt myself, can you? Are you feeling guilty now? Let's see if you try to get away from me now, Kathy thought. She took the opportunity to grab Alex's wrist. Alex, let me tell you a secret. Although Billy and I lived together, I never slept with him. Do you know why? Kathy's eyes lit up as she looked at him, because he can't. Ignore his arrogant appearance. In reality, he's useless. Every time I took off my clothes, he finished before he even touched me. Kathy, Alex hated Billy, so he couldn't help feeling some pleasure when he heard this. I've never actually been touched by a man before, Kathy said shyly. Alex laughed to himself. I can't believe her audacity. If it was up to you, you'd still be with Billy now. And you're trying to tell me that you've never been with a man? Kathy, oh, Kathy, can you ever speak the truth? Kathy looked at Alex quietly. What she meant was obvious. Surely that would win any man back without hesitation, she thought. Why hasn't Alex made a move yet? Why isn't he saying anything? Maybe Alex feels he's not good enough for someone as beautiful as me. Maybe, even though I've hinted to him that I'm willing to take him back, he still doesn't dare try anything. It appeared that if she wanted to win Alex back, she would need to try even harder. Actually, I've been feeling terrible about the way I treated you, and I want to make it up to you. Kathy stood up and walked to Alex's side, looking into his eyes. She bent down, intentionally revealing her cleavage, and said in a seductive voice, "After drinking so much, I'm sure we both need to use the bathroom. The restroom here is quite large, plenty of room for 2 people under the dim light." Her snow-red lips looked especially alluring. She even used her slender fingers to lightly stroke Alex's face. Let's go, Alex. She bit her lips with her white teeth, desire shining in her eyes. If it was anyone else, they would have dragged Kathy to the restroom by now. Alex, however, pushed Kathy's hand away and said with a smile, "I don't want to go to the bathroom yet. You can go by yourself." Kathy was stunned. She was angry. What does Alex mean by that? I've tried everything I can think of to make it up to him, but he's still not forgiven me. Or is he too insecure to be attracted to someone as beautiful as me? Whatever the truth was, Kathy could not accept it. Alex, what exactly do you mean? Her expression instantly changed to one of anger. Nothing really. I just wish you would behave with a bit more dignity. Thinking about what Kathy said just now, Alex felt disgusted. What on earth had he seen in her before? I don't believe that you really don't like me anymore. If you promise to treat me well, I'll be yours again. Kathy was so desperate to win him back that she laid all her cards on the table. Alex felt nauseous again. I'm sorry, I already have Debbie. He had not changed his mind. Kathy gritted her teeth as she looked at Alex in frustration. She thought, previously, Alex was a dog that I could order around with just a wave of my hand. But now, no matter how much I beg, this loser doesn't even seem to care about me. Kathy felt like a piece of shit with everyone looking down at her. Her nose was sore, and tears were about to start streaming down her cheeks, but she refused to let him see them. If I cry in front of Alex now, I'll look like a real loser and he'll pity me. I can't cry in front of him. Alex, how dare you to look down on me? I don't really like you that much. Don't think you can just reject me and walk away. Do you think that I'm desperate to be with you? Well, I'm not. I just want your money. You'll never be with me now. Kathy wanted to belittle Alex and walk away, but when she thought of his money, she forced herself to swallow her anger. She sat in front of him and crossed her legs. She looked into his eyes and said, "Okay, please pretend I didn't just say all of that. I know I hurt you when we broke up, but please can we still be friends? I want to ask you for a favor. Please will you help me? Tell me what you want." Alex shrugged. He had already guessed that Kathy wanted him to give her $350,000. They had been together for a while before, so he knew how her mind worked. "I broke up with Billy, that piece of trash, and he wants me to give him $500,000. If he doesn't get it, he's going to get one of his friends to kill me. So, I really need to borrow $500,000 from you." $500,000? Alex sneered in his heart when he heard this. He thought, in the cafeteria, "I heard Billy clearly demanding $350,000 from you, but now you're asking for $500,000 from me." Alex had been prepared to give Kathy the money for free, but at this moment, he realized that she was still playing him for a fool. He felt that he was being used. "Sorry, I don't have that much I can give you," Alex said lightly. "How can you not have that much? Didn't you donate more than $100,000? Kathy asked desperately. Alex must be bullshitting. "All the money's been donated, so there's no more," he responded. Seeing the smile on his face, Kathy could not contain herself. "Didn't you win a necklace worth $200,000 yesterday? Give it to me to pawn for the money. I promise that my father will return it to you soon. I already gave that necklace to Debbie. It's not mine anymore. How can I take back a gift to my girlfriend? You trash. Get it back for me," Kathy screamed into Alex's face. "Kathy," Alex shouted. He looked at her with a mocking smile in his eyes. "It's your own fault that I'm refusing to lend you the money. Anyway, where is there a law that says that I, Alex, must lend you money?" Kathy was left speechless by his words. "All right. I wondered why you agreed to meet me so readily. Now I realize that you didn't come to help me, but to make fun of me, right?" Kathy was livid. She picked up the glass of wine from the table and threw it at his face. "Alex, you lowlife." She then picked up her bag and left without looking back. Alex wiped the wine off his face and watched Kathy leave. There was a hint of sadness in his eyes. He picked up his drink and finished it in one gulp. He paid the bill and chatted a little with the waiter, who told him that this bar, the Angel, was up for sale. Alex was surprised because the bar was very popular among the students and was a profitable business. In a low voice, the waiter explained to him, "Didn't you know, the bar was previously protected by the Azure Dragon Society. Last month the society was ruined and the bar lost its protection. The owner is really scared that she could have a lot of trouble in the future. The boss is really beautiful and definitely needs the protection. Her only choice is to sell the bar. So that's the reason," Alex thought as left the bar. "I like this bar. It's such a shame that they're closing because of the Azure Dragon Society," he thought. Then he had an idea. "Why don't I take it over? I'll buy it from the owner and that will be some compensation for her." With this thought in mind, Alex walked back to the door of the bar. Just then, a bright red Porsche stopped in front of the entrance. A tall and beautiful woman got out of the Porsche. The doorman immediately ran over to her with an ingratiating smile on his face. The woman threw her car keys at him and walked toward the bar with long strides. She was elegant and had an air of confidence about her. She looked like a model. She wasn't intentionally showing off, but her innate confidence and elegant posture were hard to ignore. Alex was taken aback by her beauty. The doorman of the bar greeted the elegant lady, "Lady Carter, welcome." She only nodded slightly in response. "Excuse me, please." The woman wanted to enter the bar, but Alex stood in front of her, blocking her way. Then Alex came to his senses and realized what he was doing. He quickly stepped aside and said, "I'm sorry." With a faint smile, the beautiful lady walked in. Alex watched her walk by and softly murmured to himself, "She's so beautiful." Her face was snow white and her eyes were sparkling, although cold. Her features were perfectly proportioned, and Alex's first impression was that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Chapter 59. Ch 59. I'll do anything. Alex only came back down to earth after the beautiful lady had disappeared into the bar. He recalled her face in his mind and smiled. "Lady Carter? Is this the beautiful woman who owns the bar?" Alex asked himself. He walked straight over to the doorman at the entrance. He was also watching the woman. Alex cleared his throat and asked him about her. Indeed, as he had expected, the beautiful lady was the owner of the bar. Her name was Vivian Carter. Alex went back inside. He wanted to talk to Vivian about the possibility of buying the bar. He wanted to make sure she didn't sell it to someone else before he had a chance to make an offer. He followed Vivian and ended up in the office area of the bar. "Is anyone here?" Alex called out as he walked into the office. There was no one there, only a conference table and a dozen chairs. He decided that Vivian couldn't have come this way and turned to leave. At that moment, he heard a woman's voice calling, "Come in." Alex looked over and saw that there was a door on the far wall of the office. The voice was coming from the other side of that door. "Is she calling me?" Alex looked around to check that there was no one else in the office and then slowly walked toward the door. He gently opened it and stepped through. The moment he walked through the door, Alex froze. His body suddenly felt supercharged. The door led to a bedroom and sitting room suite with a dressing room at the far end. A beautiful woman was standing next to the bed with her back facing him. She was completely naked except for her bra and panties. To add to the allure for Alex, the air in the room was moist and perfumed with the flowery smell of her shower gel. The beautiful woman's hair was wet, and the droplets of water on her body were reflecting the light. "June, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and give me the fresh towel," said the beautiful lady as she turned around. This lady really does have the body of a supermodel. Even better if that's possible, thought Alex. His heart was hammering in his chest. He was struggling to control himself. The lady exclaimed when she saw Alex. She quickly put on her robe and glared at him as she demanded, "Who are you? How much did you see?" Alex recognized her as Vivian Carter, the owner of the bar and the person Alex was looking for. "I didn't see anything." Alex waved his hand and tried to act cool, but then 2 streams of blood started flowing from his nostrils. He wiped them away awkwardly and said with a silly smile, "Sorry. I'm a bit nervous." "Get out," Vivian said angrily. "Okay, sorry," Alex answered weakly and left. 5 minutes later, Vivian had dressed and she walked out of the small suite. She stared at Alex and walked slowly toward him. Alex could only smile awkwardly. At this moment, another beautiful lady, the manager of the Angel Bar, June, walked in with a towel in her hand. "Vivian, I found a fresh towel for you." "Oh, sorry, I see that you're already dressed." "Who's he?" "He's here to apply for a job as a waiter," Vivian said before Alex could reply. The boy looked to be only 20 years old, so she assumed that was what he was here for. And she was too embarrassed for June to find out what had just happened in the suite. "A waiter? We don't need a waiter here, sorry," June said to Alex with a smile. She and Vivian had recently been discussing the need to sell the bar, so they did not need to recruit new waiters. "June, don't worry about him." Vivian turned to Alex. Only Alex was able to read the meaning behind her stern gaze as she said, "You're a student, right? From now on, you will work in our bar. Of course, we'll not take up any of your studying time. You can come over for all of your free time." I'll pay you $10 per hour. Do you agree? Um, Actually, the reason I came was, before Alex finished his sentence, Vivian interrupted, is $10 an hour not enough for you? Look at the clothes you're wearing. Can't you recognize a good offer when you hear one? I offered you a job as a favor. Don't you know what's good for you? Alex was stunned. He had assumed that Vivian was a well-mannered lady. He had never expected her to be so unreasonable. Then he thought about how he had offended her just now and realized that she had probably jumped to some conclusions about him too. It doesn't matter. I will take the job here. It will give me a chance to find out all about the Angel Bar, which will be helpful when I buy it. With these thoughts running through his head, Alex agreed. Okay. Vivian replied, all right, you can leave now. I'll call you if I need anything. Remember to come here to work whenever you're free from classes. Alex nodded and walked out of the office. Vivian, our bar is already on the market. Why are you recruiting a new waiter? June asked, puzzled. Vivian answered, didn't you notice his clothes? He was so scruffy. Our bar is only thriving because of the students nearby. We should learn more about them so we can cater to their tastes. She sounded serious, but Vivian was keeping the real reason hidden. She was worried that Alex would tell everyone what had happened and felt that if he was working for her, he wouldn't do that. Alex felt tired as he walked toward the school. He had told Ben and the others that now he had rented a house off campus and wouldn't be staying in the dorm very often. Tonight, though, they had insisted that Alex stayed with them. When he got to the dorm, he found his friends half-dressed, lying on their beds and laughing loudly. When they saw him enter the room, Ben said excitedly, Alex, you have to see this. Kathy is also doing a live broadcast. We're dying of laughter watching it. If you don't believe me, ask Max and Joe. Alex looked at Max and Joe, who were also lying on their beds, and then looked at the screen and laughed. Alex washed up and then laid on the bed. He sent Debbie a good night message and opened the live broadcast channel. He asked Ben for Kathy's live broadcast number and entered the live broadcast room. On the screen, Kathy was speaking passionately. Her hair was a mess, and she was wearing way too much makeup. She was saying, everyone, thank you for watching my live broadcast show. If you want to get involved, just send me a message. Let me know what you want, and I promise to fulfill your request. Come on, everyone, send in your bids. Max said to Alex, Alex, you won't believe what Kathy did just now. Someone said they wanted to watch Kathy shake her head side to side 50 times. Kathy immediately shook her head like a madwoman. After shaking her head, she was so dizzy she fell off her chair. Alex frowned slightly. Kathy is clearly hoping to use the live broadcast to earn the $350,000 that she needs to pay Billy, he thought. He glanced at the screen. The comments appearing on the screen were all mocking and ridiculing Kathy. One said, "This girl has a great set of boobs. She can be my friend anytime." Another said, "She could have used her looks to make a living, but she thinks she's got other talents." "Best-looking female broadcaster on the entire web," said another. Kathy ignored the barrage of insults and innuendos. "All I need is to make enough money to pay Billy. If I don't, he'll go crazy, and I don't know what his friends will do to me," she thought. She had looked his friends up on the internet and knew that they were capable of just about anything. The sicker the better. She had already attracted more than 500 fans, but had only earned around $50. If it continued this slowly, she would not be able to get the money she needed. "Hey, didn't Kathy dump you for Billy?" "Just wait, I'll punish her for you," Ben said to Alex and smiled. "Please don't do anything to her." Alex tried to stop him, but his friend was already engrossed with the live broadcast. "Don't worry," Ben replied casually. Soon, his bid appeared on the screen. "Big brother, stand on the table and jump 3 times for $20. Alex glanced at Ben with annoyance. He was disappointed in his friend asking a girl to jump on the table. How dangerous is that? He thought. It's just not worth it. However, Kathy accepted the dare. She said to the screen, "Big brother, I'll do as you request. Please don't forget to give me the reward later." Kathy put down her phone, stepped on a stool, and climbed onto the table. She looked at the camera and said, "Big brother, I'm going to jump. Once, twice, 3 times, ah." The third time she jumped up, Kathy stepped on the corner of the table, causing it to shake, and she lost her balance and fell. She cried out in fear as she fell heavily onto the ground with a loud crash. Her 2 roommates quickly helped her up. Luckily, she wasn't hurt. Kathy sat hunched on her chair and said to the screen, "Big brother, I've done what you told me to do. Now you can give me my reward." 20 appeared on the screen as Ben sent the money. Ben sniggered and proudly said to Alex, "Bet you feel better now?" Alex suddenly felt angry. He frowned slightly and said to Ben, "Haven't you got anything better to do?" Ben's face stiffened. Thinking about it, he realized that he had overdone it. Alex glanced at Kathy on the screen. She was trying to swallow her pride and continue her live broadcast. He sighed softly and was about to turn it off. At that moment, several words suddenly flashed on the screen of his phone. The Duel was a new segment released by the broadcasting network that streamed Kathy's show. It involved 2 individuals randomly matched and competing against each other for bids from the audience. The winner would receive a cash reward. The prize money that the winner would receive was shown on the screen. $100,000. That was almost the largest prize anyone had ever heard of. Kathy's eyes lit up when she saw the figure of $100,000. If she could win this amount, she could pay off almost a third of the money that she had to give Billy. This was a great opportunity for her. Then Kathy's opponent appeared. She was another beautiful student called Minnie. She already had more than 20,000 people in her live broadcast room. Looking at Kathy, her competitor, she smiled. The broadcast had started a few hours ago, and this girl only had 500 supporters in her room. Minnie knew that she had a huge advantage. She knew that surely the 100,000 prize money was hers for the taking. Chapter 60, Stage 60, The Duel. The duel is starting now. A few words appeared on the screen, followed by a progress bar for each contestant. Both sides were now 0, and the countdown of 10 minutes had begun. 9:59, 9:58. "Hi, lovely Kathy." Minnie waved at Kathy. Kathy's screen name was Lovely Kathy. "Hello," Kathy said, trying to sound nonchalant. She didn't want to be distracted by chatting with Minnie right now. Kathy had already set her heart on the prize of $100,000. Kathy's mind was clear. After being broadcast live for so long, the opponent had far more experience than she did and probably had better tactics. She had only been live broadcasting for a few hours, so she would lose if she didn't do something really special. If she wanted to win, she had to pull out all the stops. She said endearingly to the screen, "Guys, if you have any requests, feel free to ask. As long as you're prepared to bid high, Lovely Kathy will definitely give you satisfaction. You guys in Minnie's room, if you like what you see, why don't you come over to mine?" In Minnie's live broadcast room, some people started to criticize Kathy, saying that she sounded too arrogant and was out of line. Minnie had been hosting her live broadcasting show for a long time. She knew exactly what people liked. Most people like a host who is magnanimous, pretty, polite, and kind. She thought, a host like this attracts the most support. A host likes me. An aggressive host like Kathy, who tries to steal her opponent's fans the moment she opens her mouth, and even thinks she can make enough money from her live broadcast to earn a living, won't be popular at all. Sure enough, Minnie's progress bar began to rise. However, some of the people in her live broadcast channel also went to Kathy's live channel to tell her what they thought of her. Kathy's eyes were fixed on the screen, automatically blocking the unpleasant messages. She only paid attention to the messages that would be useful to her. Oriental Red, take a bucket of water and pour it over your head. Sending a banknote gun. This was equivalent to $100. Wolfman, finish a bottle of cola in one go. Remember to shake it a few times. Sending a magic book, equivalent to $30. Whale Rider, stick 2 pens in your nostrils for 30 seconds. Sending a high energy warning, equivalent to $25. Kathy said, "All right, Oriental Red, I'll do it right now. Remember to give me the reward. If my other fans are happy, you can also give me rewards." Thank you, everyone. Kathy took a bucket of water and walked in front of the camera. Viewers, lovely Kathy is about to pour a bucket of water over her head. Enjoy the show and remember to send in a reward. Kathy stood with her arms wrapped around her chest and her eyes closed. Her 2 roommates lifted the bucket and poured cold water over her head. Kathy was soaked to the skin, and makeup ran down her face. Her wet clothes clung to her body, and her underwear was visible beneath her clothes. A wave of messages streaked across the screen. Other than the person who bid a banknote rifle, others appeared on the screen. Gifts like necklace, bikini, and signatures cost quite a lot, mixed with Ferrari and high-energy warning. On the progress bar, Kathy's side had already reached over 14,000, while Minnie's side only had 500. Kathy was thrilled to see that her progress bar was so much higher than Minnie's. However, even though Minnie was losing, she didn't seem to care at all. Previously, she had been determined to win, but after seeing Kathy trying so hard, she seemed to be supporting her. Minnie even sent in a message to show that she was paying attention to Kathy's account and supporting her. Lovely Kathy is too good. I've never seen such an incredible competitor before. I need to pay attention to her live streaming and learn from her. Kathy read the message and thought, don't think that I don't know that you are only pretending to be on my side. I won't be fooled by you. That 100,000 is mine, so don't even think about taking it away. Kathy continued with her show. Now the challenge I'm really worried about, she said on screen. Wolfman, I'm going to drink the cola in one go now, and don't worry, I'll remember to give it a shake. She took a 20 fluid ounce bottle of cola from her roommate, shook it vigorously as requested, and opened it with a smile. She drank all the contents in one go. The carbon dioxide from the cola made her throat itch. As the liquid rushed into her mouth, some went down her windpipe, making her cough and splutter. Kathy wanted to vomit, but when she thought of the prize of $100,000, she shut her eyes tightly and refused to let the cola spurt out. She swallowed the drink down bit by bit. Some of the brown liquid leaked out from her mouth and dropped onto her chest. Kathy had managed to drink the bottle of cola in one go. As she spoke to the screen, she let out a long burp. The pungent smell made her eyes water. But she didn't let herself think about feeling humiliated at all. She only allowed herself to think about the money. As long as she could get the money, she was willing to do anything. After drinking the cola, Kathy continued to satisfy all the weird requests that other viewers had made. Slap yourself hard in the face. Eat a length of toilet paper. She did everything they asked. With only 2 minutes to go, Kathy seemed to be winning by a mile. Her total was already at 27,000, while Minnie's was only at 2,000. At this moment, Minnie, who had been quietly watching Kathy's humiliating performance, murmured, "The competition is just about to begin." She turned to the screen and said, "Viewers, let me give everyone a song called Cold. Those who enjoy it, please remember to send me a gift to show your appreciation." Minnie turned on the accompaniment to the song. She turned it up loud and started to sing. The night is getting cooler, flowers turn to frost on the ground, you are watching from a distance, all twilight is exhausted, forget yourself without thinking. Minnie knew that people enjoyed her singing. She had used this trick before on her live broadcast. Kathy heard Minnie singing and thought to herself, she must be getting desperate. She must have seen that I'm miles ahead of her. Does she think singing that sad song is going to help her? People want to watch a show that's lively and gives them something to laugh at. And to think that she's a host with 20,000 fans. What a shame. Kathy said on screen, viewers, all of you out there. There are only 2 more minutes before I win. Kathy held up a basin full of water. I'll pour another basin of water over myself if you all send in more gifts. The basin of water was poured over her by her friends. Minnie wasn't affected in the slightest. She continued to sing leisurely as she slowly danced. The effect was intoxicating. Stunning, said one message. You're from another world, another agreed. Minnie was still singing. The heart of the sea, he could no longer feel the pain, but it was all an illusion. At that moment, the voice singing the men's parts changed. It sounded like it was being sung by a real man. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. Minnie, who continued singing, glanced at the screen of her phone. She was waiting for something. Kathy watched her and thought, okay, you're talented, but it's too late. She poured another bucket of water over herself. However, everyone noticed that the number of rewards being gifted to Minnie was shooting up. Teen Spirit, sending you 10 money guns. Cloudwalker, sending you 10 tiger teeth #1. Sky Wolf Emperor, sending you 15 mantras. In addition to these high-value items, there were even more people donating other gifts such as blood bottles, cups, and hot pots. They were sending more than 10 of each. Kathy watched helplessly as Minnie's progress bar soared, catching up to hers and then overtaking it. Kathy was getting desperate. She said to the screen, viewers, we haven't got much time and we're losing. I swear you can have whatever you ask for now. Quickly, get bidding. Messages from Minnie's fans started appearing on the screen of the live broadcast room. Midnight Man, you still think you can compete with us? Now you're so far behind? You think too much of yourself. Guardian, you think you can beat the Minnie fan club? You, who's only been broadcasting live for a few hours, you think you can beat Minnie. Heavenly Wolf, the Minnie fan club is invincible. We are united in our goal to help Minnie to win the prize and become the queen of live broadcasting. Minnie's biggest fan. Everyone shouts our slogans, get ready, get up. A barrage of support messages for Minnie appeared on the screen. Minnie will eventually become the queen of the internet. Minnie will eventually become the queen of the internet. Minnie will eventually become the queen of the internet. Minnie, who was still singing, noticed the messages on the screen and was thrilled. At first, she had held off, wanting to see how strong her opponent was. If the competition was too strong, then Minnie had planned to let her fans keep the presents until the next competition, when she knew that they could win the duel. That way, her profits would be maximized. When she saw that Kathy was no match for her, she immediately sent a signal to her fans. Start sending in your gifts so we can win the $100,000 prize money. Glancing at Kathy, who was jumping and screaming, Minnie laughed happily. She started singing even more enthusiastically. You can't beat me, Kathy. The prize is mine, she thought. The time was down to the last 30 seconds. By now, Minnie's progress bar was 3 times Kathy's. Minnie supporters were sure that she would win and started to relax. Minnie continued to sing, a cool night for you across the sea turn into spring blossoms to protect me shallow years caressed your lovers sleeve pieces of crystal flow into the water. As Minnie sang, she looked and saw that Kathy was close to tears. Kathy had been tormented almost beyond her endurance, and she looked a complete mess, but she had received such a small reward in return. Minnie had so easily turned the situation around with just a few words. The prize money would soon be in her hands. She was feeling very pleased with herself right then, but in fact, she had no idea of what was about to happen. Kathy felt her anger building as she listened to Minnie's song, Cold. She believed that in some way the song was intentionally ridiculing her. The seconds counted down. 10, 9, 8. Minnie was continuing to sing beautifully and her fans were already celebrating. Kathy stood there looking like a drowned chicken. Her whole body was drenched, and she shivered and clenched her fists tightly. Her pure white teeth bit her lips as she glowered at Minnie. But she had lost. What could she do? 5, 4, 3. Kathy squeezed her eyes in pain as a line of tears rolled down her face. Then, in the last few seconds, some messages appeared on the live broadcast screen. Adam Childs gifted 10 Spacetime Battleships and 5,000 Tiger Teeth coins. This was equivalent to $2,500. A row of Spacetime Battleship gifts appeared on the screen. Kathy's progress bar had almost caught up with Minnie's. An admirer gifted you 10 Warship Spacetime Battleships. The viewer made his move again. After giving another 10 gifts, Kathy's progress bar had overtaken Minnie's. 1-0. The duel time was over. Chapter 61. Stage 61. You're going down before anyone could react. The timer ran out. And the winner was Kathy. Minnie abruptly stopped singing. Her vision was blurred as she checked her progress bar. It had far surpassed Kathy's only 3 seconds ago, so how could her lead have disappeared so quickly? What's wrong? Is there a problem with the system? She moved closer to the camera and looked at it in disbelief. My $100,000, she thought. She had been lying when she had said she didn't care. She checked the screen again. Right at the end, someone had given money to Kathy, causing her to win. Just 3 seconds earlier, Minnie had been winning and the $100,000 would have been hers. Hi, free audiobook here. If you've enjoyed your book so far, please do consider checking out my Patreon. I have over 50,000 hours worth of audiobooks, which most can't be posted on YouTube. You can search Free Audiobooks Chronicles to find it on Patreon or click the link below. Your support is much appreciated. She had asked her fans to hold back for a while so that she could win a larger amount of money right at the end. And now she had lost. What are you trying to do, Adam? She asked. You think you're amazing just because you have a few dollars? You should have stepped in earlier. Minnie continued to scold him, but her live stream had disappeared. Kathy still hadn't recovered from the shock when her roommates came over. She pointed at the screen and mumbled, I won. The $100,000 is mine. When her roommates saw the screen, they realized it was true. Minnie greeted the live broadcast camera. Hey, Adam, why didn't you come to my live broadcast room? Why did you help Kathy instead? Minnie was extremely jealous of Kathy, who was getting all the attention, as well as $100,000. If everyone watched Kathy's live broadcast, wouldn't she get all the money? Kathy, hurry up and thank Adam, Minnie reminded her. He gave you $100,000. Adam, thank you, Kathy said. I really don't know what to say, but I'd like to meet you. You must be a wonderful person, and I'd like nothing more than to see you. I really want to hug you and kiss you. Of course, I know I'm not good enough for you. Kathy's mind was a mess and she was babbling. I want to see you too. And kiss you, Minnie said, unwilling to be outdone. Kathy was such a schemer, but Minnie wasn't about to step aside. A message popped up on the screen announcing, Adam has left the live broadcast room. Alex looked at the phone in a daze. When he had seen Kathy's pitiful look, he hadn't been able to resist helping her. He saw the gesture as a tribute to the years they had spent together. He was just about to power off his cell phone and go to sleep when he received a message from the live stream account. It was from Kathy. Adam, thank you so much. I was so worried. If not for you, I would have been humiliated. I didn't do very well in the live broadcast. Alex knew that Kathy was only fawning over him because he was rich, so he lost interest and simply replied with, Kathy was overjoyed to see that Adam had answered her. She stole a glance at Minnie, who was still broadcasting live, afraid that she would see what Kathy was doing. She messaged Adam back. Oh, I wanted to tell you that my dear friend Graham Sterling invited you to a banquet at the Golden Mansion Hotel the other day, but you didn't attend. Kathy had managed to calm down, and now that she remembered what had happened the previous day, she wanted to use this chance to meet Adam and to punish Alex. Yeah. Why? Came the answer. Well, someone attended the banquet, pretending to be you, and they took a diamond necklace worth over $200,000. I know who did it, and I can tell you his identity. Kathy sent, grinning. Alex smiled wryly. Forget it, he responded. $200,000 is not a large amount of money for me. If he wants it that badly, then he can have it. Kathy still wanted to use Adam to have Alex arrested, but Adam didn't seem to care at all. She was slightly disappointed, but also pleasantly surprised. If Adam didn't even care about the $200,000, then he must be seriously rich. Adam, what do you think of me? Kathy hesitated for a long time before she decided to send the message. She was a rich girl, and she already had plenty of men wanting to be with her. But how could she give up such a good opportunity when it was right in front of her? You look a lot like my ex-girlfriend. Alex sent back. A former girlfriend. Kathy thought. That's great. Everyone still has some feelings for their ex-girlfriends, right? What was your ex-girlfriend like? She asked with anticipation. She's very pretty, Alex answered. But she thinks she's poor and desperately wants to get rich. And she also had sex with other men behind my back. Oh! No wonder you left her. She doesn't know how to treat a man as loyal as you. That's such a shame. But don't worry. That kind of trash never sticks around for long, and she'll end up all alone in the future. What man would want to be with someone like that? Kathy sent the message, shaking her head in disbelief. Don't say any more, came the answer. Kathy typed quickly. Why not? Don't tell me you're still thinking about her? She's not worth it. I might look like her, but I promise you, I'm different. I'm quiet and I like to read books. I had a boyfriend, and we were together for more than 4 years before he changed his mind and decided he wanted sex. Of course, I never let him touch me, and now I'm single and waiting for the right person. Looking at the words on the screen, Alex's smile became more bitter as he grew angry. Okay, I'm tired, so I'm going to sleep, he sent. Oh, of course, Adam. Get some sleep. I won't disturb you any longer. Good night, Kathy replied. Alex threw his phone aside, curled into a ball, and closed his eyes. The next day, Alex and Debbie ate breakfast in the cafeteria. When they were finished, Debbie picked up her books and went to the library to study. Alex walked from the cafeteria to the classrooms. Alex! A sharp cry sounded from the tree-lined path. Alex looked and saw Kathy carrying a large, black plastic bag. She struggled over with the bag and stopped in front of him. Are you happy now? She asked. Happy? Alex shrugged in confusion. I invited you to the bar the other day, she said. And you thought that I regretted leaving you, didn't you? That I asked you because I wanted you back, right? Kathy sneered. Alex smiled and turned to leave. You want to run away just because I guessed the truth? Kathy asked, stepping in front of him. Is that really what you thought? That I might actually take you back? Well, I was just trying to trick you into giving some money to that idiot Billy. I really thought you would fall for it. Ha ha. You never guessed, did you? Alex looked at her with a grin, as if he was looking at a crazy woman. What the hell are you laughing at? Kathy yelled as she punched him. You're just like Billy, a rotten dog. You're not good enough for me. I made a great decision to get rid of both of you. Besides, I'm better off alone. Kathy's smile grew wider. You must be wondering why I admitted that? She shook her head and laughed. Well, I'll tell you. I found a friend from a wealthy family, and he is much richer than Billy. Yesterday, before I'd even spoken to him, he had already given me $100,000. Alex couldn't help but laugh. You think I'm lying? She scowled at him. You don't believe me? Do you want to know who he is? Who is it? Alex asked, playing along. Kathy smiled smugly and said, Adam Childs. Haha. You're scared, aren't you? She taunted him. I know Adam Childs, the man you impersonated the other day. And I've already contacted him. Rest assured, I will definitely get him to pursue the matter of you impersonating him at Mr. Sterling's banquet and also the missing $200,000 necklace. I'll have you arrested. Alex no longer wanted to look at Kathy's arrogant face. Feeling nauseated, he pushed her and continued toward the classrooms. Alex, you dog. I must tell Adam about your ugly face. You don't look very happy. You're in for it now. Just wait until I get you arrested. Kathy pointed at Alex's back and cursed like a shrew. Alex went into the classroom. Thankfully, Kathy didn't take this class. He was so annoyed that he didn't want to be there either. He held his head and let his thoughts run wild. Before he knew it, the class had ended. He followed the stream of people leaving the building. His phone rang, and he saw that it was the manager of the Autumn Beauty Boutique, Russell. Sir, can you come in? Russell asked anxiously. There's a customer causing trouble and being really disruptive. Even the security guards in the mall haven't been able to do anything about it. Alex frowned. He asked Russell to hold on a while longer, and then he rushed over. Chapter 62, Ch 62, The Unreasonable Customer Inside the Autumn Beauty Boutique. A young woman was arguing intensely with Russell and several other staff members. A group of customers and the mall's security guards had gathered around to watch. I bought these clothes here, so why won't you take them back? The woman asked aggressively as she held up the clothes. Miss, you bought those clothes over a month ago. How can we take them back now? Russell didn't know how many times he had repeated this, but she refused to back down. I only wore some of these clothes once or twice, she said sharply, and some of the others I never wore at all. So, why can't you just give me a refund instead of trying to bully me? I'm sorry, Russell said. But if we took them back, we wouldn't be able to sell them in our stores. We can't give you a refund. There's no way we can do it. He just wanted to solve this problem as quickly as possible. What kind of attitude is that? She demanded. If there's a problem, then you need to fix it. You can't just avoid it and refuse to take responsibility. I'm not going to just go away quietly. Russell hadn't given her a refund, and she was really unhappy. If you don't refund the money right now, then I'm not leaving, she announced. A boutique like Autumn Beauty can't simply ignore the rights of their customers. My time isn't worth much, but if you have to close for a day, you'll lose tens of thousands of dollars, won't you? The woman's behavior was beginning to annoy the crowd, and they started accusing her of being rude and unreasonable. You're accusing me of fraud? If you say that again, I'll sue you for slander. The woman crossed her arms over her chest. She had gone there to cause trouble, and she didn't care about being polite. Absolutely no manners, one bystander said. Why do some people behave like that? Another asked. Call the police, someone suggested. Why bother arguing with someone like that? Miss, please leave now or I'll call the police. Russell took out his phone and gave the young woman a serious look. You are absolutely shameless, the woman said, getting even angrier when Russell threatened to call the police. She pulled a piece of clothing out of the bag, took out a lighter, and set fire to the clothes, tossing them out of the door. When everyone saw this, they rushed to stamp on the clothes to put out the flames. What is wrong with you? Russell demanded angrily. The store was full of clothes. Was she going to burn all of them? There are a lot of people here, he said, and someone could have been hurt. Having had enough, he called 911. The young woman didn't seem to be at all concerned. The police station was nearby, so an officer arrived quickly and started to question the woman about burning the clothes. I bought these clothes, so they belong to me. And I'm burning them a yard away from their door, the woman said confidently. Is there a problem? Can I not burn my own clothes? The other customers were angry and began to tell the police officer how outrageous the woman's behavior was. But he told them that it wasn't against the law for someone to burn their clothes, so he couldn't arrest her. I think it might be better if you just gave her the refund, the police officer advised in a low voice. She's probably crazy, so just spend the money and buy yourself some peace. Russell was annoyed at the officer's lack of help. She wants all the money we have here, he said. She has already worn the clothes for a month and the tags have been removed. How can we possibly give her a refund? Besides, this isn't my shop. I'm just a manager, and I don't have the authority to make that decision. The policeman and Russell looked at the young woman with concern. The woman, on the other hand, was determined not to give up. She looked at Russell's worried expression and knew she was going to win this argument. Excuse me, let me through. Alex walked through the crowd. The young woman glanced at Alex and her heart skipped a beat. She quickly turned around and covered her face with her hands, afraid that Alex would recognize her. Sir, you're finally here. This is the customer who is causing trouble, Russell said, rushing over to Alex. Alex frowned and looked at the woman. His eyebrows shot up in surprise and he exclaimed, Kathy. The unreasonable customer was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Kathy. Kathy slowly turned around. She looked at Alex in surprise and then looked at Russell and stuttered, He's your boss. Yes, he's our boss, Russell confirmed. She stared at Alex in disbelief. Her mind was spinning, and she couldn't understand what was going on. You're the boss here, she muttered, completely stunned. Alex nodded, and she felt that her world had been flipped upside down. Hello, the police officer said, coming forward. I think you should simply give her some money. Just for the sake of getting some peace and quiet. The onlookers were against that idea. Giving money to someone like Kathy would only make her even more arrogant, and then she would try this again. They didn't believe that Alex would return the money. Businessmen were far too astute to refund clothes that had already been worn for a month. Alex glanced at Kathy, who stood there, watching him. He then looked at Russell and said, Check how much these clothes cost and refund her the full amount. Russell was stunned, as was the crowd. But Alex was the boss, so he had to do what he was told. Okay, I'll do it now. He picked up Kathy's plastic bag, walked to the counter, and started checking prices. When he had finished, he walked over to Alex with a stack of money in his hand. It came to $20,000. Sir, are you sure you want to refund that much? Alex didn't answer. He merely took the money from Russell, walked over to Kathy, and handed it to her. She looked at the money and then at Alex. Anger welled up inside her. She knew Alex didn't genuinely want to refund the money. No, he was clear this was just to insult her and trample on her self-esteem. She grabbed the money and threw it at Alex's face. You loser. You're just trying to humiliate me, aren't you? Well, I'm not going to let you. So what if you have money? In my eyes, you are still a pile of dog shit, and I don't need your pity. Kathy seemed to have gone mad. As she berated Alex, saliva sprayed from her mouth, and her face was turning red. The money lay scattered all over the floor. Russell wanted to argue, but Alex held up a hand and stopped him. The crowd couldn't bear to watch any longer, and they started to curse loudly at Kathy. She stared at Alex with pure hatred, wishing she could tear him into pieces. Instead, she clenched her teeth, swung her fist, and punched him in the head. She hit him, someone exclaimed. This is getting out of hand, someone else added. Sir, you can have her arrested for assault, said the police officer. I can take her to the station right now. No. Just let it go. Alex rubbed at his temples. He refused to change his mind. no matter how much the police officer or customers tried to persuade him. "Stop pretending to be a good person," Kathy said. "You aren't. I don't need someone like you to pity me, and I don't want your stinking money. Alex, just you wait. I will make you pay for humiliating me." With that, she pushed her way through the crowd and ran off. The police officer left, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. "Sir, you're too generous. You shouldn't be so forgiving toward someone like that," Russell said. "She's my ex-girlfriend," Alex said lightly. "Oh!" Russell was stunned, now understanding what Alex was trying to do. "I'm sorry, boss, I overstepped." "That's okay. I have nothing to do with her now," Alex said, smiling. "And I have a new girlfriend, the one I brought last time I came in. Well, I'm going back to school now, so just call me if you need anything." Alex walked out of the Autumn Beauty Boutique and returned to the university to meet Debbie for lunch. Meanwhile, Kathy returned to school in a taxi. When she thought of those $20,000, she began to regret her actions and wished she had taken them. But Hem knew that, even if she was given a chance to do it all again, she would still throw the money in Alex's face. She could swallow her pride for money, but not in front of him. She wouldn't let him win. She walked silently along the tree-lined road. Her mind was filled with questions about Alex. She hadn't expected him to be the boss of the Autumn Beauty Boutique. Why didn't I know that before? She wondered. Where did this shop come from? Out of thin air? There were too many questions and not enough answers, but one thing was undeniable. Alex was now a rich man. Kathy was extremely upset. If she had known he was rich, then obviously she wouldn't have been stupid enough to break up with him. If they had not broken up, then Kathy would also be the boss of the Autumn Beauty Boutique. When she thought about the missed opportunity, she felt sick to her stomach. Looking around, she realized that she had reached the small square in front of the library. "Hey, look at this," a girl said. "One of the seniors is having a photographic exhibition." He took photos of various touching moments he saw on campus during his 4 years of study. She pulled Kathy over to the wall of photos. Kathy walked forward, and then ground to a halt with her eyes fixed on one of the photos, her lips trembling slightly. In the photo, a boy and a girl were walking side by side. The boy's clothes were old, and there was even a hole in one knee of his pants. Although the girl's clothes weren't very expensive, they were in much better condition than the boy's. The photo was of Kathy and Alex. She lowered her head and closed her eyes. The scene in the photo vividly replayed in her mind. "Alex, if you became really rich one day, would you leave me?" she had asked. "Definitely not," he had answered. "I would give you all my bank cards, and you could help me manage my money." Kathy had smiled at him. "Really? You mean that?" His expression had turned serious. "Of course. You're the most important person in my life, and I'd do anything to make you happy." Kathy had been so proud. "You're so sweet, but if you want to become rich in this lifetime, you'll have to hurry up. Come on, let's go get pancakes." She still vividly remembered what Alex had said back then. Who would have thought that when Alex became rich, they would no longer be together? She burst into tears. Looking at the picture, she pulled it down and tore it to pieces. Then she threw the pieces on the ground and ran away. Chapter 63, Stage 63, I Want My Mom. Alex arrived back at the university. It was around 11:30 a.m., so he called Debbie and went to the cafeteria to meet her. He ordered some tomato soup, scrambled eggs, a burger, and 2 bowls of fries. "That's far too much." Debbie's eyes widened. For the last 2 days, she had been studying in the library. She had tied her hair into 2 thick braids that hung over her shoulders, making her look very pretty. "Debbie, you look beautiful," Alex said, unable to help himself. Surprised, Debbie lowered her head and smiled shyly. Then she raised her head again and looked at Alex, who was still staring at her with a foolish expression. She mumbled, "You're such a smooth talker." "No, I'm serious," Alex insisted. Debbie's heart melted a little. She raised her hand and lightly punched his shoulder. "Eat your lunch." "Okay." Alex picked up his spoon and started to eat his soup as he stared at Debbie. Watching her simply made him happy. "What's wrong?" he asked with concern, noticing that her happy expression had faded to one of melancholy. He froze with his spoon halfway to his mouth. "I miss my mom," Debbie said, lifting her head to look at him. "My family lives in a small town in the Northeast. Since I was young, it was just me and my mom. Now I'm at school, and she's on her own. And I eat so well here, while she struggles at home." Tears slid down her face. Alex moved closer to her and put his arm around her shoulders, encouraging her to lean against him. "I really miss my mom." Debbie couldn't hold it in anymore and started to cry. Her sobs were breaking Alex's heart. "Don't cry. If you miss your mom, then I'll arrange to bring her here. I promise you'll see your mom in a couple of days." Alex consoled her as he planned the best way to get her mother to New York. "Hey, Debbie, you're back." Donna and Darren walked toward their table, carrying plates of food. It had been a month since they had seen Alex and Debbie. 2 days ago, they had heard that Billy had been the one who stole Mr. Morgan's money, not Alex. "Debbie, why are you crying?" Donna asked with concern. "It's nothing," Debbie said, straightening up. "I just got something in my eyes." She didn't want to confide in anyone except Alex. "Oh!" Donna let it drop. "So, Alex, what exactly does your family do?" Donna and Darren were very curious about Alex. How much property did he own that he could afford to bid $1 million? If Alex's family was as powerful as they thought, then they would have to play nice with him. "They're getting suspicious," Alex thought. "I actually won the lottery," he said, after thinking for a moment. "I got $2 million. I was quite nervous about having so much money, so I donated most of it and spent the rest on Debbie." "The money is already gone." "You won the jackpot?" Donna asked. She and Darren were taken aback. "About a month ago, I heard that someone won the $2 million. It was even on the news." "Was that you?" Donna asked. Alex laughed to himself. "That would be telling," Alex said, tapping the side of his nose. "Wow!" "I'm speechless." Donna shook her head in disappointment. She had thought that Alex was seriously rich. It's great that Alex isn't rich. Now he's back to his old self, Donna thought. And Debbie is still a loser. If Alex were a rich person, then I'd have to be nice to her. Donna and Darren felt much better. Darren sighed. It wasn't every day that you won money like that. Alex had managed it and had wasted it all. No wonder he was poor. He deserved to be. Darren didn't think much of Alex at all. "Oh, Debbie, you need to be careful," Donna said. "It's fine if Alex is a scatterbrain, but you come from a poor family and you should know better. You really need to help him. He had $2 million and he's given it all away. And now you're back to being poor." Donna was interrupted by a call from her mother. After talking for a few minutes, she ended the call and wrapped her arms around Darren as she said, "Honey, my mom said that she's coming for a visit." "Your mom is coming. That's great." "I want to meet her," Darren said happily. Donna smiled sweetly and then glanced at Debbie. "Debbie, my mom is flying out to see me. We promised we would visit each other because we know we have the money to do that. So, if you get more money in the future, remember to not just spend it all." If those $2 million were still around, Alex could have paid for your mom to come and see you. Or maybe not. Even if she had the money, your mom still might not have come. She's probably never even been on a plane. Haha. Hearing Donna says this, Debbie's gaze turned sharp. "Don't talk about my mother." "What?" I'm only speaking the truth, Donna said, smiling. I was going to ask my mother to bring yours with her this time. But with your attitude, I think I'd better not. Really? When Debbie thought about seeing her mother, she grew excited. Her mother hadn't flown before, so Debbie would feel more comfortable if her mother could travel with Donna's mother. Of course, Donna said casually. I was planning on paying for your mom's flight. After all, we're from the same town, so I understand your family situation. Donna, I'm sorry. I was being too sensitive earlier, Debbie said. Alex tugged her closer, and she lightly shook her head. Please have your mother bring mine here. I'll do whatever you want. She's so weak, Donna thought. It's no big deal, and she's taking it so seriously. As if this is the only thing that matters to her. Since you're so sincere, I guess I can arrange it, Donna said. Thank you, Donna. Debbie was delighted. Seeing Debbie's happy expression, Donna looked down on her even more. Just this small favor was enough to please the girl. Donna felt superior once again, knowing that Debbie would always be beneath her. Don't worry, I will give you the money for Debbie's mother, Alex said. He didn't like Donna's attitude. There's no need. It's only $1,000. And we have plenty of money, right, honey? Donna asked Darren sweetly. Darren nodded, and then glanced at Alex with disdain. He only said that because he didn't have enough money to pay for the plane ticket right now. If he had, he would have told us. The most important thing we need to sort out is the accommodation. We didn't say we want everyone to stay together, Alex said with a faint smile. What do you mean? Both mothers are traveling together. Do you plan to make them stay in different places? I can't let you do that, Darren said. Fine. Then we'll all stay together. Is that okay with you? Alex was getting impatient. Do you want to stay in a dingy little hotel? That would be too embarrassing. Darren sneered at Alex. Oh, honey, Donna said. I really want to show off to my mother about how well we're doing. She smiled maliciously. So, why don't we let Alex arrange the accommodation? I'm sure he'll find something that isn't too bad. Okay. Alex, you can arrange lodging, Darren said, and then muttered softly, I don't think this will be anything to brag about. After that, Donna and Darren felt it was beneath them to sit at the same table as Alex and Debbie, so they got up and left. Alex and Debbie finished eating. When they left the cafeteria, Debbie received a call from her mother, saying that Donna's mother had already called and was bringing her to New York the next day. Debbie was overjoyed to hear her mother's voice. After walking Debbie to her dormitory, Alex dialed Sam Woodsworth's number and told him to reserve 2 rooms in the Berkeley Hotel for Debbie's mother. For your girlfriend's mom? Sam said anxiously. After pondering for a while, he said, Mr. Ambrose, I don't think Berkeley Hotel is good enough. I'll arrange a better hotel for you. Oh! Alex was a little curious. Judging from Sam's tone, the hotel he was talking about was quite fancy. Which hotel? The Azalea Guest House, Sam told him. It's not a hotel, exactly. Even with plenty of money, it's hard to get a room there. It's very exclusive. Chapter 64. Sage 64. Mothers and daughters hearing Sam's words, Alex agreed. Debbie's mother rarely came to New York, so she should have the best of everything. The next day at 5 p.m., a flight landed in New York. Donna's mother, Lisa, walked through the airport. She was a middle-aged woman, dressed in fashionable clothes, a sun hat, and sunglasses, and her skin was covered with a thick layer of powder. Looking around, she was filled with anticipation. This time, she had brought along her 2 favorite sisters, who walked behind her. This was the first time they had flown to a bustling city like New York, and they were even more excited than Lisa. "We've finally arrived," Lisa said. "This airport is so large and modern. And look at that skyscraper over there. It's so different from our little town." She looked around the airport. You're right, it's beautiful, her sister Fiona said. Lisa, if your daughter can find a local rich boy, then she won't ever have to leave here. That's true, her sister Natalie agreed. When we see Donna later, we'll have to remind her how important it is to find a rich young man. If we had gone to university, we might have found one, and then we wouldn't still be living in the town. We can't tell her who to marry. It's up to her, Lisa said, although she had already decided to remind Donna to find a rich boyfriend. They walked out of the airport building. I'm a little hungry, what about you too? Lisa said, patting her stomach. Her sisters were also hungry. They had left their town early in the morning and then rushed straight to the airport. They had only eaten a few snacks on the plane. Come on, let's have something to eat. I have some homemade buns, said the woman who had been following them. She smiled and opened her backpack, preparing to take out the buns. This was Debbie's mother, Carla, who was wearing a green shirt, black shorts, and a pair of old tennis shoes. Although she wasn't dressed elegantly, she still looked neat. But working outdoors for so many years had darkened her skin slightly and caused shallow wrinkles to appear on her face. Put your backpack away. Aren't you embarrassed? Lisa asked. The previous day, she had talked on the phone with her daughter, Donna, saying that she wanted to come to New York for a couple of days and wished to visit her. She hadn't expected Donna to ask her to bring Carla, whose daughter was also attending Preston University. She'd had no choice but to bring Carla along. Of course, she knew her daughter wasn't that kind, so she had no idea why Donna had wanted to help her friend's mother. Quick, put it away, Fiona said to Carla with a frown. Do you want people to know that you're just a simple country woman? Carla closed her backpack and put it back on her shoulders. She was quite confused. Was it that embarrassing to eat buns? If you don't want to embarrass us, then walk a bit further back, Natalie said, glaring at Carla. If we walk with you, people might laugh at us. She turned to speak to Lisa. Can't we just leave her behind? We already gave her the money to pay for the plane ticket. She's already taken advantage of your good nature. Lisa glanced contemptuously at Carla through her sunglasses and snorted. I'm afraid not. No matter what, her daughter is still a friend of my daughter's. Let her tag along. We'll just ignore her once we get to where we're going. Lisa and her sisters walked on ahead, chatting together. Carla followed further back, walking by herself. Lisa, are there really a lot of male escorts in New York? Fiona asked. Lisa had plenty of money, and besides seeing her daughter, she had plans of her own for this trip. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought her two sisters with her. Of course. Lots. Haven't you seen pictures on the news? There are lots of women's clubs here. They're everywhere. Lisa tried to look knowledgeable, but she was only pretending to be cool in front of her sisters. Whether she could find such a club during this trip to New York would be a matter of luck. Well, when you put it like that, I'm relieved, Fiona said, happily. Since I was young, I've dreamed of using my money to sleep with a male escort. And now I'm finally going to do it. Stick with me, Lisa said confidently. You might not get any sleep, but I promise I'll get you into a bed with a handsome young man. Sure, lower your voice. There's someone behind you, Natalie whispered, glancing at Carla, who still walked behind them. It was embarrassing to talk so loudly about such things. Don't worry, Lisa said disdainfully. If she dares to tell anyone, I'll just leave her in New York and see how she manages to get herself back home. And even if she does, I'll deal with her there. She won't dare to say anything. The two sisters were reassured. Hey, isn't it a little embarrassing for women our age to go out looking for young men? Fiona asked, and then the three women laughed loudly. They walked to the main street outside the airport, talking and laughing. They were puzzled when a BMW stopped in front of them. Then, Donna, Debbie, Alex, and Darren got out of the car. Donna, it's you. Lisa looked her daughter over carefully. They were about to greet each other properly, but they were interrupted by other voices. Mom, you really came. I'm so glad to see you. Debbie held her mother's hand. Me too, her mother answered. It's been 2 years, and this is the first time I've come to visit you. I feel so guilty. My beautiful daughter, let me have a good look at you. You're looking well. Debbie and Carla spoke as if no one else was present. But then they noticed everyone staring at them and immediately stopped talking. Sorry for disturbing you, Carla said awkwardly to Lisa. Do you think this is all about your family? Lisa glared at her. Do you have to be so loud? Mom, let me introduce you to someone, Donna said, grinning as she pulled Darren next to her. This is Darren, my boyfriend. Oh! Lisa was stunned for a moment as she took a closer look at Darren. He was handsome and seemed to come from a good family. He made a good first impression. Nice to meet you, Darren said, smiling. He looked over at the car. I bought this BMW a year ago. My dad said that when I get married, he'll buy me a Porsche. Oh, I see. Lisa nodded, walked to the front of the BMW, and ran her hand over it, feeling proud. She had planned to remind her daughter to find a rich boyfriend, but Donna had already found one. And, even better, he was also young and fit, so he was worthy of being with Donna. Who is this young man? Lisa asked when she saw Alex. Oh, him? He's Debbie's boyfriend, Alex, Donna said before Alex could answer. As usual, her expression was one of ridicule. Carla couldn't help but look at Alex. Debbie's family is poor, but they're still from our hometown, Donna explained. That's why I asked you to bring her mother with you. Alex's situation is similar to Debbie's, and he doesn't have much money, so I asked Darren to bring them here. Is that so? Lisa relaxed when she heard her daughter say that Alex's situation was the same as Debbie's. Carla's daughter was only worth a poor loser. There was no comparison with Donna's family. Debbie, let me give you some advice, Lisa said earnestly. You know your family's situation. You're going to university to learn and get a good job, not to find a partner. You're not like my Donna, who could leave university and my family could still find work for her. But you need to keep your feet on the ground and not try reaching for the stars. It's the same for you, Carla, Lisa continued. Debbie is young, but you're old enough to know better. If you continue as you are, then your family is destined to be poor forever. Alex couldn't bear to listen any longer. I can't let this go, he thought. Even though it's not my family, I still have to say something. I can't let her mock Debbie and her mother like that. Just as he was about to speak, Debbie stopped him and shook her head. Watch your temper, young man, Lisa said to him. I was only telling the truth, and I said it for their own good, so what are you unhappy about? Lisa was rich in her town, and no one dared to talk back to her. Seeing that a loser like Alex intended to argue with her made her angry. She's right, Fiona added. Even if her words were a little harsh, she's older than you, so have some respect. She shook her head and muttered, college students. Debbie, keep an eye on your boyfriend, Natalie said, squinting at Alex. And see what kind of man he is. If he doesn't learn to behave properly, then get yourself a new boyfriend. In the end, Carla apologized to Lisa. Okay, Darren said to Lisa. You must be hungry after your trip. I know a good restaurant with great food, so let's go and eat. See? Darren is a polite young man, looking after us, Lisa said. He's much better than some people around here. Let's go. I'm really hungry. She got angrier the more she looked at Alex, so she ignored him and got into Darren's car. Alex, you go with Debbie and her mom, Darren said. I'll treat everyone to a meal, so you don't need to pay. He gave them an evil smile and added, but my car is full, so I can't drive you there. Can you take a taxi? Do you have enough money? If you don't, I can give you some. No need, Alex said plainly. I'm good. Okay. I've never been to the Sunset restaurant before, Darren said. And you guys are really lucky to enjoy a great meal there for free. He smiled proudly, got into his BMW, and drove away. Thinking about Darren's attitude, Alex didn't want to go, but since he had booked a room for them at the Azalea guest house, why shouldn't he accept the meal? But why does this restaurant sound so familiar? He wondered. As if she had heard him, Debbie whispered, "That's the restaurant I worked in." Chapter 65, Ch 65, being important. The Sunset restaurant was really busy when Darren and the others arrived. It was packed and there were no tables available. More than 10 guests were already waiting to be seated. It seemed that it would be at least half an hour before they could get a table. "I'll go talk to the manager and see if we can pay him to find us a table," Lisa said. She didn't want to wait any longer. She was hungry, and she was an important person in her town. She couldn't be expected to wait. "Mom, let's just wait," Donna said. The Sunset restaurant was famous in New York, and it was always difficult to get a table. Lisa didn't listen to her daughter. With her reputation and her eloquence, she was certain she would be able to get the manager to get them a table quickly. At the front desk, she spoke to the manager and indicated that she would give him an extra $500 to arrange a table for her. But the manager wasn't interested. With such a big restaurant, he probably didn't even need the money. In the end, Lisa was forced to give up. "Mrs. Walters, why don't you sit here and I'll try?" Darren said, standing up. They had all seen Lisa being embarrassed in front of the manager, so he had to do something. Otherwise, Donna, Natalie, and Fiona might blame him. Darren walked toward the manager, feeling quite nervous. He wasn't that important, so would the manager embarrass him too? He had heard his father talk about the manager of the Sunset restaurant several times, but he had no idea how well they knew each other. Now that he had been forced into the situation, Darren had to try. "Hello, Mr. Hood," he said politely as he walked up to the manager. "I'm Darren Rogers, and my father is Gary Rogers from Rogers Construction Company. I've brought a few friends here for dinner, and I wonder if you could find us a table." The owner of Rogers Construction Company? Mr. Hood knew that Mr. Rogers was just the owner of a medium-sized business. Compared to the other guests in the restaurant, the Rogers family simply wasn't important. He was just about to tactfully reject Darren's request when a few more guests walked through the door. Alex, Debbie, and Carla entered the restaurant and saw the others sitting in the waiting area, so they went over to join them. Mr. Hood was stunned when he saw Alex and Debbie. From the behavior of Debbie and the middle-aged woman, they were mother and daughter. It was obvious that they knew Darren's friends. On an earlier occasion, when Bruno had caused trouble for Debbie, Alex had ruthlessly beaten him with a wine bottle. Bruno had even called Sam Woodsworth and asked for help in dealing with Alex, but when Sam had heard Alex's name, everything had changed. Not only did Alex not get beaten up, but Bruno had had to grovel and then clean the floor with his tongue. Alex was someone that even Sam Woodsworth was afraid of, and he seemed to be here with Darren. If the manager didn't help them find a table, Alex might get angry, and then the entire restaurant would be in trouble. Remembering what had happened to Bruno, the manager trembled in fear. He swallowed hard. "Mr. Hood?" Darren asked, puzzled. What was wrong with the manager? "Oh!" Mr. Hood's gaze shifted to Darren's face. "You want a table, right? Sorry, we made a mistake. I will arrange something for you and your friends right now. Please wait." "Okay," Darren agreed, and Mr. Hood immediately hurried off to make the arrangements. Darren was confused. When did my dad become so powerful? He thought. He had been worried that since his dad's company was only a medium-sized business, Mr. Hood might not have respected him. He hadn't expected Mr. Hood to agree so quickly when he heard Darren's father's name. It looks like my father has quite a bit of prestige in New York City, after all, he thought. With that in mind, Darren returned to the waiting area. Well, why do you think we're still just sitting here? Lisa was saying to Alex, clearly annoyed. This is a restaurant, not a house, so you can't just eat whenever you want. Then she looked toward Darren. Darren, it's fine if the manager doesn't have a table. I'm not that hungry, so we can wait for half an hour. Hey, Mrs. Walters, Darren said, proudly. I've already arranged it with Mr. Hood, and he's gone to find us a table. Oh! Lisa was a little taken aback. You're really something, Darren. I tried, and the manager wouldn't listen to me. You're gone for only a minute or two, and you've already got the manager to agree. Impressive. She glared at Alex as she continued, unlike some people who asked why we were still sitting here. If you have the power to do something about it, then go and get the manager to give us a table. If you don't have the power, then keep quiet. She crossed her arms and turned her back on Alex, who merely sighed. A waitress came over and asked them to follow her upstairs to a private room. The door was labeled 888. Inside, the room was spacious and bright. It was decorated with red carpets, yellow chairs, and two expensive-looking porcelain vases that were as tall as a person. Looking at the room, Darren started to panic. He asked the waitress, "What does this room cost?" "Oh, this is our most luxurious room," she said politely. "Prices start at $8,000. $8,000. Darren was shocked and more than a little nervous. He had thought that this meal would cost $2,000 at the most. But $8,000? That was a lot. Darren, how about we go to a different room? Lisa suggested. She had never spent so much on a meal before. And Donna and Darren were still students. How could they possibly afford to spend that much money? It's okay, Mrs. Walters, Darren said, wiping sweat from his forehead. I like this room. Let's stay here. He didn't want to be humiliated in front of everyone. Sir, there's nothing to pay, the waitress said with a smile. Mr. Hood said that you are honored guests, and we are happy to have you in our restaurant. Your meal is on the house. Free. Darren felt like a prisoner who had suddenly been pardoned on his way to be executed. He was overjoyed. He looked at the waitress and noticed that she seemed a little starry-eyed, which was a little amusing. Please take a seat, she said. We will bring your meal shortly. They are all our best dishes. She smiled and left the room. Darren, you really do command respect, Lisa said, sitting down. Not only have you got us into the most luxurious private room, but you don't even have to pay for it. She was extremely satisfied with this powerful boyfriend of Donna's. Exactly, Fiona agreed. What does your family do? Why are they so respected? She was very interested in Darren. My family has a small construction company, and it only earns $10 million a year. It's barely worth mentioning, Darren said casually. $10 million is not worth mentioning? Natalie smiled at him. Then she glanced at Alex, looked him up and down, and asked, Young man, what does your family do? Do you earn several tens of thousands of dollars a year? My family has no business, so how could I earn tens of thousands of dollars? Alex asked, not interested in talking to snobbish people. They all mocked Alex for not having enough money. The waitress returned and brought several dishes to the table, including mushroom soup, pork chops, steak, salmon, and fruit salad. They didn't know which knives and forks to use, but Donna showed them what to do. Debbie and Alex already seemed to know and helped explain it to Carla and Lisa. But weren't they just country bumpkins like Carla? How do you two know which knives and forks to use? Lisa asked in disbelief. Have you eaten in places like this before? I used to work here part-time, Debbie said flatly. Huh. For a minute there I thought you ate in places like this all the time. But no, you were working for someone else. Lisa sneered, then muttered softly, "No matter how much you know about fancy cutlery, it's a waste of time. It's not like you'll get much chance to eat expensive meals." The door opened, and Mr. Hood came in, bowing his head slightly. "How's your meal?" he asked politely, his gaze locked onto Alex's face. Of course, he didn't dare make eye contact. "Very good," Darren said, standing up and shaking Mr. Hood's hand. "Thank you for your hospitality. I will remember it." Mr. Hood is so polite, he thought. He even came over just to ask me if my food was okay. Mr. Hood wanted to speak to Alex, but Darren hadn't let go of his hand and was still standing there, smiling at him. Since he didn't know how close Darren and Alex were, he couldn't object. He simply smiled amicably. Darren talked for a while, and then he finally let go of the manager. "To welcome everyone, I've picked out 2 special bottles of red wine," Mr. Hood told them, gesturing to where a waiter had already brought in the 2 bottles. Smiling, he picked up a bottle. He wanted to place it in front of Alex to show his respect. "Mr. Hood, you're too kind," Darren said. "How can I accept?" He broke off in surprise when he looked at the bottle. "Whoa! This is a Louis XIV from 1992. This is really expensive." "Thank you, Mr. Hood. How did you know that I've always wanted to taste this?" Chapter 66. Stage 66. Alex booked the hotel? Manager Hood smiled with embarrassment and was left speechless. He had paid such a high price to personally give Alex those 2 bottles of Louis XIV, but he hadn't expected that Darren Rogers would think the bottles had been brought specifically for him. However, there was nothing he could do, as it wouldn't be appropriate for him to argue with Darren over the bottles in front of Alex. Looking at the smiling Darren, Manager Hood became suspicious. What was the relationship between this young man and Alex? He thought. Darren was definitely Alex's subordinate. The manager's level was not high enough for Alex to address him in person, so he was only fit to talk to his subordinate. Thinking of this, Manager Hood's respect for Alex deepened. "It's my honor to have everyone come to my restaurant. Let me propose a toast to you all." Manager Hood told the waiter to open a bottle of Louis XIV and pour some wine for everyone at the table. He raised his glass to everyone. "A drink with Manager Hood. I'll remember his good intentions with all my heart," Darren said with a smile and then took a drink from his wine glass. "Thank you," Manager Hood said and continued to clink his glass with each of the others. "What the hell do you think a subordinate of Alex is worth? What I need is for Alex to remember me," the manager thought. Manager Hood appeared polite on the surface while he toasted with Donna and her aunts. He had no interest in them. But when he toasted with Alex's girlfriend Debbie and her mother Carla, his smile was sincere. When it was finally Alex's turn to be toasted, Manager Hood bowed even lower. His smile became even more brilliant as he was flattered and honored by Alex's company. "It was such a big advantage for Alex to follow me. If I wasn't here, Manager Hood would not treat him like this," Darren thought as he sneered to himself. Manager Hood's attitude also surprised Lisa and the others. "That boy Alex is something else." Not only did Darren agree to eat with him, but Manager Hood is treating him with such courtesy, Lisa thought. She felt that the manager was making too much of a sacrifice. But she realized that, since Alex was a guest of Darren's, he couldn't possibly ignore the poor loser. That also proved how much power Darren had. When it was Lisa's turn for a toast, the manager walked up to her. Lisa noticed that he was very handsome and had delicate skin, which was exactly what she was attracted to. She had been too distracted to pay attention to his appearance when they had been talking in the hall. Lisa came up with an idea. Manager Hood was very respectful to that loser. As she was Darren's girlfriend's mother, and Darren had a much higher social position than Alex, she could take a risk with the manager. Even if she did something that displeased him, he wouldn't dare say anything. "Hello, Manager Hood. I'm Donna's mother, Lisa said in a sultry voice as she stared at him and gently touched his hand. His hand felt tender to her. You're so old, and you're taking advantage of me, he thought. Manager Hood's face revealed a trace of astonishment as he looked awkwardly at Lisa, feeling that this middle-aged woman was too disgusting for him. However, he didn't dare show his feelings in front of Alex. Lisa shamelessly continued to try to touch him, but the manager wanted to slap her away. Because of the relationship between Darren and my daughter, Manager Hood wouldn't dare to publicly push me away, she thought. This time, Lisa was even bolder. She found an excuse to touch his arm a few times. Manager Hood quickly left after drinking with Lisa. He felt relieved that he had finally escaped from her clutches. But he hadn't expected that her two sisters would try to do the same. They had both also attempted to use his toast to secretly take advantage of him. After the toast, Manager Hood quickly said a few polite words. As he looked at Lisa and her two middle-aged sisters staring at him, all the hair on his body stood on end. I wonder what else Darren is going to come up with, Lisa said as she and her sisters praised Darren together. If it wasn't for him, how could they eat at such a nice restaurant? Lisa snorted coldly as she looked at Alex and the other two whispering to each other as if no one else existed. Some people only know how to eat and don't even think about who made it possible for them to sit in the most luxurious room, eat the best cuisine, and drink red wine that costs $6,000 per bottle. Sigh, this kind of person is really pitiful, she said in a low voice. Alex raised his head and looked at Lisa unhappily. Debbie pulled at him gently. It's not that big of a deal. You've got a bad temper. We let you guys eat for free, yet you guys still have the nerve to glare at me, she said. Lisa was not afraid of Alex at all. Forget it. Don't bother with someone like Alex, who has no morals, Natalie, one of Donna's aunts, advised her sister. To be able to make you worry like this, there's no one else like Alex, interrupted Fiona, who was another one of Donna's aunts. Alex only thought that these aunties blew hot air, and he didn't care what they said. Manager Hood wanted to say a few more words to Alex, but Darren had been happily chatting with him for a long time. The perverted aunties also squeezed Manager Hood's middle and took advantage by touching him from time to time. If it weren't for the women's relationship with Alex, he would kick them out of the restaurant if they dared to touch him again. As they walked out, a large truck stopped at the side door. The restaurant staff were unloading the goods. They paused to look at the fresh fish, beef, seafood, and vegetables. The ingredients in our restaurant are all imported from Europe, Japan, and other countries from around the world. Once the goods arrive at the port, they can be transported to our restaurant within 3 hours. It's definitely the freshest and most delicious food in New York City, Manager Hood said to Alex and the others. Manager Hood, you are too polite. I just glanced at the truck and you're giving me a detailed introduction to your food. I will ask my dad to come over to your place to eat next time. Darren smiled and patted him on the shoulder. He always felt that Manager Hood was being polite to him because of his father. This young fellow is truly narcissistic. I'm telling you about our products, but are you worthy of them? If Alex wasn't here, would you dream of asking me this? With your dad's income level, our restaurant doesn't care about him. Do you think your dad is that awesome? Ridiculous, Hood thought. He respectfully watched Alex and the others walk away. Then, he walked back into the restaurant. Thinking back to how he had treated Alex, he felt quite pleased with himself. Alex, didn't you already book a hotel? Where is it? I'll take Donna's aunties over there right now, Darren asked with raised eyebrows. What? He booked the hotel, Lisa said in surprise. She glanced at Alex and muttered, what good hotel could he possibly find? We finally came to New York to have some fun. Will it be good enough to stay there? Mom, don't think like that. Alex's hotel booking isn't bad, Donna purposefully said loudly to her mother so that she could criticize Alex even more harshly when she saw the hotel that he had booked. Donna glanced at Alex with a smile. "Alex, what hotel did you book?" she asked. "The Azalea Guest House," Alex said lightly. He didn't want to talk to this family anymore. If it wasn't for his promise yesterday to help them book a hotel, he would have left them behind and taken Debbie and her mother away. "Azalea Guest House?" Donna asked Darren if he knew it, but he shook his head. The most famous hotel in the country was the Azalea Guest House. Because it was not open to ordinary guests, people like Donna and Darren had not heard of it. "What, Donna, you haven't heard about this hotel?" "Oh my. He must have found a small hotel somewhere. How could we go to such a place? We don't even know if it's safe or not. Let Alex and Debbie go there. They're used to living in that kind of place." Lisa truly felt that the hotel that Alex had found would not be good enough for them. Alex didn't say anything and just smiled. It would be perfect if they didn't go, he thought. "Mom, let's go look." "The name doesn't sound so bad," Donna said, trying to persuade her mother. Lisa listened to her daughter's words and decided to take a look at the hotel. After getting into the car, Donna and the others headed toward the Azalea Guest House according to their map. Alex, Debbie, Carla, and the others got in a taxi and headed toward the hotel as well. In Darren's car, Lisa let Darren first take them for a ride around New York City to see the evening scenery. As he drove his BMW leisurely along the wide city streets, they saw Central Park, the sparkling water in the river, and the sounds from people sitting along the bank. This made Lisa and her sisters sigh deeply at the beauty of the city. "That hotel is so beautiful." Lisa pointed at a majestic building outside the window and added, "It would be great if we could stay there." By saying this, she was also hinting to Darren that she liked it. Darren glanced out the window. It was the Berkeley Hotel. "That's the Berkeley Hotel, which is one of the most high-end hotels in the city. It's usually occupied by the most opulent people. Even the cheapest room would cost more than $5,000 a night." Darren smiled lightly. How could he not understand what Lisa meant? If it was only Lisa on her own, he would have let her stay at the Berkeley, but she had brought her two sisters. Even if he had a lot of power, he wouldn't be willing to spend 3 times the amount of money. Lisa didn't let her disappointment show. It appeared there was still quite a gap between Darren and the top families that she had imagined. "Let's go look at the hotel Alex picked out. If it's not good, I'll book a different hotel for you guys." As he said this, Darren drove his car toward Azalea Guest House. Chapter 67, Sage 67. No problem with Darren's help. Azalea Guest House was an antique courtyard-style hotel located at the southernmost edge of New York City. By the time Darren's car arrived, Alex and the others had already settled in. Everything had been arranged, so they just needed to check in. After parking, Darren called Alex, who quickly came out and led them in through the gate to the Azalea Guest House. It was already dark. In the courtyard, pine and cypress branches hung in the shadows over the winding garden path and a pool of water. On the surface of the water, there were floating lotus leaves with pink lotus flowers. "This place is quite pretty," Donna thought as she looked at the scenery around her. "I knew he couldn't pick out a hotel. But it's clean here, and we finally made it to New York. Why do we have to stay in a bungalow, though? We have so many of them in our county," Lisa thought. Although Azalea Guest House was not as unbearable as she had imagined, she still didn't feel that it was good enough. She liked hotels that were tall buildings like the Berkeley and not bungalow style like the Azalea Guest House, but she didn't see a point in speaking her mind. Although they didn't know how expensive the Azalea Guest House was, they understood that in a metropolis like New York, a hotel like this would not be bad. It might not be comparable to the Berkeley Hotel, but it was unlikely that Darren could book a better one. Even though Lisa and the other two couldn't stop complaining, they still ended up staying at the hotel. After a long day, they were all truly tired. The next day, Lisa and her two sisters finished washing up and followed her out of the room. Although this hotel is a bungalow, it's still quite comfortable to sleep in, Natalie said as she was still a bit pleasantly surprised. What's there to feel comfortable about? We were too tired yesterday, so we'll all feel this way, Fiona said, curling her lips. Hey, don't you feel that this hotel doesn't have a lot of people? Last night, I had nothing better to do, so I walked around it and found that less than half of the rooms were lit up. They have such a big hotel, but so few guests. I'm really curious as to what they're relying on to make money, she added. Well, this is the hotel that Debbie's boyfriend found, so it can't be that good. If it was good, how could he possibly have brought us here? I think the hotel is about to close down, probably because no one comes to stay here. As it's about to close, it's got cheaper prices. The kid found a deal, Lisa said, sure of herself. Natalie and Fiona nodded. I asked the attendants last night if they had male escorts here. They said no. That really pisses me off, Lisa whispered to them. Where are we going to find a male escort? Last night, I dreamed of that manager Hood at the Sunset restaurant. If I could get him into my bed, it would be perfect, Natalie said hopefully. Me too. Manager Hood is too cool, Fiona said with an infatuated look. You two have such good prospects, but don't worry. If there's a chance in the future, we'll definitely make him our plaything. We'll look for him in the city for the next 2 days, and you two will definitely have fun with him. Lisa's heart was itching as well. Hello, ladies. Are you on your way to go eat? The dining area of our hotel is next to the courtyard. I'll have the attendants take you there. All the food is free of charge, the receptionist said warmly when she saw Lisa and the others. No need, Lisa said, tactfully rejecting the receptionist's good intentions. A restaurant that's about to close down, what could there be that's good to eat? It's free, so it must be cheap food, she thought. Although the hotel was on the verge of closing, the receptionist and waitress were really attractive. At that moment, Debbie's mother, Carla, walked out as well. Hello, our hotel offers free food and drinks. It's by the courtyard. I'll have the waiter take you there, the receptionist said as she approached Carla. She had been instructed that this was an important guest that must be treated well. Carla was happy to eat a free meal. The receptionist took her to the courtyard, while Lisa and the other two snickered and walked away. Look at this big garden. There are so few people walking around at such a good hour in the morning. The food and drinks are free, just perfect for lowly people like Carla and her group. Let's go. The three of us will go out to eat at a better place, said Lisa. Do you think we'll find toast and eggs? She asked the other two proudly. Let's go look for some, they chimed. That's fine. After we finish eating, let's take a good stroll around the city and see where we can find male escorts. I'll let you two ladies have a good time. The three women laughed as they talked to each other, walking out of the Azalea guest house. A week passed by quickly. Since Lisa and the others looked down on the Azalea guest house, they had not eaten a single meal there. They had indeed heard of a place with male escorts. The three of them had gone twice, which cost them over $6,000. Although Lisa's family had little money, if she spent too much this time, it might arouse her husband's suspicions. So, she didn't dare to overuse her bank account. That day, they saw Carla again and noticed that her appearance had improved in the past week. She had become much more spirited. The three of them found it quite strange. Are you going to have breakfast by the courtyard? The food there is delicious, Carla invited them enthusiastically. Forget it. You're used to eating chicken liver and pickles all day at home, but we feel that the smell is too strong, so we're eating somewhere else. Lisa looked at Carla with disdain, then took Natalie and Fiona out of the Azalea guest house. After they finished their meal, they began to stroll around and window shop at the shopping malls in the city. By 11:30, their stomachs were growling. There's a restaurant over there. Let's go eat lunch. Lisa was the richest, so naturally, she was the leader of their group of three. They went wherever she wanted to go. As the three of them spoke with each other, they walked toward the nearby restaurant. Lisa had only taken a few steps when she stopped. She saw a woman who looked very familiar. Joanne, she called out hesitantly. When the woman in front of her turned around, Lisa was overjoyed. The woman was indeed Joanne Ludlow. Lisa's family owned a pharmaceutical company, and they were currently discussing a partnership with a private hospital in their area. Joanne was the wife of the hospital's CEO. Negotiations had reached a stalemate, so if she could get Joanne's support, then this partnership would not be a problem. Joanne, it's really you. Lisa quickly walked over to her. I didn't expect you to be in New York too. What a coincidence. It's you, Lisa. Where are you going? Joanne said amiably. Lisa was stuck. She wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to discuss the partnership. Wouldn't it be too cheap if they went to the restaurant she had seen across the street? She came up with an idea and said, We're going to eat. Joanne, you haven't eaten either. Let's go to Sunset Restaurant. The atmosphere there is pretty good. Lisa remembered a big dinner she'd had at Sunset Restaurant on her first day in New York. If I hadn't met Joanne today, I wouldn't have remembered that we ate there, she cursed to herself. Sunset? It's quite upscale there, and they have such pricey food. I think we should find a place to eat nearby, Joanne said with a smile. She had heard from her New York friends that Sunset was one of the most expensive restaurants in the city. It was not something that ordinary people could afford. Joanne was not confident. This is even better. If I were to treat her to a meal at Sunset Restaurant, she would look up to me. Even if I asked her for help, she would be too embarrassed to refuse, thought Lisa. It's all right, Joanne. Don't worry, it's not easy for us to meet in a different city. I'm treating you to a meal, you can't reject me. Let's go, Lisa said. She hailed a taxi and took them all to Sunset. It's really good here. We ate here recently. As Lisa spoke, she led Joanne into the restaurant. The waiting area was already filled to the brim with more than 10 people in line. Lisa, there's a long wait. Why don't we find another restaurant? Joanne was still a little nervous. In terms of status and wealth, Lisa couldn't even compare to her, and even she was a little scared to come here. She didn't believe that Lisa could afford this place. Hey, Joanne. What are you looking for? Wait a minute, we'll have a seat soon, Lisa said calmly. The last time they had come here, there hadn't been any free tables, but they had managed to get one. This time, she believed she could again solve that problem just by mentioning Darren's name. I'll be right back. Lisa gave Joanne a wink before confidently walking up to the hostess. Where's she going? Joanne asked Fiona. You can't just ask the hostess to find us a seat. Is she going to do that? It's impossible. She thinks this is our city. This is going to be a joke. Joanne was very anxious. If she had known Lisa was so brainless, she wouldn't have come with her. Joanne, don't worry. Other people might not be able to, but Lisa can definitely do it, Fiona confidently said. Her daughter is dating an important man, and the last time we came here for dinner, we relied on him to get us seats. Who is her daughter's boyfriend? Is he very powerful? Joanne asked curiously. His name is Darren. He's terrific. The last time we came here, the manager found a spot for us without a word, and all the food was free. He even offered us a toast with a very exclusive red wine. His attitude is so humble, Natalie said to Joanne. That's why Lisa will definitely be fine. Chapter 68. CH 68. Give me a free meal. Lisa had already walked up to the hostess. Miss, please arrange a seat for us. My friends and I have been waiting for a few minutes, she said in a very proper tone. I'm sorry, please wait in line. When it's your turn, we will arrange a table for you, the hostess said politely. What? I need a place right now. Don't you know me? Let me tell you that I'm someone you can't afford to offend. If you don't arrange a place for me as soon as possible, I can tell you very clearly that you might lose your job, Lisa said aggressively. She felt that it was beneath her that a hostess could refuse her request. Ma'am, I hope you can follow our rules, said the hostess with a smile and continued, we really don't have a seat right now. If you want to eat here, you need to line up first. We'll arrange a table for you. I want to talk to your manager. I want to see if he can find a seat for me, Lisa said adamantly. She thought that the hostess definitely hadn't seen them the other day, so it would be useless for her to explain everything. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Our manager has his own matters to attend to. If you have anything to say, just say it to me, said the hostess. This middle-aged woman is obviously looking for trouble. If she thinks she can bully her way in, she'll be turned away, thought the hostess. You're such a naive little girl. Lisa choked with anger. She really couldn't handle this woman and looked at her worriedly. As you can see, we've come here with a friend. If today's meal is ruined, our family will lose $150,000 to $300,000, Lisa admitted bitterly to increase the importance of this meal and pressure the hostess. Can you make room for me now? When our business is done, I'll give you a big tip of $100. As you can see, all the tables are already occupied. There is only one supreme room left, but it's too expensive. The minimum price is $8,000, so I'm sure you won't want it. I really have no choice, the hostess said awkwardly. A supreme room is empty? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lisa said in high spirits. The last time they had eaten in that room, their meal had been free. Since they had been able to eat for free in a supreme room, why shouldn't they eat there again? Are you sure you want to eat in a supreme room? The reason why a supreme room was still available was that it cost so much. Lisa didn't look like someone who could afford to eat there, no matter how well dressed she was. What are you saying? It's not like we've never eaten in a supreme room before. Do you think we'll go back on our word or something? Lisa said with dissatisfaction. Hearing how confident she was, the hostess didn't dare to say anything else and ordered someone to bring Lisa and the others to the room. Lisa, what's the minimum order for a supreme room? Is it really all right? Joanne asked Lisa in a low voice. Although Lisa had ordered the room, Joanne was still very nervous. Joanne, don't worry. I'll treat you. Your mission today is to eat and enjoy yourself. Don't worry about anything else, Lisa said with a relaxed smile. The waiter led them to the room. Joanne was amazed by the luxurious decor inside. Seeing her expression, Lisa felt even more satisfied. We came here last week. Let's order the same thing as the last time, Lisa said to the waiter. But there are only 4 of you this time. If you order that much, you might not be able to eat it all, the waiter kindly said to them. If I tell you to go get this order, you do it. If we can't finish, we'll have leftovers. You worry a lot, Lisa said with a great deal of anxiety. Only then did the waiter left. You're too generous, Joanne said in defeat. Seeing that Lisa had so much confidence and that she had indeed eaten in a supreme room before, Joanne felt much more at ease. Hey, look at what you're saying. You're not used to being here. When you come a few more times, you'll know that it's just like that here, Lisa said modestly, but her heart was already beating fast. Very soon, one delicacy after another was brought to the table. Hurry and try it all, Joanne. The cuisine here is the most authentic. The oysters are pretty good, Lisa said with a look of understanding. In reality, how could she know whether the cuisine was good or not? At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open and a young man walked in with a smile. It was Manager Hood. Those who were able to order a supreme room were all esteemed guests, so whenever there was someone eating in there, he would personally come to offer them a toast. Hello, everyone. Manager Hood was stunned when he saw that the perverted ladies, including Lisa, had returned. How could it be them? Manager Hood couldn't help but feel angry. When Lisa and her sisters saw the manager, they were overjoyed, and a perverted expression appeared on their faces. Is the food delicious? I'll make a toast. If you need anything, feel free to tell me, Manager Hood said as he picked up a glass of beer from the table. He just wanted to finish the toast and leave. Looking at these ladies, he felt disgusted. Manager Hood, wait a minute. This wine isn't very good. Since you want to toast us, you have to bring some decent wine. Let's have some of that Louis XIV from the last time, Lisa said, looking at him meaningfully. Okay, I'll go and get it now, Manager Hood said politely. He turned around and walked out of the room. Staying in there for too long was a mental blow for him. This manager is really handsome, Joanne couldn't help but whisper. Joanne, you like him too. As long as you're sincere, I can make him accompany you for 2 days. Lisa smiled mysteriously at Joanne as she raised her eyebrows. Are you joking? He's such a big manager. Why would he listen to you? Joanne's heart was quite moved. She felt a little scared, as this was also a test for Lisa. You won't believe it. I'll let you see if he listens to me or not later on, Lisa said proudly. By the way, Joanne, if I can really get the manager to accompany you for 2 days, then what about our partnership? Oh, sure. My husband listens to me a lot, Joanne said with a coy smile. At this moment, Manager Hood walked in with a bottle of Louis XIV. He opened it and poured some for everyone. He walked up to Lisa and toasted her. Manager Hood, you drink so quickly. Look, a drop of wine spilled on your shirt. Come, let me wipe it for you, said Lisa. She playfully wanted to put her hand on his chest. I can do it myself. The manager took a step back and wiped himself. This wine is really strong, I'm dizzy. Lisa touched her forehead and fell toward him. She wanted to fall into his arms, but he quickly dodged her. Lisa stumbled and almost bumped into the table. Your reaction was pretty fast. I didn't manage to kill you, she thought. The manager pretended that nothing had happened as he smiled at Lisa and clinked wine glasses with the others. They all wanted to take advantage of him, but he didn't let them succeed. Manager Hood said a few polite words and then left. Don't worry, Joanne. I'll definitely get him to accompany you for 2 days, Lisa said, smiling awkwardly. Seeing Joanne's ugly expression, she was embarrassed. She thought it was probably because Darren wasn't there that day, so the manager didn't want them to take advantage of her generosity. Joanne didn't really take this matter to heart. The cuisine there was indeed pretty good, so she ate happily. After they ate and drank their fill, Lisa walked next to Joanne as they went to leave. When they reached the main entrance, the waiter caught up with them from behind. I'm sorry, but your bill has not been settled yet. Please settle your bill first before leaving, he said politely as he stood in front of Lisa and the others. Lisa's face turned red. The waiter wanted to settle the bill with her in front of Joanne. Wasn't this deliberately making her lose face? Are you new? Do I need to spend money here? I'll go back and ask Manager Hood, Lisa said as she felt that there was nothing wrong with what she had done. She almost scared the waiter with her words. Luckily, the manager walked over, asked the waiter something, and then looked at Lisa's calm expression. Manager Hood really wanted to slap Lisa on the face because of her words. Please settle your bill, Manager Hood said with a serious expression. Lisa, this Joanne looked at Lisa with worry. Didn't you say you didn't need to pay for the meal? What's going on now? Thought Joanne. Don't worry, Lisa comforted her. No one knew where she found her confidence, but she looked at the manager and said, Manager Hood, did you forget? Didn't you give us a free meal the last time we came here? Yes, but there was a reason for that exemption. I'm sorry. Please settle the bill first, he said again while staring at Lisa. As he carefully thought about their last visit, it seemed that Alex had only talked to Debbie and her mother while they ate, and he had ignored everyone else. With his many years of experience in understanding people, Manager Hood was sure that Lisa and her group didn't have much to do with Alex. If it was Debbie and her mother coming to eat that day, Manager Hood would definitely let them leave without paying. But Lisa and the others were just ordinary people, so how could he let them eat in a supreme room for nothing? What's the matter with Manager Hood today? Didn't you treat us so well because of Darren the last time? Lisa thought. Okay, Manager Hood, I didn't expect you to be so unreasonable. I'll phone him right now. What do you want me to say to him? Lisa glared at the manager, took out her phone, and stepped aside to make the call. Just you wait. It's clearly a small matter, yet you insist on getting into trouble. I want to see how you're going to explain it all to him when he comes, Lisa said coldly to the manager after she hung up. Don't worry, Joanne. When he arrives, everything will be sorted out. We just ate at this place. If we make them look bad, they won't be happy. We'll just have to wait and see, Lisa said. That's good. Joanne's heart calmed down when she saw that Lisa and the others were so undisturbed. But Manager Hood's heart was beating really hard. Could it be that she was calling Alex just now? Did I make a mistake? Is this woman really related to Alex? He thought. He was nervously waiting for this person to arrive. He made up his mind that if it really was Alex, he would apologize to them. It didn't matter if he lost face, as it was still better than offending Alex. A young man walked in through the door. Lisa hurried over and greeted him. Darren, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, this would have killed me. Chapter 69, Siege 69, Big Bill and Strange Rules. Darren, do you see that woman? She's a business partner for our family. I lost face badly in front of her just now. If you help me save face, I'll hand her over to you, Lisa whispered into his ear. Darren walked up to Manager Hood. The manager was much more relaxed now. Originally, he was afraid that Lisa would call Alex to come over, but it turned out to be Darren. Manager Hood scolded him in his heart. Last time, Darren had felt good about himself and had made Manager Hood think that he had been Alex's friend. Later, Manager Hood had investigated it and found out that this was not the case at all. This is my daughter's boyfriend. He'll solve this for us. Joanne, you can relax now, right? Lisa said with a smile. Joanne greeted Darren by nodding her head. Manager Hood, now that I'm here, let's just forget about this matter, Darren said to the manager with a smile. He had felt that the moment had appeared. Manager Hood's attitude would be softened. Forget it? You must be joking. Manager Hood laughed coldly. Since you're here, then you can please settle the bill quickly. What's going on with Manager Hood today? He wasn't like this the last time. Could it be that he doesn't remember me after a week? Thought Darren. Manager Hood, you don't remember me? I'm Darren. My dad's company is the Rogers Construction Company, Darren said. Oh, Manager Hood had a look of realization on his face. It's good that you remember. The misunderstanding has been resolved. I'll remember your good intentions today. Don't worry, I'll visit you often in the future, Darren said with a smile. He then turned to Lisa. We can leave now. Darren was about to leave with Lisa and the others, who were praising him. Stop. Manager Hood cried out. What the hell do you mean that the misunderstanding is resolved? When did I let you go? You don't need to send us off. We can just leave by ourselves, Darren said with a smile. What the heck? Just how narcissistic is this fellow? Manager Hood thought as he grabbed Darren's shoulder forcefully. Ouch! What are you doing? Exclaimed Darren. You can't leave until you've paid the bill. If you continue playing tricks on me, I'll call the police. Manager Hood said angrily. Manager Hood, You didn't take the wrong medicine today, did you? Aren't you mistaken? I'm Darren, and you still want me to pay? He asked in surprise. I don't care who pays. I will hand you all over to the police if you don't pay today, Manager Hood said. He became more and more annoyed as he looked at Lisa and the others. Are you going to pay the bill or not? Or don't you want to pay the bill? It seems like these perverts want to go back on their word, Manager Hood thought as he took out his phone and was about to call the police. Lisa and the others were dumbfounded. Joanne, who was standing to the side, also turned red. In such a high-end restaurant, she felt extremely humiliated and embarrassed. Don't call the police, I'll pay their bill for them, Darren said as he glared at the manager. He still didn't understand why the man had changed so much. Okay, it's good that someone is paying, Manager Hood said as he took the bill from the waiter and gave it to Darren. It's $17,630 in total, so you can just give me $17,000. $17,000. Darren was so shocked that his tonsils almost flew out. He quickly looked at the bill. It was very detailed. Just one bottle of Louis XIV was worth more than $6,000, so it was not surprising that the bill was so much money. Darren gritted his teeth as he glanced at Lisa and cursed in his heart. You dimwit. You know how to enjoy yourself. You dared to drink red wine worth $6,000. Weren't you afraid of getting drunk to death? He thought. Lisa's heart trembled when she heard the price of $17,000. When she saw Joanne glance at her speechlessly, Lisa smiled coyly in embarrassment and said, Don't worry, I'll settle this matter. Joanne snorted and turned her head away. Lisa walked up to Darren and asked uncertainly, No problem, right? Yep. Darren was full of anger, but it was still on him to pay. He looked at Lisa and wanted to give her a good scolding, but she was Donna's mother after all. He was just a student with a bit of money, and $17,000 was hardly a small sum. Sir, all the money you have here on your credit cards, in addition to the cash, is $12,000. There's still $5,000 left to pay. How will you pay for the rest? The hostess politely said as she handed all his credit cards back to Darren. What? My cards only have that much money. Darren was very surprised as he did not normally pay attention to his balance. With a glance at the hostess's computer, he knew it was indeed the case. Right now, he didn't dare to ask for money from his family, so he could only cast a pleading gaze at Lisa. She came to New York for fun, so she must have some money with her. Lisa, there's still about $5,000 left. Why don't you put it on your card? Darren said quietly, but he wasn't particularly embarrassed. After all, he had already paid most of the bill. To be honest, $5,000 wasn't a huge sum for Lisa. However, she had already spent a huge amount of money in the past few days. If she spent another $5,000, her husband would definitely suspect that she might have found a male escort. Darren's face turned extremely ugly when she didn't say anything in response. Hell, you dare to order such expensive dishes without money? He thought. What about the two aunties? Darren's eyes shifted toward Fiona and Natalie. They don't have money on them either, Lisa said awkwardly. She was worried too, as her gaze locked onto Joanne. Wasn't Joanne the only one who currently had money? The surrounding customers began to make comments. Hey, how dare you come to Sunset Restaurant without money? You're all crazy, said one. These country bumpkins are really something. Do they really think that the fancy restaurants in New York are as cheap as those in the countryside? Said another. Where did they get the courage to eat in a Supreme room? I think they wanted to eat for free from the very beginning, exclaimed another. The customers that were eating nearby all looked at Lisa and the others with a smirk as they whispered to each other. Joanne, we don't have enough money right now. Look, Lisa walked up to Joanne with a stiff smile. When Joanne heard Lisa asking her for money, the anger in her heart surged. You really treated me to a good meal, Joanne said with a sneer. Then she snorted and walked up to the hostess. She handed over her credit card and swiped the remaining $5,000. After she was done, Joanne covered her face with her hands and walked quickly toward the door. She felt that it was too embarrassing for her to remain in there. "Joanne, wait for me. Leave me your number, and I'll return the money to you," Lisa said loudly. There's no need." Joanne turned her head and looked at Lisa with a cold smile. "I must be really out of my mind today. That's why I came to eat with you. Goodbye. Don't be like this. Today was an accident. I'll find another time to meet up with you, and we'll talk about the partnership." Lisa was afraid that this would affect their future business dealings. Partnership? I don't think our hospital needs that kind of luck. "You should find someone else to work with instead," Joanne said as she waved her hand to get a taxi, climbed in, and left. Hearing Joanne's words, Lisa knew that her family's business had failed. Her heart felt like it was being frozen in an ice house. Fiona and Natalie also blamed themselves. "Don't be too sad. Should I take you back now?" Darren looked at Lisa's sad expression and felt that she had deserved it. If she didn't have the money, then she shouldn't have eaten at such an expensive restaurant. Now, her business had failed, and she even made him make a fool of himself in front of so many people. "No need. We'll take a taxi back." "I still have to thank you for today, Darren," Lisa said dejectedly. She then got a taxi and went back to the hotel with her sisters. When they arrived at the Azalea guest house, Lisa went to her room to rest. That day, her business deal had failed, and she had suffered such a huge humiliation. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lisa, Fiona, and the others gathered again to go have a meal. But they were no longer in the mood to go out to eat. As they walked past the front desk, the receptionist politely reminded them, "I'm sorry to bother you, but the time of your stay will end tomorrow at noon. Please vacate your rooms before noon. It's finished." Lisa discussed the situation with Fiona and Natalie. Although the hotel was a bungalow and not their ideal luxury hotel, it was still quite comfortable, and they still wanted to stay for 2 more days. "Can we stay in the room longer?" Lisa asked. "My apologies, but you can't stay in the room." "Please forgive us," the receptionist politely said. "We can't stay in the room? Did I hear that wrong? Why not? Are there any other available rooms in the guest house?" Lisa asked in surprise. "I'm sorry. If you want a new room, then you will need Mr. Ambrose to get a room for you," the receptionist said with difficulty. "We still need him?" Lisa had no intention of bowing down to Alex. The rules in this hotel are quite odd. No wonder it's going to close soon, she thought. "Fine. We will leave tomorrow." In the worst case, Alex could just find them another hotel in the city. "Are you going to dinner?" Carla walked out and greeted Lisa and the others. "We've had such great meals out these past few days that I can't eat much of anything anymore, so I'll go with you," Lisa said as she followed Carla to the courtyard. "This place is pretty nice." Lisa and her sisters praised the decor. This time, they were grateful for all the free food, so they ordered a few dishes without worry. "I didn't expect the food here to be so delicious," Lisa said. She and the others felt that this was the most delectable meal they had ever eaten in New York. It was even more delicious than the one they had eaten at Sunset Restaurant. Their table was filled with expensive delicacies such as abalone and lobster. They felt a little regret that they hadn't eaten at their hotel for the past few days. However, they comforted themselves with the thought that there was still a gap between the meals at their hotel and those at Sunset. After all, Sunset Restaurant's food was imported from various countries and could be transported from the port within 3 hours. Chapter 70, CH70, all because of Alex. Lisa and her 2 sisters finished their meal and followed Carla out. Once outside, they couldn't help but take a look at the staff who were unloading the produce. They saw that there was lobster, sea cucumber, abalone, and other expensive ingredients in the truck, which seemed to be the same one that they had seen days ago in front of Sunset Restaurant. Where did all this stuff come from? It looks pretty good, the chefs said as they studied the goods. The lobster is from Canada, the sea cucumber is from Australia, and the abalone is from Germany. Don't worry, everything is the world's best, the delivery man said. Let me see the documents for your shipment. Let me see when it arrived at the port. The delivery man quickly handed over a record book to a chef. This was the official data, and it recorded all the information of the shipment in detail. Hey, you don't trust us yet. The goods I'm giving you must be the best in New York. These goods were all checked and accepted by customs an hour ago. They are definitely the freshest, the delivery man said with a smile. Okay, the chef said as they looked at the documents and nodded their heads in satisfaction. They had already picked out the ingredients that they needed and asked, "Where are you going to send the rest of this?" "We take them to Sunset Restaurant first. Although they're the leftovers, these are still top produce. I estimate that this hotel is the best in all of New York," the delivery man said as he loaded the remaining food into the truck. This scene stunned Lisa and the others. The produce for the Sunset Restaurant was chosen from their leftovers? Doesn't that mean the food here is better than at Sunset? How is it possible that the cargo could be transported here within an hour of reaching the port? She asked herself. When Lisa recalled the taste of the food that she had just enjoyed in the dining area, it really had been more delicious than what they had eaten at Sunset. Lisa, Fiona, and Natalie felt a great heartache. That meal at Sunset Restaurant had cost many thousands of dollars, and they had made big fools of themselves. They had never thought that they would be able to enjoy a feast that was worth so much money but would be free of charge at Azalea Guest House. Plus, the ingredients were even fresher than those at Sunset. They had stayed in Azalea Guest House for a week for nothing, but they had never eaten a single meal there. When they thought about losing so much money all at once, Lisa and the others felt as if their hearts were being cut out bit by bit. "Are you all right?" Carla asked with concern. Why did the three of them turn so pale all of a sudden? "Mind your own business." Lisa gave Carla a hard look, thinking that Carla had been dining at the hotel all week. She looked at her with even more distaste, as if she had taken advantage of her. Walking around the garden path in the courtyard, Lisa and the others finally felt a little better. However, there was one thing that they couldn't understand. Why was the Azalea Guest House restaurant so much more sophisticated than Sunset? This was just a rundown hotel that was about to shut down. At that moment, they happened to be near the hotel's front entrance. "I'm sorry, but please don't pass yet. You can take a detour to the other side," a man in a suit and shiny leather shoes said as he blocked their path. He looked like a staff member. "Oh, okay." Lisa saw how handsome this man was and agreed in a daze. She stood beside Fiona and her sisters. There were several staff members there, and all of them were tall and wore earphones. They wore serious expressions and said something into the earphones from time to time. A few minutes later, the staff members started getting nervous and looked towards the entrance. A flashy car with a red flag slowly drove up. A foreigner stepped down out of the car. A man who looked like he was in charge went to shake hands with the foreigner. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the translator, the man in charge invited the foreigner to enter through Azalea Guest House's gate. Surprisingly, there were also a few reporters following behind them with cameras. A smartly dressed staff member stood nearby to protect them. As they walked ahead, the man in charge introduced the Azalea Guest House to the foreigners through translators. The foreigners looked at the surroundings and nodded from time to time. As they passed by Lisa and the others, they heard the man say, "This hotel is specially designed to receive the most respected guests. We've previously received the Secretary of State for Finance, the Chancellor of the University of Oxford, and the head of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. The foreigner nodded and spoke in a foreign language. The translator quickly said, Minister Yaichuriai said that he is honored to be able to stay in a place where so many distinguished people have stayed. He also hopes that this trip to New York can attract more investment for El Salvador. As the group spoke, they walked toward a large conference room by the courtyard. Lisa and the others were shocked when they heard their words. What kind of hotel was Azalea Guest House? They have even received powerful people, such as foreign ministers and chancellors, they wondered. Thinking about how the receptionist had reminded them that they must leave their room, as well as the top ingredients in the hotel's dining area, Lisa felt more and more that Azalea Guest House was not as simple as they had imagined. Lisa opened her phone and searched for information about the hotel on the internet. When they saw the results, the sisters were completely dumbfounded. The words almost blinded them. They were actually staying in one of the top hotels in the world. It was no wonder that they were not able to extend their stay in the room, and that the food was even better than at Sunset Restaurant. Everything made more sense. This was a place that had received countless nobles and dignitaries. Ordinary people, even if they had money, wouldn't be able to book a room there. Yet, these ladies from a small city had stayed there for a week. If they had known earlier, they would have felt better there. It was a pity that they had to leave the next day. Lisa's gaze shot toward Carla as if she was a hungry dog that had seen bones. Her eyes lit up. I'll go back first, Carla said as she was terrified by her stare. Don't go, Carla. Are you leaving tomorrow as well? Lisa asked as she moved closer to her. Alex has already helped me pay. I can still stay here for a few days, Carla said in a low voice. She felt that Lisa and the others were like hungry wolves. Their eyes were red, and they could eat her at any time. Carla, let your daughter's boyfriend help us out for a few more days. We want to stay here to keep you company. Lisa had changed her way of addressing her. She definitely couldn't use Alex, so her only hope was Carla. Carla, please help us talk to Alex. Did you forget that we were the ones who gave you the plane ticket? Said one sister. I believe Carla will definitely help us renew our room since we came to New York together, said another sister. The three sisters really wanted to stay for a few more days. After staying with so many great people, they would be able to benefit from their spiritual energy. At the same time, they could boast to their friends and relatives and become the center of attention. All right. Carla wasn't the type to fuss about it, so she agreed. She gave Alex a call, asking him to get a new room for Lisa and the others. Previously, Debbie had told her that Alex's family background was also pretty good. At that time, Carla didn't really believe it, but she believed it now. However, Carla didn't know how big his family was, so she had to ask Debbie about it when she had time. Thank you, Carla. Take care. After Lisa and the others respectfully escorted Carla to her room, they strolled around the courtyard. Knowing that this was such an important hotel, they even felt that the hotel's bathroom was more fragrant than the flowers outside. The three sisters walked around and took fancy photographs, which would be evidence for their later claims that they had been to this hotel. After 2 hours of photographing, they finally returned to their rooms in satisfaction. I didn't expect Alex to be able to get a room at a great hotel. Now that I think about it, that kid is quite handsome, Fiona said as she sat on the bed and looked at a photo on her phone. At first, I saw that he was poorly dressed and didn't have a watch. I thought he was a pauper with a poor woman like Debbie. But now, it seems that he isn't that simple, replied Natalie. I'm rich myself. But I've just asked how much it costs to stay here for a night, and it's more than $20,000. Who could possibly afford to spend that much money? Lisa pondered and said, Don't forget, this is a particularly exclusive hotel. It's impossible to book a room without status. Yeah, I think it's strange now. Think about this. Why did Manager Hood treat us so courteously on our first day at Sunset Restaurant? It must have been out of respect for one of us. At first, we all thought it was Darren, But it doesn't look like that's the case after what happened today, Natalie analyzed calmly. Only Alex. Lisa paused, then continued. I didn't think that Alex would hide himself so well at such a young age. That's right. Which one of the normal rich kids aren't arrogant and cruel? How many of them can be as calm and collected as he is? It seems like this Alex is no ordinary wealthy man. This kind of person is very powerful. He will definitely be very successful in the future, Fiona said, and the other two nodded in agreement. If only Donna could be with Alex. It seems like Carla and her daughter still don't know that Alex is from a top family. This is an opportunity. Lisa began to scheme. That's right. In front of Alex, Darren is nothing, said one sister. I'll tell Donna. Although the chances are slim. But if I don't give it a try, I'll regret it for the rest of my life, Lisa said with a serious look in her eyes. Chapter 71, Ch. 71. Spotted by the stars. Alex didn't know what Lisa Walters and the others were thinking. He and Debbie Stonehill were still living a sweet life together. After a week of intense classes, Debbie finally caught up with her learning and had some free time to spend with Alex. Their schedules were both open after the first morning class, so Alex asked Debbie to meet him. They went for a walk down the commercial street outside the university campus. I gave your mother another week of rest at the Azalea Guest House. She rarely comes to New York, so why not let her visit the city more? Alex said as he held Debbie's hand as they walked along the street. His heart filled with happiness as he looked at her beautiful face while she licked her ice cream cone. I haven't seen her for a few days. Why is she wandering around the city alone? Debbie asked, with a trace of worry on her face. It wasn't that she didn't want to spend time with her mother, it was that her mother had told her to study hard. Carla Stonehill didn't want her daughter to slack off with her studies because of her visit. It's all right. I've already asked Sam Woodsworth to send someone to accompany her for a stroll. You can rest easy, reassured Alex. You still have a way of doing things, Debbie said. She felt comforted knowing that Alex had taken care of things and had sent someone to help. It's so hot, Alex exclaimed as he looked at her and her two long braids. He couldn't get tired of looking at her. He playfully said, Can I have a bite of your ice cream? I'll give you some, she said as Alex stared at her. She felt embarrassed as he looked at her so intently, but she also really enjoyed it. She held the cone up to him. Yum, Alex said with a smile while slowly opening his mouth. As she held the cone, she saw that he started to eat all of it. Debbie became surprised and angry. He only left the bottom of the cone in her hand. He looked at her with a naughty smile as he chewed happily. Alex, she exclaimed as she grabbed his arm and said, You should have left some for me. You're so annoying. Ouch! Debbie let go, Alex said in a flustered manner. She let go of him after some playful struggle. It was just a mouthful. You said it was okay. Alex rubbed his arm and continued talking with her. You. Debbie looked at him, feeling playfully annoyed. He quickly admitted his wrongdoing, softly hugged her, and said, I was wrong. I was just messing around with you. Please don't be angry, all right? I'll buy you 2 ice cream cones next time. 3 cones. 4. Will that do? Debbie was so amused by him that she couldn't help but laugh. Alex finally let out a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to hold her in his arms and give her a big hug. Although she was small, he could still feel her weight in his arms, taking notice of her body. All right, let go of me, Debbie said softly. He looked at her and noticed that her gaze was directed behind him. Alex let go of her and turned to look. He saw a well-proportioned, short-haired beauty staring at the two of them. However, when Alex looked at the girl with short hair, she was also startled and quickly turned her gaze elsewhere. He turned his head in bewilderment as he met Debbie's gaze, which was full of suspicion. The beautiful woman once again directed her gaze toward Alex and Debbie and carefully observed them. Who is she? Debbie asked in a jealous tone. Um, I don't know, Alex said and shrugged. It was the first time he saw this woman, but he was happy to see that Debbie was jealous of her. Then why did she keep looking at you? Debbie pouted and said, she's still watching. Alex turned his head and surprised the woman again. She turned back around. When Alex turned back to Debbie, the woman turned again and looked at him with a serious expression. Maybe it's because I'm so handsome? Alex said to Debbie with a wry smile. Debbie rolled her eyes at him and said, what do you think of her? Alex was stunned for a moment before he smiled. Debbie felt a sense of looming crisis. He slowly made an evil smile, leaned closer toward Debbie, and said, do you care a lot about me? Who cares about you? Do you like her or not? Debbie said shyly and anxiously. If you think she's better than me, then go with her. I'm leaving. With that, Debbie started to get ready to go away. Alex was shocked and did not dare to play around with her anymore as it might create a problem. How can she compare to you? Alex grabbed Debbie's small hand and said in a serious tone, in my heart, you are more important than anyone else. Really? Debbie lowered her head and asked in a soft, low voice. She felt a bit of warmth in her heart. Of course, it's true. Didn't you ask me what I thought of her? In my eyes, you're 100 times more beautiful than she is, even when you crinkle up your nose. Damn it, when do I crinkle my nose? Debbie playfully punched Alex and giggled. She looked at him with her bright eyes and said, your words sound so good, but who knows what you're really thinking? Hey, so you still won't believe me, right? I'll prove it to you right now, Alex said, turning around and walking toward the short-haired woman. Alex, come back, Debbie called him anxiously. How could she not believe him? It was just a joke. But that short-haired woman looked like she was secretly in love with him. Alex didn't turn around when he heard Debbie calling him. He kept walking toward the woman. Seeing Alex walk toward her, the woman panicked. She looked left and right, but she was at a loss for what to do. After Alex walked up to her side, she had no choice but to quickly turn around to avoid an awkward situation. Seeing her flustered expression, Alex felt quite helpless. I didn't expect that after just a single glance, she would be so sensitive. She won't even dare look at me. She must have been secretly observing me for a long time, right? He thought, sighing. It's all because we met at the wrong time. If Debbie and I weren't together, we might have had a chance. But now that I'm with Debbie, I won't even sneak a peek at a supermodel. Nearby, a group of boys saw the scene and started to talk among themselves. Damn, this beauty can't be that bad, right? But she's fallen for that damn loser, said one boy. I'm also stronger than him. How come I don't have that kind of luck, said another boy. Beautiful girl, your family must be pretty good too. How come you're so blind, said another. When the surrounding boys saw Alex standing in front of the beautiful woman, they felt agitated that they didn't receive her attention. He had to explain this to the girl as soon as possible before things got more complicated. I don't know your name right now. I'm sorry, but I have to tell you about this. I already have a girlfriend, so I can't date other girls anymore. I hope you can stop at that. When Alex finished getting the words out, he felt that what he had said was reasonable, but the short-haired woman didn't move at all. It can't be that she still doesn't want to let go after I've explained it so clearly, right? He thought. Young lady, Alex started to say as he reached out his hand, wanting to turn the woman to face toward him. She unexpectedly exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Let go. What are you doing? The woman pushed Alex's hand away and glared at him in disgust. I wanted to tell you that it's impossible between us, he said with shock as she was very beautiful. She had a small face with big, dark eyes and she wore nice clothes. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? Why are you saying so many weird things to me? Who are you? Who likes you? She said, looking at Alex. You were looking at me just now, he said, feeling very awkward and stunned. His face turned red. I was looking at you? You sure are interesting. She laughed at him and shook her head. She pushed him away and walked toward Debbie. Wasn't she looking at me? He asked himself. Alex was lost in his thoughts and felt extremely embarrassed. His face was also hot. He scratched his head as he followed behind the woman. The short-haired woman walked up to Debbie and gave her a slight smile. She looked at Debbie's face carefully and nodded. Then she took a business card out from her pocket, handed it to Debbie, and said, "Hello, my name is Janice Campbell. This is my card." Alex thought about what he had said to this woman earlier and felt weak and embarrassed. He scratched his head. Debbie was slightly taken aback. She had never expected her to come over to talk with her. Debbie politely took the business card and read it. It said, Janice Campbell, professional manager of the Sunshine Music Company. I was attracted to you when I first saw you. You look great. We're putting together a girl group like Rocket Girl. I hope you can join our company, Janice said with a smile. Me? Debbie pointed at herself. Janice was inviting her to become a celebrity. It all felt unreal to her. She didn't know what to say. Is that card of yours for real? Alex pulled Debbie behind him. He was afraid that she was being tricked. Janice glared at him. Looking at Janice's eyes, Alex felt a little guilty. After all, he had been a bit selfish when he had said those words to her earlier. If you don't believe me, you can search online, Janice said. Since she had charged over so abruptly, it was normal for him to be so suspicious. She could also tell that Alex was Debbie's boyfriend. Alex and Debbie searched online, and they did find some information about the Sunshine Music Company. Janice was indeed a manager. I'm sorry I offended you earlier. Debbie apologized to Janice on behalf of Alex, but I don't know anything. I might not be able to join your group. Debbie yearned to accept, but she was just a small-town kid who didn't know anything about talent. Don't worry, you're totally up to standard. You know about Rocket Girl, right? I think you'll have the potential to become like their most popular singer. You can rest assured that we will train you, Janice said with a smile. Are you ready to try? This is a rare opportunity. If you miss it, you might regret it for the rest of your life, she added. The more that she looked at Debbie, the more that she wanted her to join the company. Debbie felt conflicted. She didn't know what she was afraid of, so she just tugged at the corner of her shirt and hesitated over what decision to make. Let's give it a go, Alex said. He had decided on Debbie's behalf. Seeing her expression, he knew that she wanted to try it out. She trembled slightly and looked at him. Do you want to go? I need you to tell me in person, Janice asked Debbie. Debbie looked into Janice's eyes and finally nodded. Chapter 72, Ch 72, looking for a boyfriend, all right, with your cute appearance, I can't help but think you are an amazing-looking woman. I believe the audience will like you more, Janice said as she held Debbie's hand and continued, since you've agreed, then come with me to the company and sign the contract. At the same time, we'll evaluate your singing and dancing skills so that we can focus on your future training. Okay. Debbie nodded seriously. She had already made up her mind. She must make the most of this opportunity. Debbie already knew that Alex's family was very rich, but she had never considered relying exclusively on Alex for her expenses. She would still work hard like before. All right, we'll leave now. There's no need for him to come along. The girl group we're developing is still secret. No outsiders are allowed in the company, Janice said. You can stay at the university. Come pick me up later, Debbie said as she glanced at Alex. Alex had wanted to go with her, but Debbie had told him to stay. Alex asked for the exact location of Janice's company and promised to pick her up when they were done. Janice got in her car, and they headed to the company. Is he really your boyfriend? Janice thought back to what Alex said to her selfishly and felt a bit of resentment in her heart. Just now, he told me that I'm secretly in love with him. I don't know where he got that kind of courage from, seeing what he's wearing. I mix with the entertainment industry all year round, and, in my eyes, he's just a country bumpkin. Hearing Janice's complaints, Debbie didn't get angry. Instead, she couldn't help but laugh. She was worried that Janice had been secretly looking at Alex, but she didn't expect that, in Janice's eyes, Alex was nothing more than a bumpkin to her. Actually, he's quite a nice person, she said. Debbie, you're just a student. You might think that he's not bad, but you'll become a big star in the future. Your prestige and wealth will grow fast. He eventually won't be worthy of you, Janice said seriously, analyzing the situation. We'll talk about it in the future, Debbie countered, smiling faintly. Even if I did become famous, would the amount of money I might earn equal even a tiny bit of what Alex's family has? She thought. They soon arrived at Sunshine Music's New York office. Janice brought her to the practice room to test her singing and dancing skills, but she didn't know that her results would be better than what she had been expecting. Debbie, I didn't expect you to be not only beautiful, but also so good at singing and dancing. With our professional training, you'll definitely become a great singer and star, Janice said, feeling especially satisfied with Debbie. She believed that she had found a treasure. After signing the contract, it was already noon, so Janice took her out for lunch. You're now an artist under our banner. Since you're a student, you'll have to pay more attention to your studies, plus also train. As you don't have any classes this afternoon, you can start training at the company. Several other group members will be there this afternoon, said Janice. Okay. Debbie nodded seriously. Since Janice valued her so much, she had to work hard. She couldn't let Janice down, and she couldn't waste her youth either. Debbie called Alex and said that she would be training all afternoon. She told him not to worry about her and that she would call him to pick her up after practice. At 4:30, Alex had just finished his class and was on his way back to his dorm. At that moment, Zara Fitzgerald from the cheerleading squad called. Alex, where are you? Come to the West Sports Field to move your stuff. You don't know about the basketball game, Zara said angrily over the phone. He was used to her attitude. During the basketball game, the cheerleading squad would cheer. As he was the only boy on the squad, there was no one else to carry his stuff. When he arrived at the West Sports Field, the girls from the squad were all wearing Navy-style clothing and looked particularly pleasing to the eyes, especially Zara. Her tall figure, slender waist, toned thighs, and pretty face made her look beautiful. 7 or 8 attractive girls were standing in front of the equipment room's door, waiting for Alex to move his things. Oh, Alex, where have you been this month? Seeing that Alex had arrived, Zara smiled at him smugly. It was strange that she hadn't seen him for so long. I was away on a trip, Alex said with a smile. Seeing so many lovely girls again, he was in a good mood and said, I'll move the hula hoops and fans to the basketball court now. Saying that, he began to move the things for the cheerleaders. You still have money to travel? I remember that last time you were at the entrance of Shrimp King, asking other people for money, Zara said casually while she tidied up her skirt. Zara, look at you. Alex has a big G Mercedes. What's wrong with traveling? Another girl from the squad said in a weird tone. Zara had already told them that the last time he had come, it had been in someone else's big G, so they weren't afraid of him at all. Alex didn't say anything as he walked toward the basketball court with a box in his arms. Zara and the others followed behind him. Harry Hamilton, Dean Marshall, and the other basketball players were warming up on the side. Yo, isn't it the 2 million strong bandit who has come? I didn't see you for a month. And here I thought you were running away from your guilt. Dean patted his basketball and walked toward Alex with a smile. What great thief. The principal has already clarified everything. You don't have to be so insulting, Harry said. He then looked toward Alex with an evil smile and said, You should call him the owner of the fancy car. Yes, yes, one player said. That's right, call me the owner of the fancy car, said Alex. Fancy car owner, you're here, haha, another player said. The others started to jeer at him. They all knew that the big G wasn't Alex's. Alex, didn't you bring your big car today? Harry walked to Alex's side and asked with an evil smile. I left it at the shop, Alex replied as he put the box on the ground. He didn't want to pay any attention to Harry and the others. Oh, look at Alex's mental fortitude. He's still calling that big G his? Harry said with an expression of admiration as he looked at the others. Are you guys as thick-skinned as Alex's family? No, laughed the others. No wonder Alex could drive a big G, and we can only drive an Audi A4. This is the gap, you know? If you want to own a big G, then you better be more thick-skinned than Alex. Harry couldn't help but laugh out loud. Dean stopped a passing student and pointed at Alex as he said, Hey, bro, let me tell you something. This is the logistics nanny for the cheerleading squad. He drives a big G. Who? He has a big G? If he drives a big G, then I drive a helicopter. Damn it, said the student in disbelief as he glanced at Alex in disdain. The basketball players and cheerleaders left. Alex gave them a nonchalant look and sat down at the edge of the basketball court. The game soon began. The Preston University basketball team, represented by Harry's group, played against a team from another university. Amid the cheers from the cheerleaders, who were enthusiastically dancing, Harry and the other basketball players became braver as they played. In the end, they defeated their opponents by a landslide. After the game, it was already past 6 o'clock. A silver Volkswagen slowly stopped outside the West Sports Field. Cousin, Zara whispered. She couldn't understand why her cousin had come at this time. Zara, it's your cousin. I remember that she isn't married yet, Dean said with a smile. Karen Young had already gotten out of the car. That day, Karen had wavy long hair and an orange miniskirt. Her hair reached to her thighs, with her exposed legs looking thin and white. She walked toward the playground in her high heels, as if she were a model on a catwalk. So beautiful, said one boy. As expected of Zara's cousin. Her whole family is beautiful, said another. The basketball players all looked at Karen with silly smiles. Some of them had already started to tidy up their hair, hoping to make a good impression. Don't be selfish. My cousin doesn't like you, Zara said bluntly before walking over to her. The basketball boys didn't listen to Zara. One by one, they followed behind her and walked over to Karen. She was so beautiful. Who wouldn't want to take her out? Cousin, why are you here? Zara smiled and held her hand. I'm looking for a boy, she said. Karen had originally come to find Zara to ask her for a meeting with Alex, but it wasn't necessary now. Karen already saw him sitting by the basketball court. My cousin is here to find a boyfriend? She must think students are young and handsome? Thought Zara. The basketball players tried to show her their charm. Alex watched as Karen walked over to them. Some boys mussed up their hair to look handsome, while others pretended to be depressed. Dean thought that he had big muscles, so he acted like he wasn't paying attention and moved his arms around nonchalantly, causing his muscles to bulge. Seeing that Karen wasn't paying any attention to the others, Dean felt even more certain that he had a chance. Hello, miss. Let's get to know each other. My name is Dean, he said as he smiled handsomely when Karen walked up to him. He extended his hand to her. To his surprise, Karen didn't even look at him. Although she seemed to be walking directly toward him, she ignored his outstretched hand. Miss, Dean's smile froze on his face. It was awkward, so he quickly scratched his head and pretended as if nothing had happened. However, when he saw what Karen did next, Dean was confused like the rest of the students. Karen walked up to Alex, bent down, and pulled him up by the arm. She said to him with a smile, "Oh, so you're here. Come with me and we'll go get a bite to eat." Karen, dressed in her hot clothes, stood beside Alex. Her hands were holding his arm as she smiled at him. The distance between their faces was not more than a few inches. Alex could feel her breath. All the other boys were dumbfounded. Their hearts were filled with jealousy, feeling like the world had turned upside down. Just what was going on? They thought. Chapter 73, Ch 73. You have all been tricked. Stammered Alex as Karen was so close that he could see her eyelashes. Her plump chest almost touched his chest. "Let's go," Karen said with a flirty look. He couldn't help but follow her. The other boys felt goosebumps all over their bodies. With that, Karen pulled Alex toward her car. "Cousin, what's happened to you today?" Zara blocked Karen's path. She looked at Alex with her almond-shaped eyes and said to him, "Where are you going? If you're gone, who's going to carry all our stuff for us? Don't have weird thoughts about my cousin. Look at you. Are you even worthy?" Last time, she had arranged for Karen to have lunch with Alex to arouse James Watson's jealousy. But Zara felt that he no longer had any value, so there was no need for Karen to date him anymore. She did not understand her cousin's behavior. Alex swallowed his anger. It was Karen who took the initiative to get him, all right? He thought. However, he didn't want to argue with Zara. "Karen, thank you for thinking of me, but you see that I can't leave here." "I should stay to help carry things," said Alex. Karen tugged on Alex's arm and did not let go. She looked at Zara with a sullen face, her eyes filled with anger. "Zara, Alex is my boyfriend now. If you're disrespectful to him, then don't blame me for ignoring our friendship." Alex was a billionaire, so he wasn't someone you could order around however you wanted. Karen felt that Zara was ruining her chances with Alex, so she was extremely angry. Zara was stunned after being scolded by her. Now that Alex is of no use, why is she still defending him and saying such harsh words to me? She thought. "Out of the way!" Karen shouted angrily. Her shrill voice scared Zara. Karen angrily pushed Zara away, grabbed Alex's hand, got into her car, and drove out of the university. Harry walked to Zara's side and comforted her. The others started to discuss what had just happened. "So, it turns out that Zara's cousin likes guys like Alex." "Sigh. What a good joke," said one person. "What's wrong with that stinking loser Alex? He doesn't have money and doesn't come from a good family. Even a beggar on the street is better than he is," said another. "If Zara's cousin marries Alex in the future, just wait and see. Alex will spend all her money. Her whole family will be in danger. How could she allow trash like Alex into her life?" said yet another. When the others saw Karen snatch Alex away, their words began to drip with jealousy. "Who said my cousin is dating Alex?" Zara asked with a bit of excitement. Other people would never dare to speak ill of her. When she heard others saying that Alex might ruin her family, Zara felt that it was particularly harsh. She was afraid that because of this, her position in this small circle would be affected, so she was careful to deny it. "Didn't your cousin just say she was looking for a boyfriend?" one of the basketball players asked. "Yes," she said. "Isn't her leading Alex away proof that he's her boyfriend?" said another. "Aren't you too close? Your cousin just got angry at you about Alex." "It's not like we didn't see it," said yet another. The other also spoke up. "Haha, you guys, you're really reading too much into this." Zara laughed. The others were puzzled and didn't understand what she meant. "It seems like Karen and I were too realistic. We tricked you all." Upon hearing her words, everyone was dumbfounded, and they couldn't understand what she was trying to say. Were they acting? Since this is such a big misunderstanding, I'll tell you all the secret. Zara saw that the others were curious about what she was going to say and felt relieved. The truth is this, Zara said, and went on to explain how she and her cousin were pretending that Alex was Karen's boyfriend to make James jealous. Zara didn't believe this was the reason why Karen had come to get him. The last time she had seen James had been in the restaurant, and he was already very upset. Besides, James had often asked her about Karen. He was jealous. They had already achieved their goal, so there was no need for Karen to care so much about Alex anymore. But now, to smooth over how things looked to her circle of friends, she could only say that it was still their plan. "So that's the case," said one person. "Hey, I already said that your cousin is too beautiful for Alex," said another. "Alex must be feeling proud of himself, but he doesn't know that Karen is using him," said yet another. Listening to Zara's words, the boys from the basketball team were all happy. They laughed and talked, continuing to gloat over the fact that Alex was being used by Karen. "So, if James sees your cousin date Alex again today, he'll be even more furious. They'll get together even faster," Harry said as he looked at Zara. He heard that James was also from a rich family with a bit of power. So, he also wanted to get along with Karen and James. After all, they could be family someday. "That's right. Zara, give James a call and let him search for them. I heard you say that he almost beat up Alex the last time. This time, he may give Alex an even harder time," said one person. "I'll call him if you want. We'll go find him together later and see what kind of expression he has when he finds Alex eating with my cousin again. James might even beat him up." "That will definitely be exciting," Zara said with shining eyes. "All right, make the call. Then, we'll go and watch Alex get beaten up," the others suggested with interest. Zara took out her cell phone. As she was about to call James, her phone lit up with his name on the screen. She proudly waved her cell phone toward the others. She now believed that her cousin must have felt that the previous incident with James was not enough, so that's why she had asked Alex to go out with her again. James calling her now was definitely within her expectations. "Hello? James, why are you so free to call me today?" Zara already guessed in her heart that James was calling her because of Karen. "Oh, if you want to find my cousin, why don't you just call her?" You're calling her, but she's not answering her phone. Maybe she had something else to do?" "I don't know. Don't worry too much. You're still the most important person in Karen's heart. How about this, come to my school and I'll go with you to meet her. Then I'll speak up for you." With that, Zara proudly hung up the phone. "Awesome," said one. "Zara, it sounds like James is really worried. Maybe he'll really beat up Alex today," said another. "Let's get showered and changed first. There's going to be a good show later," said yet another. A few of the basketball players went to get dressed. After they finished getting ready, a new Audi A6 drove into the parking lot. A well-dressed young man got out of the car. It was James. His hair was slicked back, and he wore a designer shirt and shorts, shiny leather sandals, and an expensive watch. What was even more eye-catching was that James was holding a huge bunch of roses and walking toward Zara in a hurry. "James, did you buy a new car?" Zara took a few glances before she recognized him. "Yes, I bought it this month," he said. Since Karen and Alex's date last time, James had been very agitated and afraid that he would not be able to win with Karen. So, he begged his father to buy him an Audi A6. "These are 99 roses. Today I've decided to officially propose to Karen. I've got the diamond ring, take a look." James pulled a red box out of his pocket. When he opened it, she saw a beautiful 1-carat diamond ring inside. He didn't dare to wait any longer. That day, he was prepared to commit to the relationship between him and Karen. However, when he called Karen to ask her, she didn't answer the phone. Luckily, Zara was her cousin. "Oh, you're so thoughtful. Roses and a diamond ring. My cousin will be so touched, Zara said with a smile. Indeed, it was as she and her cousin had expected. Zara felt a sense of accomplishment. Thinking about the fact that Karen was with Alex now, Zara wasn't afraid that she would ruin his proposal. Karen would blame Alex by saying that he had pestered her. Then, James would probably beat him up. I'll call my cousin right now, Zara said happily. However, Karen's phone was turned off. She called Alex and his phone was turned off too. What's going on? Is Karen being sloppy? Zara thought. You can't get through? Why is your cousin avoiding me? Did she go out with that brat again? James asked anxiously. Don't worry. Even if she's with him now, it must be because he's pestering her. She won't fall for such a guy, Zara said to soothe him, but she was happy to see him anxious and nervous. It meant that he cared a great deal about her cousin, and it also meant that Alex was more likely to get beaten up. Let's try this, said Zara as she dialed another number. She had previously met someone in her WhatsApp group who could pinpoint someone's current location through their phone number. Zara paid $30 for the person to find it and quickly got Karen's location at the Wanda Plaza's Joy Japanese restaurant. Zara and James drove toward Wanda Plaza, along with Harry, Dean, and some of the other basketball players and cheerleaders. They all wanted to see the sparks fly when James and Alex met. Chapter 74, Siege 74. The excitement at the restaurant. Zara and the others soon arrived at the Joy Japanese restaurant in Wanda Plaza. The restaurant was filled with booths and small private rooms. Hello, may I ask which booth the couple that arrived about an hour ago are in? The lady is beautiful like me, wearing an orange skirt, and the man is a loser. Which room are they in now? Zara asked. The hostess remembered Karen and Alex. However, when she saw that Zara had so many people with her, she didn't dare to casually reveal her customers' information. There aren't many rooms here, so let's search for them one by one, Zara said to the others. They started searching each room in the restaurant. Meanwhile, in a certain booth, Karen took a small brown bottle out of her pocket and poured some powder into Alex's glass while he was in the bathroom. She stirred it quickly with her fingers. This was something she had specially bought off the internet. She had heard that drinking this kind of thing could make people lose their senses. Karen had been trying to figure out how to quickly seduce Alex. In the end, she chose to be direct with him. It was hard for Alex to not admit that he thought she was beautiful. Before coming here, she had already thought of all the details. They were sitting at a table in a small room that felt very private. The ideal spot for a guy to have some private time with a girl. She wanted to find a chance to turn off his phone, as well as her phone, to prevent Zara from calling and messing things up. She also wanted to find an opportunity to convince Alex to drink from his glass. After Alex became infatuated with her, perhaps she wouldn't even need to do anything. Alex might charge toward her like a raging bull. As Karen fantasized, Alex opened the door and walked in. She quickly sat up straight. Alex, thank you for coming out to eat with me. Let me toast you. Karen held the glass of wine and put it close to her mouth. Her gaze was locked on him. As she watched him drink the wine, an excited smile gradually appeared in her eyes. At the same time, his body gradually started to react, and his mind became a little dazed. Alex put down his chopsticks and forcefully opened his eyes, but his mind was getting more and more confused. He looked at Karen. Her image was trembling slightly, and he felt that her smile was especially mesmerizing. Karen's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. She bit her lips with her white teeth and put on a charming look. She kept saying in her heart, "Quick, throw me down. Quick." He didn't make a move for a long time, so she couldn't wait any longer. Alex, my shoulder is hurting a little. Can you massage it for me? Before he could figure out what was going on, she had already wiggled over next to him. She leaned on his side, faced him, and pressed his hand onto her shoulder. Alex wanted to pull his hand away, but her grip was too tight for him. Alex, just help me press it. My shoulder hurts a little, she whispered into his ear. Manager Young, please let go. Alex's mind was a mess, and he tried his best not to look at her pretty face. But the scent of her perfume filled his nose, and his hand was still on her fleshy shoulder. He could feel her warm body and her breath. Alex used all his strength to push her away. He gently touched his forehead and tried to wake himself up, but his mind couldn't help but feel the delicateness of her hands. Your willpower is quite strong, she thought. However, Karen couldn't give up such a good opportunity that day. Alex, today you're mine. All mine, she thought. Karen stood up. She looked at Alex, who had slid out of his chair and onto the ground by now, and started to take off her dress. I have planned for today for such a long time. No matter how I want you to kneel under my skirt, she thought. The buttons on her top had already been undone, and one side of her shoulder strap had fallen. The other strap slowly followed off her shoulder. Karen's snow-white shoulders were completely exposed. Her skin seemed very transparent, and her collarbone was very defined. With a slight movement, her muscles moved rhythmically, showing off her beauty. Her orange skirt hung half off her body. In her half-naked state, she was even more captivating. Alex watched her slowly remove her clothing. He tried his best to restrain himself, but he still couldn't help but want to see more. Seeing his conflicted expressions and actions, Karen felt that she was about to succeed. She took off her high heels, revealing her white feet. She took off her skirt and tossed it at Alex. Her skirt carried her fragrance and felt warm. Alex grabbed it and looked at it. In that instant, he almost couldn't control himself. Karen was wearing a black corset, which formed a strong contrast with her snow-white skin. Her body was bursting with energy, and she was not one bit inferior to a model. Karen knelt in front of him. Her snow-white skin glowed as she leaned over his body, and he trembled slightly. He clenched his fist tightly, as if he couldn't help but want to hug her. But he still had some willpower left. Alex, you're so handsome, Karen whispered as she pressed his head into her chest. She wanted to arouse his wildness so that he could fly away with her in the booth. Alex fell into a soft spot. She had her arms around his neck. It was hard for him to breathe. As soon as he breathed, her rich fragrance strongly stimulated his nerves. Alex was so restrained that the veins on his forehead were popping out. He clenched his teeth and let out a soft sound. Alex, you can't resist anymore. Don't hold yourself back anymore, she thought. Karen adjusted her posture, pressing his face more fully into her chest. She could already feel that he was getting more and more agitated. Her dream was about to come true. Ah! Alex roared with his eyes closed. His arms were tightly holding her delicate body. Alex, you finally can't take it anymore, she thought. Bang! The door to the room swung open toward a scene of Alex about to take advantage of Karen in a room filled with Japanese decor. Zara, James, Harry, and a few other basketball players and cheerleaders all rushed in. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone's jaws dropped. Karen, who was wearing only her underwear, was sitting facing Alex and hugging his head tightly in front of her chest. Alex was also hugging Karen tightly. It was an explosive situation. When Alex saw Zara and the others rushing in, his feverish head instantly calmed down. The effects of the drink were wearing off. An image of Debbie appeared in his mind. He had done such a shameless act with another girl behind Debbie's back. He felt extremely ashamed and wanted to push Karen away. Karen was extremely angry at the group of people who rushed in. In another half an hour, she would have caught Alex. These people were causing trouble for her. But she was not willing to give up on such a good opportunity so easily. Get out! Karen roared at Zara and the others before hugging Alex tightly once more. Once she lost this chance, it would be much more difficult for her to get close to him again. Alex, don't worry about them. Let's continue. Karen looked at his lips and kissed him without any hesitation. She wrapped one hand around his neck, while the other hand hurriedly flipped up his sleeve, intending to take off his clothes. Alex and Karen couldn't hold themselves back, even in front of so many people. The other men were envious of Alex and wanted to exchange places with him to be with such a beautiful woman with such a perfect figure. James roared and smashed the big bouquet of roses onto the ground. Damn you. You don't want to live anymore. He became so angry that it was like a volcano erupting. James knocked away a few guys and pulled Karen off Alex's body. He angrily hit Alex's face with a heavy slap. The slap caused him to bleed from the corner of his mouth, but it also cleared his mind. The furious James was about to slap him again, but went for a heavy blow instead. Are you sick? Karen slapped James and scolded him angrily. What's your status? Alex is someone you think you can fight against. Karen, we're a couple. James was both wronged and confused. He took out the diamond ring and said, I'm here to propose to you. Karen, look at this diamond ring I bought for you. Who cares about your diamond ring? We have no relationship. I want you to disappear from my sight. Karen was not moved at all. One diamond ring was nothing to her. She could have countless diamond rings if she married Alex. Alex, are you all right? Karen walked over to his side and asked out of concern. Alex didn't say anything. His mind was very clear now. He just wanted to see Debbie right away. Only by seeing her would his guilt subside. He pushed Karen away, pushed past Zara and the other onlookers, and quickly walked out of the restaurant. I'm sorry, muttered Alex in confusion. Chapter 75, Ch 75, a talent that spurs competition. A few hours ago, Janice had brought Debbie into the practice room to ask the company's best music teacher to guide her in her singing practice. Debbie was very talented, and she had already received praise and favors from the music teachers. Janice, who had been watching from the side, also felt quite satisfied. As she was practicing, a young woman came into the practice room, followed by 3 more young and fashionable girls. Janice let the music teacher rest for a while before calling Debbie and the 4 girls to come over. Debbie, these 4 girls are the other members of the group. Let me introduce you, Janice said as she smiled at her. This is Melissa Kennedy. A girl with earrings smiled at Debbie. However, there was a trace of ridicule and disdain in her smile. Janice then introduced 2 more girls, who were called Katie Jackson and Olivia Taylor. They acted the same as Melissa, only smiling hastily. Their gazes held a trace of scorn toward Debbie. This is Rita Lopez, Janice introduced the last girl. Rita was the girl who had walked in alone. Like Janice, she had short hair, a casual posture, and wore a faint smile on her face. Perhaps it was because she was younger than Janice, but she looked even more beautiful and energetic. Hello, nice to meet you, Rita said as she stretched out her hand and smiled at Debbie. Hello, Debbie said as she shook hands with Rita, feeling a little closer to her. Janice let Debbie introduce herself again. Janice, is it okay if I ask my best friend to come to the company tomorrow for training? Melissa asked with a shrewd expression. Her group wanted to recruit new members. The day before yesterday, she had asked her best friend to come in to try out. Afterwards, she was quite happy with Janice's expression and told her best friend to go back and wait for news. Tell your friend not to come, Janice said casually. Now that Debbie has joined, we're no longer going to recruit her. We'll let you 5 girls form the company's new group. The group's name is also decided. Let's call you the Dream Chasers. You have to work hard. When the time is right, the company will put you all in front of an audience. When Melissa heard that her best friend was out, her heart turned cold. She couldn't help but turn her gaze toward Debbie. She felt that Debbie had snatched away from her best friend's chance at happiness. Her disgusted expression became even more obvious. All right, you guys don't have much time left. Hurry up and practice. Janice clapped her hands and called for the music teacher to continue. Let's all practice the song, Freedom Like a Dream. This is a song that you will sing a lot at the beginning. After the music teacher finished speaking, he led Debbie and the others to sing with the score. The 5 of them sang together in a low voice. Let's sing separately. I'll correct each of you. Olivia, you go first, the music teacher said to her. When Olivia was singing alone, Melissa was very pleased with herself. Her singing skills were excellent, and she sang the best, so she wanted to let Debbie see how strong she was. She wanted Debbie to feel inferior and leave the group to chase after other dreams. After the first 3 girls finished singing, the music teacher gave each of the advice to practice improving their flaws. When it was Melissa's turn, she cleared her throat and started to sing. Her voice was good, explosive, and she controlled it well. After all, she had been singing for more than a decade, since elementary school, and she had always enjoyed it. After she finished, everyone applauded her. Janice nodded in satisfaction. That's right, we should do it in a smoother tone. There shouldn't be any big problems, the old music teacher said as he smiled at Melissa. Melissa was also exceptionally proud of herself. When she backed away, she glanced at Debbie smugly and gave an indistinct snort. The reason why Melissa and the other 2 girls looked down on Debbie was that she wore ordinary clothes and came from a small town. They felt that she was unfit to form a group with them. Because she had taken her best friend's position, they did not have a good impression of her at all. Seeing Debbie standing in the middle of the stage, Melissa clasped her hands and waited to see how she would sing. In her opinion, her outstanding singing most likely had already crushed Debbie. Debbie held the microphone nervously. She glanced at the lyrics and slowly closed her eyes. Do you still miss me? My dearest friend, when I decided to drop all, to walk on the road to freedom. The melody floated out from Debbie's mouth. Instead of a hoarse voice, it was like a stream flowing out of a glacier. The song reached deep into a person's heart. Everyone unconsciously revealed a smile, and the music teacher even looked surprised, as he thought, this song can still be sung this way? Even Melissa couldn't help but be taken aback when she heard Debbie sing. When I said goodbye to you yesterday on the road to the future, I want to be free as a dream on the hard road of exile, light of life. Even at the climax of the song, Debbie did not sing with a hoarse voice. She was still performing the song as she understood it. Debbie's singing entered a new realm. She slowly opened her eyes and took a look at the lyrics. Her gaze was filled with a faint watery glow, making her eyes seem as bright as the stars. Janice's gaze lit up. From Debbie's gaze, she seemed to be able to see the sea of stars. I want to be free as a dream, tolerance like the earth on the hard road of exile, lighting up the light of life. After the song ended, everyone was still immersed in feelings brought on by Debbie's singing. At this moment, Melissa was staring at Debbie in a daze. She never expected her to sing so well. Of course, Debbie had never received any professional training before, so, if it came down to it, Melissa's singing skills were much better than Debbie's. However, this shocked Melissa even more. With her more than 10 years of learning music basics, of course, she could hear it. Debbie had never received any training before, and her singing was still very rough, but she was completely able to translate the song according to her understanding of it. The ability to move the audience was the most difficult and important thing for a singer. It was so important that it almost became the key difference between a top singer and an outstanding singer. Debbie had been born with this ability. Besides being shocked, Melissa was also jealous of Debbie. She knew that she had lots of talent. You're too good at singing. Your singing style and tone are all very strong. This is a sharp weapon that stands out among many singers. In the future, you'll be even better if you practice more, the music teacher said to Debbie with a smile. He had a premonition that this new student would become a future star. You two should continue practicing with the teacher. Debbie, come here for a bit, Janice said with a smile as she pulled her aside. This was yet another blow to Melissa's heart. Looking at the beaming smiles on Janice and Debbie's faces, Janice seemed to be very satisfied with her new student. Melissa had always wanted to be the lead singer of the Dream Chasers. All this time, she had always felt that she was safe to get the lead position, but now she had a strong sense of urgency. She felt that Debbie was a strong competitor. Janice indeed felt that Debbie had potential. Thinking about the importance of nurturing her to become the leader of the girl group, she focused her chat with Debbie on helping motivate her to redouble her efforts and strive to reach the company's requirements as soon as possible. That way, she could put the Dream Chasers in front of the audience sooner. After talking for a while, Janice let Debbie go practice. Janice sat on the sidelines and watched the 5 girls practice. Most of her time was spent watching Debbie, which made Melissa very unhappy. She felt that Debbie had stolen away from her chance to stand in the spotlight. You girls go practice on your own. I'm going out, Janice said as she answered a phone call and hurried out the door. Seeing that she had left, Melissa knew that she wouldn't be coming back that day. Janice had other celebrities to manage, so she was busy communicating with them all. Not long after Janice had gone, the music teacher also left to see the other artists. In the practice room, only Debbie and the others remained. Debbie was still holding the music scorebook and diligently practicing according to the music teacher's instructions. She was determined to walk down her path as an entertainer. Melissa, Olivia, and Katie were on good terms with each other and gathered near Debbie. All of them looked down on Debbie as they were filled with jealousy and dissatisfaction toward her outstanding performance that day. I didn't expect her to sing so well. I thought she was just pretty, Katie whispered as she stared at Debbie. Pretty? Where is she pretty? Why can't I see it? Melissa said angrily. Amongst the 3 of them, Melissa's family background was the best, so the other 2 followed her lead. That's right, she's not as pretty as the 3 of us. She's only a bit better than the average girl, Olivia quickly said. Melissa, watching Janice's attitude toward Debbie, she seems to value her a lot. Janice wouldn't want her to be the leader instead, would she? Her? You wish. Melissa hatefully said. Didn't she try to win Janice's favor? Acting cool in front of us? She's only just arrived, but she's already so out of control. If we don't show her who's in charge, she might really think that she's a member of our group. With that, Melissa stood up, and the 3 of them walked over while staring fixedly at Debbie. Janice found her, so I advise you to not act recklessly, said Rita when she passed by. Rita lightly tapped her guitar, acting like she didn't care as she reminded them. There's no need for you to worry about my own matters, Melissa said in an unflustered manner as she walked over to Debbie with Katie and the rest of them. Chapter 76, Stage 76, Clean It Up. Melissa grabbed the corner of Debbie's lyric sheet. Startled, Debbie looked up and saw that Melissa and the other girls were now standing next to her. She was trying to practice, and she needed that sheet, so why was Melissa trying to take it? She froze for a moment before Melissa yelled, "Let go." Debbie was so frightened that she trembled as she let go of the lyric sheet. She looked at Melissa with a hurt expression. Why was she being so mean to her? Her heart sank. Janice was very nice to Debbie, but Melissa and her friends didn't seem to like her. Don't be so serious, Melissa said jokingly as she dropped into a swivel chair. Katie and Olivia sat beside her, while Rita remained standing, looking at Debbie with a faint smile. Hey, new girl, since you've joined our band, you have to follow our rules. Melissa sneered. From now on, we're your superiors. I'm the boss. Olivia Taylor is second, Katie Jackson is third, and Rita Lopez over there is fourth. You're last. You should call me Miss Kennedy. Yes, Miss Kennedy, Debbie said. Although she knew they were teasing her, she still did as they asked. She looked at Rita, who was fiddling with her guitar, and said, "Hello, Miss Lopez. Just call me Rita." "There's no such rule," Rita said plainly. Melissa glanced at Rita. She laughed, and the other girls joined in. She was quite proud of her joke, but Debbie was being very quiet, having been firmly put in her place. Debbie ignored their mockery. Right now, all she wanted to do was improve her singing, and she just wanted to be left alone to practice. She turned away. "Hey, new girl, did we say you could go?" Melissa asked with dissatisfaction. A scowl marred her beautiful face. "What do you want?" Debbie asked, also unhappily. She had called them by their surnames as they had wanted, but they were always calling her new girl. They had no respect for her at all. "Haven't you seen the mess in this room?" Melissa asked. "Every new member needs to take a turn cleaning up, so you can do it now. Remember to clean everything on the table and to wash the floor properly." Rita stopped strumming her guitar and sighed. When she saw that Debbie had accepted Melissa's order and had started cleaning, she shook her head and resumed playing. Debbie cleared the table, and then she swept the floor with a broom before wiping it with a mop. She was very good at these things. Before she had come to college, she had often helped her mother with tasks like these. She had just finished cleaning the floor when Olivia and Katie walked over it on their way to the door, leaving 2 rows of black footprints. Debbie glanced at the two of them as they wandered off, talking and laughing. She didn't say anything, but simply wiped away their footprints. When she had finally finished, she was about to put away the mop when Katie and Olivia came back with a few bags of snacks. "Please wait a few minutes and the floor will be dry," she said to them with a smile. "I'm in a hurry," Katie said casually as she followed Olivia into the practice room, again leaving 2 rows of black footprints behind them. Debbie glared at their backs, but in the end, she still took the mop and wiped away their footprints. "Stay there," she told them. "The floor will be dry in about 5 minutes. If you walk on it again, I won't clean it." She knew that these 3 girls didn't like her. Before Debbie finished speaking, Melissa looked at her with a smile. The bag she was holding slowly fell from her hands, and the potato chips dropped to the floor, causing a mess. "Oops. I'm sorry," Melissa said with a smile. "Let's get this place cleaned up a bit more." No matter how good-natured Debbie was, she couldn't help but glare angrily at Melissa. She didn't say anything as she carried her mop and walked out the door. "Stop!" Melissa cried out, her voice echoing in the empty practice room. Debbie did not stop. "Where do you think you're going?" Melissa yelled. The sound of hurried footsteps came from behind Debbie, who turned around and raised her hands to defend herself. Melissa grabbed Debbie's neck and pushed her against the wall. "Who do you think you're dealing with? You're a country bumpkin from a small town. How dare you disrespect me? You're nothing compared to us," Katie said with a sneer. "Show some respect. Your mother wants to puke when she sees you acting so pitiful. Do you really think you can be the lead singer?" Olivia said sarcastically. Debbie only looked at them in fear. "Look at this little bitch," Melissa said, laughing. "She's so scared of us that she's shaking." And here she thought she was so awesome. She fiercely pushed Debbie away, causing her to stagger. "Go! Clean up the floor." Angry and frightened, Debbie picked up a broom and prepared to clean. "Look, Melissa," Olivia said. "She'll do whatever she's told, just like a dog. She'll be easy to control in the future." "That's right. Who cares if she sings well?" Katie joined in. "But we won't be able to beat her if she becomes the lead singer." Listening to her friend's flattery, Melissa felt proud of herself. She crossed her arms and sneered at Debbie. Didn't this little bitch say that she and her mother are the only two people in her family? She asked. With her mother being a poor woman from the country, it would be a miracle for Debbie to go to university. Her mother must have done something shady to get the money. If she could have some fun and also earn some extra money. Shut up! Debbie yelled as she turned around to glare fiercely at Melissa. Hey, bitch, did you dare to yell at me? Melissa spoke slowly and deliberately as she angrily walked toward Debbie. So, your mom is your weak spot, right? Your mother is a prostitute who sleeps with men all day long. She kicked at Debbie's lower abdomen. Don't insult my mother! Debbie screamed angrily. She grabbed Melissa's leg and flung her away so hard that Melissa's head bounced off the floor when she fell. Debbie and her mother had always been mutually dependent on each other, and she knew how many hardships her mother had suffered to provide for her. When Olivia and Katie saw Melissa hit the floor, they rushed forward and pushed Debbie away. You little bitch, you actually dared to hit me, Melissa said, glaring at her. You'll pay for that. She rubbed at her head as Katie and Olivia helped her up. Hit her, she ordered. The girls rushed at Debbie to beat her up. Debbie was too weak to fight back. She could only kneel on the ground, hugging her head to protect it. Blows rained down on her shoulders. Katie kicked her to the floor, and then all three of them jumped on her, kicking her head, back, and stomach. Enough! Rita pushed Melissa and the other girls, who were punching and kicking Debbie as hard as they could. Mind your own business, Melissa said, glaring at Rita. You guys are being too loud. I need some peace and quiet, Rita said, looking at Melissa. Then get lost, Melissa said, exasperated. If it's too noisy here, then go somewhere else. Do you want me to call Janice? Rita took out her phone and shook it at her. You. Melissa stared angrily at Rita. If Janice found out about this, then they would be in trouble. She glanced at Debbie, then said, If you dare to complain to Janice, you'll be sorry. Let's go. Melissa glared at Rita and then left with Olivia and Katie. Rita let out a sigh of relief as she watched the girls walk away. She turned around and looked at Debbie, who was curled up on the floor, trembling, with her arms wrapped around her head. She's so pitiful, she thought, feeling sorry for her. Get up, she said, squatting down to help her. Debbie's face had a few bruises and her hair was a mess. Her clothes were dirty and covered in black footprints. Thank you, Debbie said softly, with tears in her eyes. Rita was moved by her timid appearance. No need to thank me, Rita said, looking away. I just don't like those guys. Well, thank you anyway, Debbie answered, a little disappointed by Rita's words. If you don't want to be bullied again, then you need to find a boyfriend to protect you, Rita said. Then she walked toward the door. Debbie, Alex called as he rushed in, brushing past Rita. When he saw Debbie, he was shocked and felt sorry for her. Rita's expression became a bit dejected. Judging by Alex's appearance and clothes, he wouldn't be able to protect Debbie at all. Alex, Debbie said. When she saw him, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears started dripping down her cheeks, and she hugged him tightly. Who hit you? Alex asked, looking at her bruised face. He was anxious to know the identity of the culprit so that he could avenge her. He turned around and looked at Rita with an unfriendly expression. Is that her? I'll make her pay for this. No, it's not her, Debbie said. The person who hit me has gone. She pulled him back, stopping him from going after Rita. Rita smiled wryly and shook her head. Debbie's life was already difficult enough, and the universe had given her a silly boyfriend like this. Disappointed, she walked out of the room. Chapter 77, Siege 77. Rushing to the hospital as soon as Rita left, Debbie threw herself at Alex and hugged him tightly, sobbing. When Melissa and the other girls had been beating her, Debbie had felt completely alone. Now that she was in Alex's arms, she felt warm and safe. "Why do they say such awful things about my mother?" she asked. "I know how hard my mom's life is. She works hard every day. And whenever I was sick, she would get up really early and go out to get medicine for me. She never complains. I don't care if they make fun of me or hit me, but why do they have to insult my mother?" When she remembered the look on Melissa's face when she had insulted Debbie's mother, Debbie couldn't control her emotions. Her voice broke, and she stomped on the ground, her whole body shaking. "It's okay, Debbie," Alex said. Seeing her like this, he grew even more worried. He hated the people who had hurt her so badly. He gently patted her back to calm her down as quickly as possible. "Don't worry," he assured her. "If anyone hurts you, I'll make sure they pay for it. I will always be by your side to protect you. How are you feeling now? Any better?" As he comforted her, she finally calmed down. "Who beat you up?" Alex asked, gently wiping away her tears. "Tell me, and I'll deal with it." His eyes held a trace of viciousness. "It was 3 of my bandmates," Debbie answered, speaking softly. She was no longer as upset as before. "Just forget about it. If they try this again, then you can do something." Debbie didn't want to cause trouble with Melissa and the other girls. After all, they were in a band together, and they would have to get along. But Alex wanted to give those girls a good beating. "No. Listen to me," she said gently, looking at him. "I'll talk to them. And if they attack me again, then I'll let you beat them up for me." He frowned. Although he didn't want to let this go, he had to listen to her. "Will you come with me to the Azalea guest house to see my mom?" she asked. More than anything, she just wanted to see her mother. Even just sitting quietly beside her would make Debbie feel better. "Okay." Alex was deeply moved. He lightly touched her face and smiled. "Before you go and see your mom, maybe you should wash your face." Debbie took a quick shower and then they left to visit her mother. Alex held her hand as they walked. It was 9 p.m. and the streets were brightly lit, with many people walking on both sides of the road, enjoying the cool air as they strolled under the trees. As Alex and Debbie walked down the steps of the building, Alex's cell phone rang. It was Sam Woodsworth. Alex frowned slightly, thinking that he must have been invited to a party again. "Mr. Ambrose," Sam's panicked voice came through the phone. "There seems to be a serious problem with Mrs. Stonehill. She's been taken to the New York City General Hospital. Do you want to come and see her?" On hearing this, Alex was stunned. "Something happened to Carla?" he asked. "What's going on?" He put the phone on speaker so that Debbie could hear properly. "What happened to my mother?" Debbie asked anxiously, her chest growing tight with worry. "I sent someone to accompany Mrs. Stonehill on a tour of New York City," Sam told them. "Everything was fine until an hour ago when they were out eating. Mrs. Stonehill fainted after complaining about being in pain, and she was taken to the hospital emergency room. She's now in intensive care." By the time Sam had finished speaking, Debbie's legs were about to collapse under her. "Okay, tell the doctor to look after Carla," Alex said. "If anything happens to her, they won't work in that hospital again." He ended the call. "Alex, take me to the hospital," Debbie said, panicking as she clutched at his arm. "Please, hurry. I need to go to the hospital." She was very anxious and scared and couldn't think about anything else. She just needed to go to the hospital to see her mother. She had an ominous foreboding that was growing more and more intense. Her entire body trembled. "Don't be afraid," Alex whispered into her ear. "Trust me. Your mom will be fine." He kept his arm around her, and they walked to the side of the road. It wasn't easy to get a taxi. Alex felt Debbie trembling in his arms, and he couldn't let her suffer any longer. Leaving her for a moment, he walked into the middle of the road and forced a black Audi to stop. "Do you have a death wish?" the driver yelled. Alex threw a wad of money at the driver's face through the open window before jumping back to the sidewalk. On seeing the money, the owner of the car smiled, his eyes gleaming. There were at least $1,000 there. "Don't just stay there," Alex yelled. "Pull over here." The driver realized that the young man who had just thrown money at him was calling him, and he hurriedly drove over. Alex opened the back door of the car and got inside with Debbie. He told the driver to take them to the general hospital as quickly as possible. He sat with his arms around Debbie as he comforted her. "Don't worry," he murmured. "Your mom will be fine. Trust me." The car stopped abruptly. "Move it," Alex shouted angrily at the driver. He just wanted to get Debbie to her mother quickly. "Young man, it's not that I don't want to move, it's that I can't," the driver said, his tone bitter. "The road is blocked." Alex looked and saw more than 10 young people in front of the car. He had no idea what they were doing. He opened the car window, stuck his head out, and shouted at them, "Hey, get out of the way." The crowd were all gathered around a rich young man called Henry, who had been confessing his love to a girl, and now he was being humiliated by Alex shouting at him. "Get lost," Henry shouted. "If you interrupt me again, I'll kill you." "Go another way," someone yelled. "We won't let you interfere." "Go away," came another shout. "Don't hold up Henry's declaration of love." A tall young man walked aggressively toward Alex, hurling curse words. "Hey, why haven't you turned back yet? Are you looking for a beating?" The driver was frightened and was about to turn around. "Don't move," Alex shouted at him. "There's another route," the driver said, fearfully. "We can get close and then you can walk the rest of the way from there. That guy has almost reached us, and if we don't leave now, we'll get beaten up." "I told you not to move," Alex said, as he opened the car door. The tall young man approached and raised his fist, ready to strike. Alex didn't wait for the man's fist to make contact. He grabbed the young man's hair and dragged his head down hard. At the same time, he pulled up his right knee and hit the man in the face, knocking him unconscious. He punched the man again and dropped him on the ground. The young man had been defeated because he had underestimated Alex's strength. The driver had planned to abandon Alex and run away, but then Alex had beaten the young man within seconds. The driver was completely dumbfounded. Even louder curses began to come from the crowd, and the driver saw the 10 young men rushing toward Alex. Henry told the others to teach Alex a lesson while he stayed behind to talk to the girl. The driver panicked, believing that he was going to be beaten up. His first thought was to escape. Just as he was about to turn the car around, Alex cursed and angrily walked to the driver's side. He yanked open the car door and shouted, "Get out." "Hey, what are you doing?" the driver asked, shocked. Alex pulled him from the car and got into the driver's seat. "Get in," he yelled, slamming the door closed. The owner of the car looked at the 10 young men who were running toward them, and then he scampered around to the passenger side and got in. Through the rearview mirror, Alex glanced at Debbie, who looked sad. Then he looked at the young men rushing toward him. "Fine then," he thought. "Since you're so determined to block my way, don't blame me for being rude." Alex stepped on the accelerator and the car shot forward. "Hey, what are you doing?" the car owner asked worriedly. "If you crash into someone, you could kill them." "Shut up," Alex roared. When the young men saw the car speeding toward them, they were shocked. "Don't be afraid," one of the men yelled. "He wouldn't dare to hit us. Come and stand in front of him." None of the men believed that Alex would dare to crash into them. After all, there were 10 of them. They continued moving toward Alex. But the car's speed kept increasing without any signs of slowing down. The tires screeched loudly as the car charged toward them like a ferocious beast made of steel. Only then did the men realize that Alex wasn't joking, and they quickly ran away. Alex knocked over a few of the young men, sending them falling to the ground, screaming in pain. Henry was still pestering the girl he wanted when Alex's car came toward him. The girl standing beside Henry was completely stunned. When she saw the car, she covered her ears, closed her eyes, and screamed. Frightened, Henry fled, but he couldn't avoid being hit by the car. He rolled a few times and landed next to the sidewalk. Only when she heard the car roar away did the girl dare to open her eyes. Watching its taillights disappear, she thought about what had happened. When Alex had walked over earlier, she had seen his face and hadn't been able to look away. She mumbled in confusion, "That man was so handsome." Chapter 78, Siege 78. Trust me, she'll be fine. Alex was driving through the streets at 100 miles per hour. He overtook one car, then another, then yet another. Some of the other drivers on the road were scared, while some were confused by what was going on. Most of them pointed at his taillights and cursed at him. He didn't care about his life. Alex ignored the red light at an intersection, and a man riding an electric bike had to swerve to avoid him. The man was sent sprawling, and by the time he got up, Alex was already some distance away. They arrived at the general hospital within 20 minutes. "How many red lights did you run?" the car owner asked, his expression pained. "I'm going to lose my license." During the mad dash to the hospital, the car owner's heart had been in his mouth, and he had regretted letting Alex drive his car. No amount of money was worth risking death. Alex didn't care about the car owner. He got out of the car and opened the back door to help Debbie out. "Don't worry, nothing will happen to you," Alex assured the man. He had been driving the man's car, so Alex wouldn't let him get into any trouble. With that, he helped Debbie into the hospital. When they arrived at the ICU, Sam was waiting outside the ward. "Mr. Ambrose, Miss Stonehill, you made it," Sam said. "What's going on?" Alex asked with a frown. Debbie had let go of him and dashed to the door of the ICU, worriedly looking in through the window. A few doctors in white coats surrounded Carla, who was lying in a bed. From time to time, they checked the numbers on the machines, while a few nurses helped to make Carla comfortable. The CEO of the general hospital walked over, and when he saw Debbie looking in, he called out, "Close the blinds." Sam had arranged for Carla to be seen immediately, and he had called in the most capable doctor to treat her. "The patient is this girl's mother," Sam said, frowning. Seeing Sam's expression, the CEO grew nervous. Sam thought highly of this girl. "I'm sorry," he hurriedly apologized to Debbie. "I didn't mean to offend you." Debbie barely heard a single word of what he was saying. The only thing she cared about was her mother. Alex still didn't know what was wrong with Carla. He walked up beside Debbie and put an arm around her shoulders as she looked into the ward. She didn't say a word, but he could feel her body trembling. More than an hour later, the doctors finished their treatment and walked out of the ICU. "Doctor, how is my mother?" Debbie asked anxiously, stepping in front of Dr. Henderson. The doctor glanced at Sam, who nodded. Only after getting Sam's agreement did the doctor begin to tell Debbie about Carla's illness. "Your mother's condition is very complicated," Dr. Henderson said. "We've managed to stabilize her for now, but we'll need to consult with some of our colleagues." Debbie was stunned. Her legs became weak, and she would have fallen to the ground if Alex hadn't been holding her up. "Don't be afraid," Alex comforted her. "The doctor said that your mom is stable. Trust me, she'll be fine." "I want to see her," Debbie said. She didn't want to listen anymore. She didn't feel at all reassured and just wanted to rush into the ICU. "Miss, please calm down," the doctor said, holding out a hand to stop her. "Your mother is very weak right now and she needs rest. Besides, she's not conscious at the moment, so even if you go in, she can't speak to you." "Listen to the doctor," Alex advised, frowning. "If you go in, it might make your mom's condition worse." Seeing Debbie like this, his heart ached. "The nurse is taking good care of her. Don't worry." Your mom will be fine." His gentle persuasion worked, and Debbie stopped insisting on seeing Carla, but she refused to move away from the window. He looked at Sam and said, "Find all the best doctors in New York. If they can't help Debbie's mom, their careers are over." "I'll do it now," Sam said in fear, never having seen Alex in such a mood before. He left to make the arrangements. The CO and the doctor were both shocked. This guy, who looked like an ordinary student, had shouted at Sam Woodsworth. And even more shocking was the fact that Sam obeyed him. Debbie stood by the window and watched quietly for over 3 hours. Sam told them that there was a doctor at another nearby hospital who was rushing over right now, and the hospital doctors were urgently discussing Carla's condition. "You should rest," Alex said, leading Debbie to a chair in the corridor. They sat down, and Debbie leaned forward with her elbows on her knees, resting her forehead in her hands. "It will be fine, believe me," Alex reassured her as he patted her back, but he was starting to feel as uncertain as she did. "What's going on?" someone yelled from inside the room. A moment later, a nurse rushed out. Debbie jumped in fright. She ran to the door of the ICU and looked inside. The nurse seemed flustered and unsure of what to do, and Carla was already awake. "Mom." Debbie was extremely anxious. She pushed at the door, wanting to rush in. The nurse hurried over and opened the door. Debbie was about to run in, but the nurse stopped her. "Miss, please calm down. Only doctors can come in here," the nurse said anxiously. "You have to stay out there. There's nothing you can do to help. Right now, your mother's condition is very serious. We've already sent for a doctor, so please be patient." "Debbie, calm down," Alex said, holding her back. "You won't be able to do anything in there. We just have to wait for the doctor. Let me go." "I want to see my mother," Debbie said, trying her best to get away from him. She was completely out of control with worry. The same doctors from before ran over. Alex dragged the struggling Debbie away from the door to allow them entry. "I'm worried too," he told her. "But there's nothing we can do to help. I've already asked Sam to call all the best doctors in the city. Believe me, your mom will be fine." Although Debbie wanted to rush in to see her mother, she knew Alex was right, and she stopped fighting him. However, 10 minutes later, a flustered young doctor ran out and approached Sam. Trembling with fear, he said, "Mr. Woodsworth, the patient. Her condition is deteriorating and there's not much we can do. Dr. Henderson said it's possible that, well, she might not make it." "What?" Sam asked. He glanced at Alex, who froze in shock, his eyes wide. Standing beside him, Debbie became even more agitated. "If anything happens to Mrs. Stonehill, then your career is over," Sam shouted at the doctor. "But, Dr. Henderson said that the patient is already critical," the doctor whispered fearfully. Alex noticed the doctor's tone and realized what was happening. He stopped restraining Debbie and rushed to the door of the ICU with her. "What are you doing?" "You can't go in there," the young doctor objected. Sam slapped his face. "Open the door for Mr. Ambrose." "Yes, of course," the doctor said, hurrying to open the door. Alex, Debbie, and Sam all walked into the ICU. Debbie stood beside the bed, holding back tears as she looked at her mother. Carla's face was pale and haggard. She wore an oxygen mask and had several tubes sticking out of her body. Doctors were gathered around the bed. Debbie was stunned. She couldn't get in the way of her mother's treatment, but her heart felt as if it were breaking. "How is Mrs. Stonehill?" Sam asked Dr. Henderson. Seeing Sam's serious expression, the group of doctors grew nervous. "We had stabilized the patient's condition earlier, but now there's been a sudden change," Dr. Henderson reported. "Her heart and lungs are failing, and her liver, spleen, and kidneys are struggling too." There are also problems with her large intestine and respiratory tract. He had been surprised when he had seen Carla's condition. He had never witnessed anything like this before. Just tell me if you can cure her. Sam lost his patience. Dr. Henderson's heart sank. The other doctors didn't even dare to breathe loudly. I'm afraid. No, I can't, Dr. Henderson admitted. If you can't cure her, then what's the point of you being here? Sam reprimanded him angrily. His words scared Dr. Henderson so much that he staggered back. The rest of the doctors and nurses also inched further away. Mr. Woodsworth, forgive me, but the patient's condition is very unusual, Dr. Henderson explained. Within a short span of 3 to 4 hours, her condition has deteriorated to such an extent that not even the most authoritative expert in the world would be able to save her. I've never seen anything like it. He stared at Sam in trepidation, hoping Sam would understand. Carla, who was still in bed, slowly raised her hand. But she was too weak to lift it far. Debbie couldn't hold back any longer. She pushed the doctor aside and rushed to the bed. She glanced at the doctor and said, "My mom wants to take off her oxygen mask." She knew her mother well and knew what she wanted just by looking at her. Dr. Henderson gently removed Carla's oxygen mask. Carla, who looked pale and extremely weak, said softly to Sam, "Mr. Woodsworth, I don't blame the doctors for my illness. It's not their fault. But please send them out so I can have a private word with Debbie." "You can't," the doctor objected, knowing that Carla would die. Sam cast a questioning gaze at Alex. "All of you, get out," Alex said, realizing that Carla could no longer be saved. They all headed toward the door. "Alex, please wait a moment," Carla said weakly. Alex stayed behind while Sam and the doctors went out and closed the door. Chapter 79, Ch. 79, The Confession. "Mom," Debbie said, looking at her mother's face. Tears filled her eyes. "Don't cry, Debbie." Carla smiled faintly. She wanted to wipe away Debbie's tears, but Debbie was holding her hand. "Mom, don't move." Debbie knew how weak her mother was. "How do you feel? Are you in pain?" Her heart felt like it was being shredded when she thought about how much pain her mother was enduring. Carla only shook her head slightly. "It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all." "Alex, you will take good care of Debbie, won't you?" Carla asked as her gaze slowly turned to Alex. Right from the beginning, she had seen the deep affection he had for Debbie. "Mom," Debbie said, understanding the meaning of her mother's words. "Yes, Mrs. Stonehill, I will take good care of Debbie," Alex said seriously as he looked into Carla's eyes. "Good, good." Carla nodded her head in satisfaction. Her heart felt a little lighter. Alex was like family, and he would look after her daughter. "Debbie, there's something I need to tell you," Carla said, looking at her. Already, her vision was growing a little dim. Debbie held her mother's hand tightly, her eyes filling with tears. "I'm not your biological mother," Carla said softly as she looked into Debbie's eyes. This was a secret that she had kept close to her heart for 20 years. Debbie was taken aback. "Mom?" she asked. "I had planned to keep this secret for the rest of my life," Carla said, tears gathering in her eyes. "But I felt that I was lying to you, and you should know the truth." "No, Mom," Debbie mumbled in a daze. Carla was the only mother she had ever known, and now she was saying that she wasn't Debbie's biological mother. How could she accept that? Alex, who was standing to the side, was also surprised when he heard Carla's words. He looked at both women and realized that the two of them didn't resemble each other. "Silly child, you're as kind as your mother. That isn't good." When Carla looked at Debbie's sweet face, she saw Debbie's mother. Touched by the reminder, tears slid down her face. "No, Mom, you're my mother," Debbie insisted, growing anxious. Sweet child, I'm not worthy to be your mother, Carla said gently. Your mother is a dignified and elegant young lady, and I was just her young maid. Debbie shook her head slowly. When my young mistress gave birth to you, her family placed her under house arrest, and she wasn't allowed to go out, Carla said. To prevent her from escaping, her family forced both of us to inject a poison. We could only survive if we kept consuming the antidote they gave us. Now, the poison has flared up in me. The medicine only alleviates the illness for a while. This time, it's too late. Mom, don't say any more, Debbie begged, but she had already begun to accept that Carla was not her mother. If I stop now, I'm afraid that I won't get the chance to say it later, Carla said gently. My mistress wanted to keep you safe and raise you herself. But then I learned that your family was looking for an opportunity to kill you while you were still a baby. Carla sighed. I told my mistress straight away. She was thoroughly disappointed with her family and had believed that if she stayed at home, she could wait for a chance to make a move against them. But when we heard of their plans, we took you, knocked out the guard, and ran out of the house. Debbie was hanging on to every word. We were very careful, Carla continued. But we were still discovered by the family. In the end, we were forced onto a cliff. They surrounded us, and my mistress wanted to go back with them and then find an opportunity to escape later. But the leader of the search party wanted to kill my mistress. She realized that something was wrong, but it was already too late, and they had their guns pointed right at us. Oh! Debbie couldn't help but exclaim softly. Alex's mouth also dropped open a little. The men were smiling, so sure of their victory, Carla said. But then my mistress suddenly hugged me, and we climbed down the cliff a little. I was so scared that I closed my eyes. Then, through the whistling wind, I heard her saying, Carla, take the child. I looked up and saw my mistress giving me a beautiful smile, and then she turned around and threw herself off the cliff. By the time I realized her intention, it was too late. Carla started to cry. I'm sorry, mistress. Debbie was dazed for a moment as if she had also watched that miserable scene play out. Then Carla began to cough violently. Mom, put the oxygen mask back on, Debbie said, trying to put the mask on her. Let me finish, Carla insisted, turning her face away. She knew how sick she was. The mask wasn't going to make a difference. My poor young mistress, Carla sobbed. And there you were still looking at me innocently, not understanding what had happened at all. I heard someone saying that they were coming down to search for us, so I didn't dare to stay there any longer. I carried you and left quickly. A few days later, Carla had carried Debbie into a small town in the Northeast and started a new life. Mom. Debbie kept trying to put Carla's oxygen mask back on, but Carla wouldn't let her. Debbie, she said. Take off the jade pendant I'm wearing. Debbie carefully removed the pendant from around Carla's neck. The green part of the pendant faded to crystal white, and there were a few strands of red mixed in at the end. It looked quite extraordinary. Carla had been wearing it for as long as Debbie could remember. She had always wondered how a poor family like hers could have such a nice-looking pendant. She had asked Carla, but she had never received an answer. This pendant belonged to my mistress, Carla said, her voice growing weaker. I think you should wear it. It belongs to you. Alex, Carla said, focusing on him with great effort. Yes, he answered seriously. All these years, Debbie has suffered just like me, Carla said, her voice growing feeble. She's too kind, just like her mother, and I worry that she will be bullied. Since she's chosen you, I hope that you will treat her well and protect her from being hurt again. Her eyelids were growing heavier and heavier, and she had to fight hard to keep them from closing. She had to hear Alex's answer. Okay, he said solemnly. I promise that, as long as I'm around, I won't let Debbie get hurt, no matter how much I'm injured. You can depend on me. Thank you, Carla said. I'm so relieved. A faint smile appeared on her face. She no longer had the strength to move, and her breathing slowed. Stop talking, Debbie said. Please put on the oxygen mask. She was afraid Carla would waste even more energy trying to speak. I really miss my mistress, Carla said softly as she slowly closed her eyes. I really miss her. You need to rest, Debbie said. She picked up the oxygen mask and pulled it toward Carla's face. But out of the corner of her eye, she saw Carla's hand slide down the bed. It lightly brushed Debbie and then stopped moving. Debbie looked at Carla, who had her eyes closed, and felt a great sense of emptiness in her heart. Mom, she asked, her lip trembling. She desperately hoped that Carla would respond like she always did, even just with a soft hum, but Carla just lay there quietly, motionless, her face devoid of life. Mom, she asked again, finally realizing what had happened, and a sorrowful wail escaped from her mouth. She hugged Carla's body and pressed her head against her chest, crying sorrowfully. The doctors from the nearby hospital finally arrived and were stopped at the door by Sam. They were no longer of any use. Debbie's mind flashed through scenes of her life with her mother. She didn't care about her biological mother. She only knew that Carla was the one who had known her and loved her the most. Carla was the woman she was the closest to, and now she was gone forever, leaving Debbie an orphan with nothing but memories. 5 minutes passed, then 10 minutes. Half an hour. 1 hour. Debbie continued to cry. Her mother's smiling face and voice were gone, and Debbie couldn't control herself. Alex stood silently beside her. Listening to her heartbreaking sobs, his heart felt torn in two, but he knew that no one could help her. She needed to grieve. Debbie, please don't cry, he thought. You won't be lonely. Not with me here. No matter what the future holds, I'll stay with you forever. Chapter 80. CH80. Looking for a prince. Debbie cried for 3 whole hours that day. When she finally calmed down, Alex asked Sam to take care of Carla. Sam arranged for Carla's body to be cremated and her ashes placed in a grave in New York. Alex accompanied Debbie to the graveyard for the funeral, and when she saw Carla's grave, she cried for a long time. In the 5 days since Carla had passed away, Debbie had been really depressed. She didn't attend any classes at school, nor did she go to practice with the Dream Chasers. Alex was worried about her. If she didn't pull herself together soon, she would make herself ill. That morning, he got up early, went out to buy some bread and milk, and then returned to the villa. A few days ago, Debbie had been refusing to eat at all. Then she began to eat a small amount at night. But now, to Alex's surprise, she ate a whole bowl of cereal and 2 slices of toast. Can you take me to band practice? She asked Alex after getting dressed properly for the first time in days. In the last few days, Debbie had been thinking a lot. She wondered what Carla would say if she could see her right now. She would feel hurt and blame herself for the state Debbie was in. She wouldn't want to see her like this. Debbie's heart felt heavy, but she told herself that she needed to snap out of it as soon as possible. Carla needed to know that Debbie would have a good life. Only then would she be able to rest in peace. Okay, Alex agreed in surprise. If Debbie was able to accept the fact that Carla was gone, then she would begin to recover. They got a taxi to the door of the music company. The car park was filled with luxury cars, including a BMW and a Mercedes-Benz. Each car was worth at least $600,000. As Alex and Debbie arrived, a man and a woman got out of a Porsche. The man wore earrings and a thick chain around his neck. He seemed to be a hip-hop singer. The woman was Debbie's teammate, Melissa. Katie and Olivia had also arrived and walked over to Melissa. Is that Debbie's boyfriend? Olivia asked. What is he wearing? No wonder he's with Debbie. They have this same sense of style. Did they come by taxi? Katie asked. I'm not seeing things, am I? He's at least 20, so he must have a car, right? Didn't Debbie say that she came from a little town in the Northeast? Melissa asked. Some little place in the middle of nowhere? No doubt, her tuition fees took all her mom's money. She can't possibly buy a car. I'm surprised she can afford the taxi. Melissa smiled proudly as she spoke with her friends. They looked at Debbie, who stood still, watching them with a cold expression. Alex wanted to go over there and beat them up, but he could guess what Debbie wanted. After all, they were in the same band, and she didn't want to make things worse. Besides, now that she had calmed down, he didn't want to upset her again. In any case, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, so there was no need to do anything rash. Melissa and the others arrogantly walked through the main entrance. A Mercedes-Benz stopped at the side of the road and a short-haired girl got out of the car. It was Rita. Hi, free audiobook here. If you've enjoyed your book so far, please do consider checking out my Patreon. I have over 50,000 hours worth of audiobooks, which most can't be posted on YouTube. You can search Free Audiobooks Chronicles to find it on Patreon or click the link below. Your support is much appreciated. The girl he had previously met in the practice room. Rita saw Debbie and Alex, and she walked over to meet them. You came, Rita said, looking at Debbie with a hint of concern. Let's go in together. Debbie said goodbye to Alex and walked toward the door with her. Alex stood and watched. He had seen a trace of contempt in Rita's gaze when she had looked at him. Combined with the way she looked at Debbie, it seemed that she didn't think him worthy of her. She looked down on him because she didn't think he could protect Debbie. He couldn't help but feel bitter. He took a taxi back to school. On the way, he thought about making some changes to help Debbie. At the very least, he should scare Melissa and the other girls a little and let them know that he wasn't the loser they thought he was. He was much richer than their boyfriends. Although Alex was not the type of person who liked to brag, he would be willing to do so if it would protect Debbie. Didn't they just laugh at me for not having a car and ridicule Debbie for taking a taxi? He thought. Well, I'll make sure they see Debbie riding in a luxury car. But what kind of car? A month ago, Alex had ordered an extremely expensive Ferrari from the New York Auto Exhibition Center. He didn't know why the Ferrari he had ordered hadn't arrived yet. He should call and ask. Two beautiful young women were wandering around the campus of Preston University. One of them was Kelly Phillips, the girl who had been blocking Alex's way when he drove to the hospital to see Debbie's mother. That night, Kelly had been cornered by Henry, who had wanted her to agree to a date. No matter what Kelly had said, Henry hadn't let her leave. She had been so angry, but she hadn't been able to do anything about it, and then an Audi had driven up. A young man had stepped out of the car and had hit the man who had rushed at him. Then, completely unafraid, he had faced down more than 10 people, jumped into the car, and sped toward them. Kelly had thought that he would stop the car before he reached them, but he hadn't. He had increased his speed, knocked over the group of men, and continued on toward Henry. She had been scared when she had seen the car speeding toward her. She had covered her ears, closed her eyes, and screamed out loud. The car had knocked over Henry while she was standing right next to him, and she had been terrified. But then her nervousness and fear had been replaced by excitement. She had felt like a princess, and the man who had been driving the car had been her prince coming to her rescue. As she recalled his face, she felt extremely happy. From that day onward, she had begun searching for traces of the man within New York City. Eventually, she had discovered that he was probably a student at Preston University, so she had come here to search for him, but she still hadn't found him. Kelly, are you sure he's a student? Asked her friend, Sharon Williams. How could one simple student have defeated so many people? It would take some nerve to drive into people like that. She was exhausted from Kelly dragging her around the city to look for this man. I had someone check it out for me, and I honestly think he might be a student at Preston University, Kelly said. But I don't know any more than that. Please, Sharon, come with me to find out more. She wasn't sure how to find her prince, but she was looking forward to meeting him. No. We've been walking for ages and I'm tired, Sharon said. She spotted a supermarket. Look, let's go in there and buy some drinks and then we can rest for a little while. Okay, Kelly agreed and went into the supermarket with Sharon to buy 2 bottles of water. Then they walked to a nearby sports field as they sipped their drinks. They sat under the shade of a tree, having a rest. Hey, why haven't I heard anything about the Ferrari I ordered a month ago? Came a voice from nearby. Is there a problem? When Kelly heard the voice, her eyes lit up. A short distance away, her prince was talking on the phone with his face angled slightly away from her. What's taking so long? He demanded. I'll give you an extra $100,000 if you can deliver the car within 10 days. Can you do that? He paused for a moment. Okay. I'll transfer the money now, and I expect the car to be delivered as soon as possible. Kelly and Sharon slowly walked over to Alex. When Kelly saw his face, she was sure that he was the man who had been driving the car that night, and she was elated. But now that Alex was on the phone, she didn't dare to disturb him. He seemed to be very masculine and impulsive, so she was afraid of offending him. She watched as he made another call. Mr. Miller, please transfer $100,000 to the New York Auto Exhibition Center, he said into the phone. Kelly, is that really the man who saved you that night? Sharon whispered. I think maybe there's something wrong with him. She looked him over. He was a university student who was dressed in ordinary clothes and didn't look at all rich. And yet he had just been casually discussing something about $100,000 and a Ferrari. What was wrong with him? I'll help you meet him, Sharon said, rolling her eyes and walking toward Alex. Alex ended the call. According to the car dealership, his custom-made Ferrari was being manufactured in Italy, and it would take at least 4 months for all the security tests to be carried out. He was giving them extra money to speed up the production, and he wanted the car delivered to him within 10 days. They had reluctantly agreed, and he'd had the bank transfer the $100,000 to them. Alex didn't care about the money at all, as long as he could get his Ferrari as quickly as possible. As he was about to leave, he noticed various students all sneering at him. Some of them even shook their heads and glanced at him with a smile when they passed by. They had heard what he had said on the phone and thought he was crazy. Alex shook his head and smiled lightly. They could think about what they liked. Hello, Rolls-Royce? My custom-made Rolls-Royce, which cost $3 million, has not been delivered yet, a girl said, speaking into her phone. What? For months? No. Bring the car to me within 10 days. I'll add $100,000. I must have that car. Alex looked at her speechlessly. The girl was mocking him. He went a walk around her, but she was still blocking his path. When he moved to the left, she moved with him. When he moved to the right, she followed him again. Alex was very angry. He didn't even know this girl, so why was she teasing him? Please step aside, Alex said, suppressing his anger. Can't you see I'm on the phone? The girl glared at Alex. He tried to walk around her again, but she continued to block his way and wouldn't let him pass. Mr. Miller, transfer $100,000 to the Rolls-Royce company, Sharon said, continuing to mock him. She had only been teasing Alex to begin with, but then he had dared to glare at her. Now, she didn't like him at all. Alex wasn't as amazing as Kelly had said he was. On the contrary, he was truly a loser. Sharon, stop joking around, Kelly said, walking over with an embarrassed expression. After Alex's actions that night, Sharon was playing with fire. Of course, Kelly also didn't want her friend to tease the prince who had saved her. Chapter 81. Ch81. The proposition. What are you doing? Don't be silly. He doesn't look like the person you were talking about. Look at his clothes. He doesn't look much better than a beggar on the street, Sharon said. She had a poor impression of Alex, mainly due to the way he was glaring at her. It didn't cross her mind that she was the one who had teased him first and that his glare was perfectly justified. Just stop talking for a minute, Kelly said as she glanced at Sharon. Then she looked at Alex and said, "Hello, Alex. Sorry, I'm leaving." Alex didn't like Sharon either, and he assumed that her friend must be as unpleasant as she was. He started to walk away. "Now look what you've done," Kelly grumbled as she glanced at Sharon. Then she grabbed her friend's hand and they followed him. Alex felt thirsty, and as he walked past the cafeteria, he decided to get himself a cold drink. After the server had handed him his lemonade, he tried to swipe his meal card on the machine, but it wasn't accepted. Unfortunately, this canteen only accepted meal cards or cash. Alex had thrown all his cash at the driver the other day to take him and Debbie to the hospital to see her mom. He didn't have any left to pay for the drink. "Oh no. I'm so sorry, I don't..." Alex was about to leave in embarrassment when he heard a beep from the machine beside him. He turned his head and saw that it was Sharon's friend who had paid. The girl was slim, with snow-white skin and bangs framing her forehead. Her eyes were big and full of spirit. She had a straight nose and thin, pink lips. She looked very delicate. She smiled shyly at him. Alex didn't understand why she was paying for him, but he wanted to thank her. Sharon pulled Kelly away from the canteen and said with a frown, "Why are you paying for him? He was just bragging about having all that money. He said that he has over $1 million in the bank and that he has a Ferrari, but he can't even pay for a soda. I think he's crazy. You shouldn't pay him any attention." Even if Alex was the one who had saved Kelly that night, Sharon didn't think much of him. She didn't believe he was as rich and powerful as Kelly thought. She thought he was just a braggart and a loser. "Shut up, Sharon." Hearing what she said, Kelly started to get annoyed. She didn't care if Alex had been bragging on the phone just a moment ago. To her, he was still her hero. Alex became suspicious when he heard Sharon's words. He wondered, what does she mean by, "Don't pay him any attention"? She's reminding me of Kathy and Karen. When the two of them had been paying me attention, they'd both been thinking of ways to cheat me out of money. Could it be that this seemingly harmless friend of Sharon is also after my money? It's possible. After all, quite a few people in the school know that I donated more than $100,000 to the charity. Thinking about this, Alex couldn't help but feel a little angry. He didn't want to be cheated by any woman, no matter how pretty they were. Any woman who was only paying him attention because of his money was ugly to him. He put the lemonade glass on the counter, turned, and walked out of the canteen. Kelly started to follow him. She wasn't aware of what Alex had been through with Kathy and Karen, so she couldn't understand why he was being so rude to her. Alex picked up a hire bike on campus and headed to his dorm so that he could get rid of Kelly and the others. To his surprise, Kelly also got a bike and started following him. "Hey, wait a moment," Kelly cried. She was crazily pedaling her bike after him. She rarely rode a bike, so her posture was very awkward. Alex ignored her and continued to ride very fast. "Please stop. I have something to tell you." With a great effort, Kelly finally caught up with him. She tilted her head and panted as she spoke. Alex didn't even look at her, but continued to pedal. He cycled away and left her far behind. "Wait for me." "Why are you pedaling so quickly?" Kelly pleaded and pedaled as quickly as she could, but the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Alex didn't feel sorry for her. "I know that this girl is only talking to me to trick me out of money," he thought. "Why should I give her a chance to do that?" When they arrived at the square in front of the library, Alex heard a clanging sound behind him. He quickly turned around and saw that Kelly's bike had landed on the grass and that she had fallen on top of it. As he saw this, he started to feel a little guilty. After all, Kelly had fallen because she was trying to catch up with him. Alex looked at Kelly lying on the grass. He realized that he had acted badly and his heart softened. Finally, he turned around and rode to where she had fallen. He propped up his bike and walked over to her. Kelly said angrily to him, "Why did you keep running away from me? Go away, it's too late now. Get lost." He asked, "Are you okay? Would you feel okay in my position?" "What do you think?" she answered, staring at him from the ground. Alex sighed and reached out his hand to her. She looked at his outstretched hand. Although she was still angry with him, she took it and he pulled her up off the grass. "Are you okay?" Alex asked again, holding her up. "My ankle hurts a little," she replied. Her attitude had also softened toward him. Alex supported the limping girl as they slowly walked to a rock by the side of the road. "Slow down," he told her. Because of his kindness, Kelly started to feel happier. "My ankle hurts. Maybe you could help me massage it," Kelly requested gently as she looked into his eyes. Alex couldn't turn down such a pretty girl. It was my fault that she fell off her bike after all, he thought. "I'll just give her ankle a quick rub." Alex squatted down in front of Kelly. He held her foot in his hands and gently rubbed her ankle. A few male students, who were relaxing and reading books on the lawn close by, saw this scene. They couldn't concentrate on their reading as they couldn't help but watch this boy rubbing the girl's foot. The girl sitting on the rock was so beautiful. She was perfect and delicate. Who wouldn't want to take care of her? But the guy was dressed in ordinary clothes. He looked like a total loser, and she was letting him rub her feet. The boys who were watching felt jealous and annoyed. They all wanted to be rubbing the feet of this beautiful girl. "How is it?" Alex raised his head and asked kindly. "There's still a little pain," Kelly replied softly. At first, she thought Alex was a tough, straightforward man, but now it seemed that he had a delicate and gentle side to him. Her good impression of him deepened. Alex was still squatting on the ground, carefully rubbing her feet when Kelly suddenly asked, "What do you think of me?" "What do you mean?" He stopped and looked at her curiously. "If you like me after all, why don't we go on a date?" Kelly thought Alex liked her too. For her, it had been love at first sight, the first time she had seen him. She wanted to go out with him. Alex put her foot down. He gave her a small smile and stood up. It was just as he thought. She did have an ulterior motive for wanting to get closer to him. He had never met Kelly before. He thought, "We have known each other for less than an hour, and yet she says she has feelings for me. Does she like me, or is she only after my money?" Alex smiled and slowly turned around to leave. "Hold on," Kelly stood up from the rock anxiously and pulled him back. "I want to be your girlfriend." "What's wrong with that?" Kelly was used to men pursuing her. This was the first time she'd had to proposition a man. She couldn't believe he was rejecting her. How could she not be angry? The boys on the grass, who had been secretly watching them, were shocked. How could this beautiful goddess fall in love with this loser and ask him out? He looked like a nobody. What did this girl see in him? "What are you talking about?" "We've known each other for less than an hour and I don't even know your name, but you say you want to be my girlfriend? Do you think I'm stupid?" Alex asked Kelly with a sneer on his face. "I was careless. My name is Kelly. Do you think I'm lying to you?" "I'm not," she explained quickly. "And actually, we have met before." "We've met before?" Alex was surprised. Such a pretty girl. If he had seen her before, he would remember her. "Yes. Not only have we met, but you did me a huge favor," she said, and told him all about what had happened that day. Only then did Alex start to remember the incident. As he was rushing in a car to the hospital to see Debbie's mother, he had knocked over the boy who was bothering her. On that day, I thought it was all over. Fortunately, you appeared in time and saved me. I really wanted to see you again, so I tracked you down and came to Preston University to find you. I understand. Alex nodded slowly. Only then did he believe that Kelly was not after his money. Just at that moment, Sharon quickly walked up to them. She hadn't taken a bike, but had been following them on foot, and she had seen Kelly lying on the grass. She was worried as she asked her friend, "Are you okay?" Kelly ignored her as her gaze was focused on Alex's face. She asked him, "So, would you like to date me?" Kelly was still very confident. She was sure that he would want to go out with her now that the misunderstanding was resolved. "You're asking him out? But he's a loser." Sharon couldn't understand her friend. However, she did know how stubborn she was. If Kelly had set her mind on something, she knew that she could do nothing to change it. Sharon pointed at Alex and said, "I'm warning you. Don't take advantage of Kelly. You think too much of yourself. I know you're only after one thing." "I don't want to go out with her," Alex replied calmly. "You know Kelly's way too good for you, and yet you still think you can go out with her? You're unbelievable." Sharon berated Alex for a while before realizing that he had said, "I don't want to." She was stunned. In her opinion, Kelly was so desirable that no man in his right mind would ever turn her down. Sharon couldn't help but look over at Kelly, only to see her biting her lip. She looked close to tears. Chapter 82, ch. 82, he's a nobody to help Kelly feel better. Sharon pointed at Alex and said harshly, "Are you blind? Kelly asked you out, and you actually turned her down? I guess you must realize that you're not good enough for her." Alex didn't know what to say. Sharon was wrong in her assumption, but he couldn't agree to go out with Kelly. "Give me a reason," Kelly said with a smile as she tried to suppress her disappointment. "I already have a girlfriend," he said with a shrug. Regardless of whether Kelly was sincere about her feelings or not, he would not mess her around. Hearing this explanation, Kelly felt a little better. It wasn't that he didn't like her. It also proved that he was a good man. That he was a man that she could admire. "So what if you have a girlfriend?" "I bet I'm as good as her. Maybe if you go out with me for a while, you'll find that you prefer me to your girlfriend." Kelly's eyes lit up again. "No need. I love my girlfriend. I said that I will protect her forever." Debbie's face appeared in Alex's mind and he smiled. Kelly was shocked when she saw his smile. It seemed genuine. "I want to meet your girlfriend and see how beautiful she is. And I want to see for myself how much you love her," Kelly said with a small smile. In her heart, however, she knew that she was jealous. "She's at work now, not at school." At that moment, Alex's cell phone rang. It was Debbie. "Debbie, is something wrong?" "Oh, good. Of course, you can call me whenever you like." "That's great. If you listen to your teacher, you'll definitely improve." "All right, I'll pick you up this afternoon." "Bye." Alex hung up the phone. Seeing the blissful look on his face while he was speaking to his girlfriend, Kelly was envious of her. "It sounds like you guys really love each other," she said, and she smiled, but there was envy in her heart. "But don't think that I'm going to give up that easily. In my opinion, you're only with her because you met her first. I've made it very clear that I will take care of her for the rest of her life." "Please stay away from me," Alex said rudely. "You're having a go at me now." "It doesn't matter though. You'll make it up to me in the future." Kelly remained calm and she smiled confidently, but inside she was seething. Alex had never met a woman like Kelly before. She didn't even react when he was rude to her. She was so determined to win him over. He wondered how he could ever get rid of her. "Please just forget it and let me go," he said as he stared at her in desperation. "Are you begging me?" Kelly asked proudly. Looking at Alex's angry face, she rolled her eyes and revealed a sly smile. "You want me to let you go?" "Sure, but you have to promise me one thing." "What?" Alex would do anything to get rid of her. Accompany me to a party and tell everyone that you're my boyfriend. She stared into his eyes and continued, Don't worry, it's just an act, but you have to pretend to everyone at the party that we're together. Okay, I'll do it. He nodded. Aren't you going to tell me your name? Kelly asked. Alex. She asked him for his phone number. Then I'll see you tomorrow. Just wait for me at the entrance of your school. Kelly stood up and waved at him with a smile. Alex said goodbye, turned around and left. Watching him leave, Kelly lowered her head slightly with a smile. He had agreed to go to the party with her, and she felt very pleased with herself. Sharon had heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Kelly say that she only wanted Alex to pretend to be her boyfriend. She said, Kelly, I'm relieved. For a while there, I thought you really liked that loser. Luckily, you figured it out in the end. I do really like him, Kelly replied as she recalled Alex's handsome face. What? Didn't you promise to let him go? You just asked him to pretend to be your boyfriend at the party. Sharon looked surprised. Kelly revealed a sly smile as she muttered, I don't think so. Once he spends some time with me at the party, he'll soon realize that I'm the one he wants to be with. I give up. You really don't know what's good for you, Sharon said helplessly. Let's go. As they were leaving, Kelly felt a twinge of pain in her ankle. This brought back the memory of Alex squatting on the ground and rubbing her feet, and a smug smile appeared on her face. For the past 3 days, in addition to her usual lessons, Debbie had also been training at the Sunshine Music Company. She was no longer being bullied, and she had gradually started to relax. Alex was relieved to see her confidence growing. On the day of the party, Alex had dropped Debbie off at Sunshine Music and had just gotten back to the university campus when he received a call from Kelly, telling him to go to the school gate. After ending the call, he went quickly to their meeting place, where he saw Kelly driving up in a BMW and waving at him. Sharon, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at him in disgust. She said, Don't you have any decent clothes you could have worn? You do know who's going to be there today, don't you? They won't be able to stop laughing when they see you. How about I don't go? Alex replied. He didn't take Sharon's words seriously. He also didn't care at all about this party or what the people there thought of him. It's all right, Kelly said with a smile. He still looks handsome. Get in the car. Alex climbed into the back seat and Kelly started the car. When she pulled up at Green Island Garden District, Alex was puzzled. He asked, Why have you stopped here? The party's in this district, she replied sweetly. You guys go ahead and I'll go park the car. Alex and Sharon got out of the car. He looked around him and thought, lucky that Debbie went to music practice today. It would be a disaster if she saw me here with Kelly. Sharon snorted when she saw Alex looking around him. She laughed and said, Look at you staring at the posh houses. You've never even been to such a good neighborhood as this before, have you? Alex glanced at her but didn't say anything. Sharon was dressed beautifully today. She looked even more sophisticated than the last time Alex had seen her. A few minutes later, Kelly had parked her car and walked over to them. Alex noticed that she was also wearing particularly elegant clothes. Her hair was adorned with a dark purple bow, and she was wearing a long, light green dress. She wore high-heeled sandals on her feet, making her look elegant and beautiful. She looked like a Hollywood movie star, and Alex couldn't help but admire her for a moment. Let's go, Kelly said with a smile when she saw Alex's stunned expression. The three of them walked to the entrance of the residential complex. The gate to the district was closed and only residents with key cards could enter. They waited for a long time, but no one came out. The girls started to worry. Alex thought, well, it seems that I'm the only one who can get us in. Since we're here now, I might as well do it. He pulled out his card, put it on the sensor, and the door opened with a beep. Kelly opened her eyes wide as she looked at Alex. She asked, How did you get a security card for this place? She thought, is Alex a resident of Green Island Garden? But this is one of the top residential areas in New York City. Alex hadn't expected such a strong reaction from Kelly. He regretted that he had revealed that he had a key card, but there was nothing he could do now. He could only nod and own up. He replied, actually, I live here. Bullshit, Sharon blurted out. Alex, you really expect us to believe that you have a house here? Do you take us for idiots? Even the cheapest house in the Green Island Garden costs more than $4 million. How could you ever afford that? Alex frowned as he looked at her. She continued, you probably don't know that after you left the other day, Kelly and I went to your class and asked your classmates about you. Sharon smiled at Alex as if she saw straight through him. Your tuition fees are paid by the state and by the school's poverty fund, and you cover your living expenses with part-time jobs. Your clothes are old and cheap, and your cell phone is secondhand. Sharon and Kelly had indeed asked around about Alex. They had learned quite a lot about him, but it wasn't the whole truth. You expect us to believe that you live in Green Island Garden? Huh. Do you think that we're that easy to deceive, or are you simply brainless? Sharon asked bluntly. Alex swallowed. What she said was true, but he wasn't lying either. He did indeed have a villa at Green Island Garden, and it was the most expensive villa on the complex. Sharon, Kelly stopped her from continuing. Her words were too mean. Perhaps what he said is true, she suggested. Kelly still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. She wanted to believe that Alex wasn't lying to her. Really? Kelly, don't be ridiculous. I'm guessing that he must work part-time in this district, which is why he has the key card. Sharon laughed and pointed to the office at the door. She looked at Alex and said, how about we go and ask at the office? If you're a resident, they're sure to recognize you. Alex didn't say anything. He didn't care what Sharon or Kelly thought of him, so why make things any more complicated? He still didn't want them to know how rich he was. He frowned to himself, looked at the sky, and didn't say anything. See, he's a liar. Sharon felt certain that she had seen through Alex's lies. She smiled proudly at Kelly, who sighed loudly. She was disappointed, but tried to console herself that Alex didn't lie often. It wasn't a big problem for her. Sharon continued to lecture Alex. Don't think that I don't know what you're planning. I know you want to be with Kelly so you can live off her money, right? She glared at him and continued. Well, don't even try it with me around. Sharon, stop it. Kelly felt that her friend's words were unnecessarily mean. She just couldn't believe that Alex was that kind of person. Embarrassed, she said to Alex, don't listen to her. Sharon is just looking out for me. Let's go to the party. Everyone is probably already there. The three of them walked into the district. Chapter 83, Ch 83. The party together. They walked through the Green Island Gardens residential area. There were neat rows of Mediterranean-looking villas. In front of each, there were all kinds of plants and trees, such as money trees, almonds in full bloom, and citrus trees. It was a very colorful and pretty scene. On both sides of the road, there were pine trees with birds chirping. The surrounding air was cool and fresh, with a faint fragrance of flowers. Alex had spent a lot of time there, so it was nothing new for him, but the two girls were amazed by the beauty of their surroundings. They took lots of panoramic photos on their cell phones, exclaiming that Green Island Garden was indeed worthy of being one of the top 2 residential areas in New York. Soon, they arrived at the artificial lake. In the middle of the lake was a small island, and on the island was a villa, which looked even more luxurious than the other properties. It looked like a European castle. So beautiful, the two girls exclaimed, as they looked longingly at the villa on the island and felt a gentle breeze from the lake brushing their faces. Kelly commented, that villa is worth over $40 million. I heard that it was bought by a young student in his 20s. Can you believe he's got so much money at that age? The breeze rustled her dress. Standing by the lake, she looked very beautiful. Sharon replied, "Who knows? I've heard from a friend who works here that he bought this villa over a month ago and hasn't lived in it at all. Maybe he has even better houses than this one." She imagined the young man and said longingly, "If I ever meet him, I want to hug him and kiss him." Hearing her words, Alex, who was standing nearby, started coughing. Sharon looked at him impatiently. "I'm sorry," I choked. He quickly apologized. But Sharon didn't even notice how appalled he was with the way she was talking. She looked at him with disdain and said, "Disgusting loser. Go on, cough yourself to death. Didn't you say you lived here? Tell me, which villa is yours? Is there something you want to tell us?" Alex subconsciously glanced at the mansion on the artificial island. "Why are you looking at that villa? You couldn't afford that if you lived another 8 lifetimes." Sharon huffed as she spoke. She pulled Kelly's hand and said, "Let's go. Ignore this liar." Sharon pulled Kelly, and they walked away from Alex, who shook his head in despair and followed behind them. Soon, they could hear the sounds of people chatting and laughing, and a few minutes later they arrived at a villa on the southern side of the residential area. There were 2 marquees in the garden, each containing long white tables filled with fruits, beverages, and wine. 30 or so well-dressed young men were milling around, holding glasses and chatting in groups of 2s and 3s. Kelly, Sharon, and Alex walked into the garden. One of the young men saw them and called out, "Sharon, Kelly, you're here." "We were all hoping you were coming," said another. Another said, "Kelly, we haven't seen each other for a few months, but you look prettier than ever." Everyone rushed over to greet the girls. Mostly young men, but there were also a few girls. Other girls stayed back, watching Kelly with a trace of jealousy in their eyes. The young men surrounding Kelly were all chatting happily. Then one of them noticed the young man standing beside her, wearing scruffy clothes and looking as if he didn't belong. "Who's this?" asked one of the men. "Look at what he's wearing. It looks like he bought his clothes from the flea market." Another said, "He doesn't even have a decent haircut. Or a watch or a chain. What's he doing here?" "I can't believe that Simon would invite someone like him," agreed the first man. The others started to discuss Alex right in front of him as if he wasn't there. "Hey, you must have walked down the wrong path. Look around you. You don't belong here," a man said to Alex as he glanced around at the other guests. All of them looked smartly dressed in expensive designer outfits. He shot a disdainful look at Alex and clicked his tongue. "You think you're one of us? I think you should leave." As he spoke, the young man gestured to the way out. But Sharon interrupted. "Hey, what are you doing?" "He's here with me and Kelly," she said with a smile. "He came with you?" The others were shocked. This boy was much poorer than them. Why would Kelly bring him? And she and Sharon were the most beautiful girls there. They could have any man they wanted, and usually they rejected them all. Seeing the men's confused expressions, Sharon smiled smugly. Her eyes swept over Alex's body, and then she looked at the others. "His name is Alex, and don't underestimate him. He's not just anyone," she said with a mysterious smile. "Oh!" Hearing her words, the others looked at Alex again. Could it be that this guy, who looks like a pauper, is Way Wondered? Sharon cleared her throat. A month ago, Alex ordered an exclusive Ferrari worth over $20 million. This car is currently being manufactured in Italy from the world's best parts. Hearing this, the others were shocked. Alex and Kelly frowned. They knew that Sharon was not going to praise him, so what was she up to? She continued, "Alex didn't want to wait too long for the car to be manufactured, so he paid an extra $100,000 to have it made more quickly. The team at Ferrari has to deliver it to him within 10 days. She was enjoying herself. Originally, the others almost believed that Alex could be from a middle-class family, but as they watched Sharon, a coy smile appeared on her face, and they realized that she was joking with them. Did you know that when we arrived earlier, Alex actually pretended that he lives here? She continued. The others gasped in mock horror and looked at him with sneering smiles. And do you know which villa he lives in? The more Sharon spoke, the more animated she became. Looking at the others laughing at Alex, she was enjoying her joke. I'll tell you guys in secret, it's the one on the artificial island. Haha. The others replied at the same time. Their laughter was filled with ridicule. One man said, "So he's not just wealthy, he must be super rich." Another joined in, "It just shows, you can't judge a book by its cover." If it wasn't for Sharon, I would have thought he had just been picking up trash on the streets. Since you own the most expensive villa on the artificial lake, why are we still here? This doesn't compare to your house here. Let's go to your place. The guy who had tried to get Alex to leave pushed him as he spoke. What are you doing? Kelly demanded as she pushed the man away. She stood in front of Alex and looked at the others angrily. What's wrong with you guys? What are you laughing at? Do you want to have a go at me now? Go on then. The man replied, Kelly, you know what we're saying. It's just that this guy doesn't fit in at this party, and he's making everybody here uncomfortable. Why doesn't he fit in? Well, he's my boyfriend. Do you still think he's not worthy? Kelly glared at the others as she spoke. When they heard this, everyone was stunned. This loser is Kelly's boyfriend? That just can't be right. Sharon was also shocked when she heard her friend telling everyone that Alex, a loser who only knew how to brag, was her boyfriend. She couldn't believe it. Alex was bewildered for a moment, but Kelly had told him before that he had to pretend to be her boyfriend at the party. One of the guests laughed and said, Kelly, stop joking with us. We know you wouldn't date someone like him. You've had loads of rich guys chasing you, and you turned them all down. Her friends agreed. Definitely, one shouted. Another said, I know what's happening. Hasn't Kelly been annoyed by Henry Moore pestering her recently? I bet she's found a fake boyfriend to scare him off. Yes, that's right, that must be it, agreed another. The others nodded, imagining all sorts of reasons for their friend to be dating this loser. Kelly was like a goddess to them. They really couldn't accept that she would date someone like Alex. The first man smiled and said to her, We're right, aren't we? Kelly, actually, if you need someone to pretend to be your boyfriend, I'd be happy to help. And me, said his friend. I can do it too. It should at least be someone better than this dirtbag, right? Looking at these people who thought they were being clever, Kelly chuckled softly. Who told you he was pretending to be my boyfriend? She asked with a small smile. The others looked at her in confusion. Why did she need to ask? Kelly came from such a good family. Why would she settle for someone like Alex? Kelly turned and looked at Alex. He was taken aback by how pretty she looked peeking out from beneath her sun hat. He looked into her bright eyes and couldn't help but feel touched by her gaze. Kelly stared into his eyes, then stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the mouth. Alex was stunned. As Kelly kissed him, Alex didn't respond at all. He could feel that her lips were tender and thin and a little cold, and he could feel her nose rubbing against his. He opened his eyes wide to see Kelly's face right in front of him. He could see her curved eyelashes, her delicate eyelids, and the fine lines at the corner of her eyes. He could feel her moist breath on his nose, filling his nostrils with a delicate fragrance. Even though Alex's mind was in turmoil, his body felt light, as if he was lying on soft clouds. Then he felt a small tongue trying to push between his lips, and he suddenly felt a jolt. He quickly pushed Kelly away. He looked at her in shock. His mind was all over the place. What have I done? Alex thought about Debbie and felt guilty. He felt that kissing other women behind her back was disgusting, heartless, and cruel. Chapter 84. ch84. We meet again. Kelly was shocked when Alex pushed her away. She looked at him and for a moment and her heart just felt empty. This was her first kiss. She had imagined it countless times and had never imagined it would be like this. And this was the first time in her life that she had ever been rejected. Everyone watching was in shock. Most of them stood with their mouths open. One of them had had his mouth open ever since Kelly first started kissing Alex. At this moment, a sliver of drool slipped from the corner of his mouth, and he finally came back to his senses. A man with a ponytail turned to someone beside him and asked, "Did Kelly just kiss him?" His friend just shook his head dumbly. Although they looked calm on the outside, all the men in the group were brokenhearted. How could this woman that they worshipped want to kiss this loser? All the men looked in disgust at Alex, who was staring at Kelly resentfully. They ground their teeth as if they wanted to eat him alive. He's just been kissed by a goddess, they thought. This dirtbag should be overjoyed, but he has a look of disdain on his face. He's clearly just showing off to everyone. They thought Alex was trying to say, "Look at all you sad losers. You've been trying to seduce this beautiful woman for such a long time, and she's barely given you the time of day. And now, your goddess has kissed me and I don't care. In fact, I even despise her kissing me. Your goddess is just a plaything to me. And you still have the audacity to call me a loser? You're the real losers, ha ha ha. Scumbag, you've got a nerve," one of the guys called out. Another joined in, "Yeah, you think you're too good for Kelly, right? How dare you push her away? Kelly kissed you because she likes you, and you had the nerve to push her away." "How could you?" another said. Several of the men tried to pick a fight with Alex. But Kelly stood in front of him and asked, "What are you guys doing?" The man at the front pointed at Alex. Confused, he asked her, "Kelly, he can't treat you like this. Why are you still protecting him?" "Never mind what he did. It's between us." "It has nothing to do with you," Kelly replied as she stared at the man. She understood why Alex had pushed her away. He must have thought of his girlfriend and felt guilty for kissing her. This proved that he was a good man. Although he had rejected her in front of everyone, she didn't care because she could tell that he was a man worthy of her pursuit. Kelly's words rendered the others speechless. They looked at her and then at Alex dumbly. They wanted to beat him up, but they had no justification. Kelly didn't seem to care that he had rejected her, so what could they say? They could only stare. Some of them were starting to admire Alex, and they wanted to know what he had done to make Kelly so determined to protect him. Just then, loud applause rang out, and they all heard a strident voice saying, "You're my cousin all right. You're nothing like the other women." Everyone looked toward the villa and saw a tall, handsome man walk out. He was bare-chested and wore a pair of flowered shorts. He had his arm around the waist of a tall, beautiful woman. The man was Kelly's cousin, Simon, and this party was to celebrate his 20th birthday. After walking into the garden, the beautiful woman smiled charmingly at the man and said softly, "Simon, I'll leave now." She kissed Simon on the cheek and walked out through the gate. One of his friends shouted to him, "Simon, you're awesome. You've been in the bedroom with her for at least an hour." Another said, "Simon, that woman was gorgeous. Where did she come from? Give me her number." A few boys crowded around Simon, but he ignored them. He looked toward Kelly and walked up to her with a smile on his face. "Kelly, you look beautiful as always." There was a hint of desire in his eyes, and he only reined in his lust when he saw Kelly turn her face away in disgust. "So, who is the man that captivated my cousin so much?" Simon turned his gaze toward Alex. He first uttered an "oh" in surprise, and then sized him up with a faint smile. He couldn't help but let out a wow. "Kelly, your judgment is improving. You seem to have found yourself the perfect boyfriend," he said to his cousin with a naughty smile. Simon's friends heard his sarcasm, and some of them joined in. One called out, "Truly outrageous. By the way, Henry Moore will be here soon." Henry's in love with Kelly, and when he sees that this scumbag is Kelly's boyfriend, we won't be able to hold him back, another reminded everyone. You're right. Henry's temper is terrible. This kid is in big trouble. Kelly chuckled softly. She glanced at the others and said, I'm afraid Henry can't come. He's lying in the hospital right now. She knew that Henry had been hurt quite badly when Alex hit him with the car. When they heard what Kelly said, no one could believe it. Simon, Henry is coming tonight, isn't he? Someone asked Simon. He was really good friends with Henry, and everyone else in their group looked up to the pair of them. He must know what was happening with Henry. He can't come, Simon said lightly. A few days ago, he was hit by a car driven by a young lunatic. He was injured quite badly, and he's still lying in the hospital. The others were shocked. Who would dare to hit Henry with his car? Everyone knew that Henry had a lot of connections and was well respected in society. One friend asked, Holy shit, Simon, do you know who did it? Daring to bump into Henry, he must have a death wish, right? Another said. Let's see if Henry needs help, suggested another. Simon replied to his friends, It's okay. While Henry's been in the hospital, he's already found someone to investigate the incident for him and find out who did it. When he finds out who it was, he'll definitely let us all know. Simon then turned his gaze to Alex and smiled lightly, saying, So, you want to pick up my cousin? Well, you should think carefully about what you're doing. Personally, I suggest that you stay well away from her. Otherwise, I don't like to think about what will happen to you when Henry leaves the hospital. Have you finished? Kelly pushed Simon away and looked at him in disgust. She was tempted to tell this group of people that Alex was the one who knocked Henry down, but she knew that she couldn't. All right, I won't say any more. Simon raised his hand in front of Kelly to show that he was backing down, but he was still staring at Alex with a hint of ridicule. Just then, Simon's phone rang. He answered it, saying, Darling, you're at the door, right? Great, I'll come and find you right now. After ending the call, he said proudly to his friends, Everyone carry on having fun without me. I'm going to pick up my girlfriend. One young man said wistfully, Simon's girlfriend, Shirley, is so beautiful. She looks like Megan Fox. I can't wait to see her again. I've already dumped that cow, Shirley. I've been with her so long that I'm already bored by her. Simon said in disdain. Damn, a beauty like Megan Fox and you're bored with her. How awesome. Why shouldn't I get bored with her? Wait till you guys find a girlfriend like that and you'll know what I mean, Simon said, enjoying everyone's admiration. Simon was very proud of himself as he looked at his friends. They were all in awe of him. He said, You'll see, my new girl is even more gorgeous. Anyway, I'm done talking to you guys. I'm going to meet my baby. Then he turned around and walked out. Everyone was intrigued. Is someone more gorgeous than Megan Fox? She must be incredible. A few minutes later, Simon walked over, talking and laughing with the beautiful woman on his arm. Everyone looked toward them, keen to see his new girlfriend. The girl beside Simon was wearing a light blue, knee-length dress that showed off her shapely legs. She had beautiful shiny hair and a very pretty face. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Simon had boasted, she was still very attractive and his friends were jealous. But when Alex saw her, his heart tightened. It was Kathy. His hands clenched into fists. Kelly noticed that something was wrong with Alex and asked him with concern, Are you okay? Alex replied quietly, I'm fine. Simon and Kathy walked into the garden holding each other's hands. Kathy didn't notice that Alex was standing at the back of the crowd. One of his friends said, Simon, your new girlfriend is so beautiful. Nice to meet you, another said to Kathy. Kathy looked proudly at Simon's friends and gave them a brilliant smile. Simon introduced Kathy as he slid his hand onto her butt. These are my good friends. Between them, they are worth at least a few million. Why isn't Henry here? Kathy asked. She had been with Simon for more than 10 days, and in that time, she had met Henry. My cousin told us that he's been hit by a car and now he's lying in the hospital. When Simon spoke, he was very close to Kathy. His eyes were fixed on her lips and he felt excited. Really? Is your cousin here? Kathy knew Simon's family was rich, so she wanted to meet them and make a good impression as soon as possible. Kelly, come meet Kathy, Simon said to his cousin. Kathy followed Simon's gaze and looked over. The smile on her face froze when she saw Alex, who was standing beside her. Lately, Kathy had not been to a class at all. This was the first time she had seen Alex since she took off her clothes in front of him in the Autumn Beauty Boutique. She became very agitated. Darling, what's the matter? Simon saw that Kathy's eyes were focused on Alex's face, so he smiled and said, "Oh, you're upset that we have such a slob at the party, right? I didn't invite him. I know he looks terrible, but apparently, he's my cousin's boyfriend." Haha, what do you think? Kathy's heart was racing. She started to become filled with hatred and resentment toward Alex. Until recently, she had believed that Alex was still in love with her and would always be waiting for her. But he had already betrayed her when he started seeing Debbie, and now he was having another affair with yet another woman. Kathy felt that Alex was betraying her again. "I need to go to the washroom first." Kathy smiled sweetly to Simon, stood up, and walked into the villa. When she turned around, her expression was mean. Chapter 85, ch. 85. My boyfriend didn't do it, Kelly. Your boyfriend looks so rough that he scared my girlfriend away, said Simon, smiling proudly. Kelly glared at him coldly and didn't respond. She turned to Alex and suggested softly, "Let's move over there." "Are you thirsty? I'll get you a drink." Kelly pulled Alex to a long table with fruits and drinks, but his attention was on Simon. He was thinking of everything that he had heard about Kathy since he last saw her. The last time he saw Kathy was in the Autumn Beauty Boutique, and he had not seen her since. He was worried that she was not able to raise the $350,000 that Billy wanted, and that Billy really would get one of his friends to do something terrible to her. He had asked his classmates about Kathy's situation, but they could only tell him that she had taken a long leave of absence and had only returned to the dormitory occasionally, spending most of her time outside the campus. As he hadn't seen her for a while, and then he had been distracted by the visit from Debbie's mother, Carla, he hadn't been thinking much about Kathy's situation recently. When he suddenly saw her today, everything came flooding back, and he wanted to know what was happening. One of Simon's rich friends was asking him about Kathy. "Simon, where did you find her? You look great together." Simon replied, "Her name is Kathy, and she goes to Preston University. The other day I was a bit bored and I heard that there was a student holding a photographic exhibition at the university, so I decided to sneak onto the campus and take a look. I was walking across the square to the library when this gorgeous creature walked right into me." The others burst into laughter. They were all very similar to Simon, so they didn't find him selfish or superficial at all. Of course, Simon continued proudly, Kathy was crying at the time. The fact was she owed some lowlife $350,000. She could probably tell straight away that I was rich, so she held my hand and said that as long as I helped her pay off her debt, she would be willing to be my girlfriend. And she said that I could do whatever I wanted to her. As you all know, I don't have any trouble pulling women, but something about her really caught my eye, so I was happy to give her the money. And now she's mine. His friends looked at him admiringly. One said, "That's still pretty generous, Simon. To give her $350,000 just like that." Another agreed, "Simon, since you really like this woman, are you going to keep her for a while this time? You got bored of your last few girlfriends in less than a month." Simon came from a rich family, but he was also very shrewd with his money. "I haven't nearly finished with her yet. There's still quite a few things I want to try in the bedroom. Alex heard what Simon said and frowned. He turned to Kelly and said, "I need to go to the bathroom," then walked into the villa. Sharon looked at Kelly with concern and said, "Kelly, I can't stop thinking there's something weird going on between Alex and that girl, Kathy." Kelly didn't reply. She was quietly watching Alex walking away. In the bathroom, Kathy was leaning against the wall, wondering to herself, how did Alex end up here with Simon's cousin? What's he doing with her? Is it something to do with this girl, Kelly, that Alex suddenly became rich? In the mirror, she noticed the reflection of someone walking into the bathroom. She quickly adjusted her hair and makeup and made herself smile. When she saw that it was Alex, her smile turned cold in an instant. She crossed her arms and leaned against the wall, scowling at him with disdain. She muttered, "It's only you, you scumbag." Alex sighed. She hadn't changed at all. He walked up to her anyway. "Get lost. Don't you know that you stink?" Kathy said in disgust. Being rude to Alex had cheered her up a bit. "I've got one thing to say, and then I'll leave," he replied, although he knew that she didn't even want to look at him now. "Simon's a really horrible person. You should leave him as soon as you can. You'll be worse off than when you were with Billy." "Are you serious?" She turned around and looked at him angrily. "You've got the nerve to say that to me? You're still hanging out with Simon's cousin. If Simon's not a good person, then his cousin isn't either. You've misunderstood me. I'm just trying to look out for you. And I'm not Kelly's boyfriend," he replied calmly. "Why are you still arguing with me?" Kathy didn't believe him at all. "Just now in the garden, why didn't you deny being Kelly's boyfriend? Don't think that you can deceive me. I know what's going on. That $100,000 donation you made to the village, then buying designer clothes in the Autumn Beauty Boutique, it's all because of Kelly, isn't it? You're with her for her money, aren't you? She's supporting you." "What?" Alex was stunned as he listened to her accusations. "What's wrong?" Kathy sneered. "Alex, it won't matter if I tell everyone. You don't seem to have any problems picking up girls. First, you went off with that country peasant, then you met Kelly and decided to use her to provide money for you and your peasant girlfriend. That sounds like a great plan. You disgust me." Alex looked at her incredulously and replied, "I just wanted to tell you that Simon is only with you for one thing. He was telling all his friends while you were in the restroom. He just wants to sleep with you then. When he gets bored, he'll throw you out. And before you came, with my own eyes, I saw him hugging and kissing another woman." "So what?" Alex found Kathy's carefree response bewildering. She said, "From when we first met, I knew Simon only wanted one thing, but he did help me pay off Billy, and he even bought me some pretty clothes and cosmetics. That's good enough for me." She continued, "Of course, he's playing with me, and I'm also using him. It doesn't bother me that he doesn't want to marry me. He brings me to parties like this where I meet so many wealthy young men. I'm sure I'll end up with one of them, and then I'll be much richer than you'll ever be, pretty boy." Alex felt stupid for trying to help Kathy when he realized that she had already thought it all through and was well aware of the situation. He pitied her that she could have so little self-respect as to let herself be used by such a lowlife as Simon in this way. He turned around to leave, but Kathy pulled him back violently. He looked at her warily. She said, "So, you came here to help me, did you? Is that because you're still in love with me?" She looked at him with contempt. "You're so sad. I've dumped you so many times already, but you can't stay away from me. You still want me to change my mind and come back to you, right? Don't be such an idiot. Even if I were with a dog now, I wouldn't come back to you." Alex was regretting his decision to try to help Kathy. She was totally unreasonable. Now, he just wanted to get back outside to get some fresh air. He muttered, "Think what you like, I'm going." But Kathy grabbed his arm tightly and said, "You scumbag. You want to leave just like that? Let go of me." Alex swung his arm forcefully, but her fingers were like pincers, holding onto him tightly. He asked, "What are you trying to do?" "What do you mean?" Kathy glared at him. She clenched her teeth as she blamed him for all her recent humiliations. What are you doing?" Alex asked again. In response, Kathy suddenly shouted out, loudly, "Let go, you pervert." Then she screamed, "Someone come quickly." Alex heard footsteps and understood what she was doing. He tried to speak. Kathy sneered at Alex, let go of his arm, and rushed out of the bathroom, bumping into Simon, who had rushed over when he heard the commotion. Simon put his arms around Kathy and anxiously asked, "What's wrong, baby?" The rest of the guests also gathered around her. Alex had no choice but to slowly walk out of the bathroom. It was him. Kathy pointed at Alex and said, "He was trying to molest me in the bathroom." "What?" Simon looked at Alex furiously. "Hell, this sucker doesn't want to live anymore. How dare he touch Simon's woman," said one of the guests when they heard what was happening. Another agreed. "He looks like a total lowlife. What a nerve, and right in Simon's house." "Beat him up," shouted another. Simon was fuming. He let go of Kathy and walked slowly toward Alex, growling, "Stupid scumbag, I can't believe I let you stay at the party. I should have kicked you out when I first set eyes on you. How dare you try it on with my woman in my own home? Well, you're not getting away with it." The other guests crossed their arms and watched the two men squaring up to each other. They were enjoying the show and were really looking forward to watching Simon beat up Alex. Simon's fists were clenched, and he was getting ready to hit Alex in the face when they all heard a shout from behind them, "Don't touch him." Simon turned around and saw that the others had moved to one side to allow Kelly through. She walked over with a serious expression. Kelly slowly walked between the two men and stood in front of Alex, still glowering at Simon. "What are you doing?" Simon asked, glaring back at her. "He's mine. Don't you dare touch him," she replied passionately. "He touched my girlfriend." "How can I not touch him?" Simon asked angrily. "Alex, did you touch her?" Kelly asked Alex without looking at him. She was still glaring at Simon. Alex looked at Kathy and replied, "No, I didn't do anything." She was lying. "I know this woman, and she's really malicious. She'll say anything to hurt me." "My boyfriend said he didn't do it," Kelly said coldly. "Did you not damn well hear what my girlfriend said? He tried to touch her." "Why would she make it up?" "You're accusing my girlfriend of lying, right?" Simon said emphatically, so much so that he was almost spitting saliva. "Even if she's telling the truth, I'm not letting you hurt Alex." Kelly was adamant. She wouldn't change her mind. Simon was so angry that his face turned bright red. He shouted, "Kelly!" However, he knew that Kelly's family outranked his own, so he was powerless to do anything. He had to admit that he was beaten. Simon's anger deflated like a gas tank releasing pressure. Kathy couldn't believe it. She sneered at Kelly and said, "Kelly, why are you protecting him? Are you just going to believe him when he says that he didn't touch me? You've only been dating him for a few days, so you don't know what he's like. I was with him for an entire year." Kathy saw Kelly still protecting Alex and was furious. She didn't want him to be happy with her, and she was determined to destroy their relationship. Then she and Kelly could get their revenge on Alex together. Chapter 86. CH86. He's a lovesick puppy. Everyone stared at Kathy in shock. Had Kathy and Alex previously been together? "Babe, is this the ex-boyfriend you told me about?" Simon asked, walking over to Kathy. "Yes, that's him," she said, sneering at Alex. "Haha." Simon laughed arrogantly and swaggered over to Kelly. "Kelly, you have no idea what kind of boyfriend you'd be getting with him. He would take you out for fast food, and if you got a room, then it would be the cheapest one available. Would you really feel special with a boyfriend like that?" He smiled proudly. As he saw Kelly frown, he got even happier. That's right, Kathy said, walking over to stand beside Kelly and Alex. She looked at Alex with a cold smile. This loser followed me around like a dog. He'd run up to me right after class, chat with me, and tell me jokes. One time I was sick, and even though I didn't tell him, he just came over with a month's worth of food. But then he got tired and didn't do anything for 6 months. Even though Kelly was polite, she couldn't help but get angry. Get out of my way, she said. Hey, cousin, you've got quite the temper, Simon said, smirking. We're just telling the truth. If you don't believe us, ask him. She knew that Alex was poor, and Kathy's words might have some basis in truth, but she must have made up most of it. Kelly trusted Alex, and the man who had dared to drive into a group of people that night was definitely nothing like the one Kathy had just described. You don't believe me, do you? Kathy asked, taking out her cell phone. I saved the messages he sent when we were together. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not pining after him. I just want a reminder of why I definitely don't want him. She opened the chat history with Alex. Let me show you what he said to me back then. She began to read the messages out loud. Kathy, how did you sleep? The street outside the school has been closed for a while, so I took the bus to get some food. I just came back, but I can get someone to bring you food if you need it. She continued reading. I'm still short of the money for the makeup you want, but don't worry. I'll definitely buy it for you. I'm still washing dishes at the restaurant, and I've also found a part-time delivery job. She smirked as she read the next message. Kathy, since you said that you were tired of eating in the canteen, then I'll take you to the snack bar instead. It's quite nice there, and it's been busy for the past 3 days. They have a 20% discount. Everyone was crowded around Kathy, looking at her phone and laughing as she read each message. As she spoke, her eyes locked onto Alex's face. Seeing how serious he looked, she became even prouder of herself. Alex was hurt. He didn't regret a single word of what he had written. He had sent those messages because they had been in a relationship and he had loved her. Everything he had written had come straight from his heart, even though it looked ridiculous now. He was also angry because those messages were a reminder of the feelings they had once shared, and he didn't understand why she would use them to publicly humiliate him. Kathy smiled, and her words stabbed at his heart like knives. Hey, let us look, one of the men said, taking the phone and beginning to read the chat messages. Kathy, he read. Is your mind too busy to sleep? Are you thinking about me like I'm thinking about you? Kathy, he said, moving on to the next message. I just realized that you look like one of my favorite actresses. I'm so lucky to have you as my girlfriend. Every man on the planet is probably jealous of me. I've only been eating 1 meal a day so I can save the money to buy a phone for you. Don't worry about me. If a new phone will make you happy, then it's worth not eating much. Damn, someone said. He just lays it all out there, doesn't he? It's disgusting, someone else answered. Ugh, he's making me feel sick, came another voice. The young men passed around Kathy's phone. As they read, they laughed so hard they had to hold their stomachs and tears ran down their faces. The phone was finally returned to Kathy. Kelly, she said. Now do you see what kind of person this guy used to be? Kelly's gaze flickered slightly, but she still trusted Alex. Even with everything she had heard, she still thought he was a man worth pursuing. Babe, you've shown us how much of a lapdog he is, Simon said, smiling and wrapping an arm around Kathy's waist. Now tell everyone how you treated him. I don't want you to be associated with this disgusting piece of trash. Everyone looked at Kathy with interest. When Alex had worshipped her, had she allowed any intimacy? Babe, don't worry, she said sweetly. Do you really think I would let him lay a hand on me? She turned to Alex, with a trace of viciousness in her eyes as she said, I was with him for a year, but apart from letting him hold my hand, I've never done anything with him. Even when we shared a room, I slept on his bed, and he slept on the floor. If he had tried anything, I would have broken up with him. Holy shit, one man said. An entire year, and you didn't share a bed? My girlfriend and I were in bed together after only a month. Look at these messages, another man said. I thought they might work for him, but then he only got to the stage of holding hands. This guy is a loser. Everyone looked at Alex as they mocked him. Haha. I never expected that, Simon said, hugging Kathy. I thought he was an expert in picking up girls, but it turns out he's just a coward. He smiled at Alex. You were with her for a whole year, and you didn't manage to sleep with her? Did you even try? I was sleeping with her after a couple of weeks. As he spoke, Simon lowered his head to look at Kathy. He hugged her waist and said, Come on, babe. He kissed her, and one of his hands slid down to cup her buttocks. When they were finished, Kathy discreetly wiped the saliva from her mouth and shyly glanced at him. Babe, your skill at kissing isn't too bad, but it's a pity you wasted a year kissing a loser. I still can't understand it, Simon said. He looked at Kelly again and snorted contemptuously. Hey, Kelly, I'll admit that you're smarter than me, but you have terrible taste in men. Are you really going to waste yourself on someone who has no money and no backbone? Kelly was very angry. She didn't believe that Alex was the kind of man Kathy and the others had described. She slowly turned to him and asked softly, Is what they said true? Even with the chat history, she didn't believe it. Alex must have had a good reason for his behavior, and if he denied everything, she would stand by him. Alex said nothing. He just glanced at Kelly, and her heart began to hurt. He was admitting it. But you have a reason for it all, don't you? She asked, longing to hear him defend himself. No, Alex said, lowering his eyes. He refused to deny loving Kathy in the past. He also didn't want Kelly to fall any deeper in love with him. From the way she looked at him, he suspected that she was already too attached. Kelly bit her lip as she looked resentfully at Alex. His behavior was making it hard for her to tell what kind of person he was. And I was the one who left him, Kathy said proudly, looking at Alex. He looked so miserable. And even after I dumped him, he still followed me around like a puppy and begged me to take him back, but I just ignored him. Seeing the situation developing as she had expected, and seeing Alex's lovely look, Kathy was extremely happy. She needed to work even harder and make sure that Kelly grew angry with Alex. That way, she would dump him, and he would lose her money. And without the money, he wouldn't be able to maintain his relationship with Debbie. To get me back, he tried to show off to me at school, Kathy said sharply, pointing at Alex. He invited me to eat at Chez Laurent and donated money to charity to get back in my good books. He also bought me a lot of clothes, and then he tried to get me drunk and take me to a hotel. He was absolutely shameless, and I'm lucky he didn't get away with it. Animal, a man shouted. The bastard should be in jail, someone called. He shouldn't get away with it, someone else joined in. The others all scolded Alex for being shameless. Alex's heart grew cold. To get revenge on him, Kathy was telling lies. She had been the one who had wanted to drag him into the bathroom at the Angel Bar. Is that true? Kelly asked with a trembling voice. Tears flowed down her face, striking at Alex's heart, but he couldn't let her get any more attached to him. He just looked at Kelly quietly, not saying a word, but his heart was suffering just like hers. Chapter 87, Sage 87, Going to Chicago, Kelly, Simon said, smiling as he walked around her. Look at this good boyfriend you found. He's clearly guilty, and you still want to bring this piece of trash into our house. You're just messing with us, right? And the family thinks so much of you. Do you really have the courage to face our family with a boyfriend like that? Kelly had always been one of the more favored members of her family. When she had grown up, she had been given an important position in the family business, and she was valued and loved. Because of this, some of her cousins resented her, including Simon, who was taking advantage of this opportunity to hurt her. She had been staring bitterly at Alex, afraid of misjudging him. But now, she walked up to him and yelled, "She's obviously making fun of you. So, speak up. Tell everyone that she's lying and that you didn't do any of that." Alex lowered his gaze and didn't say a word. Kelly was angry and disappointed. This was not the hot-blooded man who had stood against more than 10 people the night they had met. He was a coward. "Say something," she demanded. "Anything." It didn't matter what the truth was. If he said something, or even if he simply shook his head, she would believe him. But he did nothing at all. "Speak," Kelly screamed, feeling like she was about to go crazy. She slapped him, and her nails tore the skin on his face. Everyone was shocked. She glared at Alex with teary eyes as she yelled, "I hate you." With that, she turned and ran through the crowd. Alex, if anything happens to Kelly, I'll never forgive you," Sharon said, and then she chased after her friend, calling, "Kelly, wait for me." Alex raised his head and looked in the direction Kelly had left. He sighed slightly. "I already have Debbie," he thought. "I'm sorry, Kelly." With Kelly gone, Alex became the crowd's new target, and he slowly pushed his way through them all. "Get lost. Nobody wants you here," a young man said, pushing at Alex, who glared at him angrily, making the man shrink back. Kathy had achieved her goal. Looking at Alex's slumped shoulders, her eyes showed a hint of coldness as she whispered, "Alex, I said that I would make you pay for humiliating me." Alex had lost a day to Kathy's scheming, but at least one good thing had come out of it. Kelly had completely given up on him. In the afternoon, Alex went to pick up Debbie from band practice. When she saw the scratch on his face, he lied and said that he had accidentally cut himself. They got on a bus and sat in the last row, just like when they had first met. "What's wrong? Why do you look unhappy?" Debbie asked, holding Alex's hand. After a few days of rehearsal with the band, she had gradually recovered from Carla's death. "It's nothing," he said, realizing that he should be focused on Debbie. He looked at her with a faint smile. "Why are you so happy? Ever since we got on the bus, you've been grinning." "I have not," Debbie said, but she was still smiling. She looked at him with bright eyes. "Janice said she's arranging for us to go to Chicago in the next few days to participate in that popular talent show, The Sky's the Limit." "That's great news," Alex said, happy for her. "I'll go with you." "No need," Debbie said. "Janice said we'll be rehearsing while we're in Chicago. She has a lot of plans for us, and it might take several days." She stared into his eyes and said seriously, "You should stay at school and study hard. There's nothing you can do anyway, and I can take care of myself." "Okay," Alex answered, deliberately dragging it out. "But I'm afraid that once you get to Chicago, other men will snatch you away. After all, a big city like Chicago is full of handsome, rich men, while I'm just a loser from Preston University." Debbie laughed. She glanced at Alex, giving him a fake arrogant look, and said, "And now you realize how important I am? As for whether I will be stolen away, that will depend on you. If you treat me well enough, then I won't notice any other men when I'm there." With that, her lips twitched, and she stifled a giggle. Alex smiled at her and began to massage her shoulders, and she smirked as if her evil scheme had succeeded. "Are you comfortable?" he asked. "Just so. Then when you get to Chicago, will you close your eyes so you don't see any other men?" "I might close one eye," she teased. "Only one?" he asked, grinning as he continued to massage her. "How about this? Will you close both eyes now? Maybe 1.5. 3 days later, Debbie, Janice, and the other members of Dream Chasers boarded a flight to Chicago to pursue their dream. Alex, who was back at Preston University, added Chicago to his phone's weather forecast. In the cafeteria, He ordered a plate of spaghetti, took it over to a table, and sat down. Just as he took a bite, he heard a sweet voice ask, "Can I join you?" He looked up and saw Kelly standing in front of him. She was wearing a blue and purple print top and a pair of cobalt blue shorts, making her look really pretty. Kelly put her hands behind her back and looked at Alex with a gentle smile. "Oh," Alex said. A strand of spaghetti fell off his fork and back onto the plate. The last time he had seen Kelly, she had been disappointed and angry at him. After she had hit him, she had run away. "You're wondering why I'm here when I was so angry at you before, right?" Kelly asked, sitting across from him. "To be honest, I was furious at the time, and after I got home, I cried for ages. After what Kathy said, I felt that you weren't at all like the man who saved me that night." She looked into his eyes. "But when I woke up the next morning, I felt much calmer." Alex merely stared at her. "I believe that Kathy was telling the truth," she said. "But I also think it was mixed with exaggeration and lies. You were so determined to reject me that day, and I don't believe that you would beg her to take you back. Those messages you sent were quite normal when you were in a relationship. As for when she said you tried to get her drunk in the bar and then take her to a room, maybe I did," Alex interrupted in a low voice. "No, I don't believe that," Kelly stated, watching him closely. "That's up to you," he said, glancing at her. "But as you said before, I promised to pretend to be your boyfriend at that party. And now it's over." No matter how she felt about him, he wasn't going to date her for real. "I'll go back on my word," Kelly stated, not beating around the bush. Alex didn't know what to say. He looked down and started to eat his spaghetti. He would never again believe anything Kelly said. No matter what, he would simply pretend he didn't hear her and that she wasn't there. "Alex, are you angry?" she asked, lowering her head to try to make eye contact. Alex concentrated on eating his meal. What did she expect him to say? "Alex, please don't be angry at me," she said, reaching out to touch his shoulder. She didn't expect his reaction. With a wave of his hand, he shook her off. "Ow!" she yelped with pain. "What's wrong?" he asked. When he had shaken off her hand, he seemed to have pinched her thumb. Kelly held the thumb of her left hand and frowned as she looked at him. "Let me see." He put down his fork and grabbed her hand. His heart sped up the moment he touched her, and he quickly focused his attention on her hand. "How is it?" he asked as he gently massaged her thumb. "Much better," she said with a trace of a smile. Noticing the small scar on his cheekbone, she felt guilty. "Does your face still hurt?" He shook his head slightly and glanced up at her. "It's fine," he said, letting go of her hand. "I'm sorry," she said. "I lost my temper." He didn't answer and simply went back to eating his spaghetti. "Can I have some of that?" Kelly asked softly. Alex glanced up and saw her watching him expectantly. "I'll go and get you some," he said. He had already forgotten that he had promised himself he would ignore her. "No need," she said with a smile. She got up, grabbed a fork, and sat across the table from him. "Is this okay?" "Whatever," Alex said. As he lowered his head to eat, another fork came into view. Kelly twirled some spaghetti around her fork and put it in her mouth. It was delicious. They continued to share the same plate of pasta, drawing envious looks from many of the male students in the cafeteria. Kelly took some more and placed it in her mouth. This string of spaghetti was very long, and it didn't break when she lifted it. Slowly, she worked her way along with it, looking up in shock as her lips made contact with Alex's mouth. They both opened their eyes wide. Alex's face turned red with embarrassment, and he quickly bit off his end of the spaghetti strand. He jerked his face away from her. "I'm sorry," he said. Seeing Alex get flustered, Kelly couldn't help but laugh sweetly. Alex was stunned. Kelly's laugh was extremely charming, and before he knew it, He had a silly smile on his face. Chapter 88, CH88. The big announcement. Alex and Kelly were still both a little dazed when Alex's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a video call from Debbie. He glanced nervously at Kelly and then accepted the call. Debbie's beautiful face appeared on the screen. She had just finished unpacking in Chicago, and she couldn't wait to speak to Alex. "Alex, where are you?" she asked, smiling sweetly. "I'm in the cafeteria," he answered. "Look, I'm having spaghetti." He angled the camera to show his plate. "Oh, why do you have 2 forks?" she asked curiously. Panic flashed across Alex's face for a moment, and then he smiled lightly. "I accidentally dropped my fork on the floor and had to get another one." When she heard Alex lie, Kelly's bottom lip trembled. "Oh, okay." Debbie didn't seem worried. She moved her phone around the room, showing it to Alex. "Look, this is the practice room Janice got for us. We'll be rehearsing here before we go to the talent show." "Hey, it looks pretty good," Alex said, and then he frowned with concern. "If you're staying in Chicago for a few days, are you sure you don't need me there?" "We'll be here for about a week or so," she said. "I told you that I don't need you to come. I'm trying to do what's best for you." "Okay," he said. "Take good care of yourself in Chicago, and I'll see you when you get back." After talking to Alex for a while, Debbie ended the call. "You love your girlfriend a lot," Kelly said with a faint smile. "Yes," Alex said. "So, do you understand now?" After talking to Debbie, he was resolved again. He had to be clearer with Kelly. He was no longer afraid of Kelly getting more attached to him, but he was worried that he might fall in love with her. "I understand," Kelly said. "But I'm still not giving up. As I said before, perhaps after a while, you'll realize that I'm more compatible with you." She wasn't avoiding reality, but she refused to hide her feelings for him. Alex was speechless. Then he got angry. Kelly was intentionally trying to destroy his relationship with Debbie. Scowling at her, he got up and left the cafeteria. Kelly had a faint smile on her face as she watched him leave. Then her gaze slowly shifted to the plate of spaghetti on the table. She picked up a fork and started to eat, feeling a little sad. Janice called Debbie and the others together. From the moment the 5 girls set foot in Chicago, their hearts were pounding with excitement. They dreamed of becoming famous and earning lots of money, and now that they had arrived in Chicago for the talent show, they had officially taken the first step. "Everyone seems to be doing really well," Janice stated. "I hope you can all stay so positive until we have successfully competed in the talent show." She looked around at them. "As you all know, The Sky's the Limit is currently the most popular talent show on TV and the internet, and their sponsor is Lee Dempsey. For this year's show, he has invited 4 celebrities to be the judges. Lee Dempsey was well known for being exceptionally rich. Although he wasn't as famous as some other businessmen, his wealth and achievements were impressive. The girls all understood what Janice was saying. This was their big chance to make their mark. Melissa, Katie, and Olivia had been quiet since they got off the plane. They were determined to do their best to show off in the talent show and to fight for victory. They all wore exquisite makeup. Even while they were rehearsing, a reporter might come and interview them, and then they could show off their skills. As she listened to Janice speak, Melissa lightly twirled a lock of hair around one finger. She was busy imagining doing an interview and deciding how she would attract the attention of the judges. "Now that it's almost time, I'm ready to announce the leader of the band and also the lead singer," Janice said. Melissa's attention was immediately drawn back to her, and the others also focused on Janice. The leader was an important role in the band. When interviewed, the leader would speak on behalf of everyone, which meant that they would be the most famous member of the band. The next most famous would be the main singer. Melissa had always wanted those 2 roles, and she was sure that she was the perfect candidate for both. But would Janice let her take on both roles at the same time? After rehearsing together, you must have some idea of each other's abilities, Janice continued. Several people were involved in this decision, so I hope that you can all accept the results. For those who have not been chosen, it doesn't mean that you aren't talented, but simply that someone else is more suited to the position. If she just announced that I'm the leader, then the others would be disappointed, Melissa thought. So, she's saying this to prepare them so they aren't as upset. Then they can focus on supporting me, and I won't have to worry about trying to make them feel better. I won't make you wait any longer, Janice said, clearing her throat. Our decision is that. What? Melissa thought, her smile frozen on her face. She didn't know how to react to what Janice had just said. Rita was the leader, and Debbie was the lead singer. Which meant that Melissa was nothing. It wasn't fair. Janice, did you misspeak? Surely Melissa asked, looking at Rita and Debbie in disbelief. Janice sighed softly. She had known that Melissa would question the decision, which was why she had made that speech before making the announcement. Melissa, listen to me, Janice said. Rita is the oldest and calmest among you. Besides, she has been in leadership roles before, and she can easily adapt to different situations. I understand that, Melissa interrupted, her gaze locked on Debbie's face. But why did you make Debbie the lead singer? In terms of singing skills and musical proficiency, I'm clearly better, so why her and not me? Melissa, what's your problem? Janice asked, annoyed by her attitude. Do you think that I'm being unfair? You think you should be the lead singer? Fine then. Go sing by yourself. But you'll be completely on your own. On the day of the talent show, you can perform solo. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Melissa quickly apologized. If she kicked up a fuss, then as the manager, Janice could kick her out of the band. Janice glared at Melissa. She had just said that the decision had been made for the sake of the entire team. Melissa hadn't taken her words to heart. Your singing is very good, she said to Melissa. But Debbie has a better voice, and her dancing is also a little better than yours. So we decided to let her be the lead singer. Since Janice was the one who had discovered each of the girls, she felt she had to encourage them. Melissa, the lead singer may be more famous, but as long as you work hard, each one of you can stand out. I hope you will remember that you are all part of the same band. I understand, Melissa said, lowering her head. However, she still didn't accept the decision. I'm glad you can admit when you're wrong, Janice said, smiling as she patted Melissa's shoulder. She said a few more words of encouragement to them all, and then she clapped her hands together. Okay, I've said everything I needed to say, so get back to rehearsing. We don't have much time left. They all went back to practicing. Janice watched for a while and then left to take care of a few things. Later that night, Debbie and the others finished rehearsing and left the practice room. Don't think that just because you've become the lead singer that you're anything special, Melissa said, walking past with Katie and Olivia. She shot a disdainful look at Debbie. Once we're on stage, you can't be sure which of us the judges and audience members will love more. Debbie quietly looked at Melissa. Janice had made the decision, so why was Melissa blaming Debbie? You little bitch, Melissa said, snarling at her. Don't think that you can steal my limelight just because you're the lead singer. Next to me, you'll never be worth anything. She walked over to Debbie with her arms crossed and a sinister look in her eyes. Debbie only looked at her with a hurt expression. Look at this little mouse. She's scared of me, Melissa said, smiling as she pushed Debbie away. Then she walked out of the building with Katie and Olivia. A bright yellow Porsche drew to a halt in front of Melissa. The car door opened, and Melissa's boyfriend, Charlie Mason, stepped out of the car. He was dressed in hip-hop attire, and he also liked the music. Hey, you're here, Melissa said, walking over to him. What's wrong, babe? Why do you look unhappy? Charlie asked as he wrapped an arm around her. It's that country bumpkin, Melissa huffed angrily. Janice gave her the lead singer position, and you know I'm a much better singer than her. I'm guessing that the little bitch must have slept her way into the position. Why else would they have chosen her over me? Chapter 89. Ch 89. You should leave him now, babe. Don't be angry, Charlie said, patting Melissa gently to comfort her. It doesn't matter if that girl is the lead singer. She won't steal your limelight. I'll be there in the VIP section, right behind the judges. This year, The Sky's the Limit was being filmed in a mansion in Chicago. On the day of the recording, there would be only around 100 members of staff present, and only 2,000 carefully chosen audience members would be allowed inside. Very few people would be allowed to watch the show. Charlie was rich and powerful, and the seats behind the judges' table were in a great position. Really? Melissa asked happily. That's great. How much did you have to spend? Not much, he said. Just $50,000, and it's worth it to be able to chat with some of the celebrities. I'll record your performance for you. Charlie opened the car door and said, Get in. Let's go home first. Katie, Olivia, it's fine if you don't want to go back to the hotel. You can stay at my place. There are plenty of guest rooms. Debbie and Rita walked out of the building. Hey, little bitch. Look at this, Melissa said, sneering at Debbie. My boyfriend came to Chicago with me, and he even has a big house right here in the city. Where's your loser boyfriend? Why isn't he here? Oh, I forgot. He doesn't even have a car, so how could he afford to come to Chicago? He's exactly the kind of person you deserve. Meanwhile, I'm going back to my mansion to sleep, and you'll be taking the bus back to Janice's hotel. Melissa got into Charlie's car with Katie and Olivia, and they drove away. Are you okay? Rita asked with concern. Debbie shook her head slightly. Rita, are you going back to the hotel? Debbie was feeling extremely lonely, and she really wanted Rita to keep her company. Before Rita could answer, a Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of them. A well-dressed man got out of the car and said to Rita, Are you ready to go? Debbie recognized the man as Rita's boyfriend, and her heart dropped. Wait a moment, Rita said to her boyfriend, and then she turned back to look at Debbie with a hint of worry in her eyes. Sorry, Debbie. I can't go back to the hotel with you. It's okay, Debbie said. Her smile was so forced that Rita felt sorry for her. She helplessly looked skyward. Debbie, hope you don't mind me giving you some advice, Rita said, looking at her. I really think you should break up with Alex as soon as possible. It's obvious that he can't protect you, so why waste time on him? Rita looked at Debbie seriously. I know he helped you a lot at school and that you love him, but you have to understand that the real world is much more complicated than that. We're all going to be big stars in the future. So, even if you don't let go of him now, will you still have time for him once you're famous? I doubt it. You'll be living in two completely different worlds. And since you're destined to be apart, then why not just let him go now? She had been wanting to say that for a long time, and she hoped that Debbie would understand. But Debbie's eyes grew wide, and then she lowered her head and laughed softly, looking slightly embarrassed. I know you're just looking out for me, she said. But I won't break up with Alex. Rita was speechless. She rolled her eyes and looked away in frustration. She had already made the situation clear to Debbie, so why was she being so stubborn? I really appreciate your concern, Debbie said. But I can't break up with Alex. You don't understand what's between us, and he isn't what you think he is. Debbie knew how rich and important Alex was. Even Sam Woodsworth had to listen to him, and Alex was much wealthier than Rita and the others could imagine. Fine, Rita said, a little angry. I won't waste my breath. Since you're willing to suffer with Alex, then you should just stick with him. Debbie was being far too stubborn, and Rita didn't want to argue anymore. She didn't even look at Debbie as she walked toward her boyfriend's car and got in. Rita, Please don't be angry, Debbie said. I really want to thank you for looking out for me. If you want to thank me, then think about what I've said and leave him, Rita said through the car window, and then she told her boyfriend to drive away. Debbie was left standing alone. Her smile gradually faded, and a strong sense of loneliness hit her. She pulled up the collar of her coat and walked toward the bus stop. She sat on the bus heading to the hotel and looked out the window at the brightly lit city. After a while, she slowly shifted her gaze to inside the bus. She felt so alone, and when she saw the smiling faces of the other passengers, she couldn't bear it anymore. She leaned her head against the back of the seat and closed her eyes. The days passed in much the same way. 1 day passed. Then 2 days. For 7 days, Debbie had worked hard in rehearsals during the day and then took a bus back to the hotel at night. She grew lonelier with each passing day, and the longing for Alex became stronger and stronger. She pictured Alex's face in her mind, but she couldn't smile like she had the last time she had seen him. Her face started to crumble, and her lips thinned. 2 tears slipped from her eyes, sliding down the side of her face and dripping onto the ground. She slowly opened her eyes, which glimmered with tears. Then she took out her cell phone, found Alex's number, and called him. Hey, Debbie, you finally found time to call me. Tell me, do you miss me? Alex's familiar voice came through the phone, causing warm tears to roll down her face again. Why aren't you saying anything? Alex asked, feeling a little worried. It's nothing, she said, controlling herself so that he wouldn't hear her cry. I'm just calling to tell you that we're starting the talent show tomorrow at 8 p.m. That's great, he said. I've missed you so much this last week. She listened to him speak, and she wanted him to come and visit her. Before coming to Chicago, she hadn't thought much about it. And now she wasn't sure what to do. She wanted Alex to see her first performance on stage, but she didn't want Melissa and the others to mock her. You called to ask me to come and see you, didn't you? Alex asked, saying exactly what Debbie had most wanted to hear. No, I've been having a good time in Chicago all by myself, she said, smiling. She didn't know why, but when Alex had suggested she wanted him there, she wanted to deny it. She whispered, but if you want to come, then come. I'm sorry, Debbie, he said. But our class is going to the city park to identify plants, and I have to be there, so I can't come to Chicago. Debbie was stunned. It's fine, she said. You do what you have to, and I'll be fine by myself in Chicago. She ended the call and leaned her forehead against the window. She wasn't aware of anything around her as the bus continued to move through the streets. Back in New York, Alex smiled as he put down his phone. He had intentionally tricked Debbie, saying that he wouldn't go to Chicago to see her. He planned to surprise her, knowing she would be happy when he turned up unexpectedly. At 10 a.m. the next day, a large crowd gathered in front of the building in Chicago where the Sky's Limit would take place. The crowd consisted of mostly young men and women, and they were all there to chase after the stars. This year's judges were all famous singers, and there were many rich people in the audience. With so many handsome men and beautiful women around, how could the crowd not be excited? The talent show was due to begin at 6 p.m., and more people began to arrive. One by one, the important guests were allowed through the doors to sit in the audience. Luxury cars appeared, one after another. Each contained famous wealthy people who were all extremely attractive and almost as exciting as the celebrities. Oh, that's the son of one of the richest men in the world, someone said. And that's the president of a huge international company, someone else replied. That's one of the top models in the world. Hey, isn't that the son of one of those noble families in Europe? And that's definitely the daughter of a Hollywood actress. The crowd cheered and exclaimed over each of the arrivals. At 5 p.m., the 4 celebrity judges arrived in private cars and walked inside, waving to the crowd and sending them into a frenzy. The girls in the crowd jumped up and down, shouting out the names of their idols and hoping that they would be able to catch a glimpse of them. "I love you," one girl screamed. "Over here," another yelled. "You're my favorite singer," a girl shouted. "I got an autograph," one fan squealed. "I'm so happy I could faint." The bus carrying Debbie and the other contestants slowly moved through the crowd and approached the building. Looking at the people on both sides of the road, Debbie hoped that she would have that many fans one day. Chapter 90. Ch90. Melissa's dirty trick. Alex combed his hair, tidied himself up, and walked out of the Green Island Garden District. He called a taxi and went straight to the airport, intending to give Debbie a surprise by showing up in Chicago. After buying the ticket, he waited for 20 minutes for his flight to be called, and then he received a call from Joe. "Alex, I'm treating you to dinner tonight at 8 p.m. You have to be there," Joe said. He seemed very happy, but he didn't explain what was going on. "Oh, I can't. I have something to do," Alex said. He was about to explain that he was going to Chicago to watch Debbie's talent show, but Joe didn't let him finish speaking. "Susan and I are engaged," Joe announced. "Really?" Alex asked. "And her parents agreed?" "That's great." He was happy for Joe. He looked at the ticket in his hand. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to stay. "Okay, I'll definitely be there. Call the others, and I'll see you later." Joe was like a brother to him, and this was wonderful news. It wouldn't be fair if Alex didn't celebrate with him. He would have to change his plans. He felt a little guilty about Debbie, but he had to be with Joe, and Debbie had told him to stay in New York. She probably won't mind, he thought. He had no idea how much he would come to regret this decision. At the talent show in Chicago, the mansion was brightly lit, making it look very elegant. The stage was beside an artificial lake, and the background was made from a large fashion poster with dozens of pretty girls. The colorful lights and the lakes and trees made the place seem magical. The seats for the 4 judges were directly in front of the stage, and there were dozens of seats in the audience for the most important guests, while the other 2,000 spectators had to stand. In a corner of the seating area, Charlie and Melissa were whispering to each other. "Babe, I'll definitely record your performance," Charlie said. He had a camera hanging from a strap around his neck. "It's just a pity that you're not the lead singer. That country bumpkin has nothing on you. Janice must be blind." "It's fine. So what if she's the lead singer?" Melissa said. "Don't forget, as the lead singer, she will be the one to take the blame if things go badly." She chuckled. "Why do you say that?" Charlie asked. "Have you thought of a way to deal with her?" He knew Melissa too well. Not only was she not complaining about Debbie, but she seemed to be very happy about the situation. She had to be up to something. Melissa glanced at him with a trace of mischief in her eyes. She lowered her head and took a brown bottle out of her pocket. She looked around vigilantly, hiding the bottle with her body, and then gently shook it in front of him. "What's that?" Charlie asked. Melissa smiled. She stood on her tiptoes and cupped his ear with her hand as she whispered to him. His expression grew more and more excited as she spoke. Then he asked hesitantly, "Isn't that a bit too cruel? And if you make a fool of her on stage, won't that affect you too?" "I don't care," she said stubbornly. "She stole my position as lead singer. And if I perform well, the judges might not care about her. Perhaps this is my chance to shine." She smirked. "Go and sit down. The show is about to start. Remember to make me look pretty when you record me," she said as she walked away. Debbie and the others were doing their final rehearsal under Janice's watchful gaze. When Melissa returned, Janice immediately called her over to rehearse with them. After half an hour of practice, Janice spoke to them, giving them some last-minute instructions. After that, she let them sit and relax to mentally prepare for their performance. There was a lot of performers backstage, and everyone was feeling quite nervous. Debbie, here, have a drink, Melissa said, walking up to Debbie and handing her a bottle of mineral water. No, thanks, Debbie said. If I drink, I might need the toilet when I'm on the stage. She was suspicious. Why would Melissa bring her a drink? She hadn't expected that. Could she possibly be doing it to get in Debbie's good books? It's fine, Melissa said. It's not that long until we're due on stage. I bought an extra bottle and everyone else already has water. So, if you don't drink it, then it will go to waste. So, you may as well have it. She pushed the water into Debbie's hand, and she had no choice but to take it. Drink up, Melissa said. It's good for you. Here, I'll drink too. She smiled, touched her bottle of water to Debbie's, and then drank half of it. Debbie was too embarrassed to refuse. She took a sip of water from the bottle as Melissa watched with a gleam in her eyes. Okay, we'll be going on stage shortly, so get ready, Melissa said, smiling mysteriously. Don't let us down. She walked over to Katie and Olivia. Debbie frowned. Melissa's behavior was very strange, but she decided to forget about it. She needed to focus on the things she had to remember to do on stage. At 8 p.m., while Alex was celebrating Joe's engagement back in New York, the Sky's the Limit talent show began in Chicago. The 4 judges sang a song together, and then they returned to the judges' seats as everyone applauded. The host went up on stage to make a speech, and then the contestants began to perform. Group after group sang and danced, and the 2,000 spectators enjoyed every moment, completely engrossed in the show. They clapped and cheered, and some even had to wipe away tears. The performances were truly brilliant. The atmosphere was electric, but the 4 judges were all more serious. They viewed the contestants a little more harshly, pointing out the flaws and shortcomings of each group. As the time for Debbie and the others to go on stage drew closer and closer, Debbie became increasingly nervous. However, she was confident that she would be able to perform well. But then she suddenly felt a slight pain in her stomach. She rubbed it lightly, thinking that she must have eaten something that disagreed with her. No doubt she would be fine in a moment. She tried to concentrate on what was happening on stage. The 4 judges were all involved in the music industry, so they knew what they were talking about. Their comments were funny as well as insightful, and the contestants hung on to every word. Meanwhile, the pain in Debbie's stomach became more severe, and she could no longer think about how to perform on stage. All her attention was focused on the pain. You guys are up soon, Janice told them. Once you go on stage, don't think about anything else. You're just as good as anyone else here. She walked to the middle of the group, giving them final instructions. As she was speaking, she noticed that Debbie's face was pale and beads of sweat had appeared on her forehead. Melissa looked at her excitedly. The bottle of water she had given Debbie to drink earlier had contained a very high dose of a drug that she had bought online. A small amount would give someone an upset stomach, and she had given Debbie a much larger dose. What's wrong? Are you okay? Rita asked in concern. She put her arm around Debbie's shoulder. I'm fine, Debbie insisted. Maybe something I ate doesn't agree with me. My stomach is a bit sore, but don't worry, I'll be okay. A bit sore? Rita asked, looking worriedly at her. You're sweating. She looked at Janice and said, I think Debbie needs to go to the hospital. That's right, Janice, Melissa agreed. Debbie seems to be in pain, so she needs to go and rest. Don't worry. I can take over Debbie's position. Do you really think we can make changes to the group now? Janice asked, frowning. She glanced at Rita and Melissa. The rules of the talent show were very strict, and they couldn't make any alterations. Janice knew Debbie should rest, but it just wasn't possible. Debbie, can you hold on? She asked worriedly, squatting in front of her. I'm fine, Debbie said. I promise. She raised her head and forced a smile. She didn't want to let the others down, and she also didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Okay, Janice said, gently caressing Debbie's face. It's fine. It's only a few minutes until you go on stage, so it'll be over soon. Once you get off the stage, I'll take you back to the hotel. At that moment, the host on the stage spoke again. Judges, thank you for your wonderful comments. The next group is from New York, the city that never sleeps. For charming young women with their own unique personalities. Let's welcome them onto the stage. Put your hands together for Dream Chasers. Melissa and the others started to walk toward the stage, but when Debbie stood up, her stomach hurt even more violently. Every time she tried to straighten up, her stomach would hurt twice as bad. Are you sure you're okay? Rita asked worriedly, holding Debbie up. Debbie smiled and slowly shook her head. She was in so much pain now that her lips twisted into a grimace. She forced herself to take a breath. The performance would only last for about 10 minutes, so she could endure the pain for that long. Rita wanted to say something, but there was nothing she could do. She took Debbie's hand, and they walked slowly toward the stage. Chapter 91, CH91, the talent show. Debbie, Rita, and the rest of the band stood on stage. The song they were going to sing today was Blue Bird, the theme song from a Japanese anime movie. It was an energetic song, which required them all to sing and dance. The 4 judges and the audience were all quietly waiting for their performance to start. Debbie looked particularly beautiful, and everyone had high expectations for this young girl group, the Dream Chasers. A few purple spotlights focused on the band. Despite having terrible pain in her stomach, Debbie smiled at the audience. Rita turned around and gave a signal that they were ready to start. The conductor's hand was already raised high, and the musicians were set to play. Then, suddenly, a few people thought they could hear barking coming from the back of the venue. Woof, 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 woof. Just as the band was about to start, a man's voice rang out from the audience. Oh, it's Blue Bird. I need to listen properly to the song. In the quiet environment of the auditorium, his voice sounded particularly strident. People in the audience started to ask each other, "Who is it?" "How rude," one spectator exclaimed. Another said, "They're recording the whole show. Now his voice will be on the recording. They'll probably have to start again." The audience started whispering to each other. Everyone was looking toward the man. "Wait a moment," the director of the show said as he made a halting gesture toward the band on stage. He walked quickly toward the man. The man who had called out was in his late 20s. He was dressed casually in a white t-shirt, black shorts, trainers, and a baseball cap that sat at an angle on his head. He was not particularly handsome, but his mannerisms exuded the air of someone wealthy. He was with a woman who was stylishly dressed. She wore a light blue shirt tucked into her shorts. Her hair was purplish red, and her skin was white and clear. Even though she wore a pair of large sunglasses that covered half of her face, she was very beautiful. The couple was very confident and did not feel embarrassed that they were drawing attention to themselves in front of so many people. They walked through the audience with their large dog, looking around them with cold eyes and pushing people out of the way. Occasionally, they yelled at someone rudely. The director walked over to the couple with a smile. He said, "Mr. Dempsey, you've arrived. Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming so that I could have sent someone to pick you up?" Upon seeing the director's reaction and hearing him address the youth as Mr. Dempsey, some of the audience reacted with surprise. One man said, "So he's Lee Dempsey. I heard that he's going out with that supermodel, Angelina Sanders. That beautiful woman next to him must be her. Isn't this show sponsored by his restaurant chain, the Dahlia Restaurants?" the man's wife asked. He confirmed it. "That's right. We all eat in his restaurants, so we all pay his salary. We would all do well to remember that." By this time, the executive director had approached Lee and his girlfriend. To everyone's horror, their dog suddenly rushed up to the executive director and bit him on the leg. The director screamed and fell to the ground. Lee and Angelina pulled their dog back, laughed, and greeted the director. Angelina said, "Bad boy, Duke," and even pretended to hit the dog a few times, but in reality, she wasn't cross with him at all. They both knew that Lee was an investor in the show and that the director would want to keep him on his side. They were sure that everyone would see that their dog biting the director had all been a hilarious joke. In the end, it was the director who apologized to them for overreacting. He was desperate not to offend Lee and Angelina. He simply told one of his staff to drive him to the hospital for rabies vaccination and asked the assistant director to take over from him. The 4 judges stood up and shook hands with Lee, exchanging greetings. Although they were all famous musicians, they still looked up to him. After all, they did rely on Lee to earn money. One of the judges even offered him his seat. Lee told him, "You're too kind, but I grew up listening to your songs. I could never take your seat in the presence of so many of your fans. I'm happy just to sit next to you. After all, you're the best in the world at what you do." The band coming on stage now is pretty good. Are they still singing Bluebird next? I'm a fan of their song, Fire Shadow. I feel very lucky to be here. Lee chatted with the 4 judges for a while before finding a seat with Angelina. People around them were commenting on what they saw. One lady said, "That's the real boss, Lee Dempsey." Her friend replied, "It must be so good to be that rich." Did you see that? His dog bit the director, and he didn't even complain. Even the judges are sucking up to him, and they're all celebrities. Why can't we have that kind of life? Stop dreaming. The show is about to begin. With a smile, the assistant director introduced Debbie's band. He said quietly to them, "Dream Chasers, you are particularly lucky because you chose to sing one of Mr. Dempsey's favorite songs. All you have to do is perform to the best of your abilities." Then he looked at the conductor and said, "Get ready, start." Debbie, who was standing in the middle of the stage, could feel that she was starting to bleed. While this was happening in Chicago, Alex was having lunch in a private room with Joe, Susan, and their friends. They were all enjoying themselves. "Alex, why didn't you bring Debbie along?" Joe and the others knew that Alex and Debbie were together now, although they had no idea that they lived together in Green Island Garden. They thought that they must be renting a cheap room somewhere. "Oh, she went to Chicago a few days ago. Tonight, she's taking part in the Sky's the Limit talent competition." Alex couldn't help but wonder if Debbie had already finished her performance, or if she was just nervously waiting for it to begin. "Why didn't you tell us earlier? And why didn't you go and watch her perform?" Joe couldn't believe that Alex hadn't gone to support Debbie. He didn't know that Alex had intended to go and surprise her, but had canceled to celebrate his friend's engagement. Alex replied, "It's all right, we talked about it. She said there was no need for me to go. She said it was more important for me to come out and celebrate with you." Alex smiled and said, "Come on, I'm here now, so let's enjoy ourselves. Let's drink a toast to Joe and Susan." Joe laughed and raised his glass. "Drink," he ordered his friends. On the stage of The Sky's the Limit, the 5 girls were jumping around and singing their hearts out, but with every movement, the pain in Debbie's abdomen intensified. All she wanted to do was to stop the show, cover her stomach, and burst into tears. But she knew that opportunities like this were once in a lifetime. The group had worked so hard to get their place in the contest. If it had only affected her, Debbie might have backed out, but as the whole group would lose out if she left, she was determined to continue no matter how bad the pain became. At last, their performance was coming to the end. The climax of the song was a solo verse for Debbie to sing alone, while the rest of the girls danced. A spotlight appeared above Debbie's head as she sang, flapping their wings. They flew high in the sky. I said I wouldn't come back. The goal is the pale white clouds. I know I can. Enough to find swing as much as you can. Take off. Debbie tried to give the best performance she could, but singing required her to breathe deeply, and this made her feel as if her appendix was being squeezed in a vice. All her attention was focused on resisting the pain, and she was barely able to control her voice. Several times, her voice quavered. Even the most tone-deaf members of the audience could tell that Debbie's singing was poor. Lee sat down, frowning. Debbie reached a crescendo in the song, which required her to take a particularly deep breath. As she breathed in, the pain in her stomach intensified, and her lungs felt like they were being constricted by a python, the pain increasing bit by bit. But she was determined not to give up. With a pale face, she smiled and continued to perform. She was starting to feel very hot. Unaware of Debbie's plight in Chicago, Alex was enjoying himself, drinking with Joe and their friends. He happily picked up a cigarette and joined Ben and the others in cheering and heckling as Joe and Susan kissed. Performing the dance moves, Debbie twisted her waist to the music. Every move she made was a torment to her. It felt as if someone was stabbing her with needles. Bluebird was finally coming to an end. Debbie's vision had become unfocused, and her mind was becoming muddled. She was on the verge of collapse, but she still needed to perform the last few lines of her solo. The other 4 members of the group were dancing around Debbie on stage. Rita saw Debbie's body trembling slightly and gave her a worried look, while Melissa looked on with a sneer. She still hadn't forgiven her for becoming the lead singer. Debbie continued to sing, flapping my wings and flying high. I said I will not come back, looking for, it was pure white, the clouds. Debbie's singing became intermittent, and her breathing was raspy. She was even moaning slightly. Debbie had done her best to control her voice throughout the performance, but now she couldn't control it at all. One of the judges commented, "What is this terrible singing? We don't even need to give them a score." "This segment will definitely be cut out," said another. "I can sing better than that," the first judge agreed. The audience, on the other hand, felt that something must be wrong. They were discussing it among themselves, but they had no idea how much pain Debbie was in. Lee stared angrily at her. Angelina said to him, "Darling, she totally ruined your favorite song." "I'm so sorry." Lee didn't say anything, but he sighed heavily. "Duke, don't you think so?" Angelina looked at the dog who was lying on a seat beside her. "Woof, woof, woof, woof." Duke barked a few times. Sensing that a few people near them were losing their patience with him, Duke started growling at them uneasily. When the people backed away, he relaxed. Angelina rubbed his big head and soothed him. "Good boy, my little Dukey." Chapter 92, ch. 92, Bluebird on stage. Debbie continued to sing as well as she could, but she was struggling because of the severe pain in her stomach. Suddenly, the audience noticed that the singing dramatically improved as another person's voice overshadowed Debbie's. "If I can get through, I know I can find trying to get away from the blue sky, fly to the blue sky, fly toward the blue sky." The voice was loud, melodious, and full of passion. Melissa had danced over to her, singing, and Debbie glanced at her gratefully. She was enduring a great deal of pain and was happy to step back and let her take over. Debbie was sure that she was only trying to help her. Melissa had a good singing voice, but it sounded even better in contrast to Debbie's, which had become so weak. The audience and the judge's eyes lit up with relief, while Lee softly said, "Oh," with a trace of admiration in his eyes. When they had finished the song, the 5 girls gave a bow on stage. Finally, the 5 long minutes were over. The moment the music stopped, Debbie's legs gave way and she fell onto the ground. This caused another commotion in the audience. Rita quickly helped her up, but Melissa, who was standing beside her, only smiled coldly. Watching Debbie's weak appearance from backstage, Janice covered her mouth and started crying. If she had known earlier how sick she was, she would never have let her perform, even if that meant forfeiting the competition. She could only hope that she would be okay. The judges were very concerned about Debbie and told her to go backstage and rest. One of them said to Janice, "Is your singer ill? Hurry up and take her backstage to lie down. As for your score, I'm sorry, but thank you for taking part." The other 3 judges agreed. "Indeed, go back and rest. Your health is more important than the competition," one said. Rita was very disappointed. If Debbie had been well, she was sure they would have done well in the contest. However, now was not the time to worry about the results. She only wanted to make sure that Debbie received treatment as quickly as possible. The 5 girls bowed and were about to step down from the stage when Janice rushed up to support Debbie. Then Lee spoke up so loudly that everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to stare at him. "Hold on a minute." Lee was very angry. He didn't care how sick Debbie was. He felt that singing "Bluebird" so badly was an insult. What made him even angrier was that, with so many children around, he couldn't even curse loudly. He muttered to himself, "How dare this group ruin Bluebird for me?" "So, how do you think you did?" "I'm guessing you already know," Lee said as his gaze shifted between Debbie and the others and finally landed on Melissa. He pointed at her and said, "This girl sang quite well. At least her voice was quite pleasing to the ear. Because of her, I'll let you pass to the next round." Because Lee was a sponsor, his words meant everything. Melissa gasped in surprise. She immediately grinned and thanked Lee. "Thank you so much, Mr. Dempsey. I promise that I will continue to work hard." "That's enough. You're getting in the way now. Get down from the stage." Lee waved his hand and the girls walked off the stage. Janice stopped Debbie. She said, "Debbie, wait a minute," and quickly dialed 911, telling them that an ambulance was needed urgently to take someone to the hospital. Janice held the weakened Debbie in her arms and comforted her softly. "Don't be afraid, the ambulance will be here soon," she said. Rita also stood beside her, holding her hand and looking at her with concern. "Rita, I'm in so much pain," Debbie told her friend. Her clothes were soaked with blood now, her eyes were closed tightly, and her hands were clenched. She thought she might pass out. Katie was angry with Debbie and huffed at her. "You have a nerve complaining about being in pain. Because of you, we were almost eliminated." Olivia agreed. "That's right," she said. "You said that you didn't have a stomachache yesterday, and you said the same last night. Then, at such a crucial moment, you decide that you do have a stomachache after all. I think you did it on purpose." She crossed her arms and looked at Debbie coldly. Hearing her friends criticizing Debbie, Melissa giggled to herself. At that moment, Rita, who usually managed to stay calm, felt that she had to stick up for Debbie. She asked Katie, "You think she wanted this to happen?" Katie replied, "Did we say something wrong? If it wasn't for Melissa saving us in the end, we would have been eliminated. She almost ruined it for all of us. Can you blame us for being mad with her?" Janice interrupted the argument with a frown. She said, "All right, Katie, Melissa, like I said before, you all have to stick together and look after each other. If one of you succeeds, you all do. Have you forgotten what I said? Miss Campbell, please don't be angry. We're just a bit upset." "It's not surprising, but I promise we'll all calm down now," Melissa said as she walked over and persuaded Katie and Olivia to sit down. She wanted Janice to see her smoothing things out down so that she would have a good impression of her. Debbie spoke up with great difficulty. "Miss Campbell, it's my fault. I'm the one who did wrong. Don't blame them, it's me. I was wrong." Hot tears once again flowed down her cheeks. She looked pitiful. Janice hugged Debbie and tried to comfort her. She said, "No, it's not your fault. Don't say that and don't worry about anything. The talent show was still going on. Duke, who was lying beside Angelina, stuck out his tongue and started panting. Angelina knew that this meant he was thirsty. "Dukey, are you thirsty?" she said as she touched the dog's big head. Since she didn't want to miss the show, she needed to find someone else to take her dog out to get a drink. Because of Duke's earlier growling, the rest of the audience were keeping their distance. They believed that the dog was aggressive and wasn't going to get anywhere near it. Angelina pointed at a young man and instructed, "You, come here." "Me?" The man that Angelina was pointing to was Charlie Mason. He looked at his friends, but everyone else pretended to be watching the show. He secretly cursed his bad luck and walked toward Angelina with a frown. "Duke, you're not allowed to bark," said Angelina to the dog. When Charlie walked over to them, she pointed at him while looking at the dog and said, "Duke, this young man is going to take you for a drink. Be good and don't bite him." Charlie was scared and embarrassed. He had become a dog babysitter. He didn't dare to take hold of Duke's leash, but he also didn't dare to. Angelina was Lee Dempsey's girlfriend and was not someone he could afford to offend. In the end, he decided to lead Duke out of the auditorium and to the artificial lake to let him drink water. Thankfully, after listening to Angelina's words, Duke didn't bite him. "Perhaps he likes me?" Charlie wondered. Melissa, who was at the back of the auditorium with Katie, saw Charlie holding Duke and shouted at him, "Darling, why are you holding the dog?" As Charlie led Duke over to Melissa, other spectators screamed when they saw the huge animal approach. In the end, he persuaded Melissa to walk over to him instead. When he saw her frightened expression, he scratched Duke's head with his hand and said, "This is Auntie Melissa. You're not allowed to bite her." Charlie was enjoying looking after Duke, but Melissa was still too scared to get close. She looked warily at the dog and asked Charlie again what he was doing with it. He told her about Angelina telling him to take the dog for a drink. "He wants water?" Hearing this, Melissa raised her eyebrows and looked at Charlie with a sinister smile. "You wait here." She walked to Debbie's side and picked up the bottle of water that was beside her. "Debbie, I need water for the dog." "Can I use your bottle?" Debbie glanced at Melissa weakly and nodded. The corner of Melissa's mouth raised into a smile. With the water bottle in her hand, she walked back to Charlie. "Give it this." Melissa threw the water to Charlie. "This was given to Debbie to drink just now. Darling, this dog is Angelina's. Aren't you playing with fire?" Charlie had just seen how much pain Debbie was in and was suspicious. Melissa wanted Duke to feel the same pain, but if they did something to hurt him, they would have Lee to deal with. He didn't want that. It is indeed playing with fire. But it's not us who will get the blame because it isn't our bottle of water. Melissa's eyes looked sly. "Quick, give it the water." Seeing Duke licking from the bottle, Melissa smiled. She took the bottle with what was left of the water and quietly placed it next to Debbie. Looking at Debbie, who was leaning against Janice with her eyes closed, Melissa sneered. "You sad loser," she thought. "You have no idea that this is just the beginning of your troubles." Charlie took Duke back to Angelina. 20 minutes later, while Angelina was whispering with Lee, Duke began to whimper. After another 5 minutes, Duke was lying on the ground, moaning and sticking out his tongue. No matter how much Angelina tried to comfort him, he didn't recover. "Duke, what's wrong with you?" Angelina touched the dog's head with a pained expression and looked at Charlie angrily. "You, come over here." "What did you give him to drink?" "Nothing. Just water." Charlie looked very scared. "Rubbish. He was fine before. Then you took him for a drink, and he came back like this." "Tell me what happened," Angelina said aggressively. Lee was also glaring at Charlie. Everyone around them was staring. There was so much noise coming from the small group that the director stopped the performance on stage and everyone looked over. I just gave him a drink of water from a bottle." The bottle belonged to one of the singers backstage. Honestly, that's all I gave him, Charlie said, trembling. Garbage. You say you only gave him water from a bottle belonging to someone backstage. Lee stood up and pushed Charlie back a few steps. Take me to get that bottle of water right now. If anything happens to my dog, I'll never forgive you. Of course, Charlie said with a frightened smile. Then he walked in front of Lee with his head lowered. Lee and Angelina walked after him, followed by other members of the audience. A small cart was used to push Duke behind them. When the performers backstage saw Lee arriving, they were all surprised and stood up one by one. Janice and Rita supported Debbie, but just like the others, they didn't know what was happening. You gave your water to my girlfriend. Charlie pointed at Melissa. Mr. Dempsey's dog drank your water, and now he's really sick. What? Melissa screamed in fake surprise. She quickly said to Lee, Mr. Dempsey, someone else gave me that bottle of water. It's not my fault. Really? Lee's gaze turned colder. Did you tell that person that you were going to give the water to my dog? Yes, I said that the water was for a dog. And you're the only person here with a dog, so she must have known that I meant Duke, Melissa said. Who is this person? Lee asked. Melissa's gaze shifted to Debbie, and she pointed at her. It's her fault. She gave me the water. Chapter 93, Sage 93. The dog's revenge, it's you again, Lee said angrily when he recognized Debbie. First you ruined my favorite song, and now you make my dog sick. Debbie's stomach still hurt. She couldn't even open her eyes. She had no idea what had happened, and Lee's words just confused her. Janice and Rita also had no idea what was going on. They didn't know that Melissa had given the water to Debbie. At that moment, the ambulance arrived, flashing red and blue lights. It stopped outside the auditorium, and two paramedics lifted a stretcher out of the back. We need to get Debbie to the hospital. We can sort this out later, Janice said as she and Rita went to help Debbie onto the stretcher. Stop, Lee shouted. Did I say you could leave? They all froze. Lee's gaze landed on Melissa. Give the water to the doctor and get them to check if it contains poison. Yes, sir. Melissa picked up the bottle of mineral water and handed it to the paramedic. The paramedic knew who Lee was, so he agreed straight away. He used the equipment in the ambulance to do a quick check on the contents of the bottle. While this was happening, Angelina had asked the other paramedic to treat her beloved dog. He immediately injected Duke with analgesics and anti-inflammatories to stabilize his condition. The first paramedic finished his tests and ran out of the ambulance. He said to Lee, Mr. Dempsey, the test has shown that there has been poison added to this water. Drinking this water would cause severe abdominal pain. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Lee glared angrily at Debbie, who opened her eyes in shock. She looked at Melissa, and only then did she realize what had happened. Debbie slowly raised her arm and pointed at Melissa, saying, It's her, Mr. Dempsey. This bottle of water, she gave it to me, bullshit, Melissa said in a fluster. She looked at Lee, afraid that he would believe what Debbie said. She continued, Mr. Dempsey, she's trying to frame me because she thinks that I reported her to Miss Campbell. Debbie looked at Melissa furiously and said, Nonsense. It was you, obviously, you drank it yourself to cover up the truth. Don't bother trying to frame me. If you admit the truth to Mr. Dempsey, I'm sure he'll understand and take pity on you. Melissa panicked, but she wasn't afraid. Today, she wanted Debbie to repay the debt that she felt she owed her. And with interest. Lee looked coldly at Debbie. You must hate me for criticizing your singing, right? He said. So, you decided to take it out on my dog? You have to understand that I sponsored this competition. I can only have the best singers on stage. Go on, admit what you did. Debbie looked at Lee and shook her head. It wasn't like that. She had no bad feelings toward him. She now knew that Melissa had orchestrated everything. You destroyed my favorite song and then poisoned my dog. Are you tired of living or something? Lee's tone became increasingly sinister as he continued. Stupid girl. If anything happens to my dog, you'd better stay well away from me. At that moment, Angelina walked straight over to Debbie and, without saying anything, she slapped her face twice. Neither Janice nor Rita tried to stop her. You bitch, how dare you poison my dog? Duke's life is worth 100 times yours. Who do you think you are? She said fiercely to Debbie. Then, she calmly walked back to Lee's side. How's Duke now? Lee asked Angelina. I asked the paramedic to give him painkillers. He's in less pain now than he was before. As Angelina was talking to Lee, the paramedic walked over with Duke and said, Mr. Dempsey, your dog isn't in pain for the time being, but you need to find a professional veterinarian to have a look at him. Thank you. We'll see the vet later. Lee bent down and stroked Duke's head. His gaze turned toward Debbie, and he whispered sinisterly to the dog, Duke, do you know why you were in so much pain earlier? It was because of her. Do you want to take revenge? Duke seemed to understand Lee's words and bared his teeth at Debbie. Mr. Dempsey, what are you doing? Janice and Rita were both terrified. Debbie also opened her eyes wide and looked at Duke. But Lee ignored them. He patted Duke's head and unhooked the leash. Duke ran toward Debbie while growling and baring his teeth. Janice and Rita were terrified and moved away from Debbie's side. Debbie forgot all about the pain in her abdomen. Looking at Duke charging toward her, she got up quickly and tried to run. With every step she took, pain shot through her stomach. She ran full steam into the artificial lake, but Duke rushed in after her. He reached her quickly, baring his teeth and trying to bite her. In order to avoid the attack, Debbie punched the dog's head with all her might, but she was no match for Duke. A piece of her clothing was bitten off by the ferocious dog. While Debbie was being mauled by a crazed dog in Chicago, Alex was getting drunk with his friends in New York. With a flushed face, he raised his glass and clinked it with Joe. Drink, my friend. You really have found yourself a wonderful wife. Debbie fell into the lake with a splash. She choked as she swallowed a mouthful of water and desperately tried to stand up. Duke bit her arm and she started bleeding. Meanwhile, Alex clinked glasses with his friends. The liquor splashed out and they laughed loudly. Alex felt happy. He couldn't remember feeling as content as he did that night. In the artificial lake, the girl and the dog were splashing manically. Duke had a lot of energy, but Debbie was already on the verge of exhaustion. Her clothes were torn, her body was bitten, and she was starting to lose a lot of blood. Duke was looking for an opportunity to bite her neck and finish her off. Janice and Rita pleaded with Lee to save Debbie, but it was useless. If Duke killed Debbie, Lee would tell everyone that it was an accident. His reputation wouldn't be affected at all. At that moment, a strident voice came from behind the crowd. Yes, meant to be a talent show? Why is there no one on the stage, and why are all of you standing out here? For female performers walked out with a young man. The girls were all elegantly dressed and stunningly attractive. Any one of them could be a supermodel. In contrast, the young man was wearing shades, a baggy t-shirt, and surfer shorts showing off his extremely hairy legs. He looked like he was wearing a pair of woolen pants. Trying to get on Lee's good side, an audience member pointed at the approaching young man and said rudely, Hey, who are you? How did you get here? Don't you know Mr. Dempsey is here? The youth glanced at the young man and then told the girls beside him to wait a moment. He casually walked over to him and asked softly, Were you talking to me? The young man tried to act tough, but he was a little nervous. He spluttered, Yes. Mr. Dempsey is still here. Who do you think you are? But before he could finish, the youth had already reached over and had hit him 10 times in the mouth. The poor young man's lips were swollen and bleeding. His handsome face was battered and bruised, and he was on the verge of tears. "Mr. Dempsey, he hit me," he complained to Lee in a whine. "Shut up." Not only did Lee not help him, but he actually punched him as well. The poor man was now bleeding from his nose. He was in complete misery. If he had known what was going to happen, he would never have gotten involved. No one could understand what Lee was doing. Why wasn't he kicking out this arrogant newcomer? To their surprise, Lee walked over to him with a fawning smile and said, "Mr. Ambrose, when did you arrive in Chicago? Why didn't you get someone to notify me when you arrived? I would have arranged for someone to pick you up." The audience was dumbfounded. They wondered, who is this Mr. Ambrose that Lee Dempsey is so afraid of? One man muttered to his friend, "Mr. Dempsey is such an important and powerful businessman, and yet he bowed to this slob. This Mr. Ambrose must be even more important than Lee Dempsey," agreed his friend. The first man looked at his phone and confirmed, "Yeah, he is. The internet says that this Mr. Ambrose is involved with half of the female celebrities in the entertainment industry. He's worth a fortune." From Lee's reaction to the youth, the onlookers had guessed his identity. The young man was Alex's half-brother, Justin. Since he had never been interested in the family business, no one recognized him. Although Justin was a member of the Ambrose family, his part of the family was far less rich and powerful than Alex's, and his wealth was far inferior. However, he was still one of the richest men in America. Lee knew this and had to treat him with respect. "Stop trying to suck up to me. I'm here to watch a talent show," Justin said rudely to Lee. "Why has it stopped? What's going on and what's happening in the lake?" Lee replied, "We were in the middle of the talent show when this woman poisoned my dog. I'm letting my dog bite her, then we'll see if she dares to do something like that again." Lee pointed at Debbie, who was still struggling in the water. Justin hugged the 4 girls beside him and looked over at the artificial lake. Amidst the splashes, he could make out a dog crazily attacking a woman. It was impossible to see the woman's face. He nodded in approval and said, "I have an African lion at home. If anyone tried to poison my lion, I would let him eat them. These kinds of people deserve to die." Just then, the dog in the water jumped toward the woman's neck and Justin got a clear view of her face. He was shocked. He recognized her as the same woman he had met on Harmony Island. It was his half-brother's girlfriend, Debbie. "Stop him. Stop. I know her. Stop your crazy dog now." Justin ran full pelt into the artificial lake. Chapter 94, ch. 94. All about Duke. Justin was wearing a pair of shorts, and he ran like Donald Duck, but he was determined to help Debbie. When he had met her on Harmony Island, he had really liked her. If it wasn't for the fact that Debbie was his brother's girlfriend, he would have tried to persuade her to date him. Angelina, who was standing beside Lee, didn't understand what was going on, but she guessed that it was some sort of emergency for Justin to be running flat out into the lake. She whistled and waved at Duke in the water. "Here, boy. Come back to mommy." Duke had been raised by Angelina. The moment she called him, he stopped attacking Debbie and ran onto the shore. He rushed over to her. "You crazy dog," shouted Justin. As Duke passed by him, he managed to kick him hard in the side. Duke was about to attack Justin, but Angelina pulled him away. Debbie, who was still in the artificial lake, had lost all her strength. She was in severe pain, and there were several bite wounds on her body. She was floating in the water, too weak to save herself. She was losing all sense of what was happening and was starting to dip in and out of consciousness. Her only clear sensation was pain. The only thing she knew was that she wanted to get away from the pain as quickly as possible. She was ready to die. Even if she had some stamina left to stay alive, she had lost the will. She didn't hear Justin running toward her, shouting, "Debbie, hang on. I'm coming." She fell backward under the water, and the world went completely quiet. As her body sank, she felt the diamond necklace around her neck floating up with the waves to her face. She wanted to touch the diamonds, but she didn't have the strength. As her eyes focused on the necklace, she remembered the day that Alex had given it to her. The memory of Alex placing the necklace around her neck appeared before her eyes. She remembered the moment when Alex had kissed her in front of everyone. That kiss was so sweet. Debbie had no idea that at that moment, in New York, Alex was lying drunk on the dining table as he had lost all control of his body. He was very happy with his friends, and a stupid smile was plastered on his flushed face. She didn't have the energy to think about Alex anymore, and the image of him disappeared from her mind. She was fading away. But then, the words that Alex once said began appearing in her mind one by one as she was dying. "Don't worry. I'll make everyone pay. Just tell me who hurt you. I'll look after you and I'll protect you from all of them. It's all right. As long as I'm here, I promise I won't let you get hurt even if I get injured protecting you. Don't worry." She thought, "Alex, although you didn't do what you said, I don't blame you at all. I'm sorry, I left before I could say goodbye to you. If I could hold on, I wouldn't give up, but it hurts too much. I'm sorry. Take care of yourself, Alex." Debbie closed her eyes. Her body gradually sank to the bottom of the lake. She was finally free. "Debbie!" Justin shouted in panic as he ran into the lake. He dived into the water and dragged Debbie to the surface, losing his shorts in the process. "Debbie, are you okay? Debbie!" Justin was standing in the water and shouting at her, but her face was pale and she didn't move at all. He was frightened and shouted over to the ambulance, "Get over here and help me. Come over here. Quick." Justin dragged her body toward the shore as the two paramedics rushed over to them with a stretcher. They managed to get her on the stretcher. Luckily, Debbie was still breathing. Justin shouted at the paramedics, "Hurry up and get her to the hospital. If anything happens to her, I will destroy your families. Now go." The paramedics quickly loaded Debbie into the ambulance and headed to the hospital with the siren screaming and the lights flashing. Justin took out his phone and called Alex with a frown. He knew that he had to let him know what had happened to Debbie. His eyes filled with worry as he placed his phone to his ear. Lying on the table, drunk, Alex didn't notice his phone blinking, ringing, and shaking. "Damn it. What the hell are you doing?" Justin tried calling 3 times, but couldn't get through. In a fit of anger, he threw his phone into the lake and said, "Damn it." He looked at the others with a cold gaze and walked toward the crowd in his bare feet. As he walked, he pointed at Lee and cursed, "You have a nerve. How dare you touch my brother's girlfriend?" He went over to Lee and slapped him on the face. Everyone gasped. They had renewed respect for Justin, having the courage to slap someone like Lee. Lee pleaded, "Justin, please calm down. It was this woman who poisoned my dog. It was because I was so angry that I wanted to punish her. Anyway, I didn't know she was Alex's girlfriend." After being slapped, Lee didn't feel pain or even shame. He felt fear. He wanted to calm Justin down as quickly as he could. Justin listened, then spat on Lee's face. After staying with Debbie on Harmony Island for 10 days, he was a little in love with her. He couldn't understand how Lee couldn't see what she was really like. "Do you really believe that Debbie poisoned your dog? Don't you realize that she can't even bear to pick a single flower? Do you think someone like that could harm your dog?" With Justin's mind made up about the situation, Lee knew that saying anything more would only make him angrier. He pointed at Charlie and Melissa and said, "They told me that my dog got sick because he drank her mineral water." Justin looked coldly at Charlie and Melissa and slowly walked toward them. Charlie was so scared that he looked like he had aged instantly. He stuttered, "Justin, that's not what happened." His face was creased, and his lips were trembling. Saliva and mucus were flowing down his face, and his legs were shaking badly. Just as Justin approached him to slap his face, Charlie's legs collapsed beneath him, and he dropped to the ground. Kneeling on the ground in front of Justin, he continued to beg, "Justin, it wasn't me. It was her. It was Melissa who made me frame Alex's girlfriend. And she was the one who gave her that bottle of water. She spiked the water with the drugs, causing Debbie's stomachache." Without hesitation, Charlie tried to put all the blame onto Melissa. He made it very clear that he was not responsible for any of it. "You piece of crap," Justin said as he kicked Charlie's head. Luckily, his feet were still bare, so he didn't do much damage. He turned to Melissa, shouting, "Damn it. How dare you spike Debbie's water? I'll kick you to death." He grabbed her hair and slapped her face 10 times. When he let go of her, Melissa's body went limp. And she also fell onto the ground. "Stop pretending you're hurt. Get up," Justin cursed at Melissa. Then he turned to the 4 girls he was with and said, "Go into the lake and find my shorts." Soon, someone brought Justin his shorts. He continued to shout at Melissa, who was lying on the ground. "Stand up. Now bend over with your hands on your knees." Melissa was too terrified to disobey him. She stood up and bent over, sticking her butt out. "You stupid bitch. How dare you plot against Debbie? Why are you so vicious?" Justin continued to curse at her as he stepped forward and started spanking Melissa's, but hard with his shorts. With every spank, she screamed miserably. "Go on, cry," he laughed. Only after a total of 30 spanks did Justin stop hitting her. He threw his shorts on the ground, put them on, and walked toward Duke. Melissa closed her eyes and fell to the ground. Seeing Justin approaching, Duke threw himself forward, barking wildly, "Woof, woof, 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 woof." He remembered vividly how Justin had just kicked him. "Duke, calm down." Angelina scratched his head and smiled awkwardly at Justin. "What are you going to do?" she asked him as she pulled the dog behind her with the leash. Justin ignored her. His gaze was fixed on Duke. "Bring me a pair of pliers," Justin roared. Although none of his actual servants was there, no one wanted to disobey him. Lee immediately had the staff find a pair of pliers and personally handed them over to Justin. The only thing on his mind was quelling Justin's anger toward him. Angelina shouted angrily at Lee, "Lee, how could you?" She was furious with him. Not only did he not stick up for her and Duke, but he had become Justin's accomplice. Justin had already walked up to her. She shouted at him anxiously, "Go away. Shut up." Justin snatched the leash from Angelina's hands and kicked her to the ground. "Woof, woof, woof." Duke barked crazily at Justin, still trying to bite him. "This dog is even more dangerous than I thought." Justin had the advantage of the dog leash, so it was easy for him to dodge the dog's attack. Instead, he managed to use his height from above to kick him a few times. As he saw Duke leap toward him, he immediately wrapped his arms around his neck and threw him to the ground. The man and the dog rolled on the grass. Justin managed to get on top of Duke, and then he really had the advantage. "Woof, woof," Duke was howling in fear. Justin reacted by punching him right on the nose. He said, "Shut up, dog." He hit Duke a few times to shut him up. Finally, Duke didn't dare to cry out anymore. He just closed his mouth and let out a low whimper. "Stupid dog." Justin punched Duke again, causing the dog to open his mouth in pain. He seized the opportunity and shoved the pliers into his mouth with his right hand. "You dare to bite my brother's girlfriend? You'll be sorry. I'm going to pull out all your teeth." He used his hand to keep Duke's mouth open. He clamped the pliers tightly onto one of his longest canine teeth and pulled it out. "I'm not finished yet," Justin said as he once again opened Duke's mouth with a punch. His pliers clamped onto another tooth, and he pulled it out. "Open up, There's a good boy. Chapter 95, ch 95. It's not your baby. By the time Justin let go of Duke, he had pulled out 5 or 6 of his teeth, which were now lying on the ground. Duke had lost all his bravado and was now terrified of Justin. He jumped up from the ground and ran toward Angelina with his tail between his legs. "Get out of my way," Angelina shouted and rushed over to her dog. She had wanted to rush over and save him when Justin had been pulling Duke's teeth out, but Lee had stopped her. Now, she pushed him away and squatted down to look at Duke, whose head was starting to swell from being hit. When she opened his mouth, she could see that it was filled with blood and that a few of his teeth were missing. Justin, Angelina had raised Duke. She loved him and was furious with Justin when she saw what he had done. "Look what you've done," she shouted at him as he walked toward her. He wanted to settle things with Angelina, but before he could say anything, she screamed at him, "I'm going to kill you." Angelina rushed toward Justin, waving her fists at him. "Just get lost," he said as he grabbed her hair and threw her to the ground. Woof, woof. Duke saw that his mistress was hurt, so he barked twice. Justin looked at him and Duke shut his mouth obediently, putting his head down submissively. "One look at this smelly dog, and I can tell that its mistress is not a good person." Justin cursed at Angelina and was about to kick her. Angelina glared at him and said in a high-pitched voice, "Justin, you mustn't kick me." "Really? Why not?" Justin was still angry, but he was starting to calm down. He was no longer as hot-headed, and so was interested to hear why Angelina thought he shouldn't hit her. "Because I'm pregnant." Angelina stood up from the ground. Hearing her words, Lee was stupefied. He had been using protective measures all along, so how could Angelina be pregnant? He sputtered, "Angel, you, tut-tut." Justin didn't care. "So what if you're pregnant?" he replied. He had never been a merciful person. "Justin, you still want to hurt me? Then you need to know that the child I'm carrying isn't Lee's. It's the child of Guy Avery, Sir Fred Avery's son." When she said this, everyone gasped in shock. "Wow, Angelina is having another man's baby." "What a bitch," one man said in disgust. Another replied, "Guy and Chuck Avery are the sons of Sir Fred Avery, one of the richest men in the world. I don't understand how Angelina managed to meet them." His friend agreed. "I knew it must be someone powerful if they dared to cheat with Lee Dempsey's girlfriend. I couldn't think of anyone powerful enough in Chicago, but it turns out to be young Guy Avery. Lee has no power at all compared to him." The chatter continued. "I've heard that last month, Guy Avery spent a week in Hollywood. He's friends with one of the great directors, I think Clint Eastwood. He stayed there for a week and apparently, during that time, more than 10 female Hollywood celebrities were seen going in and out of his hotel room. No one knows what they were doing." "Angelina, you," Lee stuttered. His face was red and his voice was angry. His eyes were slightly trembling. Angelina glared at him and came straight to the point. She said calmly, "Well, my plan was to be tactful and let you down gently. But today you were such a coward with Justin, I realized that you clearly can't protect me, so why should I care about not embarrassing you? It's over." You bitch," Lee raised his hand angrily. Angelina egged him on. "Go on then. Try touching me if you really have the balls." Lee clenched his fists, but after a moment, thought better of it and lowered them. He knew that his family was no match for the Averys. Plus, Angelina was already pregnant with Guy Avery's child, so he absolutely couldn't touch her. I knew it. Useless trash." Angelina proudly glared at Lee, then looked at Justin. She said, "Justin, I have investigated your family. Although the Ambrose family is very famous in New York and among the whole country's upper-class society, as far as I know, your family's warrior enterprises can't compare to the Dempsey family business. What I don't understand is, Why is your reputation so much greater than Lee's? Justin's branch of the family was only involved with a few of the Ambrose family business enterprises, but it was clear why his family was so prestigious. Famous people like Ken Stokes were involved in the enterprise, running the East Coast division of the company. Ken had a huge influence in New York. As long as the Ambrose business enterprises had such well-respected and influential people working for them, the kudos would always rub off on Justin's side of the family too. Angelina asked, "Is it that your family are poor relations of the Ambrose family, but you've managed to build them into something respectable on social media?" She had heard that this was quite common now. There were plenty of examples of hoodlums from the ghettos in Chicago who had used social media to talk themselves into riches and respectability. Some were even starting charities to build their own reputations and become famous. Angelina continued, "I think your family is just like that. In reality, you have no power or wealth, so what gives you the right to look down on me?" The more she spoke, the more she knew she was right. And now she had Guy Avery supporting her. She had nothing to fear from Justin. "I know I'm right," she said. "But I really can't recall. What kind of business is Warrior Enterprises?" At least Lee has his own restaurant chain with delicious food and his live broadcast channels. "Justin, you just seem to party and chase women." Onlookers heard what Angelina was saying and voiced their own opinions. One said, "Damn, I think Angelina is right. In fact, I'm not even sure that Warrior Enterprises is that successful. In fact, I don't think it's even ranked in the top 10 companies in Chicago." "Do you think Justin is afraid of Guy Avery?" asked his wife. He replied, knowledgeably, "One is a mouse and the other is the son of the richest man in America. If Guy Avery wants to harm Justin, I can't see anything stopping him." All their friends agreed. Angelina continued arrogantly, "Justin, I know I'm right. And remember what you did. You actually pulled out Duke's teeth. If you don't want Guy to know about this, then kneel down and apologize to me immediately." Feeling that Guy would support her, she felt very confident. Justin smiled and slowly bent down. In a sarcastic voice, he said, "Oh, of course. Let me kneel down and apologize to you." "Sure, no problem." Angelina laughed abruptly. "Humph, you still want to fight with me? Go on, kneel down in front of me right now." She was waiting for a response from Justin when all of a sudden, Angelina felt the world spinning around her. She realized that she was being carried on Justin's shoulder. "Put me down," she shouted. The corner of Justin's mouth hooked up into a carefree smile. He spun on the spot and whirled Angelina around. She was screaming as she started feeling dizzy and shaken. Finally, Justin stopped. Angelina continued to shout, "Justin, put me down. I'm going to tell Guy all about this. You're in so much trouble. If you want to sue me, go ahead," Justin replied. He wasn't worried about Guy Avery at all. As he spoke, he raised Angelina high up in the air with his two thick arms. "Justin, what are you doing? I'm warning you. Remember, I'm still carrying Guy Avery's child. If anything happens to me, he'll kill you," Angelina was shouting. Justin ignored her and threw her up into the air. Bang! Angelina fell from a height of 2 meters onto the ground. A few of her ribs were broken. She was twisting on the ground, crying out loudly in pain. She was in agony. Justin decided that he was wasting his time with these people. He wanted to get to the hospital, but first, he needed to make sure that no one else was going to try to frame Debbie for anything. At this moment, Rita and Janice walked up to him. They were very worried about Debbie's safety. Rita said, "Justin, I'm Debbie's friend." Janice said, "I'm Debbie's manager. We want to go with you to the hospital to see her." "Okay," Justin agreed. Then, seeing that Katie, Olivia, Melissa, and Rita were all wearing the same costumes, he asked Rita, "Do they want to go too?" She nodded. Katie, Olivia, and Melissa were pale with anxiety. They lowered their heads and hardly dared to breathe. They were afraid that Rita would say something about how they had bullied Debbie. "Okay, we'll go together." Justin glared at Melissa. He thought, damn, this was the girl that framed Debbie. But I have already punished her. They took 2 cars to the Chicago General Hospital. When they got there, they spoke to Debbie's doctor, who told them that she had received painkillers and she was no longer in pain. Her bite wounds had been bandaged and she had been given a rabies vaccination. Fortunately, her injuries were all minor. She hadn't been as badly injured as Justin had feared. She had also been given a sedative and she was sleeping. Janice and the others sat with her quietly for 10 minutes before being told to leave by Justin. He then sat beside her bed, quietly waiting for her to wake up. The next morning, when Debbie slowly opened her eyes, she was still in a bit of a daze. She wondered, am I dead? Then she noticed a man sleeping in a chair beside her bed. A few minutes later, Justin woke up. Seeing that she had woken up, he became excited. "Debbie, you're awake." "That's wonderful. How are you feeling?" "Justin." Debbie was a little confused. She didn't know why he was here. "Yes, it's me," he replied. Then he told her about how he had gone to the talent show the previous day and how she had been bitten by the dog. He continued, "Debbie, don't worry. Last night, I beat up everyone who bullied you. As for your teammate, Melissa, that girl really deserves to die." Debbie nodded slightly. Her heart was filled with gratitude toward Justin. If it wasn't for him, she was sure she would be dead. A few minutes later, a beautiful girl walked into the room and said, "Hello, Debbie." Then she turned to Justin and said, "Justin, the helicopter has arrived. We should fly to Washington now if we want to get there on time." Justin was supposed to attend a music contest in Washington that day. He had invited more than 10 popular singers from the entertainment industry to perform. He had already arranged to meet one of the female singers in a hotel room in Washington. Also, if they were late, they might forfeit their chances of winning. It was imperative that they get there on time. "You fly out there now. I need to stay in Chicago with Debbie." Although he said that he would stay, he wasn't completely sure that it was the right decision. The singer he had arranged to meet was a real stunner. Debbie looked at him. "You should go," she said with a smile. It was clear to her that Justin wanted to go. But nothing," she said assuredly. "I feel fine now. I'm not in any pain. I just have a few small wounds from a dog's bite. It's nothing serious." "Okay. You rest well in the hospital. Why don't you call Alex and get him to come to Chicago to keep you company? And when you see him, give him a piece of my mind for not being here for you." His words made Debbie laugh. Justin stood up and walked outside. He spotted Melissa and shouted at her, "Take good care of her. If anything happens to her, I will blame you. Do you hear me?" I heard you," Melissa replied timidly. Then Justin said goodbye to Debbie and left. Chapter 96. Stage 96. Melissa plays with phones. Melissa stood nervously in front of Debbie. The previous night, Janice and the others had stayed outside the hospital ward until 1 o'clock in the morning, before Janice had found a nearby hotel for Rita and the other band members. But Melissa hadn't dared to leave Debbie's side in case Justin appeared, as he would be furious if she wasn't there to take care of her. She had been extremely scared. She never would have thought that Debbie knew Justin Ambrose so well. She was so nervous that her palms started to sweat profusely again as she recalled the excessive things that she had done to Debbie back in New York. She was afraid that she would complain to Justin. "Debbie? Are you still awake?" Melissa looked at her with an awkward smile. The person lying in front of her was not just Debbie, but someone who knew Justin well. How could she not be scared? Debbie realized that Melissa had never spoken to her in such a soft voice before. Thinking about how she had framed her the previous evening, She was confused and angry. "I'm sorry, Debbie. I was in the wrong yesterday. Please forgive me." "I know when I do something wrong, and I won't do it again," Melissa said. But Debbie's angry gaze scared her so much that she kneeled on the ground. Debbie was stunned. She never thought that Melissa would kneel in front of her one day. Then she remembered that Justin had said he would beat up anyone who bullied her. "Did Justin slap you in the face?" Only then did she notice that Melissa's face was swollen. There were still bruises on the corner of her mouth. Melissa used her hand to cover up the bruises, and tears started flowing down her cheeks. She looked at her, nodded slightly, and muttered, "Not only my face, but," she said as she stood up. She turned around and slowly pulled down her pants. At first, Debbie didn't know what she was going to do, but when she saw her purplish-red buttocks, she was so frightened that she closed her eyes. It was too horrible to look at. Melissa pulled up her pants, looked at her, and said, "My boyfriend, Charlie Mason, doesn't want me anymore. I've already been punished enough. Please forgive me." "All right. I'll forgive you," Debbie whispered. She already looked miserable, and Debbie wasn't the kind of person to hurt others. "Thank you, Debbie. Thank you," Melissa said, as her tears turned into smiles. She kept bowing and thanking her. "You don't have to be so formal with me," Debbie said with a faint smile. "How are your injuries? Did you let the doctor see them?" "It's fine. Don't worry about me. You are the most important thing right now. Do you want a drink of water? Do you feel hot? How about I buy you a couple of buns to eat?" Melissa treated her well due to her connection with Justin. "Don't fuss over me. I'm okay now. Sit down. I don't need you to take care of me," she said as she realized that Melissa was being quite cute. "All right, thank you." Melissa was tired after a sleepless night. She leaned against the windowsill and fell asleep. Debbie picked up her phone, found Alex's number, and called him. She missed him. Right now, she wanted to hear his voice. Beep, beep. The sound of a busy signal came over the phone. The previous night back in New York, Susan was the only one who had not been drunk. She had called a few classmates, and then she had sent Alex and the others back to their dorm. At that moment, 4 people from his dorm were still lying on their beds snoring. Alex's phone was in his pocket, but he couldn't feel it vibrating. "Hello. The user you have dialed is temporarily unable to answer the phone," a digital voice said. Debbie felt slightly disappointed. When she needed him the most, she couldn't reach him. Maybe he's busy? She thought as she put her phone down on the cabinet beside her. A nurse appeared to check on Debbie's condition. "You've recovered very well. There aren't any symptoms. You'll be able to go home and rest after a week," the nurse said with a smile after checking her over. "Great." Melissa looked at her and nodded with a smile. The nurse gave Debbie some water to drink and reminded her, "Right now you're still receiving antibiotics, glucose, etc. You may be feeling more tired than usual. Don't worry, as that's a normal reaction to your treatment. You should get plenty of rest and switch off your phone. That way it will be quieter when you sleep." "Don't worry. I'll take good care of her," Melissa reassured the nurse. After saying that, the nurse picked up the report and record book and left. "Debbie, listen to the nurse and get a good night's sleep. I'll be watching over you from over there by the window," Melissa said while standing beside the bed smiling at her. Debbie nodded slightly and closed her eyes. After a while, she fell asleep. Melissa was about to rest by the windowsill when Debbie's phone rang from its spot on the cabinet. Only then did Melissa remember that the nurse had told Debbie to turn it off. She picked up the phone and was about to turn it off, but she casually swiped it. The phone didn't have a locked screen, so she opened it easily. When she saw the call log, she found that Debbie had just called Alex, but she hadn't been able to get through. Her mind started whirring. Debbie knew Justin, and Alex was Debbie's boyfriend. They both had the last name of Ambrose. Melissa suddenly realized that Alex was Justin's brother. Previously, she had been worried about what Justin would do to her, but she hadn't even thought about such a simple connection to Alex. She looked again at the phone, then she looked at Debbie, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. A trace of craftiness appeared in Melissa's eyes, and she came up with an idea. She took out her phone and turned her back to Debbie in case she happened to wake up. Then, she started doing something with the two phones. Alex woke up in a daze. As usual, he picked up his phone and checked the time. It was already 9:30 in the morning, and his head was still dizzy. With another glance, he saw that there were 4 missed calls. He opened them and saw that Debbie and Justin had called. He halfway sobered up at the sight of Debbie's name and called her right away. Alex. His name appeared on the screen. Melissa was shocked and muted the phone. She kept the phone on until the name disappeared. What's going on? Alex wondered. Why isn't she answering my call? He was about to try again when a text message appeared. I'm busy right now, so I'll call you later. He stopped when he saw the message. He imagined there were still a lot of things that she needed to do for the Chicago talent show. Why did Justin think of calling me? He thought for a while and called him back. Justin's phone lit up under the artificial lake, where he had thrown it in anger the day before. Of course, no one would be able to pick it up. Alex tried 3 times, but nobody answered. Although he was a little suspicious, he had no other choice but to give up. This brat must have gone crazy somewhere again, he thought. He put his phone in his pocket and went to the bathroom to wash up. His head still felt dizzy after drinking all night, even though he had splashed cold water on his face. He walked out of the dorm and decided to have a bite to eat out on the street to help clear his head. Walking from the dorm to the campus gate and breathing in the fresh air, he started feeling a bit better. Hello, Alex. A beautiful lady walked over as he was about to step out of the gate. It was Kelly Phillips. She waved at him with a sweet smile. Looking at Kelly, his heart moved. He realized that he was happy to see her again. This was not a good sign. He subconsciously reminded himself to keep his distance from her. She walked toward him and smiled. Hello. He greeted her distantly with a slight nod and continued to walk, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. Alex, she called after him, but he didn't even turn his head. She sighed softly, took 2 steps forward, and followed behind him. Wait for me. She increased her pace to keep up with him. She looked at him and tried to get closer. She asked, Have you eaten? What are you planning to do? No. Let's eat, he said, but he didn't even look at her as he walked forward. Why is he so cold? Really? She thought. But she was happy that at least he had agreed. However, with her intelligence, she could see that he was intentionally staying distant from her. Why did he want to do that? Because he had already sensed that if she continued to interact with him, she might fall in love with him. Her eyes flashed, and she thought, You want to keep your distance from me, but I won't let you. How have you been these past few days? She asked. All right, he mumbled. I ate pasta last night. What did you eat for dinner? She bantered. I went out for dinner, he mumbled again. I haven't seen you with your girlfriend. Is there a problem? She casually asked. He stopped walking and looked at her speechlessly. Kelly, who had been smiling happily as she trotted along, felt embarrassed when she saw him stop and stare at her. Her lips trembled, and her smile gradually turned awkward. Alex shook his head helplessly and continued walking forward. What? Why are you glaring at me like that? What are you planning to do? She wondered. He doesn't know how to respect beautiful women at all, she thought. She felt a pang in her stomach and quickly followed after him. If she took the initiative to talk to him, he would ignore her. Alex, I was wrong, all right? Please be nice and speak to me, okay? She begged pitifully, but he remained indifferent. They had just walked out of the gates. A Cadillac CCT6 was parked right outside. The car had a bottle of mineral water on the roof, and a man of about 30 years of age was leaning out the window. He had often come to Preston University to fish for girls. Just at that university alone, he had already spent over $100,000. As he was playing with his phone and waiting for a potential pickup, he saw a beautiful girl coming out of the gate. His eyes lit up. She was too perfect. She was just like a model. For a girl like that, he would be willing to spend any amount of money. Seeing that she was walking in his direction, the man opened the door and got out of the car. Chapter 97. Stage 97. Alex meets the Cadillac man. Kelly's gaze was fixed on Alex, who had just walked past the Cadillac. She didn't notice the other man standing next to the car at all. "Hey, beautiful. Why are you in such a hurry?" The man stepped out in front of her. Seeing her at such close range made him even more excited. She was far from average, with her bright eyes, white teeth, and magnificent figure. Kelly looked at the man speechlessly. She wanted to dodge to the side, but he stood directly in front of her. "Beautiful woman, don't go. Get in the car," the man said as he was looking at her face. "Scram," she snapped at him. Looking at his lewd smile, she took a cautious step backwards and cursed at him fiercely. "Even your voice is so nice," he said, while shamelessly smiling. His brain and body were already very excited. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to get this girl into his car. "Beautiful girl, come on. I'll buy something for you when you get in the car," he said in a soothing voice. The man's mind was completely occupied by her. He opened his arms and pounced at her. "Ah!" She covered her ears and screamed. Whack! The man was about to grab her when a large fist landed on his head. "Ah!" He staggered to his right, and his ears buzzed. He was angry. He turned around to attack his assailant and found Alex staring at him. Alex punched the man again with his big fists. He grabbed the man's hair and kicked him back into the Cadillac. The man's two front teeth hit the side of the car, covering his mouth with blood. "Get out of here!" Alex shouted at him. He was completely confused by Alex's demand. He ran into the car in a panic, then drove off like a wisp of smoke. Only then did Alex look at Kelly to see if she was hurt, but he found that she seemed to be staring at him with loving eyes. He was stunned for a moment before he turned around and left her standing there by the gate. She followed after him. "Alex, thank you," she said as she rushed beside him. He was, indeed, the hot-blooded man who had saved her that day. "Can you stop following me?" He stopped to look at her as he spoke. She stared quietly into his eyes. "I won't disturb you. If you find me annoying, I won't say anything either." She felt more and more that Alex was the right person for her. "What are you following me for?" he exclaimed. "You should know that I like you," she said boldly. "I'm telling you, I don't feel anything for you," he said worriedly. "Nonsense. If you don't like me, then why did you save me just now?" She didn't believe that he had protected her only out of a sense of justice. Her words made Alex's mind freeze. He knew that he had been really worried about her a moment ago when he had heard her scream. That was not a good sign. He had to stop this. "Miss Phillips, you have such a good family and life. I'm just a poor student who is worth nothing. I really don't understand. Why do you insist on following me?" he asked with a frown. "That's right. You've already said it very clearly. My conditions are good, but you're only a poor student. Why do you look down on me?" she said, as she gazed directly into his eyes. Alex didn't know how to reply to her. He just looked at her angrily for a second, then turned around and walked ahead of her. She was determined to follow wherever he went. Talking to her now would only make him more disgusted with himself. He walked up to a stall on the street and asked for a plate of fries. She silently sat beside him as he pretended that she didn't exist. "What would your girlfriend like to eat?" the food vendor asked him. Alex was speechless. He tried to explain to the vendor that he had nothing to do with Kelly, but she spoke first. "I'll have the same as him." The vendor prepared a plate for her. She smiled lightly, but Alex's face had grown dark. 2 plates of fries were served at the same time. Alex grabbed a few mouthfuls. He did not care about Kelly at all, so he paid the bill and left. "Miss, you two had a fight, right?" "This won't do," the vendor said to Kelly while she was still eating. She smiled faintly at the man. Then, her gaze shifted to Alex's figure as he was leaving. She stopped eating and stared at his back until she could no longer see him. Debbie was still at the Chicago General Hospital. She had slept for more than 3 hours straight, but she started to wake up slowly. "Debbie, you're awake." Melissa, Janice, and Rita were all next to her bed. Katie and Olivia stood off to the side of the room. "What are you all?" Debbie was not used to so many people looking at her. She wanted to sit up, but the others held her arms back down in the bed. "Don't be like this." "I'm fine. You guys are busy with your own things." "Don't worry about me," she said as she looked at them. "We're all fine. Right now, it's your well-being that's the most important," Katie said. "That's right, Debbie. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll make sure you eat properly. When I came up, I brought some pineapples. I'll give some to you to eat," Olivia said. Rita looked at Katie and Olivia with displeasure. While Debbie slept, the 2 of them had been anxiously walking around and mumbling to each other, writing drafts, and practicing how to talk to her when she woke up. "No need." Debbie smiled faintly. She was not a vengeful person. "Janice, when are we going back to New York?" she asked. Before they had departed for Chicago, she had heard from Janice and a few others that they had already booked their return flights. "Don't worry about that," Janice replied, holding her hand. She felt very sorry for what had happened the previous day. "I'll return the plane tickets later, and we'll all be here with you. Just take care of yourself." Originally, Janice had been prepared to stay with Rita to take care of Debbie, but Melissa and the others also took the initiative to stay. If they were to leave now, it could impact Debbie's recovery. "Don't do that." After hearing Janice's intentions, Debbie rejected her idea without a second thought. She never wanted to delay other people's plans because of her matters. "Don't return the plane tickets. We'll go back according to our original plan. Don't be willful. You're not in any state to travel just now. You don't need to worry about us. And you haven't got much to do in New York right now anyway. What's your rush to get back?" "We'll all stay here while you recover," Janice said, because she wanted her to get better as soon as possible. "That's right. Debbie, don't think too much about it," said one of the girls. "We're all part of the same group." "How could I leave you behind?" said another. "If we don't see that you're getting better, we won't feel good about it," said yet another. They were all trying to persuade Debbie. Debbie smiled as she shook her head. Being cared for by so many people made her heart feel especially warm. However, she still couldn't accept it. She wasn't willing to sacrifice the interests of others to accommodate her concerns. Janice was only a manager with the Sunshine Music Company. The funds for the trip to Chicago were limited, so Janice would have to pay out of her pocket to change the plane tickets. They would also need to cover their expenses while they stayed in Chicago. And that would cost a considerable amount of money. "Janice, I appreciate your kindness, but I really don't need to stay here. Don't look at the bandages on my body. It's actually a very small injury. Plus, Chicago is not far from New York. When I get back to New York, I'll go to the hospital to see a doctor. Just listen to me this time, okay? Let's go with our original plan," said Debbie. Everyone looked at her in silence. Janice's gaze was filled with tenderness. She had been with her for so long over the past few weeks. How could she not understand her thoughts? "All right, let's do as you say." Janice could only agree to her request. "It's fine, Janice." "What time is our flight?" she asked softly. Tonight at 8 o'clock, Janice replied. Okay, then we'll go back to the hotel after dinner. We'll pack up and rest for a while. It's almost time, Debbie said after thinking for a while. After the discussion, Rita went to the cafeteria to get herself some dinner. The girls rarely enjoyed a meal together in one room. When they finished eating, Janice went through the discharge procedures for her. The doctor told her that Debbie must visit a hospital as soon as she returned to New York. The 6 women squeezed into 2 cabs and drove to the hotel. As soon as they arrived, Melissa, Katie, and Olivia took the initiative to pack for Debbie. Soon, her luggage was ready to go. Thank you, Debbie said gratefully. Please don't. This is what we should do. Okay, Debbie, you lie on the bed for a while. We'll come and get you at 6:30. With that, Melissa and the other 2 left. Debbie sat on the bed and took out her phone. Alex should be fine now, right? After mulling over it for a while, she pressed his none in the contact list. She had decided that she would not tell him about her injuries yet. She didn't want him to worry. Beep, 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 beep. A busy signal sounded. She couldn't reach him. A digital voice came over the phone. I'm sorry, but the call you have made cannot be answered at this time. Debbie was a little disappointed and thought, maybe he's busy right now. But when he sees that I called, he'll call me back. It's good if I can't reach him. Then I don't have to hide this from him. After thinking for a long time, she finally texted Alex. I'll be at New York International Airport at around 9 o'clock tonight. Do you want to come and pick me up? What Debbie didn't know was that his phone didn't ring at all. The phone that did ring, and that had received her message, was Melissa's, and she was next door to her. Looking on her phone screen at the missed call that Debbie had placed, the corner of Melissa's mouth curled into a smile. Earlier at the hospital, she had secretly changed Alex's phone number on Debbie's phone for her own. She had also saved his number on her phone. Alex was Justin's older brother and part of the Ambrose family, so how could she not be tempted to do that? Chapter 98, ch 98. It feels weird that morning. When Debbie had fallen asleep, Melissa had outlined the entire plan in her mind. She wanted to snatch Alex for herself and make him feel completely disappointed in Debbie. The previous day, Angelina Sanders had revealed something to her. She had said that if a woman got pregnant with a man's baby, then, no matter how much that man disliked her, he could only resign himself to his fate. So, Melissa's ultimate goal was to get pregnant with Alex's baby. Melissa thought about this. She found Lou Rourke's number in her contact list and pressed it. Soon, Lou picked up the call. Beautiful girl, why are you calling me? Are you free? I'll treat you to a meal. You said over the phone in a vulgar voice. Come on. I'm afraid I'm going to fall in love with you, Melissa said as she smiled coldly. She had almost fallen for Lou's trick last year. As far as she knew, there were 4 or 5 people who had fallen for Lou's trick. Look at what you're saying. Would you dare? He said. I'm calling you today to introduce you to a beautiful girl, Melissa said, getting straight to the point. Really? Is she beautiful? When Lou heard this, he was instantly intrigued. Melissa sent him a photo of Debbie via WhatsApp. He reacted positively and said, "This girl is so pretty. She's perfect for me to mess with. I'll make her life unforgettable." Melissa could even imagine Lou's bedraggled look. She's my friend. Tonight, we're flying back to New York. Her boyfriend's name is Alex, so you can tell her that he told you to pick her up and she should follow you to the car. As for what we're going to do next, I think you know better than me, Melissa said. Hee, of course. She's that kind of a noob. So, it's easy to trick her then. But I don't even know her boyfriend, so how would she believe me? He said. You don't need to worry about that. I'll arrange it for you. Just do what I told you to do. What's your license plate number? She said, along with a few more words to him before hanging up. She played with her phone, planning things out in her head. A few minutes later, she stopped checking her phone. Then she opened her SMS interface and sent a message to Debbie. That morning, she had even forged the text messages she had sent between Debbie and Alex. As long as Debbie didn't look at the date and time, she wouldn't notice anything amiss. Plink, plink. Debbie took out her phone and saw that it was a text from Alex. Debbie, I'll be very busy today. I'm still in a meeting and might not be able to pick you up at the airport tonight. But don't worry, I'll ask my friend to pick you up. His name is Lou, and he drives a Cadillac. Debbie was slightly disappointed. At the same time, she was a little confused. Why did Alex have a friend who drove a Cadillac? She wondered. But when she thought about his identity, Debbie understood. She was feeling that his text message was a bit weird, but she couldn't figure out why. Debbie dropped her phone on the bed and slowly walked over to her suitcase. She took out a locked notebook. It was her diary. Since high school, she had been in the habit of keeping a diary as a way of relieving her stress and expressing her feelings. Whether it was happiness, sadness, or pain, she would record it in her diary. She sat down at the desk and started writing. Thursday, June 4th, 2019. Yesterday, I participated in the Sky's the Limit talent show. I didn't expect Melissa would frame me. When I was chased into the water by that dog, there was only one feeling in my body: pain, heart-piercing pain. I cowardly chose to give up. At the moment when I was about to die, only Alex came to my mind. Justin told me that he had beaten up everyone who had bullied me. I called Alex twice, but he didn't answer. He had texted to say that he was busy. I feel a little disappointed, but I don't blame him at all. Alex has arranged for his friend, Lou, to pick me up at the airport. After an hour of writing, Debbie slowly closed the diary and locked it with its delicate lock. Her diary had never been read by anyone. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Janice brought Debbie and the others down to the lobby to take a taxi to the Chicago International Airport. After a nearly 2-hour flight, the plane landed in New York. Janice and Rita supported Debbie as they slowly walked out of the terminal. They had planned to send Debbie to New York's General Hospital first, but she refused. Janice, Melissa, don't worry about it. I'll go with Alex, Debbie said as she smiled blandly. Alex told me that his friend would come and pick me up. Oh, so you're waiting for your boyfriend's friend. Janice, there's no need to rush Debbie. After staying in Chicago for such a long time, she's worried about not seeing her boyfriend, Melissa said, joking around because she wanted to get Janice and the others to leave this matter alone. That won't do. Call Alex now and we'll feel better when we see him, Janice said. Although Debbie didn't know it, she could only give him a symbolic call. Melissa had already muted her phone. Don't worry, Alex told me that he's going to get his friend to pick me up. He has a Cadillac. You can help me find him, she explained to Janice and the others. Melissa calmly sent a text message to Lou, asking him to drive the car over. She initially wanted to wait until Janice and the others had left before texting Lou. For the sake of seeing a beautiful girl like Debbie, Lou had been waiting outside the airport since 7 o'clock. When he heard from Melissa, he drove slowly toward the arrivals terminal. Is that the one? Melissa's sharp eyes caught sight of an approaching Cadillac. You guys wait here. I'll go take a look. As she spoke, Melissa walked quickly toward the car. Lou had already spotted Debbie, who was not far away. She was even more beautiful than in her photos. He smiled at Melissa and said, "Beautiful girl, your friends are all lovely. Each one is more beautiful than the other. I'll settle for this one first, but you should contact them all for me when I have time. What happened to your teeth?" Melissa looked at Lou speechlessly. When she saw the 2 black holes in place of his front teeth, she was momentarily taken aback. "It's nothing," Lou muttered and hurriedly covered his mouth. How could he say that he had been beaten up by someone because he had harassed a girl in front of Preston University? "Give me some of your knockout drugs," Melissa commanded as she extended her hand toward him. She was familiar with his technique and knew that he defines drugs on him. "What?" he asked. "What's with all the nonsense? Do you have it or not? If you don't take her today, will you still want to sleep with her?" she said. Sure, here." Lou took out a bottle from the glove compartment and gave it to Melissa. She smiled and stuffed it into her pocket. "Have you remembered what I taught you?" Hearing Lou's impatient answer, Melissa said to him, "Tonight you must have fun. You must vent all your beastly nature on this beauty." "Oh yeah, aren't you a member of Community 91? Film the whole thing and post it online. Other lonely girls may take the initiative to look for you." "Yeah, why didn't I think of that?" Lou grinned. Without his two front teeth, he looked extremely ugly. "All right, you can go over there now." With that, Melissa waved at Debbie and the others and went up to them. "Debbie, I've asked clearly, and he's here to pick you up." Lou pulled up in front of Debbie and walked up to her in a very polite manner. "Hello, are you Miss Debbie? I'm a friend of Alex. My name is Lou, and I'm here to pick you up." Lou was not acting vulgar at all. On the contrary, he looked like a refined young man, which gave the girls a good impression. "Okay, thank you," Debbie said to him before turning to Janice and the rest. "Janice, okay. You don't have to worry about my safety anymore. You guys can go now. It's getting late." Janice and the others insisted on watching her get into the car and leave. She got in the passenger seat, waved goodbye to Janice and the girls, and Lou slowly drove away. "Okay, Debbie is finally taken care of. Let's all go home," Janice said. After she had finished her sentence, the 5 women said goodbye to each other and left. Melissa stood by the side of the road, and it looked like she was waiting for a car. When she saw that everyone else had gone, she returned to the arrivals entrance. If she missed her great opportunity that night, it would be much harder to get close to Alex. If she could get pregnant with his baby, it would be equivalent to winning the lottery. Even if Lou's deeds were eventually exposed, she did not believe that Alex would do anything to her after she was pregnant. After planning what to say for a few minutes, she took a deep breath and dialed Alex's number. "Hello, who is this?" His voice excited her. He was from a very wealthy family. "Hello, Alex. I'm Melissa, Debbie's friend from the girl group." "We've met," Melissa said with extreme gentleness. She was a little nervous. After all, she had looked down on him so much before. "Why are you calling me?" His voice became colder. He indeed didn't like her very much, but he was a well-mannered man. At least, he should first listen to what the other party had to say. What if it had something to do with Debbie? "It's like this. I'm at the airport now," she said. Hearing that she was at the airport, he asked, "Have you guys come back? Where's Debbie? Is she also at the airport?" "No, listen to me. Debbie and the others will arrive later. They still have some things to do in Chicago. They're probably negotiating with important figures right now. So, it's best if you don't call her." "She won't answer anyway," Melissa said gently. She was afraid that he would try to call Debbie, which would ruin her plan. "Is that so?" he whispered. "What did you say just now?" "It's like this. The reason I came back early was because I was injured in Chicago. Debbie gave me your phone number. I'm at the airport right now with lots of luggage. It's very heavy, and it's hard for me to pick up. My friends are all busy at the moment, so I wanted to ask if you can come over and help me," Melissa said carefully. It was Debbie who had given her my phone number? She probably would want me to go to the airport to help her because she can't help right now, he thought. "Alex, is it possible? I called you because I really had no other choice. I definitely wouldn't trouble you if there was someone else who could help me," she was still pleading. Even though he felt that this was a weird request, he still decided to help her. All right, I'll come over now, he said bluntly. He called a taxi and went straight to the airport. Chapter 99, CH99. A night of horrors. Alex got a taxi and quickly arrived at the airport terminal. When she saw him, Melissa waved excitedly. Alex sighed and walked over to her. When he saw the bruises on the corner of her mouth, he was quite surprised. He thought her foot or arm would be injured. He would never have suspected that her mouth injury was caused by Justin. Let's go. Where's your home? He picked up her luggage and walked with her to the side of the road. They called a taxi and drove to her building. He helped her carry her luggage up to her apartment, where she lived alone. Thank you so much, Alex. Let's have dinner together. I'll make it. She looked at him passionately. No need. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. With that, he walked toward the door. Wait a minute, she shouted excitedly. How could she miss such a good opportunity? Looking at the bewildered Alex, her mind was a mess. Drink some water before you leave. Then I won't feel so bad. After all, you've helped me so much. Sure, he said and nodded. Seeing her expression, he could see that she felt quite uncomfortable not thanking him properly. All right then, you sit here. I'll go get you some water, she said. She was overjoyed when she heard him agree. She took a glass out of the cupboard and noticed that he was looking at his phone. She secretly took out the bottle from Lou and poured some powder into the glass. She filled the glass with some water and swirled it around a little until the powder dissolved, then filled up the rest of the glass and brought it over to Alex. Thank you, he said and gulped down all the water at once. All right, I'll be going now. When he stood up, he felt a heavy weight on his head and sat back down on the sofa. Alex, what are you doing? She asked him with concern. It's fine. He didn't know that she had drugged him, so he thought it was his fault. He scratched his head to resist for a while, but in the end, he couldn't hold on anymore and slowly fell asleep on the sofa. Alex, she called out a few times beside his ear. He didn't react at all. The corner of her mouth curved up. She put her hands under his armpits and slowly dragged his heavy body toward her bedroom. At the same time, Lou had used his fake friend identity to trick Debbie into eating a meal with him at a restaurant. Before the meal was finished, she had already passed out at the table. Up until that moment, Lou had been pretending to be a humble gentleman. Only then did he reveal a wicked smile. He quickly paid the bill, put his arm around her shoulder to help her walk to the car, and drove straight to a hotel that he frequented. Nearly carrying her, he hurried into the hotel room. He pushed the semi-unconscious Debbie onto the round bed, causing her to fall onto it. But she didn't react at all, as if she was asleep. He looked up and down her body. He quickly took off his clothes and walked toward the bathroom. After washing up, he used a white towel to dry himself while walking out of the bathroom barefoot. Looking at her on the bed, it was as if a fire was burning inside his body. He threw the towel on the floor, turned on his phone's camera, and pointed it toward the bed. Then he jumped onto the bed and laid beside her. He had played with dozens of women before, but none of them had aroused his desire as much as Debbie. He couldn't wait to have her. He used the back of his hand to gently stroke her face. That exquisite touch caused him to close his eyes and experience a feeling like he was taking drugs. Seeing her mouth slightly open, with her bright pink tongue and white teeth, caused his eyes to open wider and wider. He gently reached his hand to her chest. She was wearing a snow-white blouse. He pressed the index finger of his right hand onto her collar. He had studied countless women, and Debbie was the kind that made him the most excited. She was 19 years old, and she had a body as pure as snow that was still half mature. Lou couldn't hold it anymore. His wolf had awakened, and, in the next moment, he was going to take off her clothes. Bang, bang, bang. A knock on the door to the room sounded like thunder. He thought it was one of the hotel staff, so he shouted, "I don't need anything. Don't bother me." Bang, bang, bang. The pounding on the door wouldn't stop, and it seemed to have become more forceful. "Do you not understand human speech? Screw off," he roared in anger. "Lou, try cursing me again." A voice more confident than his sounded from outside. When he heard this voice, the excitement in his body disappeared. It was replaced by panic. The person shouting outside was his wife. He could only live such a leisurely life with the support of his wife's family. Without his wife, even eating would be a problem for him. "Wifey, why are you here?" he asked as he quickly got off the bed. If his wife saw that he was having a secret affair, he would be done for. "Wait a moment, I just finished my shower." Listening to his wife pounding on the door, he was scared out of his wits. He carried Debbie in a panic. He tore off the bedsheets and tied the sheets around her armpits. Now, he had no choice but to hide her. He quickly continued to wrap her in the sheets. He tied a knot around her body, carried her to the window, and gently slung her body out of the open window, so she hung there in hiding. He had done this before during an affair with someone else when his wife came back. This was the 4th floor. Lou hung Debbie out of the window by tying one end of the bedsheet to the window frame and closed the window. There was a sill outside, and, as long as the window was not opened, she wouldn't fall down. He pulled the curtain, quickly pulled the covers over the bed and rearranged the pillows, put away his phone, and opened the door for his wife. She came in and hit him on the head a few times, then she asked him why he hadn't come home. Lou told a few lies, and his wife searched around the room. She didn't find anyone else, so she somewhat trusted his words. "I'll sleep here tonight as well," his wife said as she stared at him. When she saw that the curtains were drawn tightly, she frowned and asked, "Why have you pulled the curtains together?" "It's better to enjoy the night scenery." As he spoke, she walked up to the curtains and pulled them open. "What is?" His wife saw the sheets stuck in the window. "Don't move." Lou couldn't help but yell out loud. He rushed over to stop her, but she had already opened the window. The two of them simultaneously looked down as a white shadow fell, landing on the ground with a thump. "Lou, you actually dared to kidnap someone." His wife pointed at him and cursed. "I'll explain it to you when we get back." Now that Debbie had fallen, he wasn't scheming about cheating. It was more important for him to find out what had happened to her. Did she fall to her death? What if she gets run over by a car? He thought. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and go down." His wife also shouted. The couple hurriedly ran out of the room and went straight down the stairs. It took them 3 or 4 minutes to reach the ground outside the room's window. But when they got there, they were both stunned. There was no one on the ground. The road was quiet as if nothing had happened. "Lou, where is she?" His wife didn't understand what was going on. "How should I know? Maybe she was taken to the hospital by a passing car, or maybe someone else saved her." He was extremely nervous. If Debbie was sent to the hospital, she would definitely find out about him. "Let's go home," he said in confusion. "You kidnapped someone, threw them out the window, and you want to go home?" His wife scolded him angrily. "What do you think I should do? Don't forget, it's because of you that she fell down. You better pray that she isn't dead," he said fiercely to her. The two of them checked out of the hotel and went home. Several cars had driven by on that quiet road, and the hotel staff had come out to see what the commotion had been about. However, no one had noticed that a girl had fallen from a 4th-floor window. The following day, Alex opened his eyes with a fearful feeling that he couldn't shake off. The previous night, he had a nightmare, and he was still in a state of agitation. Then, in an instant, he realized that he wasn't in the dormitory. "Where am I?" he thought. He turned his head to the side and found a woman leaning on his chest with her shoulder exposed. His body trembled. He sat up and discovered that he was also naked. His heart jumped as he lifted the blanket to see his lower body. He felt cold. "Alex, you're awake?" Melissa whispered as she also sat up. He turned his head and remembered that he had gone to help her with her luggage the previous night, then drank a glass of water. After the water, his brain felt heavier and heavier until he finally couldn't remember anything anymore. "You did this on purpose. You drugged me," he said angrily. "That's right. I did it on purpose," she admitted. "Bitch," he cursed. How could he explain to Debbie that this woman would use such a despicable method to ensnare him? "You can scold me, but you might not know that I've liked you since the first time I saw you. But every time you came to send Debbie off, you didn't even look at me. I'm jealous. I'm not worse than Debbie. Why did she get you and not me?" She started to make excuses for her actions. "Just pretend this never happened. If you let Debbie know about this, I'll make you regret it. From now on, you'll be you and I'll be me. Don't ever show your face in front of me again," he said to her coldly. As he said that, he lifted the blanket and started to put on his clothes. "Alex, how can you treat me like this? I've handed myself over to you," she said as she sobbed behind him. He turned around and saw her slowly lifting up the blanket. There was a glaring red patch on the white bedsheet. Chapter 100, ch 100, "You can't do anything." Alex froze as his heart was sinking. He hadn't slept with a woman before, and he hadn't thought that he and Melissa would be naked in bed together. He sat on the edge of the bed dejectedly. His face was burning, and an image of a person appeared in his mind, Debbie. How could he even tell her how sorry he was after doing such a thing with another woman? If Debbie knew, how could she bear it? He thought. Just then, two arms hugged him from behind. Melissa put her face against his back and said, "You were so awesome last night, although you were in a daze, but you still held me tightly. It was like you were sleepwalking. In your hands, I was like a weak little lamb. I tormented myself until midnight before I snuggled into your arms and fell asleep. Did I take you?" Alex asked absent-mindedly. Right now, he only cared if she could be pregnant. "What do you think? Seeing you satisfied, although I'm in pain, made my heart happy." Her eyes flickered as she said softly, "Don't worry, I'll give birth to a son for you." "No need," he said in a low voice. As he spoke, he slowly removed her hands from around his waist and stood up with his back facing her. "Rest well for 2 days and get an abortion as soon as possible if you need one. I'll give you $5 million as compensation." After he finished speaking, he continued putting on his clothes. "No, I don't want money. I want you." "Alex, how can you say such words to me? This isn't what a man should say." Melissa, who was now sitting on the bed, looked at him angrily and said, $5 million is nothing. You're rich. If I marry you, the $5 million will mean nothing. The reason this happened is because you drugged me. This isn't from my heart. I won't admit this child is mine. If you don't listen to me, I'll have a way of making this child disappear, but there won't be $5 million for you. I hope you think about it carefully," he said coldly as he finished getting dressed. "Are you really that heartless? I gave you the most precious thing, and now you're not only not with me, but you're even forcing me to get rid of the baby. Are all the things that I've done for you so worthless?" she said, crying while she sat on the bed. "I've already said that I'll give you $5 million as compensation. I hope you can make a wise decision," he stated as he walked out. "Alex, don't go. I need you," she gasped as she jumped down from the bed and hugged him from behind. He pushed her away mercilessly and slammed the door to her apartment as he left. Half of what Alex had said to Melissa was just to scare her. If she was pregnant, no matter whose fault it was, how could he bear it? At that moment, the best result would be if she had been intimidated by him and went to get an abortion. However, he didn't have time to think about her situation. His heart was filled with guilt and unease. He didn't know how to face Debbie. After walking on the road for a long time, he finally took out his phone. Of course, he didn't want to confess this to Debbie, but he wanted to hear her voice so that he would feel more comfortable. Beep, beep. Sorry, the user you have dialed is temporarily unable to connect. Listening to the digital phone voice, he had a bad premonition. The previous day, her phone couldn't be reached. That day, she still couldn't be reached. It seemed that Melissa had lied to him about Debbie not answering the phone because she had been busy. Alex's bad premonition grew stronger and stronger. He hailed a taxi and headed straight to the Sunshine Music Company. As soon as he asked the staff members, he found out that Janice and the others had already returned the previous day. It was as if he had been electrocuted. He asked for Janice's cell number and called her straight away. Hello, Janice. I'm Alex. Is Debbie with you right now? Why hasn't she come home? I can't get through to her phone either. What? Didn't you ask your friend to bring Debbie back yesterday? What's going on? Exclaimed Janice. When he heard Janice's words, he felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that something had happened to Debbie. Who took her? Where? When? He wanted to know the key information right away. It was at the airport terminal. Debbie said you wanted a friend to pick her up, then a Cadillac came. The man said he was your friend, so she followed him to the car. Oh yeah, his name was Lou. What's going on? Isn't he your friend? Where is she now? Janice asked. He called Melissa next. He had a premonition that she had planned all this. At that moment, he wasn't even feeling angry at her. He only wanted to confirm that Debbie was safe as soon as possible. Where's Debbie now? Hurry up and speak, he asked anxiously. Melissa was not a fool. She knew that he now believed that she was lying. However, she couldn't admit that she worked with Lou to devise that plan. I'm sorry. I lied to you yesterday. Debbie came back from Chicago with me. She said you told a friend to come and pick her up, and then a car arrived. She confirmed it, and then got in the car with him, Melissa said calmly. I know you're lying to me. You asked someone to take Debbie away. Tell me where she is now. He became anxious. It really has nothing to do with me. If you don't believe me, you can ask Janice and the others. Ask if Debbie personally said that she would be picked up by your friend, she said. Alex didn't have time to judge whether Melissa's words were true or false. I already know what you said. Do you have any other clues? He asked. No, I'm the same as Janice and the others. I only know that much. When Melissa heard that he didn't ask her any further questions, the corners of her mouth curled up into a cold smile. Damn it, he cursed into the phone. Wait, Alex, can you take me to the hospital? This was my first time and I'm scared. He had already hung up the phone when she asked. Bastard! How dare you hang up on me? Melissa cursed as her face again revealed a trace of a cold smile. She muttered, It's fine if you don't go, and it'll make things easier for the doctors. Melissa didn't want to go to the hospital yet. After she came back to her senses, she called Lou to check on his situation. Did you have a good time last night? She asked. She felt that with Lou's experience as a pervert, he definitely would have had his way with Debbie the previous night. What are you playing at? No. Lou was smoking in his room. He was worried that the police would come and find him. She was shocked and hurriedly asked him what was going on. He had planned this together with her, so there was no need for him to hide anything from her. He could tell her everything that had taken place. When he finally told her what had done, she wanted to slap him hard in the face. What the hell? Why did she disappear? He actually hadn't slept with Debbie, and now he didn't even know where she or her body was. Why was he causing so much trouble for her? When my wife and I went down to see her, she was nowhere to be found. Who knows where she went? Lou said in frustration, I guess she was saved by a passing car and sent to the hospital. I don't even know if this girl is dead or alive. If she dies, then I'll be in big trouble. It's best if she died. Let me tell you, she's just a country bumpkin. No one will care about her life. If the police end up finding you, just say that you did it all by yourself. Don't give me up too, she said, as she calculated a new plan. Hey, Melissa, you don't care at all. Why are you making me shoulder all this responsibility alone? I won't do it. Lou wasn't stupid. She cursed herself in her heart. Let me tell you, this girl's boyfriend isn't an ordinary person. I can tell you that his family is one of the most powerful in the country. If he finds out that we designed this plan, neither of us will have a good ending. I can still protect myself, but you, do you know how to write the word death? She said coldly. Why didn't you say so earlier? Damn, you purposely tricked me into playing your game, right? When Lou heard that the girl's boyfriend was so awesome, he couldn't help but curse. Don't act so terrible with me. Let me tell you, we're connected now. One word. Do you want to listen to me? Melissa was not someone to mess with. Now was the critical time to get Alex to secure her future. Fine, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you, damn it. He slammed his fist into the table. As long as you take full responsibility, I'll definitely be able to protect you, she said. Melissa felt she was already Alex's woman. She was confident that she could snatch him away from Debbie. Listen to me, we don't know what happened to Debbie. The best outcome is if she's still alive and can't remember anything. If that's not the case, then you have to find her. If you need compensation, I'll pay you for it. After this incident is over, I'll give you $2 million. $2 million? You have that much money? He understood what she was saying quite well. Although she was a rich girl, it wouldn't be easy for her to give him $2 million. But if she could, it would be a good deal for him. I'm already in a relationship with her boyfriend, and I'll be marrying him soon. Like I said, his family is one of the country's top families. Do you think I can't get hold of $2 million? Melissa said lightly. She believed that her plan would succeed. Chapter 101, CH 101. Where is she? The previous night had been crazy, and Melissa felt sore everywhere. She walked outside, hailed a taxi, and went straight to a popular private hospital in New York. After waiting for 10 minutes, she was called into the examination room by Dr. Steele, who was a man in his 50s with glasses and a wart on the side of his nose. Miss Kennedy, your condition is quite serious, and you should have come here straight away, Dr. Steele said, frowning at her. We'll have to watch for any signs of infection, but in the meantime, I'll send you for a CT scan. Thank you, Dr. Steele. I understand, she said, smiling and not at all worried about what the doctor had said. She stared at him and asked, Doctor, what do you think caused this? He thought for a moment and said, maybe you were taking a bath or having a swim, and you were accidentally scratched by something. She slowly shook her head. No, that's not right. Guess again. Dr. Steele suspected that there might be something wrong with Melissa. He was a little embarrassed as he said, well, perhaps you used some sort of sex toy and were a little too, strenuous. Still not right, she said, with a glimmer in her eyes. Doctor, could this have happened when I slept with my boyfriend? Don't be silly. How could that be possible? He asked, smiling at her. That definitely wouldn't cause something like this. Oh, Melissa said, smiling faintly. She wasn't surprised in the slightest. She placed her hand on the zipper of her pants. The CT scan might be inaccurate, so why don't you take a look for yourself? Miss Kennedy, you shouldn't joke about something like that, Dr. Steele said. The hospital has strict rules about that kind of thing. He swallowed hard as he watched her start to open her pants. She pulled her jeans down to her knees with such graceful movements that he couldn't look away. He was becoming extremely aroused. Doctor, would you like to examine me? She asked coquettishly. Oh, yes, he said, completely focused on her body. He slowly reached out a hand toward her, and just as he was about to touch her skin, she snapped a few photos on her cell phone. "What?" he spluttered. "What was the girl doing?" "Don't panic," Melissa said with a sneer, pulling up her pants. "As long as you do what I tell you, I won't post these photos online." She smirked. "You know what would happen if these photos were made public." Dr. Steele realized he had been tricked. What was he going to do? If anyone saw those photos, he would be ruined. "Okay, what do you want from me?" he asked, gritting his teeth. "Just one simple thing," she said. "Should anyone investigate my injuries, you need to say that they're a result of rough sex. Also, you need to say that it's likely I'm pregnant. With your reputation as an expert, it shouldn't be difficult to convince everyone." She was worried that Alex might send someone to investigate her story, so she had to make sure the doctor wouldn't contradict her. "Fine," he reluctantly agreed. He had no choice. "Who are you trying to con? And how did you receive those injuries?" "I'm not telling you who he is," she said. "And it's none of your business how I got hurt. Just remember what I told you to say if anyone asks. The fewer people who knew, the better." She didn't want to explain what had happened the previous night. Melissa had thrown Alex onto the bed and taken off their clothes, but she had forgotten one very important thing. The drug she had used to knock him out had left him unresponsive. It had been impossible for her to have sex with him, so she couldn't get pregnant. She had tried for half an hour, but then she had given up. Now she had to pretend that she had slept with Alex. Melissa was no longer a virgin. To make Alex think it had been her first time, she had taken a cucumber covered with small thorns and used it to produce some blood. To her relief, when Alex had seen the blood on the bedsheet, he seemed to believe that he had taken her virginity. Alex called Ken Stokes and instructed him to find Debbie as quickly as possible. When Sam Woodsworth received Ken's message, he sent people to search for Debbie while he stayed with Alex in the Azalea guest house. Sam looked at Alex's distressed expression, but he couldn't do anything to help, and that left him feeling uneasy and afraid. Alex sat at a stone tablet in the luxurious courtyard of the guest house. The place was beautiful with its blue and white tiles, but he barely noticed it. He leaned his arm on the table and said nothing. He sat there for hours. The trees stood tall and unmoving, and their leaves rustled in the breeze. He wasn't in the right state of mind to appreciate his surroundings, and his mood grew steadily heavier. He clenched his fist tighter and tighter. Around 6 p.m., the sky began to darken. Black clouds covered the sky, and not a hint of blue remained. A few muffled rumbles of thunder could be heard in the distance. "Hurry! Get inside!" Several voices urged from outside the courtyard, followed by many hurried footsteps. Alex raised his head and saw Ken approaching with a few young men who were dragging a slightly familiar-looking man along with them. "What happened? Do you have news about Debbie?" Alex asked anxiously as he stood up. "We haven't found Miss Stonehill yet," Ken said, lowering his head. "But I've sent everyone out to look for her, so we should find her soon." "Useless!" Alex exclaimed, snapping under the pressure. He cursed angrily at Ken. "Why are you here? Go away. Get out and keep searching until you find her. All of you, get out of here." "Yes, sir," Ken answered. "But Mr. Ambrose, I think you should speak to this man. His name is Lou, and he was the one who picked up Miss Stonehill at the airport. I didn't have time to interrogate him before I brought him here." Alex's gaze quickly turned to Lou with such hatred in his eyes that everyone trembled in fear. "You!" Alex recognized him. This was the man who had been about to molest Kelly at the gate of Preston University the day before. Things weren't looking good. He grabbed Lou's neck. "Speak," he ordered. "Where did you take Debbie?" "Sir, you're mistaken," Lou whined. "It wasn't me. I don't know what you're talking about." He was scared to death, and there were so many angry people there. How could he possibly remember what Melissa wanted him to say? You're lying. Ken slapped him. If you don't tell me the truth right now, I promise I will make you regret being born. And then I'll start on your family. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. I swear, Lou said nervously, intimidated by Ken. He quickly thought it through. With the state Alex was in, there was no doubt he would react violently if Lou told the truth, and then Lou would die. All he could do was follow Melissa's instructions and hope she would protect him. Yes, I lied, he said carefully, keeping his head down. When I arrived at the airport, I saw Debbie, and she was really pretty. Then I heard her call her boyfriend Alex, so I pretended I was his friend to trick her into getting into my car. Debbie had told Janice that one of Alex's friends was going to pick her up. But Alex didn't care about that. What he wanted to know was where Debbie was now and what Lou had done to her. The sound of more hurried footsteps came from outside the yard. One of Ken's men walked in carrying a pink suitcase. Behind him were two men who were escorting Lou's wife. Alex's eyes widened as he walked over and picked up the suitcase, recognizing it as Debbie's from the panda sticker on the side. Mr. Ambrose, we found this in Lou's bedroom closet, one of the men said. And his wife looked quite flustered, so we brought her here as well. Tell me what happened, Alex demanded, glaring at Lou. Where did you take her? Where is she now? He opened the suitcase and took out a black book. There was a lock on the cover, but he applied a little pressure and it popped open. I drove Debbie to the Pavilion Hotel, Lou said, trembling with fear. As Alex listened, he opened the book and discovered it was Debbie's diary. April 2nd. I jumped into Ramsey Lake and I thought that I was going to die. But a boy had followed me there and he saved me. Then we ate together and it felt so good to have someone to share that with. April 13th. I don't understand why Alex stole Mr. Morgan's money. I hate him, but I can't let him go. I have to leave school to work and pay off his debt. But as long as he's okay, it's much more important than me going to school. April 25th. Harmony Island. I just found out that Alex didn't lie to me. His family's wealth is more than I could ever have imagined, and now I feel like I'm not worthy of him at all. I must try my best to be independent and not be a burden to him. Everything that had happened was recorded in the diary. Alex had thought that he understood Debbie, but seeing this, he was learning something new. In their relationship, she had never felt that she was good enough. Silly girl, why would you think that? He muttered, his heart aching. He skipped over many of the pages and went straight to the entry where she went to Chicago. Chapter 102, ch 102, paying the price. It began to rain. Keep going, Alex said, flipping through the pages of Debbie's diary. Yes, Lou replied, his voice trembling. He knew that what he was about to say would probably infuriate Alex. Alex had opened the diary to May 25th, the day Debbie went to Chicago. May 25th. As soon as I got off the plane, I started thinking about Alex. I'm pathetic. If he knew what I was thinking, he'd laugh. We had a video chat, and I still insisted that he stay in New York, but deep down, I really wanted him to come and be with me. May 26th. I was really jealous when I saw that Melissa and the others had boyfriends coming to pick them up after rehearsals. It's really lonely on the bus every night. May 29th. I haven't called Alex for several days. I'm afraid that if I see him, I won't be able to stop crying. It would be too embarrassing to have him see me like this. I can't be a burden to him. May 30th. It's really wet and cold in Chicago right now. I got soaked coming back to the hotel, and I'm still very cold now, even in my bed. The window in my room faces northwest, the direction of New York. I stared out that window for ages, missing Alex and wishing he would come to Chicago to be with me. I wish he could hear me calling to him. Alex stared at Debbie's delicate handwriting, and he could almost feel her loneliness coming through the words on the page. He regretted that he had chosen to remain in New York. If he hadn't, Debbie wouldn't have been so lonely in Chicago. Finally, he found the last entry of the diary. He hoped to find some clues in it, but the contents completely exceeded his expectations. June 4th. It's cloudy today. Yesterday, I participated in the Sky's the Limit talent show. I never expected Melissa to set me up. She poured something into my water, and I was in so much pain during our performance. Every time I moved, it felt like I was being stabbed. Melissa framed me for poisoning Angelina's dog, and Angelina slapped me twice, really hard. Only Janice and Rita stood up for me. The dog rushed at me, and my stomach hurt so much that I could barely move. But I had to run, and every step felt as if someone was stabbing me. Alex's eyes shone with tears. He clenched his fists tighter and tighter, completely unaware that he was damaging the diary. When I was in the icy cold water, the dog bit me. I felt that I was better off dead. Every second in this world just brought more suffering, and eventually I chose to give up. It was so quiet in the water. But then I saw the diamond necklace and thought of Alex, and I knew I couldn't leave this world without saying goodbye to him. I didn't blame him at all. I only hoped that he would live a happy life without me. Tears slid down Alex's face, and his hands began to tremble. He couldn't imagine how much Debbie had suffered that day. Then Justin saved me. I called Alex, but he didn't answer. He just texted me to say his friend would pick me up. It's time for me to go back to New York. I'll do my best to keep what happened in Chicago from Alex. I don't want him to feel bad. After reading Debbie's diary, Alex kneeled on the ground and cried out in grief. Debbie's beautiful handwriting was captivating, and sorrow pierced his heart. When Debbie had been in danger, and when she had needed him the most, he had been happily drinking and chatting. His heart felt like it was being torn apart, and there was nobody he hated more than himself. He slapped his face twice, and then dropped his hands onto the ground, crying sorrowfully. "Mr. Ambrose," Ken said, frowning as he squatted to help him up. Alex's behavior was making everyone nervous. Alex burst into tears. He looked at Lou, who was still being held down, and asked, "What did you do to Debbie after you took her to the hotel? Where is she now?" Lou was so scared that his legs gave way, and he dropped to the ground. His wife was also scared as she kneeled beside him, and their hearts were pounding. "After I took her to the hotel. Well, I meant to. I wanted to, with her," Lou babbled, trying to stand up. Alex kicked him back to the ground. "Bastard," he roared. He stomped on Lou's face a few times. Lou wrapped his arms around his head and curled his body, not daring to resist. When Alex stopped, Lou threw himself onto the ground in front of him. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ambrose," he sniveled. "I'm a bastard, and I deserve to die. I'm just a filthy animal." "What happened next?" Alex demanded as he glared at Lou. He was a little afraid of what Lou might say next. "I didn't," Lou started. He wanted to explain that he hadn't touched Debbie, hoping it would lessen Alex's anger, but then he heard a woman's voice coming from outside the courtyard. "Who are you people? Let go of me." It was Melissa's voice. A couple of men arrived, dragging Melissa with them. "Mr. Ambrose, Mr. Stokes." We checked Lou's phone and discovered that Miss Stonehill was sent a message claiming a friend of Mr. Ambrose would pick her up, one of the men said, his expression serious. The message was sent by this woman. Alex glared at Melissa, feeling nothing but hatred. He should have guessed that she was behind this, but after spending the night with her, his attitude toward her had softened a little. The coldness in Alex's gaze made Melissa tremble. Two of Alex's men pushed her to her knees in front of him. "Go on," Alex said, turning back to Lou. "What happened next?" "Me and her." Lou stole a glance at Melissa and found her staring at him. Her eyes narrowed, and he gulped with fear. He was convinced that Melissa's family was really powerful and his survival depended on her goodwill. From Lou's point of view, he had no choice but to do what Melissa had ordered. "I'm sorry, sir," he said. "I couldn't help myself. I slept with her." "I'm so sorry." Alex's mind went blank, and he staggered back, almost falling. "You put your hands on Debbie?" he asked. When Ken saw his reaction, he ordered his men to beat up Lou, but Alex stopped him. "What happened next?" "Then my wife arrived, and I was afraid that she would find out, so I hung Debbie out the window," Lou said. "But then my wife came in and she—" He stopped, too scared to continue. "What?" Alex shouted. "Speak." "My wife opened the window," Lou said, cowering. "And Debbie fell." When he finished speaking, he lowered his head and said, "Mr. Ambrose, I'm sorry. I deserve to die." Alex's heart ached. "Where is she now?" "My wife and I ran downstairs, but Debbie had already disappeared," Lou said. "I don't know where she went. Maybe someone took her to the hospital." Lou's wife looked shocked. "Round everyone up and send them around all the hospitals in New York," Ken said. One of his men left the room to carry out the order. Lou trembled as he lay on the ground, sneaking glances at Melissa. He had done what she had told him to do, and he hoped she would keep her promise. Melissa gave Lou a look of reassurance. Alex closed his eyes and tears streamed down his face. His heart was filled with sorrow, and he truly hated himself. The thunder grew louder, and the rain came down even harder. Alex roared in rage. He kicked fiercely at Lou's stomach while the man lay huddled on the ground, moaning in pain and spitting out blood. Then Alex kicked Lou's wife to the ground. He didn't care that she was a woman. "Alex, are you planning to beat them to death?" Melissa asked, still kneeling on the ground. "Calm down. Debbie has been assaulted, but what's done is done. She had to protect Lou. Otherwise, he might change his story and tell Alex the truth. If that happened, then all her efforts would be for nothing." "Shut up." Alex cursed angrily at her. "I was just telling the truth," she said. "Think about it. Debbie has already been ruined by another man. You're an important member of a powerful family, so could you really accept a woman who wasn't pure?" "No, I didn't think so." "Vent your anger on them and then let them go. If you beat them to death, you'll be arrested." Alex stared at Melissa and walked toward her, one step at a time. "So, it doesn't really matter where Debbie is now, does it?" she said. "But it's okay. I can give you anything that she could." She panicked as she noticed Alex's expression. "Alex, please. I'm just trying to help." Alex slapped her, knocking her flat on the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. "Give me a gun!" Alex bellowed as he looked over to where Lou and his wife were still lying prone. He stretched his hand out toward Ken and waited. "Yes, sir," Ken responded, shocked. Alex had never been this violent before. Ken asked his men for a gun and then handed it over to Alex. "Mr. Ambrose, please have mercy," Lou begged. "Please don't kill me. I'll do anything. I'll be your slave, anything." "Mr. Ambrose, please let me go," Lou's wife joined in. "I wasn't really involved." "I didn't know. Debbie is my woman," Alex yelled. "No one else can touch her, especially not you." He pointed the gun at Lou. "No, Mr. Ambrose, please," Lou pleaded, desperate to explain that he hadn't really slept with Debbie and he had only been repeating what Melissa had told him to say. "Wait. Listen to me. I swear I didn't." Bam. Bam. 2 consecutive shots rang out, and Lou never got to finish speaking. He and his wife had both been shot in the head, thick blood flowing from their wounds. Their bodies crumpled, and a pool of blood gradually formed around them. Chapter 103, Stage 103, Waiting in the Rain. Melissa gaped in shock. She hadn't believed that Alex would actually kill anyone. Even though he was much more important than people realized, killing people was an entirely different matter. She had no idea how powerful his family was. Killing 2 people was nothing to the Ambrose family. It was like simply squashing a couple of bugs. Melissa's heart thundered as she stared at Lou's body. His vacant eyes looked right back at her. The rumble of thunder grew stronger, and the sound of rain grew even louder. Alex turned and pointed the gun at Melissa. Lightning flashed, highlighting his face and making him appear especially menacing. She couldn't stop shaking. "Alex, what are you going to do?" she asked. She had already seen that he knew how to shoot. "How could this have happened to Debbie unless you were involved?" he asked, his finger tightening on the trigger. "You can't kill me," she shouted. "I'm your girlfriend. You can't touch me, no matter what I've done. We spent the night in bed together, and now you're treating me like this? What kind of man are you?" "Huh." One of the men slapped her hard. "Don't speak to Mr. Ambrose like that. Not unless you have a death wish." "How dare you hit me?" she screamed. "I am Alex's woman, and I'm going to marry him." She stood up, took the hospital report from her bag, and threw it at Alex. "Take a good look at this. I have internal damage which is likely to get infected. And you did this to me. The doctor also said that there's a high chance of pregnancy. I might give you a son, and you're treating me like this? Don't you have a conscience?" She walked toward him. "Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Well, come on then. Kill me. What else do I have to say? Just shoot me and let me die." "What are you doing?" Ken demanded, stopping her. "Get back on your knees." He wouldn't allow Melissa to be so disrespectful to Alex. "I never want to see you again," Alex told her, lowering the gun. "Get lost." He had been with her, and now he wouldn't be able to bring himself to kill her. "Mr. Ambrose," Ken said, a little confused. Even if Alex had slept with Melissa, it didn't make any difference. He had 100 ways to make sure Melissa aborted any child and kept her mouth shut. "Get out of here before I change my mind," Alex shouted at Melissa. She was terrified that he would go crazy and kill her, so she turned around and ran. But it seemed like he had listened to her, so she would come back and speak to him again after she had given him enough time to calm down. 5 minutes later, Ken received a call from one of his men. "Mr. Ambrose, we haven't found any trace of Miss Stonehill in any hospital in New York," Ken reported. "Check again," Alex said, his face ravaged with grief. "And also check hospitals outside the city. I need you to dig deep and find Debbie for me." A man with a gloomy expression walked in and informed them that Lou had taken Debbie to the Pavilion Hotel, and Ken told him to investigate further. "Mr. Ambrose, Mr. Stokes, we've checked the surveillance footage outside the Pavilion Hotel," one of the men reported. "It appears that Miss Stonehill was taken away in a car. We're currently searching the city for it. In the meantime, this is the surveillance video." He held out his phone and showed Alex the footage in question. On the screen, Debbie fell from the 4th floor and hit her head. Then a car stopped next to her, and a man and a woman got out of it. They observed Debbie for a few seconds before lifting her into the car and driving away. Although the couple's faces were not particularly clear in the video, it should still be possible to identify them. Alex ordered his men to find them as soon as possible and bring Debbie back to him. He sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard and waited for news. He watched as a river of blood flowed from the corpses of Lou and his wife. It was still raining, and he was completely drenched, but he refused to move. Debbie's fate was still unknown, and he didn't care about anything else. "Mr. Ambrose, you should go and out of the rain," Sam said worriedly. "You'll get ill if you stay out here." Sam, Ken, and 6 of their men remained outside with Alex. "No," Alex said. "Mr. Woodsworth, Mr. Stokes, you can go back inside. But I'm going to wait here for Debbie. Rain ran down his face, but his expression was firm. He was confident that Debbie would return safely. But Sam wanted to persuade Alex to move inside, but Ken stopped him, pulling Sam away. Mr. Ambrose won't listen, Ken told him. He doesn't care about anything except Miss Stonehill's return. But with our resources, it shouldn't take us long to find those two people and bring Miss Stonehill back, Sam said. They remained standing next to Alex in the courtyard with the cold rain falling around them. 1 hour passed. Then 2 hours. Then 5 hours, then an entire night. To Ken's surprise, they still hadn't discovered Debbie's whereabouts by 5 o'clock the next morning. Even more shockingly, he hadn't managed to find the couple who had taken her away. With Ken's resources, he should have been able to track them down as soon as they stepped foot in any hotel, restaurant, or supermarket in New York. But neither of them had shown up in any of these places, and he hadn't been able to find any trace of them within the past 10 hours. He didn't dare tell Alex, knowing it would only make him even more worried about Debbie. The rain still hadn't stopped. Mr. Stokes, is there any news yet? Alex asked, turning his head toward Ken. His face and lips were pale, his voice shook, and his body trembled. I'm sorry, Mr. Ambrose, Ken said, feeling guilty. My men are useless. He broke off when Alex's eyes rolled back in his head as he fell to the ground, landing in a puddle. Mr. Ambrose, Ken exclaimed as he and Sam rushed to his side. They called for a doctor, who told them that Alex had a fever from staying out in the cold rain for so long. It took 5 days for Alex to get better. During those 5 days, Ken actively searched for traces of the couple who had taken Debbie. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he searched New York and the surrounding areas, he didn't find any clues. It was as if they had just vanished into thin air along with Debbie. During those 5 days of being sick in bed, Alex had looked through Debbie's diary every day, and he had realized that he couldn't afford to sink into depression. He had to pull himself together if he were to have any hope of finding her. Alex understood that Ken's failure to find Debbie within 24 hours meant that she might have been taken elsewhere, and the search for her might become an extended one. Every day, he listened to Ken's progress report and then directed his men to keep searching. As soon as they found any clues about Debbie, they were to report back to him. Ken gradually expanded the scope of his search to cover the entire East Coast. Alex felt that they were getting closer and closer to finding Debbie. He had been staying at the Azalea guest house for long enough, and now he was growing bored and wanted to return to Preston University. After thanking Ken for his assistance, Alex dragged himself outside and got on a bus back to the university. He walked over to Ramsey Lake, where he had the most beautiful memories of Debbie. He slowly approached the lake and was stunned to see Debbie standing there, looking the same they had first met. She looked like she was about to jump into the water. No! Debbie, no, he shouted, rushing toward her. At the sound of his voice, she turned her head in surprise as he rushed toward her, knocking her to the ground before she could react. Debbie, what are you doing? Where have you been these past few days? He asked, rolling on the lawn with her. Alex? Debbie said softly. You. Alex watched in disbelief as her face seemed to change in front of his eyes, and he realized that this wasn't Debbie. It was Kelly. He quickly let her go and stood up. Where have you been? Kelly asked, slowly getting to her feet. Her face was slightly flushed. She had made a point of asking around about Alex and Debbie, and she had learned about some of their histories. To tempt Alex, she had even started to wear the same kind of clothes as Debbie. She knew that Ramsey Lake was a meaningful place for them, so she had gone there to look around. I'm sorry, Alex apologized. He sat beside the lake, looked out at the rippling water, and remembered everything that had happened there. Where's Debbie? Kelly asked, walking over to him. His behavior was a little strange. Why was he so flustered? "She's been kidnapped," he said in a flat voice. He had to find her quickly and bring her back. He coughed a few times and then sneezed. "Are you sick?" Kelly asked, her expression serious. His face was very pale, and it was obvious that he was ill. "Come on. I'll help you inside. It's too windy out here, and you don't want your health to get any worse." She started to help him up, but he shook her off. "I'm fine." Kelly was used to his behavior. She simply sighed and stood quietly beside him, keeping him company. Chapter 104, Ch 104, Will you come with me? Kelly stood beside Alex at Ramsey Lake for 2 hours. The wind was fierce and Alex coughed and sneezed frequently. She was really worried about him, but all she could do was stand beside him, so he wasn't alone. Alex's deep feelings for Debbie frustrated Kelly, and for the first time, she doubted herself. Would she be able to steal him away from her? "It's noon," she said, squatting down beside him. "Why don't we go and get some lunch?" "I'm not hungry, but you can go," he said, his eyes still trained on the lake as if he could see Debbie out there. Kelly helplessly looked at him, and then she turned around and left. A little later, she came back with some food. She handed a box to Alex and said, "I brought you lunch. Eat it, or else you'll get really weak." Alex felt a trace of warmth toward her when he realized she hadn't left him, but had instead gone to get him food. "I don't want it," he said. "You can eat it." He was careful to keep his face expressionless. He knew how Kelly felt about him, and he wasn't going to encourage her. "Come on, have some," she teased him, smiling. "I bought 2, and I don't even want you to pay me back." She wanted him to relax a little, but she was running out of ideas. She just wanted him to eat properly. "I told you I didn't want it," he yelled, knocking the box onto the ground. He was stunned when he saw the food spilling out. She had brought him seafood risotto, which had a special meaning for him. "Why would you buy me this?" he asked in shock. "I've asked around about you," she admitted, feeling hurt by his reaction. "I know that when Debbie jumped into the lake, this is what you brought her. And I know you miss her, so I thought this might help you feel closer to her." She shrugged. "I know that you and Debbie have a strong relationship, but I still like you. Even if you beat me up, or yelled at me, or even killed me, I would still like you. It's not like I was the one who destroyed your relationship." She bent down, picked up the box, and put it aside. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "What am I missing?" Kelly wondered. Why is Alex so patient with Melissa despite all the evil things she has done? And I've always been nice to him, and he's so cold toward me. Do all men behave like this? Okay then. "I forgive you," she said. "Now, eat your meal." She didn't look at him as she handed him a box full of food. "Eat up. If you throw it away again, I won't go and get you more." Alex took the box and opened the lid, breathing in the aroma of seafood risotto. "Have you eaten?" he asked. "What do you think?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "I brought us a box each, but you threw one away." "Then you eat first, and I'll take what's left," he said, passing the box to her. Kelly's heart warmed. With a slight shift of her eyes, she picked up another fork. "Since we're both hungry, then let's eat together," she said. They sat on the lawn and placed the box of seafood risotto on top of a rock. They took turns to eat. Eating began to relax. The situation was very similar to when Alex and Debbie had eaten this meal together, and Alex suddenly realized that Kelly was a nice girl. The moment he thought this, he felt guilty. He didn't even know where. Hi, free audiobook here. If you've enjoyed your book so far, please do consider checking out my Patreon. I have over 50,000 hours worth of audiobooks, which most can't be posted on YouTube. You can search Free Audiobooks Chronicles to find it on Patreon or click the link below. Your support is much appreciated. Debbie was, or if she was okay, so why was he thinking about another girl? It was disrespectful to Debbie, so he lowered his head and went back to eating before Kelly noticed anything. It wasn't long before they had finished the food. "Oh, I wanted to ask if you would come with me to my family gathering tomorrow," Kelly asked nervously. "You could just show up for a little while and then leave whenever you want. Would you please come?" Her family had been pressuring her to find a boyfriend, so she wanted to take Alex with her. When her relatives saw him, they would think he was her boyfriend without her having to say so. "It's okay if you don't want to go," she said. "I just thought I'd ask. I know you're really worried about Debbie and you're not really in the mood for a party." "I understand." Alex was staring at her, not saying anything, and she was growing embarrassed. "It's fine," she said. "Don't worry about it. I'm sure you'll find Debbie soon. I have to go." With that, she picked up the trash and prepared to leave. "I'll go," Alex said. "What?" she asked, gaping at him. "Really? You'll come?" When he nodded, she couldn't help but laugh excitedly. "Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh." "Okay, wait for me at the school gate tomorrow, and I'll pick you up there. Bye." With that, she left. Alex hadn't been able to say no to Kelly after everything she had done for him, but he couldn't bear to be paraded around as her boyfriend. Hopefully, one day, she would understand that he wasn't the man for her. He gazed out at the lake again, thinking about Debbie. By the next day, his physical condition had improved a little, but his mental state was getting worse. At 6 p.m., he was waiting for Kelly in front of the school gate when she arrived in her white BMW. "Kelly, look at him," Sharon said from the front passenger seat. The moment the car had stopped, she had spotted Alex, who was dressed in his usual pur clothes. "Didn't you tell him that this is your family's reunion? Why is he dressed like that? Is he deliberately trying to embarrass you?" Kelly frowned slightly. "Alex, did you even listen to what Kelly told you?" Sharon asked, getting out of the car and staring angrily at Alex. "Is that how you dress for Kelly's family?" She noticed that not only was he poorly dressed, but his face was pale and his eyes watery. She stared speechlessly at him and then looked at Kelly and said, "Are you really going to bring him to your family gathering looking like that?" Kelly glared at Sharon. She stepped out of the car and walked over to Alex, looking worried. She asked softly, "How are you? Maybe you should stay here and rest." "I'm not that bad," he said, smiling lightly, but his facial expression told a different story. He had already promised Kelly he would go, and he wasn't about to go back on his word. "It's okay. I'll come with you." Sharon snorted, suspecting that Alex wanted to cheat Kelly out of her money. Kelly opened the car door and let Alex into the back seat, and then she and Sharon sat in the front. "Open the window a bit," Sharon said, glaring at him in the rearview mirror. "If you're catching a cold, then keep it to yourself." "Are you quite finished?" Kelly said, her tone annoyed. Sharon glanced at Kelly with a hurt expression, blaming Alex for causing trouble. Kelly drove them to her family's luxurious villa, which was next to Purple Dawn Lake. Nearby was a beautiful orchard, and so far from the city, the area was peaceful. The lake was very quiet at night. The rippling water, the tall trees by the lake, and the carpet-like meadow all looked like they came from a fairy tale. They could hear the water lapping at the shore, the chirping of insects, and the croaking of frogs. The atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. Voices were carried from the large villa near the lake. It was decorated with colored lights, and tables and recliners were arranged on the lawn. Servants carried wine, fruit, and pastries, and dozens of well-dressed guests chatted in groups of 3 or 5, while mischievous children chased each other. Kelly's 62-year-old grandmother walked out of the house. Her name was Margaret Phillips, and she was in charge of the whole Phillips family. She wore a long dress that showed off her slim figure, and her hair was in a neat bun. Her skin was smooth with only a few small wrinkles, but her eyes were her most startling feature. They were sharp and never seemed to miss a single detail of anything. She gave the impression of dignity and strength, and it was easy to see why she was the head of the family. She walked down the stairs with two men wearing suits as they talked about the family business. Everyone lowered their voices when she appeared. The two men nodded respectfully at her before turning around and leaving. Only then did the others dare to approach her. "Hello, grandmother." "Mother, you're looking beautiful." "Thank you for inviting me, Aunt." They all knew Margaret well. She valued her family and would always do her best for them. Everyone wanted to keep her happy. "Grandmother," said a pretty girl, walking up to Margaret and taking her hand. She leaned into her. "What were you talking about inside?" "I missed you." "Of all my guests, you have the worst manners," Margaret teased her. "Why?" "Because I missed you too much," the girl asked in a melodious voice. "Enough," Margaret said. "Stop playing games. Where's your brother, Simon?" The girl was Simon's sister, Yvonne. Simon and Yvonne's mother, Elizabeth, stood to the side. With such a large family, Margaret only had time for her own two children, which proved that, in the Phillips family, some people were more valued than others. Elizabeth felt proud as she glanced at everyone around her, knowing that she was more important than anyone else here. And then she noticed Alice. Margaret doted on Elizabeth's children, but her favorite grandchild was Alice's daughter, Kelly. She always came first. Chapter 105, ch. 105, Meeting the Family. "How should I know where your worthless grandson is?" Yvonne joked with Margaret. She knew that her grandmother didn't love Simon as much as their cousin, Kelly, who had been successful in the family business. No one dared to make fun of her. "Grandmother, haven't you noticed that I've brought someone with me?" she asked. Margaret looked at the handsome young man standing behind Yvonne. "This is my boyfriend, Brian," Yvonne said, holding his arm as she smiled up at him. "His family owns an internet company that is ranked as one of the top 20 in the industry." "Nice to meet you, grandmother," Brian said as he smiled and extended his hand to her, looking like a perfect gentleman. "Hello," Margaret said, shaking his hand as she scanned him with her sharp eyes. He did look like a rich kid. She briefly asked Brian questions, and he answered them all appropriately, which impressed her. "My granddaughter is a little naughty," she said, smiling at him. "Although she's almost 20, she still acts like a high school student." "Don't worry, I like her personality," he said, glancing lovingly at Yvonne. "And we're quite compatible." As everyone watched this exchange, they were envious. This was the first time Margaret had met Brian, and she was treating him with courtesy. Judging by her tone, she seemed to have accepted him into the family. Brian's background was indeed compatible with the Phillips family, and it looked like he would be successful in the future. Margaret believed that he would be a good addition to the family. Standing to the side, Yvonne's mother, Elizabeth, was happy. "Well, you two go and have fun," Margaret said, smiling at them. Then she glanced at Elizabeth. "Your daughter is smart. Looks like she's going to be getting married in a few years." Elizabeth beamed with pride. Margaret was satisfied with Brian and was happy with Elizabeth for having such a good daughter. Margaret slowly walked over to Alice, who immediately bowed her head slightly. "Look at her," Elizabeth thought. "She's just putting on an act." Alice's daughter, Kelly, had been successful at everything she did, and Margaret had always placed her above Elizabeth's children. "Where's Kelly?" Margaret asked Alice. "Why isn't she here yet?" "She's not avoiding me because I told her to find a boyfriend, is she?" "Of course not," Alice denied. "I just called her. She's on her way and should be here soon." "That's good," Margaret said, nodding. "As her mother, you have to push her a little more. Yvonne has found a boyfriend, and it's time Kelly found one as well." Alice respectfully replied, "Yes. Of course. Your grandmother seems to value your cousin more than you," Brian said to Yvonne as he watched Margaret chatting with Alice. Do you think I don't know that? Yvonne asked, staring angrily at Alice. Since we were young, Kelly could do no wrong, and she's always been the favorite grandchild. In the last 2 years, grandmother has been determined to find a husband for her. It's obvious that she means to pass control of the family to Kelly someday. How are the rest of us supposed to accept that? Brian smiled confidently. Don't worry about it, he said. You have me now, and you won't lose me to your cousin. I know, she said, squeezing his arm and smiling sweetly. You're right. And nobody in the world is better than you. My cousin can't possibly do better this time. Brian wrapped an arm around her shoulders, and his gaze held a trace of evil. Since he intended to be the favored son-in-law, he couldn't let Margaret hand control of the family over to someone else. A white BMW slowly approached. Kelly's here, called a young man, taking advantage of her arrival to get a little attention. Everyone looked over to see Kelly drive to the left side of the gate and park her BMW. A few minutes later, Kelly stepped out of the car. She wore a short dress which showed off her long legs, and her face was beautiful. Brian had seen a lot of pretty young girls, but Kelly was much prettier than any of them. Kelly greeted her relatives as she walked through the courtyard to reach her grandmother. Grandmother, I'm sorry I'm late, she said. It doesn't matter if you're late, Margaret said, not angry at all. Kelly had always been her pride and joy. Although, for a moment there, I was worried that you were avoiding me so I couldn't urge you to find a boyfriend. Oh, grandmother, I wouldn't do that, Kelly said with a faint smile. Hello, Mrs. Phillips, Sharon said. Kelly invited me. I hope that's okay. She and Kelly had been classmates since kindergarten, and they were very close, so Kelly often brought her to family gatherings. Margaret spoke to Sharon for a while, and then she noticed a young man standing behind Kelly. Everyone was staring at him, sizing him up, and trying to guess his identity. This boy was dressed very plainly, like a poor country boy. Why had Kelly brought him to the party? He wasn't her boyfriend. They were clearly from two different worlds. Kelly, who is this? Margaret asked. Oh, Kelly said, moving to stand next to Alex. She wanted to introduce him as a friend, but Sharon spoke first. This is Alex, Sharon explained. He's just a poor student at Preston University. He normally lives quite frugally and rarely eats in restaurants. Kelly said she wanted to bring him here to let him see what he's been missing. She was afraid that Kelly would tell Margaret that Alex was her boyfriend. So that's how it is. Margaret nodded approvingly. Everyone nodded in understanding as they whispered to each other. Just by looking at his clothes, you can tell that he's poor, someone said. It'll be a good experience for him to see our family gathering. Kelly is too kind, someone else said. She's already doing a good deed, aiding him at school. Bringing him to a family gathering is going a bit too far. Maybe we should give him some money and send him to have a good meal in a restaurant. I hope he works hard and gets a good job after graduating. Too many people in society get financial aid and just squander it. I hope he isn't like that, said a third person. Kelly was unhappy that Sharon had made Alex look inferior. She glanced at Alex and was startled to see that he didn't show any signs of anger at her relative's pity. Instead, he appeared very calm and collected. Her heart skipped a beat. She turned to Margaret and said, Grandmother, don't listen to Sharon. Alex isn't just some poor student. He's actually my boyfriend. She had finally said it. She didn't dare look at Alex, afraid that he would be angry with her. What if he denied it and exposed her as a liar? Alex was surprised by Kelly's announcement. A wry smile appeared on his face. He should have guessed this would happen when he had agreed to come to the party, but he simply hadn't thought it through. Margaret was stunned, as was everyone else. Kelly, you're telling me that he's your boyfriend? She asked with a serious expression. Anger blazed from her eyes. Whatever the truth was, Kelly would be able to see her disapproval and would take back her words. Yes, Kelly confirmed. Although she was afraid, she refused to back down. She was every bit as stubborn as her grandmother. She smiled, trying to ease the tension. Let me introduce you. There's no need, Margaret said. She didn't even glance at Alex. As far as she was concerned, the thought of Kelly being with this boy was a joke. Kelly, you're not to see him again. The family gathering is about to start, so send him home. Margaret turned around to leave. She had made her decision, and her word was final. But grandmother, I really like him, Kelly said. Margaret abruptly turned back. Kelly was blatantly disobeying her words, which was something that no one in the family dared to do. If it had been anyone else, she would have been furious, but Kelly was her favorite grandchild. Kelly, you know perfectly well why I don't approve of him, she said, controlling her anger. And I refuse to repeat myself, so let him go. Your grandmother is doing this for your own good, Alice said, coming to stand next to Kelly. Listen to her. If it makes you feel better, then we can help him find a job after he graduates, but you have to let him go. I'm sorry, grandmother, Kelly said, refusing to listen. I can't. What? Margaret said, glaring at her. It had been years since she had been this angry. When she realized how determined Kelly looked, she was at a loss for words. Deal with your daughter, Margaret said angrily as she looked at Alice. Chapter 106, Ch. 106, Meeting the family. Her mother frowned as she said to Kelly, I don't know why you're becoming so disobedient. Kelly was hurt, but she knew that her mother had only said that because she had seen Alex wearing scruffy clothes. Her family didn't understand that she wanted a boyfriend that she really liked, not just someone with a lot of money. How could you talk back to Grandma like that? Her mother continued. Another relative asked Kelly, how could you bring a boyfriend who dresses so badly home to meet your family? Alice said, Kelly, Grandma dotes on you. You have to be more reasonable. Kelly had been told what to do by her relatives for years. They all had their own perspectives on her life and didn't consider her wishes at all. Some of her relatives started to try to smooth things over. One uncle said, we shouldn't judge a person by his appearance. Perhaps his family has money, but he just doesn't want to show off. I don't believe that Kelly would do anything to harm the family. He walked up to Alex and said, Alex, right? Where do you live? What does your family do? Witnessing Kelly arguing with her family like this, Alex felt awful. He was contemplating telling them that he was from Justin's side of the Ambrose family and that they owned Warrior Enterprises. Perhaps this would appease them without him having to reveal his true identity. But before he could say anything, Kelly stepped forward and spoke up for him. He's just an ordinary student from Preston University, and he comes from an ordinary family, she said. As far as she knew, Alex was not even from an averagely wealthy family, but she didn't want him to be mocked by her family anymore. What? One of Kelly's uncles was surprised. He had been expecting Kelly to tell them all that Alex was actually from a much better family than they had all feared. But the reverse was true. He really was a nobody. Margaret heaved a sigh. Kelly really is being so disobedient today, she thought. At that moment, another person's voice came from the driveway. It was saying, this is our villa. Because the courtyard was very quiet, this person's voice could be heard very clearly. The others looked over and saw that it was Simon. He was accompanied by a beautiful girl. To Alex's horror, it was Kathy. Hey, what's going on? Simon asked as he approached. His sister, Yvonne, rushed over to him and, in a whisper, told him everything that had happened earlier. Only then did Simon notice that everyone's eyes were focused on Kelly and Alex. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Simon walked over to Alex and said proudly, so you guys didn't know about my cousin's boyfriend? Then let me fill you in. I know all about him. Kelly said quickly, "Simon, shut up." She knew that anything he said wasn't going to help. Alex had already made a bad impression on her grandmother and the rest of her family, and she didn't want Simon to make it worse. "Don't worry, I won't say any more. I can see that if I do, my cousin is going to hit me." Simon covered his mouth in mock fear. "Speak," Margaret said to Simon. She was becoming increasingly frustrated with Kelly that day. "Okay," Simon replied obediently. He looked at his sister. He knew that she was already uncomfortable, but he decided to wind her up a little more. He said provocatively, "Remember, Kelly, it's not my fault. Grandma asked me. Even if you're angry, don't hit me." Kelly looked at him with pure hatred in her eyes. This only made him laugh. Simon cleared his throat, then looked at Alex with a wicked grin on his face. He said, "He's a poor student from Preston University. He never eats in restaurants, not even once a year." Simon had obtained quite a lot of juicy information from Kathy. He eats the same thing for his breakfast, lunch, and dinner every single day. His breakfast is always grits, his lunch is bread, and his dinner is some kind of tin soup. He only buys 2 new items of clothes a year. Sometimes he doesn't even have enough money for shampoo, so he just uses detergent to wash his hair. He's been using the same basic cell phone since high school. Even when the screen broke, he didn't have the money to get a new phone. He often takes his girlfriend out to the street vendor for hot dogs because he can't afford to eat out anywhere else. Simon continued on with defamatory information about Alex. No one in Kelly's family could believe what they were hearing, or that she would want to date such a person. Each time Simon said something new, they would gasp. They couldn't believe that someone could be so poor and live such a basic life in 2019. Kathy, who watching everything, felt very smug when she saw Simon criticizing Alex to the whole Phillips family. She had been sure that Kelly would ditch Alex after what had happened at Simon's party, but here he was. He must have used some kind of trick to change her mind. But now, even if Kelly had fallen for Alex, he didn't stand any chance with her. The Phillipses would definitely not let a poor bastard like him marry into the family, especially after what he had done. Kathy thought that Alex looked extremely pitiful standing in the middle of the crowd, and she laughed to herself. She didn't have a shred of pity for him and only felt better as she took her revenge on him. She thought, "Alex, oh Alex, do you really think that just because Kelly seems to like you, everything will go smoothly for you now?" Margaret's chest rose and fell slightly as she listened to Simon speak. Her face looked sinister and scary, and a silent pressure seemed to emanate from her body. If it had been any family member other than Kelly that she had been glaring at, that person would have been kneeling on the ground at her feet begging for her forgiveness. "I really didn't expect him to be so poor," said one of Simon's cousins. Another replied, "He's not even moderately wealthy. What made him think he could be with Kelly?" Someone asked, "Simon, how do you know him so well?" "Because his ex-girlfriend is now my girlfriend." Simon smiled proudly toward Kathy, who obediently walked over to him. He put his arm around her shoulder. Simon introduced her to Margaret. "Grandma, her name is Kathy, and she's my girlfriend." "Hello, Mrs. Phillips. I'm very pleased to meet you," Kathy said sweetly. "She's so beautiful," said one of the cousins. "Yeah, like she looks like a model." "Simon has good taste," agreed another. Several relatives praised Kathy's exquisite looks. Alex was standing beside her, and Kathy knew he must feel extremely uncomfortable. While the Phillips family had criticized and rejected him, they were welcoming her with open arms. This had proved the best way of getting revenge on Alex. Her situation could only improve as part of this family, while his humiliation would grow. Margaret glanced indifferently at Kathy as she asked Simon, "You said she was this person's ex-girlfriend?" "That's right." Simon didn't understand why she was asking, but Kathy did, and she became anxious. The others also understood what Margaret meant. One said, "She used to be with this guy. If he's a poor loser, then she must be. What does her family do? Are they poor like him? I bet she just wants to marry into our family for the money," concluded another. Someone else advised Simon, "It's easy to find a good-looking girl. You really have to worry about her character. Is it just your money she wants?" As he listened to the warnings from his family, Simon finally understood the meaning behind his grandmother's words. He hadn't even considered marrying Kathy into his family. All he wanted to do was have a good time with her. He had never expected that dating her would cause such a ruckus. "Grandma," actually, he tried to explain the situation to his grandmother, but her gaze suddenly became sharp as if she was shooting an arrow right through him. Simon was scared. He had to say the right thing now so that he wouldn't lose the love of his grandmother. He said, "Grandma, I was careless. Now I understand that if she is the kind of woman who is willing to be with this kind of man, it means that she's no good for me. I haven't known her very long, so I didn't really know what she was like. Don't worry, she will never be part of our family." Simon became more confident as he spoke. He was sure that his explanation would get him back into his family's good books. Kathy was stunned. "Simon," she gasped. She was already uneasy about the situation, but she had never expected Simon to abandon her so decisively. Over the past days, Simon's sweet words had convinced her that he was going to propose and that she was going to become part of a wealthy family as she had always dreamed of. Now his words were like a dagger slashing her beautiful dreams into pieces. "Kathy, it's over. We have nothing more to say to each other. Please leave and don't bother me again," Simon said to her resolutely. He was actually quite reluctant to let her go because he wasn't quite bored with her yet. However, his family had made it clear that he had to dump her. Kathy held his hand and pleaded, "Simon, you can't treat me like this. You said you wanted to marry me." Simon couldn't shake her off, no matter how hard he tried. With so many people watching, he felt humiliated that he couldn't even handle a single woman. "Get lost." Simon kicked Kathy to the ground. He yelled at her, "Don't blame me for this. If you have to blame anyone, blame yourself for being so beautiful. Of course, men want to sleep with you. Since I've had some fun with you, I'm willing to compensate you with $20,000. Take this card. The PIN is 4624. Now hurry up and get out of my sight." Simon took out a bank card from his wallet and threw it on the ground. Kathy knew there was no hope. If she stayed, she would only have to endure further humiliation. She stood up, picked up the card from the ground, turned around, and ran out of the courtyard through the fancy iron gate. "Grandma, I was wrong. Please accept my apology." Simon lowered his head and walked over to Margaret. "It's good that you've admitted your mistakes. Everything will be okay now," Margaret told him kindly. Simon nodded and stood to the side. He was relieved. "Kelly, what about you?" Margaret's gaze once again landed on Kelly. She hoped that she would admit her mistakes like Simon did. As long as she did, Margaret would forgive her too. Kelly didn't dare to meet her grandmother's eyes, but she still said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, grandmother." She didn't want to give up Alex because of her family. Margaret's body started to tremble. Kelly kept disobeying her, and she was getting really angry. A few people quickly rushed over to support her, but she pushed them away. That moment, Simon walked over to Alex and shoved him. He said angrily, "Just get lost. How do you upset my grandmother like this? Stupid loser." Alex's body felt weak, and he almost fell to the ground. "Why are you pushing him?" "Leave him alone," Kelly scolded Simon. She hugged Alex, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" "Why are you protecting him?" one of Kelly's cousins asked her. An aunt said, "Now you've really upset Grandma." "You should show more respect," said another. Kelly's family was really unhappy with her. She knew that if she stayed, her relatives would continue to berate her, so she decided to leave with Alex. She said, "Grandmother, I understand that you don't like him very much. Since you're so upset with us, we will leave now." Kelly supported Alex as they walked towards the fancy metal gate. "Stop," Margaret bellowed. "You came here for a family gathering and now you think you can leave so soon? If you leave now, you are no longer part of our family." If it was anyone else, Margaret wouldn't care so much, but Kelly was too important to her to let her go. She knew that she had to do something to shock her into staying. Chapter 107, ch 107, I've bought a car. Kelly gritted her teeth and stopped walking. Alex coughed a few times and Kelly patted his back. "He's obviously also a sickly person," commented one of her uncles. "I really can't figure it out." "Just what does she see in him?" asked his wife. Her husband agreed. "Judging from the look of him, I know he won't live for much longer." "It's time to eat," Margaret said as she looked at Kelly angrily and walked away. The servants had started to remove the reclining chairs and to bring out wine and snacks. They had placed 3 long dining tables in the courtyard. The family members sat down in their usual places. The Phillips men had also returned from their fishing trip at the Purple Dawn Lake. They included Kelly's father, Hamilton, and Simon's father, Walter. From the outside, it looked like they were talking and laughing together, but in reality, they were secretly competing for power within the Phillips family. Hamilton walked up to his wife, Alice, and daughter, Kelly. He noticed Alex, but it didn't cross his mind that he was anything to do with his family. As in the previous 2 years, Kelly's family walked toward the seats closest to Margaret. Hamilton went to sit down with his wife and daughters. "Mom," he greeted Margaret, but she didn't respond. She seemed to be upset. "Don't be in such a hurry to sit down," Margaret said coldly without even looking at him. "Oh, okay." Hamilton's backside had nearly touched the chair when he awkwardly laughed and stood up once more. "We have guests here today. Why don't you take a seat at the end of the table?" Margaret said with a stern expression before glancing at Yvonne and Brian, who were seated on the 3rd and 4th seats to her right. "Yvonne, you and Brian come and sit here." "Yes, Grandma," Yvonne replied sweetly. Holding Brian's arm, she happily walked to Hamilton's seat and coughed lightly, saying, "Uncle, please could you move so we can sit down?" Hamilton was perplexed. Trying to retain a shred of dignity, he smiled and made way for his niece and her boyfriend to take their seats. Hamilton, Alice, and Kelly all headed towards seats further down the table. It was only now that he noticed that the scruffy boy who didn't seem to belong was always next to Kelly. He asked his wife who the stranger was. When Alice told her, he looked angrily at Kelly. He wanted to ask her to immediately admit her mistake to her grandmother and to quickly get rid of Alex so that they could retain their respected status within the family. However, by that time, the servants had laid the tables, and he didn't dare to lose his temper with Kelly as the meal was about to start. He would have to wait until they got home before sorting it out. Seeing that the people sitting on either side of Margaret were all from Walter's family and that she seemed to be very satisfied with Yvonne's boyfriend, he felt even more upset with his daughter. "I'm sorry about my family," Kelly whispered to Alex. She regretted begging him to come to the family reunion with her. Looking at his pale face, she was very worried. "Is your throat sore?" "Not too bad, but I could do with some hot water," Alex replied. He didn't blame Kelly at all, but he did feel an itch in his throat. Kelly immediately waved toward a servant and asked her, "Please pour me a cup of hot water." The servant agreed and was about to go get Kelly some water when Margaret stopped her. "You can do it yourself," she said coldly to Kelly. Then she turned away and continued chatting with Walter and his family. Kelly looked at her grandmother with resentment. Then she was pained when she remembered how her grandmother had helped her before. She said to Alex, "Come on. We'll go to the house to get you a drink. Grandma also has tea leaves, so I'll make you some tea. That will help you feel better." As she spoke, she helped Alex up, and they were about to head to the house for a drink. They were stopped by Hamilton, who said in a solemn voice, "Kelly, sit down." The anger in his voice made Alex's heart tremble. He didn't want Kelly to be in trouble with her family, so he said softly, "I'll go by myself." "It's okay. You don't know where everything is." "I'll go with you," Kelly replied, acting as if she had not heard her father's words. She had decided that she no longer cared if her entire family turned against her. In fact, she wanted them to see that she wasn't afraid to stand up to them. With everyone watching, Kelly supported Alex as they slowly walked into the house. Margaret didn't appear to care that they were defying the family, but as Kelly walked past her, she shook her head and sighed softly. "Damn," Margaret said to herself, trying to get a better understanding of her family's situation. Walter and his wife, Elizabeth, were quietly listening. Only Yvonne seemed unaffected as she continued playing with her cell phone. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and shouted excitedly, "Oh, wow. This girl," Margaret said with a smile. She was very impressed with Brian, and she was also very fond of Yvonne. She patted the back of Brian's hand gently and said, "Don't mind me, Brian. This girl is always excited about something or other." "Who, me, Grandma?" Yvonne smiled as she pouted at her grandmother. She put her phone on the table and said to her family, "Look at this. Aren't you all shocked? Mr. Cacciolo, the president of the Ferrari Corporation of Italy, is in America." Brian picked up her phone and read it out to everyone. The news was that the president of Ferrari in Italy had come to America in person to deliver the world's most expensive brand new Ferrari to a mysterious buyer. The car was worth over $2 million. Brian calmly told everyone, "This is interesting news." Ferrari was founded in 1929 by Enzo Ferrari, a world-famous manufacturer of Formula One cars. Ferrari's cars are handmade and very few are produced. As of 2018, a total of only 14,628 new cars have been made. Margaret's eyes lit up as she watched Brian and thought, to know so much about one particular news story, this young man clearly has an impressive depth and range of knowledge. Walter and Elizabeth both smiled at Brian with satisfaction. Walter said, "Brian, you seem to know Ferrari quite well." Brian replied casually, "You flatter me, Mr. Phillips. Actually, I bought a Ferrari not long ago, and at the time I did a lot of research into the company." Hearing that Brian owned a Ferrari, Walter was pleasantly surprised. He rubbed his hands as he contemplated the possibility of taking it for a spin. He said, "What? You drive a Ferrari? Why didn't I see it when I arrived? How did I miss it?" Brian replied humbly, "Oh, you didn't see it because I didn't drive it here today. If you'd like to try it out, I can get someone to drive it over here." He was determined to make a good impression on the Phillips family and lay a solid foundation for his marriage to Yvonne. He had planned to keep his Ferrari as a backup plan, but since the topic had come up, he decided to use it now to impress his future in-laws. Walter replied excitedly, "Can you? I would really appreciate it if you can get someone to drive your car over here. I would love to try it out and find out what it feels like to drive the world's best luxury car." Walter was very proud of his future son-in-law and wanted him to bring the car over to show off in front of the rest of the family. No one else in their family owned a Ferrari. Okay, Brian agreed. He immediately called a member of his staff and told him to bring his car over. Margaret watched Brian and quietly nodded her head. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. A few minutes later, the servants started to bring out the plates of food and place them in the middle of the long table for everyone to help themselves. Kelly accompanied Alex back to the table, carrying a cup of tea for him. He had drunk some hot water in the house and was feeling much better. They walked to their seats and sat down. Everyone started their meal and chatted as they ate. Alex realized that he was a little hungry and helped himself to some vegetables and salad. But just as he was putting the salad onto his plate, he noticed that the man sitting opposite him was staring at him in disgust and muttering obscenities to himself. The man said to him, "Aren't you worried about infecting the rest of us if you're sick? You're so thoughtless." His wife agreed, "I certainly won't be eating from any of the dishes that this sickly boy has touched. I don't want to catch anything." Kelly was annoyed when she heard them discussing Alex in such a derogatory manner. However, she already knew that none of her family liked him, so it didn't seem worth getting angry with these two in particular. "Don't worry about them," she said to Alex. "Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll serve you," she continued in a whisper as she spooned some stew onto his plate. The meal went on without incident, and the family members continued to chat happily amongst themselves. Halfway through the meal, Alex's phone rang. Everyone watched him with contempt as he pulled out his cell phone. It was such a cheap brand that they all concluded that he must be a complete loser, and their opinions of him sank even lower. Of course, they all had the latest expensive models. Alex looked at the number on his phone. It was the manager of the New York Auto Exhibition Center. "It must be news about my new Ferrari," he thought as he answered the phone. "Hello, Mr. Ambrose," the caller said excitedly. "I've kept you waiting for a long time, but I'm pleased to say that the new super luxurious Ferrari that you ordered has now been delivered to New York." "Where are you now?" "We will bring it to you." Alex was surprised. He answered, "The car is here in New York? But I still have half the money to pay, don't I?" "Wait a moment. I'll call the manager at the Metro Sky Bank and get him to transfer the rest of the $2 million to you." The manager replied, "Oh, didn't you know? The payment has already been taken care of." It turned out that while Alex had been recuperating at the Azalea guest house and had been completely focused on Debbie's disappearance, Ken Stokes had taken a call from the Ferrari company asking for the rest of the money and had settled it for him. "Oh, that's brilliant," Alex replied happily. "Right now, I'm at the Western Villa in the southwest corner of Purple Dawn Lake. It's easy to find. Please get it sent here." "Yes, Mr. Ambrose. It will be there shortly. We will deliver it for you right now." The manager agreed respectfully and ended the call. Alex put his phone away and realized that everyone was looking at him curiously. Simon rubbed his chin and asked him with a smile, "Alex, what were you just talking about that was worth $2 million? What's going on? Tell us about it." "It's nothing really. I just bought a car," Alex replied and started eating his salad. There was a moment of silence at the table before everyone in the family burst into laughter. Chapter 108, Ch 108, "We don't believe you. Haha, you're awesome," laughed Simon sarcastically as he gave Alex a thumbs up. "I would like to ask which car you're buying for $2 million? Or is that only half of the total cost? Why don't you tell us?" "That's right, tell us all," laughed Walter. Simon continued, "For million. I didn't know there was such an expensive car in the entire country." Walter scoffed at Alex. "You're apparently so rich and yet you're still coming to our house to eat our food?" The rest of Kelly's family started to jeer as well, but Alex ignored them and continued to eat. He felt no obligation to explain himself to them. A few minutes later, Margaret spoke up. She said, "Alex, you can't just keep eating and ignoring us. I was under the impression that you want to date my granddaughter and so get into our good books. Since you bought a car, why can't you tell us about it?" She looked at him sternly. She believed that his answer was sure to demonstrate to Kelly for once and for all what a loser this man was. Alex didn't answer. He had guessed exactly what Margaret was trying to do. He was actually very unimpressed with the Phillips family and didn't care at all what they thought of him. Margaret and her family interpreted Alex's attitude as contempt and a lack of respect. Kelly knew her grandmother and understood that Alex's approach was making her furious. No matter what car Alex had bought, It was best just to be honest about it, or the situation would get worse. She tried to settle things, Alex, you and Grandma. Suddenly there was a loud thud. Margaret had slammed her fist on the table, startling everyone. Kelly, take a look at this man you insist on defending, she said angrily. Then she turned her gaze to Alex and said, if you can't even be bothered to tell us, then leave. Go on, you're not welcome here. Alex slowly put down his cutlery and met Margaret's gaze. He could see the burning anger in her eyes, but he remained calm. It's a Ferrari. I bought a Ferrari, Alex said. Margaret's expression became more furious. She glared at Alex, and her hands clenched into fists on the table. He obviously couldn't afford a Ferrari, so now he was just trying to make fools of them. Alex, how much did you pay for the Ferrari? Brian asked as he looked at him. He knew that everyone was angry with Alex, especially Margaret, and he realized that if he could help them embarrass Alex or help them chase him off, he would win the respect of everyone in the family. This Alex was a thick-skinned thug, and Brian had his way of dealing with thugs. Over 2 million, Alex replied, looking at him. Oh! Brian was surprised. He had not expected Alex to be able to lie so masterfully without showing any signs of panic. He seemed to be an expert liar. No wonder Kelly had been fooled by him. He continued to question Alex about the car. So, what kind of Ferrari did you order? How much did you have to pay in advance? What is its top speed? How many seconds for it to go from 0 to 60? Having bought his own Ferrari, Brian knew what was involved. He was sure that he could catch Alex out by asking these questions that he wouldn't be able to answer. Alex frowned and looked at Brian. He said, What? Why are you asking me all these questions? When I bought the car, it was very simple. I just asked them to manufacture it to the highest standards possible and using the most advanced technology available. He only managed to evoke more contempt and loathing from those around him. They couldn't believe that he would lie so outrageously. Brian clapped his hands toward him and said, I'm asking you all the same detailed questions that the Ferrari company asks any customer who wants to order a car. If you can't answer the questions, it means that you clearly haven't actually ordered a car from them. Although, I have to admit that your answer is very clever. That you asked them to do it according to the best standards. Of course, that would make all the other questions unnecessary. It sounded like praise for Alex, but everyone could hear the irony in Brian's words. Simon said disapprovingly, You want us to believe that not only have you bought a Ferrari, but also that you asked them to give you the highest spec available. If you have that much money, I suggest that you buy yourself a decent set of clothes first. Brian said with a chuckle, Hey, Simon, maybe Alex really does own several $100 million. Maybe he keeps it all in the Metro Sky Bank. Another round of laughter arose in the garden. Yes, that's right. He's a billionaire. Maybe he actually lives in the Metro Sky Bank. Simon was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. He gave Brian a thumbs up and said, Buddy, he's finished. Alex frowned and started to breathe heavily. Alex, Kelly said softly. She felt that Brian and her family had gone too far. Alex adjusted his mood and smiled at Kelly. It's all right, he reassured her. Since these people were treating him with animosity, he decided to get his own back. He grabbed Kelly's hand, thinking to himself, Are you all just going to let me grab her and not say anything? Aren't you all afraid that a poor loser like me is going to bite Kelly? I'm interested to see what you'll do. Kelly blushed when he took her hand, as her worry for him quickly turned into warmth and surprise. When Margaret saw them, she wanted to kill Alex there and then. Brian stood up and walked over to him, saying, All right, since you said that you ordered a Ferrari for $2 million, then I'll ask you the simplest question. When did you order your car? With a smile, he continued, If you can't even tell us that, then please show some dignity and leave. Otherwise, I don't mind helping you find your way out. Brian is ex-military, so kicking out this trash will be no problem for him. Yvonne took the opportunity to shout. Why are you? Kelly wanted to fight for Alex, but he pulled her back and smiled confidently. It's fine, he said. Facing Brian's ultimatum, Alex didn't show the slightest hint of fear. He looked even more relaxed than Brian. Less than 2 months ago, he said in answer to Brian's question. Hearing his reply, Brian laughed contemptuously. Ha! He laughed as he looked at Alex with eyes full of disdain. How much longer do you want to keep up this pretense? I know for a fact that it takes at least 3 months to get a car from Ferrari. If you don't believe me, you can check it out on your own. And you told us that you've ordered the Ferrari supercar, which uses the most advanced technology and to the highest standards? How could that be manufactured in less than 3 months? Come on, explain that to everyone. If you can't, then there's nothing else to say, and you can please leave right now. Speak, shouted Simon. He knows the game is up, said a cousin. Another cousin told everyone, I just checked online and found that Brian's right. The shortest time to get a Ferrari is 3 months. And you're trying to tell us that you're getting the highest standard car manufactured and delivered in less than 2 months. Why don't you just leave now? We've had enough of your lies. The family members all glared at Alex. Alex drank a mouthful of tea and said calmly, I gave them an extra few thousand and asked them to work overtime to make my car more quickly. Are you satisfied with that? Hey, I originally wanted to let you leave this place with dignity. I never thought that you could be so thick-skinned, Brian said in a condescending tone. He turned and said to the family, everyone, I think I understand why this person said that. It was reported in the news recently that the CEO of Ferrari came to America himself to deliver a top-of-the-range car worth $2 million to a mysterious buyer. He must have seen the article and made up this lie to try to prove to us all that he's rich. That's right. Search CEO Ferrari, and you'll see the article, Yvonne told the others enthusiastically. The others searched on their cell phones, and it was exactly as Brian said. Brian said confidently he thought he was very smart, but in fact, it only proved how stupid he is. Only a few people in America can afford these cars. Did he really think that we would believe that one of them was him, a scruffy loser? I don't know if he's insulting everyone's IQ or insulting his own IQ. His gaze fell on Alex as he told him, I'll give you one last chance. Leave immediately. Alex coughed softly and said, You're imagining things. You haven't proved that I'm a liar at all. Everything I said is true. How shameless, said one of Kelly's aunts. Her husband agreed. I've never met such a shameless person in my life. Simon, throw this bastard out. Use your taekwondo on him, shouted the aunt. Brian continued, All right, since you don't want to leave by yourself, I'll have to throw you out. But after I've finished with you, you might well have to go to the hospital. As he said this, he cracked his neck, making a grating sound. He walked toward Alex. Kelly spread out her arms and stood in front of Alex, shouting, Stop. Don't touch him. It's fine, Alex said as he moved Kelly out of the way. She was frantic with worry for him. If he had been healthy, she knew that Brian would be no match for him, but now Alex was sick and he could easily get badly hurt. Alex sat on the chair and, with a trace of a smile on his face, he said to Brian, I advise you not to touch me. If you do, I guarantee you'll regret it. He didn't seem to be afraid at all. How can he be so calm? Brian thought, and he hesitated. He had been a professional taekwondo fighter, so he was very sensitive to his opponent's mood. He couldn't sense any real aggression or fear in Alex. However, the calmness in his words sent a shiver up his spine. Fear of the unknown overwhelmed him, and his heart was enveloped with an acute sense of danger. You heard correctly. There will be someone delivering my car in a while. What I said is the truth, and this will be revealed. Why are you in such a hurry? Alex asked. He was still surprisingly unflustered. Brian replied, That sounds fine. Don't think that we're bullying you. We just want you to tell the truth. If there isn't really a car coming, hope you finally know your place and will leave. If not, I promise that I won't show you any mercy. Alex looked at him and agreed. When Brian had insulted him with the words, "Know your place," he clenched his fists but remained composed. Just at that moment, headlights shone into the courtyard, and a sapphire blue car pulled up. Walter looked carefully at the car for a few seconds before exclaiming in surprise, "It seems to be a Ferrari." Chapter 109, Ch 109, Has the world gone crazy? Are you for real? Simon said as everyone stood up from their seats. Some of them walked to the gate and looked at the car. "It's really a Ferrari," Walter confirmed as the blue car pulled up to the gate. "Could it be that what he said is true?" someone asked. "Is this really his Ferrari? Is he really from a rich family?" said another aunt. The family members were shocked and confused. Then, Yvonne said loudly to everyone, "Stop being idiots. This is Brian's Ferrari." They all finally understood and felt even more respect for Brian. One of them said, "Like I said, it can't be this kid's car. He's just making it up. How would someone like him ever buy a Ferrari?" Another agreed, "Yvonne's boyfriend is awesome. He's only in his 20s, and he's already driving a Ferrari." "That's right. He's handsome, knowledgeable, and rich. Our family will really benefit from him marrying Yvonne," said his wife. "Everyone, this is my Ferrari. Would you like to come and take a look?" Brian politely asked Yvonne's family. Margaret, Yvonne, Walter, and Elizabeth walked together out of the fancy iron gate and over to the car. Brian's driver got out of the car and handed the key to him. "I ordered this car a year ago, and it was delivered 6 months ago. I paid a total of $500,000. During the manufacturing process, I made a lot of specific requests, resulting in the car you see before you. I've asked Ferrari about my car, and they told me that because of its specifications, it's in the top 30% of the vehicles sold by the entire Ferrari company." Brian stood up and presented his beloved car to Margaret and the others. Then he waved the key in his hand and said, "I'll show you now." Brian pressed the key and watched in satisfaction as the two sides of the car slowly rose. At the same time, the roof and the rear door also slowly lifted. After what seemed like a scene from a science fiction movie, the roof was hidden in the back, and the two sides of the doors remained in the air like wings. The sapphire blue Ferrari was extremely beautiful. It emanated a feeling of luxury and futuristic technology, causing all of the surrounding family members to gasp in admiration. "Mr. Phillips, didn't you want to try it out? Please go ahead." Brian gestured to Walter. No, he replied. "You youngsters are much better drivers. I was just spouting nonsense." He was itching to have a go, but he was also afraid of the consequences if he accidentally damaged it. "Yvonne, let Brian take you for a drive around Purple Dawn Lake," he continued, as he pushed his daughter toward the car. "Great idea." "Go on, Yvonne. Get in the car," Elizabeth said, feeling excited for her daughter. "Yvonne, let's go." "Why aren't you getting in the car?" asked Brian. Yvonne smiled sweetly and climbed in. She didn't usually get to spend much time alone with Brian, and this was her first time sitting in a Ferrari, so she was very excited. Brian was about to get into his car when he caught a glimpse of Kelly and Alex still sitting at the table in the courtyard. He called out to Alex, "Hey, buddy, I'm going to take a spin around Purple Dawn Lake. I hope I'll get to see your 2 million Ferrari when I get back." With a parting wave to Margaret, Brian drove the Ferrari toward the lake. Watching the car drive away with 4 flames coming out of the exhaust cylinders, everyone was impressed. When they returned to the courtyard, they once again began to mock and ridicule Alex. They said that Brian was the perfect boyfriend, while he was just a clown with a big mouth. Simon stared at him and said to Margaret, "Grandma, how about I get someone to kick this kid out of here already?" Margaret turned to Kelly and said sarcastically, "Didn't he say that someone was sending him a Ferrari worth $2 million? How can we afford to offend such a wealthy and noble person?" The others were talking about how shameless Alex was, yelling at him from time to time and trying to get him to leave, while praising Brian. "Alex, maybe you should just leave?" Kelly whispered to him. She believed that he had made up the story about his new car because he was angry. "I'm not lying. Someone will bring me the car," he replied with a bland expression. Kelly sighed softly and was quiet. Sharon glared at Alex and said, "Yes, of course we believe that someone's going to send you a luxury Ferrari. Don't you think you've embarrassed Kelly enough for one day? Why don't you shut up or leave?" Half an hour later, more headlights appeared. Kelly's uncle stood up from his seat and looked at the door. He saw a big vehicle with flashing blue and white lights. "It looks like an armored security vehicle," he told the others. "Really?" someone replied. "This truck is huge, much larger than the security vehicles at the bank." Everyone was wondering what a security vehicle was doing there. The Purple Dawn Lake was a long way from the city, and the armored vehicles were usually used to carry money and other things of extreme value within the city. They were all thinking, "It's so remote here, and it's not a major road. Strangely, an armored truck should show up here." What surprised them even more was that the security vehicle was heading directly toward their villa. When it stopped in front of the iron gate, two heavily armed men jumped down from the cab. In their hands, they were holding machine guns. They stood on either side of the truck, guarding it. Watching from the courtyard, the Phillips family were terrified. They thought that someone in the family must have done something criminal. As the head of the family, Margaret opened the iron gate and walked out. The rest of the family hid behind her, watching the men. Then everyone noticed a black Fiat pulling up behind the security truck. The Fiat stopped and the doors opened. Two men and a woman stepped out and walked quickly toward the courtyard. "What's going on?" everyone wondered. Judging from their appearances, these are clearly respectable people. Are they here to visit the family? "Hello, may I ask who you are?" Margaret quickly went up to greet them, but she didn't recognize any of them. She asked them, "Is this security vehicle something to do with you?" "Hello," said one of the men as he shook hands with Margaret. He didn't introduce himself or his companions, or pay her much attention. He was clearly looking for someone in the crowd. Family members looked at each other, confused. "Mr. Sharp, it's an honor to meet you." "Hello," Simon said as he stepped forward. He often walked around the New York Auto Exhibition Center, and he recognized the manager, Harold Sharp. He extended his hand toward Harold, who shook it distractedly, but he still seemed to be searching the crowd. "Grandma, this is Mr. Sharp. He's the manager of New York Auto Exhibition Center," Simon explained to Margaret. 80% of New York's luxury cars are sold by Harold Sharp. In the upper echelons of New York society, he's definitely one of the people that everyone wants to get to know. Everyone was interested in meeting Mr. Sharp, but none of them dared to disturb him, as it was clear from his sharp gaze that he was searching for someone. The woman who accompanied Harold whispered something to him. "Wait a moment," he said to his companions. Then he looked at the family and said loudly, "Mr. Ambrose, are you here?" Margaret said to him, "Mr. Ambrose?" "Mr. Sharp, you're mistaken. This is a family gathering of the Phillips family. There is no one here called Mr. Ambrose." Everyone nodded in agreement. They didn't even think about Alex, because he could clearly not have any involvement with anyone as impressive as these strangers. The family members shut the iron gate so that Mr. Sharp couldn't see into the courtyard. He shouted twice, but no one responded. "Strange. I'll check that this is definitely the correct address," he said as he took out his phone and pressed the call button. He put the phone to his ear, looking a little anxious. His companions understood that he was calling Mr. Ambrose and remained silent. As he waited, he heard the sound of a phone's ringtone coming from the garden. He was surprised as he recognized it as a cheap model. The family members in the courtyard heard Alex's phone ringing and cursed him again. They didn't for a moment think that it was Mr. Sharp calling him. However, Mr. Sharp and his companions were happy when they heard the phone ringing, and they followed the sound to the courtyard. Yvonne's family was astonished as they realized what was happening. They followed the strangers into the courtyard. Harold had an expression of pure joy when he recognized Alex sitting at the table. When he had met him at the New York Auto Exhibition Center and Alex had transferred over $1 million to the car shop's account, he had made a conscious effort to etch Alex's appearance into his mind so that he would recognize him in the future. Mr. Ambrose, he said as he quickly walked over to Alex. His companions followed. Surprised, Kelly helped Alex stand up, and they both turned around. When the family members looked at Alex again, understanding slowly started to dawn on them. They realized that he wasn't the lowlife that they thought he was. "Hello, Mr. Ambrose, Mr. Sharp smiled ingratiatingly as he held Alex's hand with both of his own. He introduced him to one of his companions. "This is Mr. Cacciolo, the president of the Ferrari company. He's come to America specifically to meet you." "Hello," Alex said as he looked at the man. Cacciolo took the initiative to reach out, and they shook hands. He said something in Italian with a smile on his face. Alex assumed that he was thanking him for his trust in Ferrari and expressing his desire to have the opportunity to serve him again. Watching the scene, almost everyone in the Phillips family was shocked. They were dumbstruck as what they were seeing went completely against their knowledge of Alex. They were all thinking, is Alex really the Mr. Ambrose that this gentleman is looking for? Did this loser really buy a Ferrari? And has Ferrari's CEO really come to America personally to deliver a car for him? Are we crazy, or is it that the world has gone crazy? Kelly was also extremely shocked. She looked at Alex with her eyes wide open and her mind went blank. She suddenly felt that she didn't know him at all. The true Alex was a mystery to her. "You're too kind." Alex smiled humbly and nodded toward Mr. Cacciolo. Then he looked at Harold and asked, "Have you brought my car?" "It's here. It's right outside." "Mr. Ambrose, please," Harold replied as gestured toward the gate. The family all stepped back to make way for Alex to walk past them toward the gate. Chapter 110, Ch 110, Welcome to the family, Mr. Ambrose, your car is right here. After finding out that Mr. Cacciolo was planning to deliver it to you personally, the Ferrari managers in New York also wanted to ensure that it would reach you safely. Mr. Cacciolo hired an armored truck to transport your car to ensure that it didn't get damaged. Thank you. Alex smiled at Mr. Cacciolo. Mr. Ambrose, I will get the car down for you now, Harold said, and he signaled to two heavily armed men who were standing beside the armored transport vehicle. The two men, still carrying their machine guns, went to the back of the truck and used their keys to open the lock. They opened the door and lowered a ramp, allowing Harold to slowly drive out the car that was stored inside. It was a white Ferrari. Just its appearance and shape alone were more stunning than Brian's. Harold stepped out of the car, saying, Mr. Ambrose, this is the car you ordered. It's also the most valuable car ever sold by Ferrari. Let me introduce this car to you. He pressed the car's key fob and all the lights lit up. Some were blue and some were gold. The car door and trunk started moving at the same time. It didn't look like a car, but a futuristic transformer. Harold told Alex, your car was designed by the top 10 designers and engineers in our company. It's different from any other car we've ever manufactured in the past. It really is unique. According to your specifications, all the parts and components of this car are of the highest quality in the industry. For the tires, for example, We communicated with the executives of Michelin and had them use only the very best, cutting-edge technology. He continued, of course, this car of yours is not just a simple car. It can drive up to a depth of 6 feet underwater without emitting a drop of water, whilst maintaining the same functionality as it has on land. There is also every possibility that you could fly across the Hudson River in it. For most cars, this would be extremely challenging, but because of the unique body design of this car, it should be possible. It has the highest level safety features available across the world, on a par with those of the president's cars, he said proudly. This car incorporates the most advanced technologies in the world, for instance, the air circulation, surround sound technology, ergonomic seats, bulletproof glass. Harold continued to introduce the car to Alex. Even though he had come into contact with so many luxury cars, he still couldn't help but be obsessed with this car. Listening to Harold's introduction, the Phillips family were captivated. Their gazes never left the luxurious Ferrari that was parked in front of them. They felt honored just to have this amazing car parked by their villa. Harold continued, Mr. Ambrose, this car has the most advanced artificial intelligence technology. Please enter your fingerprints on the car keys, and you will officially become its exclusive owner. He respectfully handed the car keys to Alex, and under his guidance, Alex recorded his fingerprints. The family cheered. They had quickly forgotten how badly they had previously treated Alex when they thought that he was a nobody. Now, in their eyes, he was the owner of the luxurious car and such an important person that even the president of the Ferrari empire treated him with respect. Now, they looked up to him. Kelly was also congratulating Alex. There was no shock in her eyes, only pride. She hadn't made a mistake, and now she knew that she had chosen a man who could give her a life of luxury. He possessed so much wealth, yet he was so calm and humble. Mr. Sharp, can this car record other people's fingerprints? Alex asked. No. This is your exclusive car, and we can only record your fingerprints, Harold said apologetically. I assume that you want to allow others to drive your car? That's no problem. It has also been built into the design. Although others can't record their fingerprints, they can use the voice recognition. The technology is slightly less advanced than the fingerprint security, but as long as they have the car keys, they will be able to drive this car. Good. Alex nodded in satisfaction. He held Kelly's hand and said to Harold, please help me record her voice now. Kelly was a little dazed. Alex was giving her the right to drive his $2 million sports car. Her family members were also moved. It was at this moment that they realized what an outstanding boyfriend Kelly had found. Of course, Harold agreed. He went to Kelly, raised a small microphone toward her, and said, Miss, I need to record a sample of your voice. Please say a few words. Anything that comes into your head. She looked at Alex, who was also looking at her. She realized that Alex was so handsome that she couldn't help but fall in love with him. She mumbled, Alex is my perfect man. He is honest, dignified, and generous. Alex's expression froze, and he turned his face away. Miss, please say a few more words. We need to record a little more, said Harold as he looked at the apparatus to record Kelly's voice. Looking at Alex, Kelly asked him with a voice full of emotion, Alex, I like you. Do you want to be with me? Alex didn't respond. Harold said happily, all right, your voice has been recorded. From now on, as long as you have keys to this car on you, you will be able to drive it. Then he turned to Alex and said, Mr. Ambrose, do you want to try it out now? Okay, Alex responded. He lowered his body and sat in the driver's seat of the Ferrari. He glanced at Kelly and asked, do you want to try it with me? Kelly smiled sweetly and climbed into the passenger seat. The Ferrari door closed slowly. Alex started the car, and just from the sound of the engine, everyone could tell it was a very high-end car. As Alex slowly drove the car away, the 4 exhaust cylinders at the back threw out 4 flames. This was much more impressive than Brian's car earlier, and everyone exclaimed in admiration. By the time the flames had disappeared, the Ferrari was already 100 yards away. The family had now accepted the fact that Alex was wealthy. They felt ashamed when they remembered how they had mocked him, and if they could turn back the clock to when they first met him, they would have treated him with far more respect. Although Margaret looked calm, inside she was full of anxiety. She couldn't stop thinking that perhaps she should admit her mistakes to her granddaughter and apologize to Alex. Alex drove the car to Purple Dawn Lake. He turned to Kelly and asked, "How are you feeling?" He opened up the roof of the car, letting in a gentle breeze. It all felt so perfect. "Wonderful," replied Kelly as her hair danced in the wind. "I had no idea that you were so rich. Now, can you tell me who you really are?" "I imagine that you already know that there aren't that many people in America with the surname Ambrose who can afford to buy a Ferrari," Alex replied. "You're from the world-famous Ambrose family?" Kelly asked with a slightly trembling voice. Indeed, just as Alex said, she knew that there was only one person in America named Ambrose who could afford to spend $2 million on a car. She asked, Do I still have a chance with you?" Kelly started to feel anxious. She knew that there was no way that the Phillips family could match the Ambrose family. Alex thought carefully. He said, "You must be prepared for my family to object to me being with you, just as your family previously objected to you being with me. In fact, the strength of my family's objection will be even greater." He was being dishonest. The fact was that Alex would marry whoever he wanted, and they would become part of the Ambrose family. The truth was that he already had Debbie in his heart. He didn't want to be with anyone else. Alex comes from the Ambrose family changed everything. Within important families, marriage was all about status, and Kelly knew that his family would never accept him marrying someone like her from a small New York family. After driving around Purple Dawn Lake for a while, Alex turned the car around, and they headed back toward the villa. When they were still 200 yards away, they saw Brian slowly approaching the gate of the villa in his own Ferrari. A sinister smile appeared on Alex's face. As Brian drove slowly toward the villa, he saw that the whole of the Phillips family appeared to be standing at the entrance waiting for him. He smiled to himself smugly as he opened the car door. He was about to climb out of the car when a dazzling beam of light blinded him, followed by a loud bang, causing the car to shake violently. When Brian opened his eyes, he saw that the car door had been crushed. He was livid that his $500,000 Ferrari had been damaged. He jumped out of the car to find out who had hit him, only to discover that the car that hit him was not only another Ferrari, but a much more expensive one than his own. The other Ferrari reversed slowly into Brian's car, and only then did Brian realize that the person driving the other car was Alex. "Does he have a Ferrari?" Brian asked himself in complete shock. Suddenly, Brian heard a roaring sound. Alex had turned his car around and let the 4 exhaust cylinders spray fire at Brian's car. First at the car's rear, then at the car's side, and then at the front of the car. No matter how loudly Brian and Yvonne shouted and pleaded, Alex refused to stop. By the time Alex had finished with Brian's car, it was unrecognizable. Black and crushed, it looked like a pile of scrap metal. As Alex and Kelly climbed out of their car, Brian rushed over. He was boiling with rage and looking like he wanted to kill Alex. Harold quickly ordered the 2 security guards to intervene. They rushed over, pointing their machine guns at Brian and shouting, "Don't move." Brian was so scared that he immediately backed off, covering his head with his hands, afraid of being shot. Alex turned to Harold and said, "Mr. Sharp, please talk to the manager at the Sky Metro Bank and ask him to compensate Brian for his car." "Of course," he replied. He looked at Brian and said, "Sir, please calm down. I'm the manager of the New York Auto Exhibition Center, and this is Mr. Cacciolo, the president of Ferrari. We will ensure that you are compensated for your loss. Brian's mind was in complete disarray. He thought to himself, Mr. Sharp of the New York Auto Exhibition Center? Mr. Cacciolo, the president of Ferrari? Why are they here, and why are they taking orders from Alex? The Phillips family all gathered around Alex. They were trying to ingratiate themselves to him, but he completely ignored them. He said loudly to Kelly, I know that your family doesn't want me here. A wave of denials emanated from various members of the Phillips family, but again Alex ignored them. He continued, for this reason, I think it's better if I just leave. Have a good life, he shouted as he climbed into the Ferrari. Chapter 111, ch. 111. I didn't think it through. Alex drove his expensive Ferrari along the road, leaving all the other cars far behind him. He returned to the Green Island Garden District and parked in front of the villa before going inside and falling asleep. The next day, Alex got up early and made himself some breakfast. When he walked out of the villa, he was surprised to see Karen Young standing at his door. He hadn't seen her for a long time, but she was still as beautiful as he remembered. She hesitantly paced back and forth in front of the door, muttering to herself. When she saw Alex, she was shocked and immediately stopped moving. What are you doing here? Alex asked indifferently. He had no intention of inviting her in. He hated Karen. The last time he had seen her, she had drugged him, and if Zara and the others hadn't found him, he would have been in a lot of trouble. Karen stuttered, unable to speak. She had known that Alex would be angry after what had happened, so she hadn't dared look for him. She had hoped that his anger might have subsided by now, so she had started to plan how to get his attention again. Recently, Robert Miller had mentioned that it was Alex who had bought the most expensive villa in the Green Island Garden District. The villa had been sold for $40 million. If Alex could afford to buy it, then how much money did he have? Karen had arrived at the villa early in the morning, and she had found a cool Ferrari parked outside it. She had been so excited that she had almost fainted. She had been practicing what to say to Alex when he had stepped out the door. The moment she had seen him, she had forgotten what she had planned to say. Well, if you have nothing to say, then please don't loiter in front of my house, Alex said, turning to walk away. Alex, I wanted to apologize to you, she said, walking over to him. I'm sorry. I was in the wrong, and I shouldn't have drugged you. Karen was a smart woman. Alex already knew that she had drugged him, so there was no point in denying it. If she lied again, he would be disgusted with her, so it was better if she admitted it. Fine, you've apologized. You can go now, Alex said, his attitude softening a bit. Karen had admitted to her mistakes, which redeemed her a little in his eyes. Alex, Karen said, raising her head and looking at him with a serious expression. When I drugged you, it was because I was forced to, humph. He snorted. So someone was pointing a gun at your head and forcing you to drug me? He asked sarcastically. No. Alex, please listen, she said, shaking her head. I asked you to pretend to be my boyfriend to make James give up on me. I thought James would be angry after he found me on a date with you. I never expected him to be even more determined to be with me, and I panicked. I thought that if I took things further, he wouldn't be able to accept it, and he'd leave me alone. So you decided to drug me? Alex asked in a flat tone. Karen lowered her head and nodded. Please don't be angry, she said. I know it was stupid, but I was worried that if you'd known my intentions, then you wouldn't have agreed to the plan. All I wanted was for James to give up on me, and I didn't think it through properly. So I drugged your wine. She sighed. But don't worry, nothing happened. I just wanted to act out a sexy scene with you to make it look good. When Zara and James arrived, I was happy because I thought it had worked, but I didn't consider your feelings. It was only when I saw how upset you looked that I realized I'd done the wrong thing. After hearing Karen's explanation, Alex didn't hate her as much. She hadn't planned to trick him, she just hadn't considered the consequences of her plan. "I've been feeling so guilty," she said. "You're such a good man, and regardless of what I meant, I didn't ask for your permission. I just used you to achieve my goal, and that was a mistake and disrespectful to you." She hung her head. "I came to ask for your forgiveness." "I'm sorry." "It's fine," he said, believing that she was sincere. "It's not that serious. I forgive you, so now you can go." "No, Alex. You're being far too lenient," she said. "How can I forgive myself so easily?" "You can hit me if it will help." She was happy to see that his attitude toward her had softened, and she couldn't just leave now. She was determined to have him. "There's really no need for that," he said. "You've explained what happened, and I understand that you hadn't thought it through. Besides, I had promised to help you get rid of James, and that's what you were doing. It's fine, so you should leave." "Thank you, Alex." She thanked him profusely. "You've been so kind." She paused and then said, "Alex, about your promise." "Yes? What about it?" Alex asked, feeling like he had dug a hole for himself. "Well, I thought that my sexy scene with you would definitely make James give up on me, but it didn't. He just got more persistent. His visits have become more and more frequent, and he even turned up at my house, trying to use my parents to get to me." He said, looking at her. "What do you want me to do?" "If you want, I can reveal my identity and see if he gives up once he knows what he'd be facing. After that, we can just break up." "No, you don't want to reveal your identity," she said, dismissing his idea with a wave of her hand. "You're still a student, and it would cause a lot of trouble for you. Don't do that." If Alex revealed his identity, then she would have a lot of competition for him. Her cousin, Zara, would be the first to try to snatch him up. "Let's just go back to the way it was before, when you pretended to be my boyfriend." "Isn't that pointless?" he asked. "How could it not work?" she asked with a faint smile. "James isn't an idiot. If he believes that we've been together for a long time and that we're really in love, then he'll know it's impossible to break us up. He'll have to leave me alone then." "Okay," Alex agreed with a heavy heart. Karen smiled happily as she looked at the fancy villa and the Ferrari sports car outside. "Alex, this place is beautiful, and the Ferrari looks really cool. I've never been in one of those before. If you like it that much, then why don't you try sitting inside it?" Alex suggested. Since Karen had expressed an interest, he felt it would be mean not to let her see inside. "Really?" she asked, her eyes shining with excitement. "I'd really like to know how it feels to sit in a Ferrari." She tried to open the car door, but no matter how hard she tried, it didn't budge. She was afraid that she would break something, so she awkwardly smiled at Alex and asked, "Why won't the door open?" "Because I haven't unlocked it yet," he said, pulling out the remote. He pressed a button and the doors opened. "Wow!" Karen sighed in appreciation and got inside. She wanted to take out her cell phone and snap some photos of herself sitting in the Ferrari, but she was worried about looking bad in front of Alex. She waved at him and said, "Alex, you should get in too." "Okay," he agreed, noticing how at home Karen looked sitting in his car. "I called in sick to come here," she told him. "If my manager finds out that I'm not really sick, I'll be in a lot of trouble. Could you take me to Wanda Plaza to buy some clothes? I'm usually too busy to shop, and I don't have anyone to take me." "Okay," Alex said. He didn't feel he could refuse when she asked so nicely. "Put your seatbelt on and we'll go." He drove the Ferrari through the city streets, speeding by the other cars on the road. The other drivers stayed out of his way, wanting to avoid any accidents. Karen relaxed into the comfortable seat. She leaned her elbow against the window and looked at the passing scenery. This was exhilarating, and she felt like someone important. They arrived at Wanda Plaza within half an hour. Vehicles were not supposed to park on the square, but when the security chief saw the Ferrari, he allowed them to pass. A Ferrari would attract more people to the square. Alex parked the car and they got out. Everyone was shocked when they saw how he was dressed. How could someone wearing such poor clothes be driving a Ferrari? That was far too unlikely. But the crowd parted, creating a path for Alex and Karen to pass through. They walked into the mall, and Karen bought several outfits, all of which Alex paid for. It was 11 a.m. when they finished shopping, and Karen persuaded Alex to take her for lunch. "I've been here before," she said, as they walked into a restaurant. "The food is delicious." Karen. Just as they walked inside, a woman's voice called out. Karen's heart sank as she looked over and saw her mother staring at her with an angry expression. Her father, Zara, and James were sitting next to her. Chapter 112, ch. 112, Taking a Sick Day, Get Over Here, Karen's mother, Allison, shouted as she slapped her hand down on the table. Karen was so startled that she jumped. "Alex," Karen said, glancing timidly at him. "Those are my parents. You can leave if you want to." He simply smiled and calmly walked over with her to the table. Alex knew that if he left, Karen would be in even more trouble. And since he had already promised to help her get rid of James, this seemed like a good opportunity to achieve that. Her parents glared at them as they approached. "Why aren't you at work?" Allison demanded anxiously, pulling Karen to stand beside her. "What are you doing here?" "I called in sick," Karen whispered. Her parents had always been very strict, and, even now, she was afraid to stand up to them. "What?" Allison asked, feeling anxious and angry. Her daughter should get back to work. "Didn't you tell me that your bank is undergoing some personnel changes and that you have a good chance of being promoted? And weren't you in line for a huge bonus? So why are you pulling a stunt like this? Do you care so little about your prospects?" "You're almost 30 years old," her father, Albert, said with a frown. "You can't keep relying on me and your mom." He looked at Karen and pointed at Alex. "You lied to your boss and to your family just to date this kid. Is it worth it?" Karen lowered her head as her parents scolded her. When her father spoke about Alex, she sneaked a glance at him, afraid that he would get angry. "Look at him. What did I do to deserve a daughter like you?" Albert raised his hand to slap Karen, but Zara and James stopped him. "Mr. and Mrs. Young, don't be angry," James said, trying to smooth things over. "Karen hasn't been caught, so there won't be any problems with her promotion or her bonus." "Not this time," Albert said, looking at Alex. "But if she doesn't break off contact with this kid, she'll definitely end up in trouble. At some point, her luck will run out, and her boss will catch her." Alex was speechless. He hadn't even done anything. Karen's father was a weirdo. Karen just stood there, sniffling pitifully and feeling wronged. "Karen, you can't blame your parents," James said, standing and walking toward her. "They're just looking out for you." He put his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "Get lost," Karen yelled, violently pushing him away and glaring at him. "Why are you eating with my parents? I already told you that there's nothing between us. And I was very clear that there is no way we will ever be together. How dare you?" Allison said, standing abruptly and slapping Karen hard on her bottom. "Why shouldn't James eat with us? If it's so impossible for you to be with James, then who do you plan on dating?" Albert knew how important James was. His family was very powerful, and Karen was lucky to have caught his eye. James was the best choice for her, and yet his stupid daughter had rejected him. After her mother hit her, Karen's temper boiled over. She knew that her parents had urged her to be with James because of his wealth. But they didn't know that James was nothing compared to the young man they were insulting. She had made the right choice, so she wasn't going to back down. No matter how much her parents hated Alex right now, she was going to marry him. Then, when his identity was made known, they would know how stupid they had been and would understand why she was doing this. I can make my own decisions, she said stubbornly. She glared at James and said, I don't like you, so get lost. Stay away from me and my family. Karen's behavior stunned everyone present. James knew that Karen didn't like him, so he had intentionally chosen to use her parents to get closer to her. In the beginning, it had worked quite well, but now it seemed that her parents were unable to control her. Karen, don't be like this, he said. You're too emotional right now, so try to calm down. I didn't even know you'd be here. I just came to have lunch with your parents. It's not about you. Yes, Karen, Zara chimed in. I came with James, so I know he's not stalking you. I don't care if you're stalking me or not, Karen said firmly to James. I want you to get out of my sight and never bother me again. James, Albert, and Allison were stunned. Why was Karen behaving like this? What had this boy done to her to make her act this way? Karen, are you really going to leave me for this damn loser? James asked. He knew that this was all because of Alex, and James was a rich man, so how could he accept losing out to a poor kid? He pointed at Alex and asked Karen, how can he compare to me? I could buy you a house downtown. I could drape you in diamonds. Can he do these things? My family is old and powerful. What about his? In every single way, I am superior, so how can he possibly compete with me? Don't be impulsive, he continued. Marriage is not a simple matter. He can't even give you the life you deserve, and he can't protect you. Don't be silly. Listen to me. If you come back to me, I'll treat you well. He reached out to touch her shoulder. Get lost, Karen said. It's none of your business who I choose to marry. She knew James wasn't listening to her, so she gave up. Come on, Alex. Let's go. She took his hand and turned to leave. Stop, Allison ordered. She was furious with her daughter. Don't you dare speak to us like that. The older you are, the worse your behavior becomes. Do not even think of leaving. Allison and Zara pulled Karen back. Young man, you must have some good tricks up your sleeves, Allison said, glaring at Alex. You've certainly fooled my daughter. Her eyes narrowed as she realized that Alex was the key to solving this problem. Alex grunted speechlessly. What had he done to have Karen's mother treat him like this? Hey, do you really expect to marry my daughter? Allison demanded. In your dreams. She had disliked Alex from the moment she had first laid eyes on him. You really think you're good enough for my daughter? Albert asked angrily, coming to stand in front of him. Well, tell us then. Why should we let you marry her? He spat in Alex's face. Why should I answer to you? Alex asked. He was the heir of the powerful Ambrose family, so what right did these people have to question him? Who did they think they were? Hey, listen to this kid, Albert said with dissatisfaction. And he thinks he can marry my daughter with that attitude. Well, think again. Uncle Albert, Zara said. He can't answer you because he's a coward. But if he won't tell you, I will. I go to the same school as him. She wasn't sure why her cousin no longer cared about James, but she knew that she couldn't let Karen miss out on such a rich man. At school, he's well known for being poor, she explained. He wears the same few items of clothing all the time. Everyone bullies him, and he doesn't dare to fight back. He works in a convenience store and in the school cafeteria, and once, he even asked people for money in front of a restaurant. He was asking for money? Allison asked, shocked. If Karen stayed with him, it would be a disgrace. Get out, she said, pushing at Alex. Stay away from my daughter. As Karen's parents, we're telling you now, we won't allow you to date her, Albert warned him. So stop dreaming about marrying her. Do you hear me? He pointed at Alex and said, do not harass my daughter again. Do you understand? Say what you like, But don't point your finger at me, Alex said. Watch your temper, Albert said, eager to make his point. I'll point at you if I like. He poked his finger into Alex's chest and added, Don't go anywhere near my daughter again, you stinking loser. Alex could no longer swallow his anger. He pushed Albert, causing him to stagger and almost fall. Don't you dare push my husband, Allison yelled, raising her hand to slap Alex's face. But Karen jumped in front of him, hugging him tightly, and Allison's hand smacked off the back of Karen's head. Chapter 113, Ch 113, He's Rich. Alex, are you okay? Karen asked, raising her head to look at him. Alex felt a little touched. She was the one who had been hit, and yet she was asking about him. Allison sighed deeply. You're really going to make us angry. They had attracted a large crowd who were eagerly watching them and commenting on this strange family. This man begs for money, and he has the nerve to seduce my daughter, Allison said to the crowd. My daughter has never argued with us before. See how she's talking to us now. Such a useless boy, someone muttered. You have to get rid of him, someone else said. He's just with her for the money. Everyone stared at Alex as Allison pointed at him. Alex's phone rang. It was Robert Miller, the manager at Metro's Sky Bank. Karen let go of him, and he answered the call. Hello, Mr. Miller, he said. Is this about the compensation for the Ferrari? He thought Robert might be calling to ask about the compensation for wrecking Brian Foster's car. No, I'm taking care of it. Don't worry, Robert said respectfully. I'm calling to let you know that I've found 2 apartment buildings for you to look at. The location is desirable, and the properties are in good condition. I've collected all the information for you. Apartment buildings? Alex asked, stunned. What do you mean? I don't understand. Why was Robert helping him find apartment buildings? You don't know? Robert asked, surprised. Let me explain. When Sam Woodsworth asked me to help you with the final payment for the Ferrari, he told me to look for apartment buildings in New York City. He said that you wanted to invest in New York real estate. Oh, I see. Alex understood. Sam had been helping him to manage his business, and he had suggested that Alex find some projects and learn from experience. After all, he would be taking over a large part of his family's business in the future. He glanced at Karen's family, who was glaring at him, and he knew they were listening intently. Okay. Well, in that case, can I trouble you to bring the documents to the restaurant at the Palace Hotel in Wanda Plaza? Alex asked politely and then ended the call. That was Mr. Miller? Karen asked, a little worried. Mr. Miller thought she was sick. If he came to the hotel, he would see her there and know that she had lied. Alex nodded. Then I have to go, she said. Don't let him see me. She prepared to leave. Where do you think you're going? Allison asked, pulling her back. I don't know what's going on here, but this matter must be resolved today. Mom, Mr. Miller is coming, Karen said anxiously. You have to let me go. Karen, with the way you've been behaving lately, do you really think that I'll believe you? Allison asked, looking at her. Then she glanced at Alex. He knows your manager? Who would believe that he can afford an apartment building? Maybe I'm very good at acting? Alex suggested. This family left him speechless. Karen, stop causing trouble, Zara said, moving to stand in front of her. They had agreed to use Alex to provoke James, but now Karen seemed to have changed the plan. If Karen continued like this, then she would lose James for good. Behave yourself, Zara said. I'm sure that if you apologize to James, then he'll forgive you. She tried her best to smooth things over. Don't get involved, Zara, Karen said, extremely unhappy with her cousin for constantly ruining her plans. I love Alex. Not James. Zara had no idea what was wrong with her cousin. It was all Alex's fault. Alex, Zara said angrily, stalking over to him. How did you do it? Have you hypnotized my cousin? Do you think you're good enough for Karen? Don't you care about her future? Promise me right now that you will end your relationship with her. She had never had a problem ordering Alex around. Usually, Alex would let Zara win, but this time, he couldn't do it. With Karen's parents treating him so badly, he had no intention of giving in to them. More importantly, he had promised to help Karen get rid of James, and if he gave in now, all their efforts would be for nothing. Karen didn't like James, and Alex wasn't going to abandon her to him. He turned a deaf ear to Zara's words. "Stupid loser, are you deaf?" Zara shouted at him. She frowned and raised her hand to slap his face. She had slapped him in the past and he hadn't fought back, but this time, Alex grabbed her hand. "Don't even think about it," Alex said with dissatisfaction. "Let go. You loser." Zara hadn't expected him to grab her. She shook her hand furiously, but she couldn't dislodge him. She was so angry that she raised her other hand to slap him, but he caught it too. "Let go," she yelled, both embarrassed and angry. She glared at him with a cold expression. "I'll let you go as soon as you promise not to hit me again," he said seriously. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Zara asked, refusing to give in. "Help," she screamed. "This guy is molesting me." While Alex was distracted, she bit his hand. Alex yelped and let go. A circle of teeth marks had appeared on his palm where she had bitten him, and the wound was bleeding profusely. Zara proudly stood in front of him, looking at his hand. "Did you enjoy my bite?" she taunted him. "It would be better if you'd bitten him to death," Allison said in a mocking tone. Karen rushed to Alex's side and examined his wound with a pained expression. "That's Mr. Miller," Zara said, her smile fading away as she saw Robert walk into the restaurant. "What? Where? Oh my God, it really is him," Allison exclaimed in shock. The whole family began to panic as they all understood how much trouble Karen would be in if she were caught lying about being sick. "Karen, why are you just standing there?" Allison said. "Hurry up and hide. Your manager is here." "There's no need for her to hide," Alex said lightly, but Karen wasn't listening to her mother anyway. "No need to hide?" Allison scolded him angrily. "My daughter could lose out on her promotion." "Not that you care." She scowled. "Karen, do you see what kind of person he is? Don't just stand there. Hide." "It's too late," Zara said, with her eyes wide. "Mr. Miller is coming this way." "Mr. Ambrose," Robert said as he walked over, surprised to see Karen there. "A mess. Young, didn't you call in sick this morning?" Having been caught, Karen didn't know how to defend herself. She simply lowered her head and stood silently beside Alex. "Mr. Miller, I'm Karen's mother," Allison said. "Karen was recovering at home until I dragged her out to do some shopping. It wasn't her idea, and she's still not well." "Yes, Karen was really sick last night," Albert added. "She had a cold, and then she vomited, and she had a fever." "We're actually just back from the hospital with her," Zara said. Everyone made excuses for Karen. "Oh," Robert said, raising an eyebrow. "What a supportive family." "So, Karen is sick, and your whole family took her to the hospital, and then you all decided to go shopping. So, which hospital did you take her to?" "Air." They all looked at each other, not sure what to say. Then they all opened their mouths and spoke at the same time. "New York General Hospital, the Western Hospital, the Northern Infirmary, East Side General." They looked at each other in annoyance. Why couldn't they get their story straight? "Amazing," Robert said with a mocking smile. "She just has a cold, and yet she needed to visit 4 separate hospitals?" "Well, Mr. Miller, you see," Allison said, trying to recover from their mistake. "No need to explain. I already know what's going on here," Robert said, refusing to listen to her excuses. Allison's heart sank, and everyone else looked worried. Karen had thrown away her chance for a promotion. "Mr. Miller," Alex said. "Yes," Robert asked, his attitude immediately improving. "I needed some company, and I asked Ms. Young to come for a stroll around the city," Alex said politely. "I apologize. I hadn't realized this would violate your rules." "Oh!" Robert was shocked. He wasn't sure what Alex meant. Karen had been standing beside Alex the whole time and hadn't spoken up. "Well, if that's the case, then I'm sure that this was just a misunderstanding," Robert said, smiling awkwardly. He looked over at Karen and asked Ms. Young, "Are you feeling better? I'm happy to see you taking such good care of our client. I hope you'll continue to work hard, and I'm sure you have a bright future." Everyone gaped in shock. They didn't understand what was going on. They were all stunned. What was this all about? Alex, that loser, had explained it all away with just a few sentences. Why was Mr. Miller being so deferential to a poor student from Preston University? "Mr. Ambrose, please take a seat," Robert said. "I have some details on those 2 apartment buildings I mentioned. Why don't you take a look? According to my estimates, they should cost around $125 million. Karen's family stared in shock. If Alex had said he wanted to buy an apartment building worth $125 million, they would have thought it was a joke, but it had been Mr. Miller who had said it. As the manager of Metro Skybank, Mr. Miller wasn't joking around with Alex, and that meant that they were serious about the $125 million. Allison gasped when she thought about it. Could Alex have that much money? Chapter 114, Ch 114, Making Decisions. "I don't know much about this sort of thing," Alex said, as he carefully flipped through a few pages of the information Mr. Miller had provided. He couldn't understand many of the words on the pages, so he stopped trying. "Since these 2 apartment buildings are in New York, then why don't we go and take a look?" "Absolutely. That's a good idea," Robert said, gesturing toward the door. Alex stood up and glanced at Karen. "I have some things to attend to right now," he said. "So I'll have to leave you here. I'll talk to you later." He still wanted to help Karen get rid of James. And now that her family knew that he was rich, he believed that James wouldn't dare to harass her again. "Okay," Karen said, smiling. She had almost forgotten that Alex was supposed to be helping her to get rid of James. "Let's go," Alex said, and then he walked out of the restaurant with Robert. "Karen, why didn't you tell us that he was so rich?" Allison asked, stunned. Zara quietly followed Alex and Robert outside. No one was more shocked than she was. How could Alex, the loser she had picked on, suddenly have so much money? It couldn't be real. Alex was now irresistible to her. Seeing Zara leave, Albert and James followed. Alex left the shopping mall, chatting with Robert. When they reached his car, they found it surrounded. Some people were taking pictures with their phones, while others were video chatting. A few were doing live broadcasts. "Mom, look, it's a Ferrari," someone said. "And it's the top model." "There's a Ferrari parked in Wanda Square," someone else said. "I don't know much about cars, but I know this Ferrari is awesome. I can't wait to see the owner of the car. He must be so cool. I don't think I'll be able to stop myself from kissing him." Alex frowned as he walked toward the crowd. Everyone wanted to look at the Ferrari, and nobody was willing to let Alex pass. He had to fight to get to his car. "Please move aside," he said loudly. "I'm leaving." "Then go." "Who's stopping you?" a woman said, annoyed at him. "Why are you yelling? Don't you have any manners? If you don't move away, how can I drive the car out of here?" Alex asked, causing everyone to burst out laughing. "What? You're trying to say that this Ferrari is yours?" The woman looked at him mockingly. Then she turned her phone toward Alex. "Baby, look, This guy actually said that the Ferrari is his. Isn't that funny? If he drives this Ferrari, then I fly a spaceship. The guy is insane. How could this car possibly belong to him? Someone called. Look at what he's wearing, another man said. He'd be lucky to have a bicycle, and he's claiming to have a Ferrari. It's hilarious. He's crazy. Everyone was pointing at Alex and sneering at him. He shook his head helplessly. These people were like insects to him. How do they speak to him like that? Whirlwind. Activate. Alex shouted at the Ferrari. The day before, he had named the car Whirlwind and set up voice commands. Yeah, he's definitely crazy, someone yelled. What are you shouting? A woman asked. What are you trying to achieve? While everyone was talking, the Ferrari slowly backed away. A girl had been leaning against the car as she did a live broadcast, and now she found herself falling backwards. Rotate on the spot, Alex shouted. This time, the Ferrari's engine started to roar as it began to spin rapidly. Everyone was scared, afraid that the car would hit them, so they ran away. Alex was left standing there, knowing that he had full control. If the Ferrari didn't respond as it should, then the company would be in a lot of trouble. Stop, he said, and the car stopped. He pressed the control, and the door opened. To everyone's amazement, Alex got into the driver's seat, waited for Robert to get in, and then drove off. Zara stared at Alex, recalling every detail of her interactions with him. She closed her eyes, and tears of regret slipped down her cheeks. How had she not realized that he was so rich? James stood there with his mouth hanging open as he watched the Ferrari disappearing into the distance. Allison and Albert held hands, so excited that their bodies were trembling. Speeding through the streets, Alex and Robert soon arrived at the apartment building called Lawrence Heights. Many people rented apartments there, and it was a good source of income for someone who wanted to invest in property. While they were looking around, Robert explained the situation. This is a great location, and it's only a short distance from shopping malls, banks, and subway stations. That's true, Alex agreed. He had noticed that the area was busy. If he bought apartments in such a good neighborhood in New York, then he was certain to make a lot of money. If this place is so good, then why does the original owner want to sell? It appears that the owner made some bad investments and lost a lot of money, Robert explained. So now he urgently needs money and decided to sell these 2 apartments. Of course, the news is quite recent, and as far as I know, no one has made him an offer yet. So if you decide to buy this place, I'm confident that I can get him to lower the price a little. Alex looked around. He was quite satisfied with the 2 apartments. He looked at Robert and casually said, I'd like to buy them. You've already decided? Robert asked in shock. Alex had only glanced at the property before making his decision. They were talking about a huge amount of money. Seasoned businessmen would have spent time weighing up the pros and cons. But Alex, who was only 20 years old, had agreed just like that? Robert had never known anyone so decisive. Is there a problem? Alex asked in confusion. Money wasn't an issue for him. No, not at all, Robert said with excitement. Mr. Ambrose, I'll arrange to buy these 2 apartment buildings for you as soon as possible. I'll handle everything for you. Okay, Alex said. If you need anything, contact me or Mr. Woodsworth. He walked around the building a couple of times before they got back in the car and drove away. After dropping off Robert at the Metro Skybank, Alex went to the Azalea guest house and asked Sam about the search for Debbie. Like every other time he asked, there was no new information about the couple that had taken Debbie away. Alex was depressed, but there was nothing he could do. Imagining Debbie's current situation filled him with worry and pain. His cell phone rang. It was Kathy. Alex sighed. He no longer cared about her. She sometimes called to berate him or to say how happy she was after leaving him, but it didn't matter which. It had nothing to do with him. Kathy called another 5 times, but he just let his phone ring out and refused to answer. Finally, he got annoyed and blocked her number. She wouldn't be calling him again. When he looked up, he thought he saw Debbie appear in front of him. But when he mumbled her name and reached out his hand to touch her, she disappeared again, leaving him at a loss. He curled into a little ball, hugging himself tightly. Despite the warm weather, he felt chilled, and he was shivering like a stray dog out in the rain. Finally, he fell asleep. A few hours later, he was woken by his phone ringing. Seeing it was Joe, he answered. Joe had promised to take Susan to the night market, but he had to do some work for his course, so he wanted Alex to take her instead. Susan's planning to go with Rose, Joe said. So, it's fine if I don't go, but you know how dangerous it is for 2 girls to go out alone at night. I'm a bit worried about them. Do you have time to take them? If not, I'll find someone else. I have the time, Alex said, wanting to help. But you know Rose doesn't like me. He felt a little awkward about spending time with her. Hey, what are you so worried about? Joe asked. You'd just be going shopping with them to keep them safe. I'm sure Rose won't say anything. So, it's decided then. After chatting with Joe for a while, Alex ended the call. He realized that all he had to do was walk beside the 2 girls and be polite. If he didn't provoke Rose, then she wouldn't have a problem with him. He left the guest house, took a taxi, and went straight to the night market. Susan and Rose were also on their way to the market. Joe said that Alex will meet us there, Susan said. He wants to come with us. Him? Why did you let him come? Rose asked, unhappy at hearing Alex would be joining them. We can look after ourselves. Alex had helped her when she had broken an expensive statue at the Berkeley Hotel. He had intervened with Sam Woodsworth on her behalf, and Rose and Susan had suspected that Alex might be rich. They had investigated him for a few days, but they hadn't been able to find a connection between him and Sam. Alex had still seemed to be a loser, so they had abandoned their suspicions. Rose hated him and didn't want him following them around. Chapter 115, ch. 115, The Night Market, Susan. Get Joe to tell Alex not to bother, Rose said with a determined look. We'll go by ourselves. Rose, you know that it's dangerous for women to go out alone at night, Susan said sincerely. There have been several incidents lately with girls being attacked, and some of them even died. Aren't you afraid? Joe asked Alex to come to protect us. What's there to be afraid of? Rose asked. The night market is full of people, so it's not like we'd really be alone. But despite Susan's reminder, Rose did feel a little scared. Fine. Let him come, she said. But let's hope we don't get into any trouble. He'd probably run away and leave us. No, I believe he's a decent guy, Susan said, smiling. Have you forgotten that he was the one who helped you with that incident at the Berkeley Hotel? Besides, it's too late to cancel. He's already waiting for us, so just let him come. If you don't like him, just ignore him. Fine. I'll just pretend he doesn't exist, Rose said as their taxi arrived. The night market was a place where the citizens of New York came to relax and enjoy themselves. Rows of stalls were lined up neatly, offering a dizzying variety of food and assorted goods. The stalls had little signs outside advertising their contents. Multicolored lights flashed, and the area bustled with activity. As soon as Rose and Susan got out of the taxi, they were excited by the lively atmosphere and the appetizing aromas. Susan, Rose. Just as they were about to join the crowd, Alex walked over and greeted them with a smile. Alex, you're already here, Susan said, smiling at him. Although she didn't believe he was rich, she still had a good impression of him. He was a bit poor, but he was a nice person. And Joe considered him a brother, so Susan had to get along with him. Rose had expected to feel disgusted by Alex, but when she saw him, she was surprised to realize that her heart was beating a little faster. She refused to greet him and simply pretended that she hadn't seen him. Rose, Susan began, wanting to smooth things over, but she didn't know what to say. She was sure that Alex knew why Rose treated him so badly. "It's fine," Alex said, smiling calmly. He had expected Rose's reaction. "Let's stroll around," Susan said, taking Rose's arm and beginning to walk. Alex followed behind. "There's a lot of great food here." As expected, Rose continued to pretend that Alex didn't exist. She dragged Susan over to look at various things and try samples of food. Alex simply stood to the side and checked his phone or bought some snacks. Rose and Susan strolled along the road until they came to a small, well-lit stall with a lot of people gathered around it. Rose pulled Susan toward it. Inside were several displays with countless small and exquisite pendants. There were a variety of semi-precious stones in all sorts of different shapes. Rose and Susan were overjoyed. They liked those small items. They each picked a few things and asked questions about them. In the end, they each chose one of the cheaper ones. "Alex, come over here," Susan called when she saw him standing by himself outside the stall. He walked slowly to the wooden rack filled with pendants. Rose didn't want to be so close to him. She took the pendant she had chosen and went over to pay the old lady who was running the stall. "That's $20, the old lady said, wrapping up Rose's pendant. She picked up 2 woven bracelets and gave them to Rose. "Why not take these too? They have a very special meaning." "Oh," Rose asked, staring at her. "Give me your hand," the old lady said, taking Rose's hand and fastening one of the bracelets around her wrist. Rose looked over at Susan, but neither of them understood what the woman meant. "Young man, give me your hand," the old lady said, looking at Alex. "Oh!" Alex held out his hand, and the old lady tied the other band around Alex's wrist. "Now, these bracelets are a pair," the old lady told them. "So, you two will always be connected, even if you are thousands of miles apart. Just concentrate on the bracelet, and you will feel closer to each other." The old lady believed that Rose and Alex were a couple. Rose blushed, while Alex gaped at the woman. "That's just nonsense," Rose said, sneaking a glance at Alex, who seemed to be perfectly calm. Rose grew even more embarrassed. If Alex realized how upset she was, then he would laugh at her. Rose said nothing. She hurriedly began to untie the wristband. The old lady had tied it tight, and Rose had to struggle to undo the knot, but she finally managed it. She glared at Alex, who still stood there in silence. Then she threw the bracelet on the ground and stormed out. "Rose, wait for me," Susan called out, rushing after her. Alex bent down and picked up the band Rose had thrown away. Then he untied his bracelet. He thought the idea was quite interesting, and once he found Debbie, he would tie the bracelet on her wrist. That way, no matter where she went, Alex would always be with her. Alex put the bracelet in his pocket and walked away from the stall. He spotted Susan and Rose some distance ahead, and he was about to catch up with them when his phone rang. It was Russell, the manager of Autumn Beauty Boutique. Why would Russell call him? Alex was worried. Had something happened to the shop? "Mr. Ambrose, you need to come quickly." Russell's panicked voice sounded on the other end of the line. Alex frowned immediately and asked, "What's wrong?" "Your ex-girlfriend is causing a scene," Russell said anxiously. "She's forced us to close the store, and she's demanding money from us. She's claiming to be the boss and is giving out orders. If we don't obey her, she says we'll be fired." Alex could hear Kathy yelling in the background. "Okay, I'll be right there," he said, ending the call. Kathy had called him several times during the afternoon, but he hadn't answered. It must have made her angry, and now she was doing this to force him to see her. Alex frowned. He had already made his position clear to Kathy. So why did she want to see him? He looked at Susan and Rose. Since Rose was so angry, maybe it would be best to let her calm down. They weren't far from Autumn Beauty, so he should be able to run over there, deal with Kathy, and be back within an hour. Besides, there were plenty of people around, so the girls shouldn't be in too much danger. Having made his decision, Alex turned around to go to the boutique. "Hey!" someone cried out. Alex hadn't been paying attention and had bumped into a man wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a khaki-colored jacket. "I'm sorry," he quickly apologized, realizing that the man was blind when he saw the white stick lying on the ground. "It's fine," the blind man said, lowering his head and acting humble. Alex went to pick up the stick, but the blind man got there first, picking it up himself and walking away, holding the stick out in front of him. Weird, Alex thought. Why is he pretending to be blind? Was he trying to provoke sympathy to get some money? Alex didn't have time to worry about it. He rushed over to the boutique. When he stepped inside, he immediately saw Kathy going crazy. She was yelling, "I'm your boss. If you don't listen to me, or if you dare to try to throw me out, I'll fire you. Open the money drawer and give me my money. I want it." Kathy saw everyone look over at the door, so she turned around excitedly. When she saw Alex, she stopped talking and frowned. "So, you've finally come to see me." When Simon had thrown her out of the Phillips family reunion, she had hidden behind a tree to watch. She had been determined to marry into the wealthy Phillips family, but they had rejected her because of her previous relationship with Alex. Simon had mercilessly chased her out of the party and ruined her dreams of being rich. And it was all Alex's fault. So, instead of leaving, she had hidden to watch the Phillips family drive Alex away. But she hadn't expected what had happened next. Not only has Alex not driven away, but Mr. Sharp, the manager of the New York Exhibition Center, had personally delivered a Ferrari to him. And it had been the most expensive Ferrari ever made. Kathy had watched, covering her mouth and trying not to make a sound. When Alex had purposefully crashed the car into Brian Foster's Ferrari, Kathy had realized that he was no longer a loser.